I was born in a remote and impoverished mountain village, and from a young age, I roamed the world alongside my father, relying on his exceptional skills in Feng Shui and divination to make a living. On the day I turned 18, my father, through meticulous divination, foresaw that I would encounter a significant calamity. Out of profound love for me, he resolutely decided to confine me within our home, forbidding me to step outside, in hopes of helping me navigate this impending crisis safely. However, fate seemed unwilling to grant me respite, as the foretold calamity eventually arrived, mercilessly shattering my father's careful plans. Years of imprisonment have imparted many lessons upon me, and I have notably withered as a result. I was released from prison at precisely 9:35 in the morning, a moment that heralded a fresh beginning. Clad in the same attire I had worn upon my entry, I felt utterly out of place in the world outside. The night before my release, my fellow inmates shared many words with me, expressing deep remorse for their past actions. They lamented that given another chance, they would inevitably repeat their mistakes. Such is the nature of fate. Even those seemingly irredeemable inmates possessed a vulnerable side, as they insisted they did not wish to see me again before their own release. Otherwise, they threatened to break my arm. In such a place, those who wish to come will come. As for me, I vowed never to return. With a buzz cut, I gazed up at the sky, inhaling the fresh air from the outside world with great delight. The rising sun was lazily bright, yet its brilliance was invigorating. I relished this sensation. The tribulations that led to my imprisonment were entirely orchestrated by destiny, just as I had initially stated. This is fate, and thus, my story begins in a secluded village during the sweltering summer. Cicadas incessantly chirped, the earth cracked under the heat. Crops failed to yield, and my family huddled together in a dilapidated earthen dwelling, staring pensively at our damaged iron pot. To provide for our family, my father set out early to the neighboring village to attend to the affairs of a deceased family. It was late into the night when he finally returned home, brandishing 100 yuan note, his face alight with childlike joy. In those days, 100 yuan was no trifling sum. It could sustain us for quite some time. My family primarily engaged in the business of funerals, skillfully resolving various bizarre issues that would arise. As time passed, my father's reputation grew, and he became well known within a 100-mile radius as a formidable master of yin and yang. Many would seek him out for assistance with their troublesome predicaments, and each time, he would earn a handsome sum, allowing us to live reasonably well. However, recently, an unusual drought had beset us, with no visitors for 2 consecutive months, making our lives exceedingly difficult. As if the heavens conspired against us, our iron pot, having served us for many years, inexplicably developed a palm-sized hole, leaving us perplexed as to its motives. This once reliable cooking vessel had now become a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, the timely passing of the elderly Mrs. Wang from the neighboring village provided my father with an opportunity to earn. One can afford to disregard the people around them, but one must always hold a healthy respect for certain unseen forces, for it is often the intangible that poses the greatest threat. These were the words passed down from my grandfather to my father, and now to me. I shared this wisdom with my fellow inmates, only to receive several beatings in return. In prison, might makes right, everything else is mere nonsense. Our family has treasured heirlooms passed down through generations. Yet due to various circumstances, my father's generation witnessed our decline, leaving me with nothing but a few heartfelt sayings. To be honest, they proved of little utility. My father often admonished me. One must possess a sense of decorum. This left me with the impression that listening to such counsel was akin to listening to a grand oration. From a young age, I accompanied my father through the streets, providing fortune-telling services, honing my own skills. However, on my 18th birthday, my father's demeanor abruptly shifted. He forbade me from accompanying him on his mountain rounds. Mountain rounds is a euphemism for our trade, which involves making a living through unconventional means. Not only that, but he specifically instructed me that until I turned 20, I was absolutely forbidden from stepping outside, threatening to break one of my legs should I disobey. Though I felt deeply resentful, I chose to remain at home, akin to a refined young lady, confined within the walls of our dwelling. At that mischievous age, being cooped up at home was a torment beyond words. Since my confinement, I have frequently encountered strange occurrences. For instance, I often saw a woman clad in white floating about my home, her tongue protruding, smiling at me. Truth be told, her smile was far more grotesque than any cry of distress. Even the dog next door was 100 times more formidable than she. I recognized that I was encountering something unclean, having grown up in an environment steeped in the supernatural. I was no stranger to such phenomena. She could float as she pleased. It did not disrupt my daily life. Perhaps the female specter found her stay uninteresting, for she soon shifted her haunt to the home of Mrs. Wang next door. That night is etched vividly in my memory. While sneaking a chicken leg in the men's restroom, Mrs. Wang unleashed a blood-curdling scream, darting out without a moment to wipe herself, collapsing onto the ground. Uncle Li, hearing the commotion, crawled out from under the bed, allowing the young girl, Shui, to slip away before rushing into the yard, only to find his wife lying unconscious, much to his delight. "Hey, does this mean we can have a feast?" Guided by the belief that a day as a couple warrants 100 days of kindness, Uncle Li chose to carry his plump wife to the village clinic for treatment. That day, he bore the shape of a shrimp, and for half a month, he could not stand upright. He earnestly advised the doctor not to feel overwhelmed if it came to a dire situation. He would find a suitable burial spot for Mrs. Wang. The doctor, looking quite disdainful, informed Uncle Li that Mrs. Wang had merely fainted from fright and would awaken soon. Thus, there was no need for such elaborate measures. This revelation filled Uncle Li with dismay. Upon learning that there would be no feast, he broke down in tears. Witnessing Uncle Li's despair, the doctor, moved by the display of affection, waived his fees and gifted him a box of blue pills, advising that harmony between husband and wife was essential for lasting happiness. In the weeks that followed, I could distinctly sense a change in Uncle Li. He spent his days cradling his waist, appearing quite feeble. Perhaps this is what love should resemble. The female specter seemed to have found amusement, tormenting the couple daily, appearing in their bed one day, in their pot the next, and riding on their shoulders the day after. Initially, they were driven to madness. Yet over time, they grew accustomed to the strange occurrences, adopting an air of fearless acceptance. Did you think this female specter was merely a fleeting distraction? Far from it. She set off a chain of events intricately linked to my imprisonment. One day, my father ventured out for his rounds, and after a week of absence, a group of visitors arrived seeking his counsel. Their worry grew upon discovering he was not home. Eventually, someone proposed that since I had followed my father in his trade since childhood, I must have learned a great deal, suggesting I step forward to assist them in their troubles. My father had always warned me that until I reached the age of 20, I was strictly forbidden from leaving our home, or he would break one of my legs. Yet, should I be compelled to defy my father's wishes, I would require an incentive. This motley crew appeared peculiar, their clothing tattered, yet their generosity boundless, as they casually tossed 2,000 yuan in front of me. They further claimed that upon completion of the task, they would provide an additional 2,000 as a final payment. I stood there, momentarily stunned. It was not that I lacked ambition, but in that era, having 10,000 yuan was a remarkable achievement. The prospect of an 18-year-old, like me, earning such a sum was undeniably tempting. Now, these individuals were placing 2,000 yuan before me, only asking that I accompany them on an outing. The allure was simply too great. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. This phrase could not be more fitting for my situation, as those 2,000 yuan became an indelible stain on my life. I deeply regretted not heeding my father's advice. Yet there is no remedy for regret. One reaps what one sows, an immutable truth throughout the ages. Chapter 2. The ghostly performance. The leader of the group possessed a pair of ominous eyebrows, thick and black, that seemed to overshadow his eyes. Due to system constraints, I am unable to upload the complete image. Such a brow suggests a fierce disposition, a heart inclined towards malice, and a furtive mind always scheming for theft. It is evident that he is no benevolent figure. The individual behind him was hardly any better. With eyes that sparkled like those of a shrimp, those who possess such eyes exude a charming allure and an elegant demeanor, yet they are fated to encounter calamity in fire years. While in water years, fortune smiles upon them. Although they may enjoy wealth in their twilight years, their lives are tragically short. The rest of the group bore similar traits, none of them being innocuous. Although I discerned the true nature of these individuals, I chose to follow them out of the house, driven by the desire to ameliorate my family's impoverished circumstances. Their behavior was peculiar. They spoke not a word, instead smoking continuously, heads bowed as they trudged forward. When I attempted to engage them in conversation, they feigned ignorance, ignoring my attempts. Eventually, once their cigarettes were extinguished, they produced incense from their bags, each lighting a stick and murmuring a string of incomprehensible phrases. It was at that moment I comprehended that these individuals were not ordinary folk. More accurately, they were half-transgressors in the realm of the supernatural. I recognized the words they were uttering as the language of the dead, a dialect meant for communicating with spirits. While alive, people enjoy ghostly tales, and even in death, this proclivity remains unchanged. My father and I seldom employed such language, as our line of work did not necessitate it. It was only grave robbers, wandering amidst tombs, who frequently resorted to this tongue, seeking to keep malevolent entities at bay. Reflecting on their attire and behaviors, I realized that I had boarded a ship of thieves. These seemingly innocuous individuals were, more likely than not, grave robbers. Their incessant smoking and now the burning of incense were efforts to appease certain unsavory entities. As the saying goes, one must not bite the hand that feeds. This adage holds true not only in the mortal realm but also in the otherworldly. Thus, we traversed nearly an hour's journey, my legs beginning to protest. It was not due to my sensitivity, but rather the result of prolonged inactivity at home that made such a distance challenging. Fortunately, they halted at the mouth of a cave, turning in unison to regard me. I knew it was my moment to step forth. Approaching the entrance, I felt a surge of malevolent energy emanating from within, and I swiftly evaded its advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Observing these grave robbers, I felt a twinge of admiration. They had not only located the tomb but had also already excavated a tunnel, clearly seasoned veterans in their trade. Young brother, 2 of our companions have perished inside. Could you assist us in discerning whether there lies any hidden secrets within? Given that 2 of their brethren had already met their demise, I suggested they abandon this perilous venture, advising them to steer clear of the malevolent forces. I shall return your payment, and we shall pretend nothing has transpired. My intention was solely to earn a modest living through my skills, and I had no interest in engaging in activities that would compromise my integrity or breach the law. I resolutely declined their request. Upon hearing my words, they surged towards me, my dismissal only fueling their intrigue. It appeared they had not misjudged me. Young brother, your keen eye has discerned the presence of unclean spirits. We beseech your assistance in rescuing our 2 companions. We can share the treasures within the tomb. No wonder they were willing to pay 2,000 for my aid. It seemed they were convinced of the wealth hidden within this burial pit. It is rare to find those who remain devoted to rescuing their comrades in the face of such riches, and I found their camaraderie commendable, evoking a sense of compassion within me. You have my word. Should we succeed, the treasures shall be equally distributed. But beware, should any of you renege on this agreement, I possess countless methods to exact my revenge. My words were not mere threats. I indeed had the means to fulfill them. The grave robbers unanimously vowed that any who wavered would meet a grim fate. Ironically, their promise soon became a grim prophecy, as they ultimately met with tragic ends. But that is a tale for another time. I cast a stone into the tunnel, then leaned in to listen for any sounds from within. This is a practice known as casting stones to inquire the path in the realm of the supernatural. Do not be deceived by its simplicity. It bears significant meaning. If the stone falls unimpeded to the bottom, it signifies a clear and safe passage, allowing one to proceed with confidence. Conversely, should the stone encounter resistance or produce eerie sounds during its descent, it suggests that the cave's occupant does not wish to be disturbed, and one should depart post-haste to avoid calamity. The stone I cast fell smoothly to the bottom, indicating that this grave was indeed clean, devoid of any malevolent presence. This was perplexing. 2 individuals had already perished in the shaft, suggesting that something foul lurked within, yet the stone had descended without issue. Was it possible that my skills were lacking? Suddenly, as I reassured everyone, a stone flew from the tunnel, striking me squarely on the forehead. The pain was seared into my memory. Forgive my inadequacy. I am unable to assist you today. Perhaps fate will bring us together again in the future. Farewell. My father had repeatedly cautioned that should any unforeseen incident arise while casting stones, no amount of wealth could sway one to proceed. Some riches are not worth the risk, even if one survives to earn them. One may not live to spend them. I insisted on departing, unmoved by their pleas, and they, seeing my resolve, could only shake their heads in resignation. After parting ways with the grave robbers, I found myself on the road home when I encountered a most peculiar phenomenon. The journey that had taken an hour and a half now stretched into over 3 hours, and I had barely traversed half the distance. I suspected I was ensnared in a ghostly maze. And as I prepared to relieve myself, a ghostly figure clad in white appeared before me. This specter was all too familiar. It was the very ghost that often visited my home. It is common knowledge that there exists a distinction between the living and the dead. Much like the differences between men and women, as my father often advised, one must always exhibit proper decorum. I hastily pulled up my trousers, feigning nonchalance, and continued on my way, only to find my legs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering me immobile. Alas, I had fallen victim to her influence. This ghost, who had previously seemed delicate in my home, revealed herself to be a formidable force, and now she was turning her attention towards me. A complete surprise, my legs began to move of their own accord, following the ghost as she led me into an unfamiliar grove, causing me to feel an unsettling trepidation. Why abandon the well-trodden path for the woods? As a fiercely independent individual, I shed tears of frustration, yet resolved to face whatever lay ahead. After all, if Su Xian could withstand the white snake, why could I not? There is a saying, upon first meeting, a day feels like 3 years. Regrettably, this ghost, aware of her inferiority, did not subject me to any odd behavior, and so I followed her, heading westward without pause. Emerging from the grove, I beheld a crystal-clear river. The ghost glided over effortlessly, leaving me to contend with the icy waters, which nearly claimed my life as I waded into the center. Fortuitously, my ample spirit led me to release a few bubbles, granting me buoyancy and allowing me to survive this near-fatal encounter. Upon reaching the shore, I glanced back at the river, which had transformed from its pristine state to a pitch-black expanse, littered with dead fish, a clear indication that some unscrupulous wretch had poisoned its waters. Truly despicable! The ghost continued to guide me, leading to a dilapidated village where a throng of spirits gathered before a stage, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the grand performance. Chapter 3. The rabbit strikes the gong. The elephant walks on stilts. I immediately recognized that these were not human beings, but rather spirits flaunting their trivial skills before me. Yet, bound by the ghost's grip, I was powerless to resist, and could only join the crowd in anticipation of the show. These spectral beings took on various forms, many missing limbs, and not a single one could be deemed whole. Some were even headless, sporting bowl-like scars atop their bodies, seemingly oblivious to their own grotesque state as they awaited the performance. With a resounding clang, the sound of gongs resonated, and a rabbit emerged from backstage, brandishing a broken gong. Esteemed villagers, the performance is about to begin. Those with wealth, please contribute generously. Those without, lend your presence. Thank you all. It was utterly surreal. I could hardly fathom whether this rabbit had transformed into a spirit or if I was simply unaccustomed to such wonders. For in the realm of ghosts, anything is possible. I was left to wonder what sort of entities would grace the stage next, as the sounds of percussion and string instruments filled the air. A flamboyant elephant, balancing on stilts, took the stage, executing a breathtaking somersault that left the audience in awe. Subsequently, the elephant gracefully descended onto a rope as slender as a hair, casting a glance at me below. Its face suddenly flushed with a vibrant hue. Perhaps the elephant felt a tinge of shyness upon beholding my striking appearance. Oh my! What a truly spectacular scene this was! The elephant did not linger on the stage for long before retreating, making way for a troop of robust, rotund pigs that whimsically began to perform a pole dance. I was utterly astonished. To be honest, at my age, it was the first time I had witnessed such a spectacle. To behold such a performance in my lifetime felt like a worthwhile endeavor. Splendid. The show was so captivating that I found myself cheering and clapping, an act that nearly cost me dearly. The performers on stage halted, and all manner of spirits turned their gaze upon me, their expressions decidedly grim. Only the female ghost appeared to be in high spirits. At that moment, I comprehended her true intentions. She had lured me here with the desire to make me one of her own. That malicious female ghost intended to take my life. I bore her no grudge, nor had I wronged her in any way. Why, then, was she bent on my destruction? Was it possible that she coveted my very being? I estimated that there were at least 100 spirits in attendance, all glaring at me with fierce countenances. In my current predicament, escape seemed utterly impossible. Stay, such a handsome young man. I am quite fond of you. How about remaining here as my husband? An elderly lady, well into her 80s, drooled profusely. Clearly having endured a lengthy spell of loneliness, to hell with it. You are hardly the most beautiful cloud in the sky. Why should I stay? Furthermore, how could my pristine reputation be tarnished in such a manner? At her advanced age, she ought to have a modicum of shame. I struggled to shake off my restraints, yet remained utterly immobile. That female ghost was truly insidious. She had anticipated my applause while I was entranced by the performance and thus released my bonds. Now that her goal had been achieved, she commenced her control over me once more. Wang Nan, how on earth did you end up here? Hurry back. A familiar voice resonated, startling me. An elderly man appeared before me, causing my heart to leap with recognition. Was that not old Wang from the village? Yet he had passed away 5 or 6 years ago. How could he possibly be here? Wang Nan, after my demise. I inadvertently lost my ID and household registration, which led to my being sent to this wretched place. Do not follow in my footsteps and be so careless in the future. Also, quickly depart. Please send my regards to your father. Old Wang had always been a man of great integrity, deeply connected to my family, and to see that his character remained unchanged even in death touched me profoundly. With a firm shove, he urged me onward, then turned to relieve himself upon the face of the female ghost. Surprisingly, despite his advanced age, old Wang's stream was quite impressive, leaving the female ghost with nowhere to hide. My body regained its freedom, and I hastily bit my fingertip, smearing the blood of a young boy upon my forehead to ward off evil spirits. Wang Nan, run towards the north. You shall escape this ghostly realm within 10 minutes. Additionally, I have one request. When you return, please burn 2 young and beautiful women for me. Very well, old Wang, take care. It seemed old Wang had been lonely for far too long to make such a request. Having saved my life, I was determined to fulfill his wish. Whether it required 2 women or 20, I would see it through. I dashed northward, abandoning the season of their presence, running like a madman. And indeed, as old Wang had said, within 10 minutes, I returned to the realm of the living. Upon glimpsing the familiar village, a great weight lifted from my heart, for I had narrowly escaped with my life due to a moment of folly. And I regretted my recklessness. Thus, I was especially cautious on my return journey. Back at home, I collapsed into bed and slept soundly until the following afternoon. Upon waking, I discovered my father had returned. Learning of my escapade with a band of grave robbers the previous day, he was furious and soundly thrashed me. I felt utterly wronged. They say one is a fool not to seize wealth. And given the exorbitant offer made, was it truly wrong to take a risk for the sake of improving our family's fortunes? Seeing my lack of remorse, my father confined me, declaring that I would remain so until I recognized my errors. I am a person of staunch principles. I shall never yield to any tyrant. When my father announced my confinement, I fell to my knees, pleading, "Father, I understand my mistake. Now will you grant me another chance?" They say that those who act coyly are often fortunate, yet this adage is not universally applicable. It heavily depends on one's gender and appearance, and clearly, such an approach does not suit a handsome young man like myself. My father, witnessing my desperate demeanor, gave me another sound thrashing, exclaiming, "You disgust me. In all my years, I have never encountered such a repulsive child. How revolting!" This beating was particularly humiliating. I believe that like begets like, and my behavior was not solely my own fault. To divert my father's attention, I recounted the tale of the female ghost, embellishing the story to enhance its allure, leaving my father in a state of disbelief. I told him that a beautiful ghost had become infatuated with me, desiring to marry me, and had lured me to a village solely inhabited by spirits, where I had witnessed numerous remarkable performances, all with the intention of keeping me there to share eternity with her. My father furrowed his brow, scrutinizing me closely while muttering, "Strange, how could a creature like you attract a ghost? That ghost must have poor eyesight." I began to suspect that the man before me might not be my biological father. Perhaps I was an orphan discovered in a dumpster. What kind of father would speak so disparagingly of his own son? If I truly were unsightly, it was not entirely my fault. Genetics play a significant role, Although my father's words held a semblance of truth, I also shared the story of old Wang's request for women. Upon hearing this, my father's anger subsided, and he burst into laughter. "Ha, that old rascal, fine. In light of you saving my son's life, I shall grant your wish." The following day, my father and I visited the village's paper effigy shop. As soon as we entered, my father bellowed, "Oldly, craft 2 young female figures. I am in urgent need, Dad." Old Wang specified that they must be young and beautiful. He would not settle for anything less. This was indeed old Wang's request, and since I had promised him, I felt compelled to fulfill it. "You are still young and naive. Older women are more temperate, while the young ones may be too much for him. If the girls arrive in the afterlife, they will surely lead old Wang astray." I was baffled. How could my father be so knowledgeable about old Wang's condition? Furthermore, could one truly refer to older women as girls? Did he somehow know about old Wang's frailty? Had they fought side by side in some war? That simply would not do. I had made a promise, and I must see it through. Lest I tarnish the Wang family name, I cast the burden of this expectation upon my father. If old Wang was indeed unwell, surely I could send him some nourishing tonics instead of resorting to summoning women? My father relented, allowing Oldly to craft 2 young and beautiful female figures. 18 My insistence, we also prepared 2 carts filled with 6 flavor Remania pills and a truckload of kidney treasure pills. Old Wang would surely be overjoyed. My father and I made our way to old Wang's grave, where we burned the 2 female figures for him. It was evident that he was elated. As the grass upon his grave began to sway with delight, which filled me with joy. The burning of the female figures went smoothly, yet the 2 carts of tonics were met with resistance from old Wang. The grass ceased its dance, drooping in disappointment, which tugged at my heartstrings. A fierce wind began to blow, nearly lifting my father and me off the ground. "Old Wang, why so agitated?" "I did this all for your benefit. You ought to be grateful." My father began to plead earnestly with old Wang, imploring him to accept the offerings, as they had cost us a pretty penny and could not simply be returned to the shop. After much persuasion, my father's words ultimately bore fruit, and all the tonics were successfully consumed in flames. In the days that followed my return home, I found myself dreaming of old Wang repeatedly. He would gaze at me with a flushed face, blood streaming from his nostrils, a sight that was rather unsettling. I surmised he must be suffering from a fever. Perhaps I should send him some fever-reducing medicine? Get lost? It seemed my sincere efforts were not appreciated. A true case of a heartfelt offering to the moon. Yet the moon shines down a gutter. Old Wang had become quite famous in the spirit realm, with all the ghosts enviously whispering of him. The last time he appeared in my dream, he whispered in my ear, "Fake goods can be deadly. My wife is leaking air." What on earth? Oldly at the paper effigy shop certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Employing such tactics, my initial intention was to burn a paper effigy for a young lady, but I was promptly rebuffed by old Wang. He expressed his gratitude for my crafting of Lu Wei Di Huang Wan and Xian Bao Pian for him. Now, he has opened a medicine shop over there, specializing in the treatment of various obscure ailments, and his business is flourishing. He has become the richest man in the village, has built a small Western-style house, and has taken a new bride. Later, I discovered that the woman he married was the very one who had taken a liking to me that day, a lady in her 80s. Indeed, it seems that my father and Oldly from the paper shop were more attuned to old Wang's preferences. Perhaps the elderly truly can quell one's passions. Time has flown by, and in the blink of an eye, I have turned 20. According to my father, I am now free to venture out on my birthday. I felt immensely joyful, however. My father wore a sorrowful expression throughout the day, appearing quite distressed, glancing at me as if he were about to lose me. "Dad, please don't be sad. Even if I can go out, I promise I won't stray far. You'll be able to see me every day." I initially thought my father was merely worried about my distance, but later I realized I had misunderstood. His warning about not stepping out before turning 20 was indeed significant. At that time, in my quest to provide a better life for my family, I disregarded my father's teachings, leading to dire consequences. Despite my father's numerous efforts thereafter, the outcome remained unchanged. That night, a group of police officers suddenly stormed into our home and handcuffed me, tossing me into a police car before I could utter a word. I was baffled as to why I was being treated this way. Was celebrating a birthday now a crime? My father stood at the door, smoking a pipe, Watching me being taken away with a calm demeanor, devoid of any surprise, it seemed that his earlier sorrow stemmed from an anticipation of this very incident. My father's admonition against leaving home before the age of 20 was likely intended to shield me from calamity. Yet I had disregarded it all. Upon entering the police station, I was accused of being a tomb raider. I felt utterly wronged. While I had indeed accompanied a group of tomb raiders that day, I had wisely retreated and never entered the tomb itself, participating in none of their actions. How had I become labeled a tomb raider? Moreover, during that incident, 2 individuals had lost their lives, which was quite serious. I was unjustly wronged. To make matters worse, that incident had occurred many years ago. Who was the scoundrel responsible for framing me and bringing this misfortune upon me? Eventually, I learned that those tomb raiders, after extracting the treasures from the grave, had divided them and subsequently lived in luxury, moving into high-rise apartments and driving fancy cars. Years later, their blatant actions had stirred resentment among many, particularly their relatives, who were envious and incited a familial betrayal. They relayed their suspicions to the police, resulting in the surveillance of the group. Recently, the tomb raiders resumed their illicit activities, and the police, having been monitoring them, caught them red-handed. When questioned, they readily confessed to their crimes, and in a bid for leniency, they framed me, asserting I had participated in the tomb raiding and had orchestrated their actions. They were a shameless bunch, having plotted from the start to pin the blame on me. Otherwise, their testimonies would not have been so uniformly consistent. Although they displayed a modicum of cunning, the police remained skeptical of their claims. At that time, I was merely 18. How could I possibly comprehend the nefarious world of tomb raiding? Moreover, how could a group of older individuals heed the words of a mere child? It seemed quite unreasonable. To verify the authenticity of their testimonies, the police sought out local residents. I don't know which loose-lipped villager disclosed that I, despite my youth, had traveled extensively with my father and was well-versed in dubious matters. Such words truly put me in a predicament. Furthermore, a restless spirit had taken advantage of my parents' slumber, burying numerous artifacts in front of my house overnight. When the police arrived and unearthed those artifacts, my guilt was solidified. Despite my continuous assertions of innocence, my words seemed utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming evidence and witness testimonies. Chapter 5. The Haunted House. Having served my sentence, I found myself at the age of 25, feeling completely out of place in a world filled with derision and mockery. Although I had prepared myself mentally before my release, I still struggled to withstand the piercing gazes of those who looked upon me through the cracks of their doors. In search of a livelihood, I applied for numerous jobs, but upon discovering my criminal past, employers shook their heads and rejected my applications, citing my age as a reason. In utter desperation, I turned to the internet, becoming an author of online novels, conveying my experiences in a unique manner to readers across the nation. After completing 2 supernatural novels, I achieved some fleeting success, but ultimately, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, my works were banned, leaving me disheartened. However, some bans can be a blessing in disguise, as at least I wouldn't find myself imprisoned for my writing. Now, if I wish to read my own books, I had to visit a particular online platform, which left me feeling quite frustrated. Just as I was grappling with the uncertainty of my future, a man approached me, seeking my assistance in exorcising malevolent spirits. I gladly accepted, making my way to his residence. On the journey, the man described the situation. He had 2 brothers. He was the younger sibling, while his older brother had a penchant for gambling and was easily seduced by beauty, soon squandering the family fortune. Subsequently, the brother, having been led astray by some dubious advice, believed that if he separated from his younger brother, his misfortunes would cease and he would win every bet. The brother was steadfast in his belief, insisting on the division of their household, and following the guidance of a so-called expert, he located a prime spot for Feng Shui, building a new home for his brother there. After the separation, the brothers indeed experienced a marked change. The once unlucky older brother began winning nearly every gamble and even married a beautiful young wife, living a life of comfort. In stark contrast, the younger brother was beset by misfortune after moving into the new house, enduring restless days and nights, and his health deteriorated. A visit to the hospital revealed a tumor in his abdomen, and without timely intervention, his life would be in jeopardy. To make matters worse, his longtime girlfriend eloped with a cripple, leaving him heartbroken. However, the younger brother was astute. He suspected that his misfortunes were closely tied to the new house. The so-called expert who had advised his brother must have led him astray. Seeking to validate his suspicions, he set out to find someone skilled to assess the feng shui of his home, determined to confront his brother if his assumptions were proven correct. After much inquiry, the man finally found me. Throughout the journey, I spoke little, focusing on observing the man's facial features. His nose was quite distinctive, with a rounded tip, a sturdy bridge, and a straight profile. A classic dragon nose. A dragon nose symbolizes great wealth and power, hinting at a future of prominence and success. His visage was equally impressive, with large eyes, a well-defined forehead, and thick ear hair, indicative of a life of prosperity and longevity. It was perplexing how someone with such favorable features could find himself in such dire straits. I found it hard to believe that there wasn't someone sabotaging him, likely a formidable adversary. The road to the man's residence was treacherous, and our bus journey was painfully slow, taking over 4 hours to arrive. Even before entering the house, I sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, I was drenched in cold sweat. I had never encountered such a vicious construction method. The man's home was situated at the intersection of a T-junction, with a dead-end street behind it, and a lush mulberry tree stood prominently in front. Upon entering the house, I was taken aback by the sight of a ghost tree, the phoenix tree, right before my eyes. "Brother, if I am not mistaken, there should also be a willow tree in your backyard, correct?" "Indeed, master, you are quite astute. How did you deduce that?" The man was astonished that I could discern this. When he built the house, his brother had personally planted those 3 trees, and he had been touched for quite some time. Recognizing my abilities, the man expressed his deep respect and promised that if I helped him overcome his predicament, he would reward me handsomely, even at the cost of his entire fortune. This pleased me greatly. In truth, my knowledge of the willow tree in the man's yard was not a deduction, but rather an understanding of the underlying principles of the house. My father had taught me that a household is the foundation of a family, and during construction, one must adhere to certain taboos. Otherwise, misfortune would ensue. He had also passed down a secret technique. Do not plant mulberry trees in front, willow trees in the back, and ghost trees in between. If any of these conditions were met, it would lead to unimaginable disasters, be it severe illness or even loss of life. All 3 of these trees are known as ghost trees, embodying extreme coldness and serving as gathering points for malevolent spirits. The man's misfortunes were closely linked to these 3 trees. Friends who have lived in the countryside may recall that at the entrance to a village, there are typically 1 or 2 lush willow trees, or one might often catch sight of willows lining the roads and rivers leading into the village. The purpose of these trees is to deter malevolent spirits from entering the village and harming its inhabitants. The phoenix tree, with leaves resembling a person's palm, rustles in the evening breeze, producing a sound akin to small spirits clapping their hands, thus earning the moniker Ghosts Clapping Hands. I, in my youth, beneath a phoenix tree, I once witnessed 4 hanging spirits sticking out their tongues and incessantly applauding me. I remember quite vividly how my smile frightened them, causing them to flee in terror, leaving them with a lifelong shadow of fear. This man's residence is truly extraordinary, as it embodies all 3 of these phenomena. Furthermore, his home stands at the intersection of a T-junction, which is a significant taboo. It is imperative that no road directly confronts the front of a residence, for such a setup invites endless troubles. Homeless or lost spirits may wander down the road, seeking refuge in the man's abode, making it their dwelling. Should they find the main door barred, their discontent may manifest, leading them to linger at your doorstep, humming, "I'm here waiting for your return." Coincidentally, the man's yard is adorned with trees beloved by spirits, leading them to conclude that the owner welcomes their presence. Over time, the residence that was once a sanctuary for the living gradually becomes shrouded in a layer of deathly energy. When this energy completely suppresses the life force, all inhabitants of the house are doomed. I took a careful glance at the situation outside the residence. It was a narrow alley, yet it had been abruptly truncated by a newly erected workshop, transforming the already confined space into a veritable dead end. A residence should never be situated in a dead end, as it represents the lowest point of the alley, prone to natural disasters and human misfortunes, inviting legal troubles and conflicts. Prolonged residence in such a locale can lead to severe consequences, including financial ruin, disability, and illness. How cruel-hearted it is that some individuals, driven by self-interest, would engage in such detrimental actions to their moral standing, turning 2 brothers into adversaries. This abode, once a symbol of a beautiful life, has transformed into a genuine haunted house. Had it not been for my employer's strong fate, he would have perished in this dwelling long ago. The nefarious individual advising the brother employed some despicable means to sever the younger brother's fortunes, diverting the wealth that rightfully belonged to him entirely onto the elder. The exact methods employed by this scoundrel remain unknown to me until I encounter the man's brother, the elder brother. Having benefited from a fortune not rightfully his, remains oblivious to the consequences, squandering the younger brother's good fortune on gambling and the allure of beauty, truly a lamentable sight. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. I shall ensure your life is filled with great wealth and prosperity, free from any further turmoil. Chapter 6. The talisman. Upon hearing my words, the man felt a newfound sense of assurance. Although I had yet to resolve his predicament, he sensed that the tumor within him had vanished. I found the man's brother in the village's gaming room, standing at the card table, counting stacks of cash with exuberance. In this small village, this modest gaming room concealed a grand gambling scene, far beyond the means of someone like me. I observed for quite some time, and to my astonishment, this individual was exceptionally lucky, winning nearly 3,000 yuan in less than 10 minutes. How curious! This is truly bizarre. Are you cheating? A gambler, blinded by his losses, began to suspect this man of foul play. Hey, are you even a man? Why act like a coward? Do I seem like someone who cheats? The entire gaming room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him, treating him as an anomaly, nodding in unison. I thought to myself, your luck was abysmal before. Now, suddenly, it's so good. There has to be some trickery involved. Realizing this, I exited the gaming room, beginning to comprehend that the malevolent force behind this luck must have left a hand in the game. Otherwise, relying solely on the arrangements within the residence, it would be impossible to shift one's fortune. It was evident that my employer's doorstep had been enchanted with a talisman. Upon returning to my employer's home, I instructed him to take a shovel and begin digging in front of the door. After digging about 2 feet deep, a copper coin appeared before us. Stop, we found it. I crouched down, examining the copper coin closely. Ah, now it makes sense. The coin in my hand was covered in a deep black substance, and if I was not mistaken, this substance appeared to be human blood. A copper coin soaked in blood is a powerful malevolent talisman. It must not be used. The blood on the coin belonged to the brother. My father once told me a story about a wealthy landlord who lived lavishly, feasting on abundant food while treating his laborers cruelly, as if they were mere animals. The laborers endured harsh conditions, and many, unable to withstand such cruelty, met untimely deaths. Among them was a particularly clever laborer who, seeing no way out, decided to take matters into his own hands. He remembered a book he had read detailing how to transfer fortunes and decided to give it a try. Under the cover of night, he entered the landlord's home with a knife and a bowl, covering the landlord's mouth and nose before making a swift cut to his artery. Blood flowed down the landlord's neck, filling the prepared bowl while the landlord, unable to scream, went unnoticed. Soon, the bowl was filled, and the laborer escaped with it, while the landlord, fortunately, received timely help and lived on. Following the instructions from the book, the laborer took a copper coin, immersed it in the bowl filled with the landlord's blood, and after soaking it for a day and night, he secretly returned to the village and buried the coin at the landlord's doorstep, satisfied with his actions. The next day, the landlord's health deteriorated, and a band of robbers raided his home, stripping it of its treasures. In no time, the landlord met his demise. Meanwhile, the laborer's fortune changed dramatically, as within a week, he possessed wealth beyond what one could spend in 2 lifetimes. As a child, I found this story amusing and never took it seriously, but upon seeing the blood-stained coin before me, I realized the truth in the tale. My father also mentioned that some individuals with profound skills could use their own blood to soak the coin instead of the owner's blood. Achieving the same effect, I inquired with my employer, who confirmed he had never experienced any bleeding. Thus, I deduced that the blood on the coin must belong to his gambling brother. The front door of a residence carries great significance, determining the family's fortunes. The door serves as a pivotal boundary within the home, while the main entrance is the mouth through which the house receives energy. Therefore, the quality of the door's decoration directly impacts the residents' careers, family harmony, and health. People often say that wealth flows abundantly, and this is no exaggeration. The entrance should never face filth, such as public toilets or garbage collection sites, if the entrance confronts such impurities. It invites negative energy into the home, adversely affecting the environment and the fortunes of its inhabitants. Additionally, the main door should not directly face a neighbor's door, as this may lead to privacy breaches and disputes, disrupting the neighborhood's harmony. Now, with a coin stained in another's blood buried at my employer's doorstep, it signifies that the residence's owner is absorbing all the misfortune. If all the good fortune is intercepted by others, the owner will inevitably find themselves devoid of luck, especially since the employer's yard harbors 3 trees symbolizing coldness. It's almost impossible to avoid misfortune. I shared this revelation with my employer, who was utterly devastated. The kind-hearted man could hardly fathom that his own flesh and blood brother could commit such an act. "Master, what should I do?" "An eye for an eye." The employer agreed with my plan. I instructed him to lead me to the outhouse. Braving the overwhelming stench, where I tossed the copper coin into the cesspool. Next, I retrieved it using suitable tools, washing off the filth before reburying it in its original location. Now, shall we return to the gaming room and observe the effects? Upon witnessing my actions, the employer was left perplexed, utterly bewildered by my intentions. Only when we arrived at the gaming room did he begin to grasp my purpose. "Hey, what's going on? How come my luck has turned so foul in such a short time? I can't win a single hand." The employer's brother's luck plummeted to an extreme low, akin to a stone in a cesspool. "Listen here, you've only lost 2 rounds, and already you're accusing us of cheating? What, is it only acceptable for you to win? I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. It is not out of a desire for idleness that I hesitate, but rather due to the peculiar atmospheric conditions that so aptly allow malevolent spirits to roam. Should the mischievous entities that frequently inhabit this place witness us felling the trees upon which they depend for survival, what thoughts might they entertain? Surely, they would perceive me as a thorn in their side. Inviting a cascade of troubles upon myself, my father often imparted wisdom to me, asserting that it is better to avoid trouble than to court it. Resolving matters with the least exertion is preferable to all else. Upon returning indoors with my employer, I engaged in a brief ablution before commencing the preparation of a hot pot. After consuming a modest quantity of liquor, a warm sensation enveloped me, imparting a delightful sense of clarity and comfort throughout my being. I observed shadows swirling outside the window, occasionally interrupted by a ghostly visage peering in to assess the situation within. I recognized that these shadows must belong to the resident spirits, and in order to avoid alarming my employer, I chose to remain silent, fearing it might shatter his composure. "Master, I am grateful for your assistance. Otherwise, I would surely have faced dire consequences at the hands of my brother." My employer's tolerance for alcohol was alarmingly low. After consuming scarcely a measure of liquor, he was rendered inebriated beyond recognition. It struck me as peculiar that a child raised in a village would possess such a meager capacity for drink. Though I felt a twinge of curiosity, I refrained from probing further, lest my employer truly be incapable of holding his liquor. His complexion turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot and even radiating a crimson glow. I wondered if my vision had betrayed me, but when I attempted to scrutinize him closely, the glow vanished. "Master, what has become of you? Why do you gaze at me thus?" "It is nothing. Perhaps I have simply overindulged and my vision is impaired," he replied. My employer then shared a multitude of heartfelt sentiments, all revolving around his brother. He could not fathom why, despite his profound emphasis on fraternal bonds, his brother would treat him in such a manner. I advised him to adopt a more pragmatic perspective, for some matters defy comprehension, no matter how deeply one may ponder them. What one perceives as beneficial may be viewed as mere entitlement by another. Such individuals, even when offered the very essence of one's being, would not express gratitude, but rather seek to appropriate everything you possess. This is the nature of human desire, a constant throughout the ages, impervious to intervention by any extraordinary means. Once my employer had consumed the last of his liquor, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It took considerable effort on my part to assist him to his bed. How could one's tolerance be so woefully inadequate? Just 2 measures of liquor, and he was thus incapacitated? As I removed his garments, I muttered to myself. After ensuring he was settled, I fetched a folding bed from the corner and lay beside him, my concern for his safety outweighing my desire for comfort. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I was startled awake by a rustling sound. Squinting through my drowsiness, I beheld a pair of feet swaying before me. The toes pointed downward, perfectly straight, the legs as rigid as iron. A foul odor assailed my nostrils, the unmistakable stench of decay. I bolted upright, only to clarify the disturbing scene before me. An elderly man was hanging from the rafters. The stark reality of the image was unsettling. The man's face was a ghastly shade of blue, his tongue protruding, clad in a burial shroud, his body still swaying. Had someone hung themselves while we slept? And directly above my head, no less. This was absurd. Can you fathom the sensation? Awakening to find a corpse in ceremonial attire swaying ominously above you, its eyes fixed unblinkingly upon you, and a sinister smile gracing its lips. Brother, awaken! Something is amiss. I repeatedly shook my slumbering employer, but felt only emptiness beneath the covers, a foreboding sense of dread washing over me. The bed was utterly vacant. A man, thoroughly intoxicated, had vanished without a trace. I typically sleep lightly, easily roused by the slightest noise, yet this night was an exception. How could a living being simply disappear? Why would a seemingly healthy old man choose to hang himself? And in such a fortuitous location, as I retrieved the elderly man's body, I discovered it was surprisingly light. What I had witnessed was not his corporeal form, but rather his spirit. I placed the spirit upon the bed and scrutinized it closely. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over me. I seemed to have encountered this old man before. Scanning my surroundings, I made a significant discovery. A black table had captured my attention. Upon it rested candles and offerings. With a black and white photograph of an elderly man at the center, his smile radiant. Cold sweat trickled down my brow as I recalled the familiarity of the old man. It was indeed the photograph I had glimpsed upon my arrival. During our evening repast of liquor and hot pot, my employer had mentioned that when the house was newly constructed, he had brought his aged father to reside with him for better care. Little did he know that mere days after his arrival, the old man had mysteriously hanged himself from the rafters. I was now certain that the spirit before me was that of my employer's father, who had passed away not long ago. Yet, how could a departed soul return and hang itself anew? Could it be that the old man had developed a penchant for this macabre act? Seeking further thrills, such an occurrence was inconceivable. I was resolute that something was amiss, undoubtedly intertwined with nefarious dealings. Reflecting on the bizarre dinner, it struck me as unsettling that a man could become so thoroughly inebriated after consuming less than 2 measures of liquor. If my employer were genuinely incapable of drinking, he would not have forced himself. The absurdity of the situation suggested that we had fallen victim to a cunning trap. What a diabolical scheme! I recalled a similar incident from my childhood, which remained etched in my memory. Chapter 9. The spirit stake that I recollected an event from when I was 10 years old, accompanying my father on a mountainous excursion, where we encountered a household plagued by the inexplicable return of a recently deceased elder, maintaining the posture he had assumed in life. My father had firmly informed the family that they were beset by a spirit's stake. What they perceived was not the old man's corpse, but rather his spirit. To comprehend what a spirit stake entails, one must first grasp the concepts of spirit and stake. It is customary to ensure a peaceful resting place. And post-mortem, one is interred in the earth. At that juncture, the body is severed from the realm of the living and enters a new environment, what we refer to as the spirit realm. As for the stake, it is simply a robust wooden post. This post, typically about 1 meter in height and approximately 35 centimeters in diameter, is often painted with a red liquid, rendering it entirely crimson. Before being driven into the deceased's coffin, it is well known that spirits harbor a fear of red. The appearance of such color before the deceased can induce unrest, leading to a transformation of the corpse. Thus, the post is painted red to deter the spirit from returning to the coffin. The act of driving the stake into the deceased's coffin is referred to as spirit stake. There exist profound considerations regarding this practice. It must not be performed at dawn, nor during a full moon, nor when the practitioner is physically weak, nor by those lacking familial ties to the deceased, nor when there are impurities within the coffin. Should any of these conditions be violated, the stake will yield no effect. Given that the body had already been removed prior to the driving of the stake, the subsequent act would not harm the remains within, but would certainly inconvenience the departed. The coffin is the eternal resting place for the deceased, and if overtaken by a massive crimson stake, the spirit would find itself without refuge, compelling it to return home. Contemplating the 5 conditions of the spirit stake, I discerned my employer's whereabouts. He must have ventured to his father's grave. It was highly probable that the old man's remains had been exhumed by my employer, and a stake had been driven into his coffin. I recalled that upon arriving in the village with my employer, I had noticed a newly erected grave at the village's entrance. That must be the final resting place of the old man. If I were to depart post-haste, I might yet return the old man's spirit to its rightful resting place before dawn. Should I fail to restore his remains before daybreak, the spirit would be vulnerable to the encroaching sunlight, risking degradation and, in severe cases, eternal entrapment in the cycle of life and death. Rest easy, dear elder. I shall return shortly. With that, I flung open the door and sprinted towards the new grave, oblivious to the tears that streamed from the corners of the old man's eyes. A man of unwavering strength, he had not only failed to enjoy the blessings of his descendants, but had also met his demise at the hands of his treacherous eldest son, now further tormented by the discord between his two sons. Truly, it is lamentable to have lived without enjoying the fruits of life, only to suffer in death. Were the esteemed elders still among the living, he would surely deliver a couple of resounding slaps to his two sons. As I hurried towards the village's cemetery, I silently prayed that the newly risen grave belonged to the elder. If not, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Surely, I could not knock on someone's door at the dead of night to inquire about the location of their grave. 5 minutes later, I arrived at the village cemetery and spotted a familiar figure wielding an enormous iron hammer, striking down upon something with great vigor. This individual was none other than my employer. I rushed forward, intending to seize the hammer from his grasp, only to discover that he possessed immense strength. With a mere flick of his arm, he sent me flying 100 meters away. Such extraordinary power! It was no wonder he could single-handedly drive such a stout wooden stake forcefully into the sturdy coffin. Quickly regaining my footing, I returned to my employer's side and noticed a talisman attached to his back. It was a puppet talisman. Originally referring to puppets, it now metaphorically denotes individuals or organizations that are unable to act independently and are manipulated by others. There was no need for elaboration, for such concepts are well understood. The reason behind this transformation was the insidious manipulation of a villain. I yanked the talisman from my employer's back, causing his body to go limp and collapse to the ground. What am I doing? My employer soon regained his senses, and upon witnessing the scene before him, was utterly horrified. My heavens, who has desecrated my father's grave in such a manner? How utterly wicked! I remained silent. I could hardly reveal to him that the wicked perpetrator was none other than himself. Could I? I gestured towards his palms, urging him to take a look. As he opened his hands, they were a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, he had been under the control of the puppet talisman, rendering him impervious to pain. Yet each swing of the hammer inflicted substantial harm upon his body. The collision between the hammer and the wooden stake produced shockwaves beyond what a mere mortal could endure. What have I done? How could I have disturbed my father's grave? Father, I am unfilial. Although my employer was unaware of the true nature of his actions, he realized that he had violently excavated his father's grave, carelessly tossing aside the remains, and had driven a robust red stake into the coffin. This is not your fault. We still have time to make amends. I consoled my employer, urging him to act swiftly. We must return the elder's remains to the coffin before dawn. Upon hearing that there was still a chance for redemption, my employer sprang into action. Our immediate priority was to remove the stake embedded in the coffin. Yet no matter how hard we tried, it remained immovable. What could we do? My employer glanced at his phone and noted the time. It was already 4 o'clock, with just 2 hours until dawn. He was as agitated as an ant on a hot stove, pacing restlessly, though not panic. There is a method we might try, though I am uncertain if your body can withstand it. As long as it allows my father to rest in peace, I will do whatever it takes, even if it costs me my life. Suddenly, I had an idea. If that villain could control my employer with a puppet talisman, then why could I not draw one myself? However, doing so would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon my employer. It might even endanger his life, as the stake was driven in with the aid of the hammer. Removing it would rely solely on the strength of our arms. I was unsure if he could endure such strain. Master, do not hesitate any longer. Act quickly. Seeing my employer's determination, I pulled a yellow talisman from my pocket, bit my fingertip, and drew a puppet talisman with my blood. Affixing it to his back, My employer felt an overwhelming surge of strength, standing fiercely before the coffin, ready to extract the stake. Chapter 10. Truly not a villain in all honesty, I had contemplated using mechanical means to extract the stake. Had there been a crane nearby, it would have been a trivial task. However, I soon dismissed this idea, for the stake had been driven in by human hands and must be removed by the same. Many rules are established without consideration for the possibility of mercy. The current situation exemplifies this. Reluctantly, I had to let my employer take charge of the extraction. The native farmers of the village were indeed remarkable. Already possessing considerable strength, with the aid of the puppet talisman, my employer's power surged to new heights. His broad, calloused hands gripped the stake tightly, and his muscles began to twitch violently. A creak, 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 the stake began to shift within the coffin, producing audible sounds. However, this progress was short-lived, as my employer's strength visibly waned. This was partially my doing. I was concerned for his well-being and had not increased the power of the talisman. Sweat soaked through my employer's clothes. Yet he refused to relent, gritting his teeth as blood streamed from his hands down the stake, rendering it an even deeper crimson shade. So be it. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Another puppet talisman was affixed to my employer's forehead. His strength multiplied several times. The stout stake ascended at a visible pace. In no time, half of it was out, yet I could not rejoice. For I beheld that which I most dreaded. My employer's muscles had begun to tear, and blood seeped from the skin on his back due to the excessive strain. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously, threatening to burst at any moment. This sight filled me with anguish. I glanced at my phone and noted the time. It was already 5:30. Just half an hour remained until dawn, and a faint light was beginning to emerge on the horizon. We could not afford to pause. Blood dripped from my employer's forehead onto the stake, yet he showed no signs of stopping. I could not stand idly by. I leaped onto the coffin, intending to assist him in pulling out the stake, only to be violently repelled by an overwhelming force. The rumors proved true. My sole contribution now was to cheer him on. My employer did not disappoint. At 5:53, he successfully extracted the stake. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and 2 seconds later, he lost consciousness. The remainder was now up to me. I removed the 2 puppet talismans from him and approached the remains, lifting them and placing them back into the coffin. Securing the LIDI. In that era, rural areas were often impoverished, and the coffins used for burials were typically made of paulownia wood, lightweight and inexpensive. The elder's coffin was no exception, allowing me to lift it alone. Had it been made of nanmu, I would not have managed it, no matter how hard I tried. I leapt from the grave. Checking the time, it was 5:58. I quickly grabbed a shovel and began frantically filling in the earth. At that moment, I was a machine devoid of emotion, operating at peak efficiency. The grave was swiftly filled, and as I glanced at my phone, the time read precisely 6 o'clock. The sky began to brighten, and the sun slowly ascended from the east. My intention was to mound the grave, but upon seeing my injured employer, I refrained. The priority was to tend to him quickly, for if I delayed, his life might be in jeopardy. Carrying my employer, I made my way towards the village. However, I soon found myself struggling under his weight. He was indeed heavy, at least 180 gene. Coupled with his near-lifeless state, having lost 3 of his 7 souls, he felt several times heavier than normal. Just as I was at a loss, I spotted a donkey cart approaching. Driven by a man in his 40s, I waved to signal him to stop. "Uncle, could you give us a lift? My companion is injured." The man hesitated for a moment, then dismounted and approached my employer, exclaiming, "Good heavens, in such a condition, he must be dead." He was clearly reluctant. Encountering a corpse so early in the morning was already ominous, and now he was being asked to transport one. That was simply out of the question. Upon noticing the disheveled grave not far away, he seemed to grasp the situation instantly. His pupils widened, and his body began to tremble. "Spare me, good sir. Spare me. I will take you." I saw nothing. This man was quite amusing. Upon seeing the chaotic grave and the mud covering us, he completely mistook me for a grave robber. "Uncle, it's not what you think. We are good people. If you take us back, I can pay you." To assuage his fears, I attempted to approach him with a smile, reaching into my pocket, ready to offer him money. "The sky has only recently cleared. leaving a lingering haze, rendering the uncle incapable of discerning my features. The sole aspect he could perceive was my slightly chilling smile and my gradual approach towards him. My gesture of reaching for my money was misconstrued. He likely feared I was retrieving a lethal weapon. This singular action terrified him to the core, causing him to kneel before me, bowing his head repeatedly. "Spare me, brave sir, spare me. I have an elderly parent above and young ones below. Without me, I truly cannot survive. You mustn't kill me. I swear, I will not divulge today's events. Trust me, my lips are sealed." At this juncture, the situation had become inexplicable. Nevertheless, I resolved to embrace the role of a villain, for as long as I could safely escort my employer back to the village for treatment. It would be worth it. Without further ado, I placed my employer onto the donkey cart and settled beside the uncle. "Let us be on our way," I instructed, requesting him to take us to a clinic where we could seek medical assistance. The uncle complied, remaining silent throughout our journey. The donkey cart halted twice along the way, each time prompting him to disembark and inquire for directions, clearly unfamiliar with the terrain. "Uncle, you ventured out so early? Is there something urgent?" To alleviate the awkward silence, I initiated conversation. After a brief pause, the uncle replied, "My daughter is missing. I've been searching for her for many days without any leads. I heard someone spotted her outside the village, which is why I set out so early." His lamentation struck a chord within me, for this robust man in his 40s was weeping like a child before my 25-year-old self. I contemplated clarifying that I was not a villain. But then his earlier words triggered a realization. "Uncle, did you mention you were searching for your daughter?" "Yes. Why? Have you seen her? Is your daughter the one with a ponytail, dressed in pink, approximately 156 centimeters tall, with fair skin, 2 small canine teeth, a round face, and a rather ample bosom?" Upon hearing my description, the uncle froze momentarily before bursting into tears again, this time with even greater anguish. "What have you done to my daughter? If you dare lay a finger on her, I will fight you to the death." He trembled violently, his eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 11. A family reunion. Observing the uncle's reaction, I realized I had indeed struck the mark. The girl I had encountered yesterday in the wooden cabin outside the village must be his missing daughter. What an extraordinary coincidence. Initially, I had wished to remain an uninvolved bystander, but it now appeared to be entirely impossible. "Uncle, do not despair. I know where your daughter is. If you take us to the clinic, I will accompany you to find her." His hands continued to tremble violently, his teeth clenching audibly. "Fine, I believe you." The uncle hastened the donkey cart's pace, swiftly bringing us to the entrance of a small clinic. Though modest in size, it was brightly lit, suggesting it had been bustling throughout the night. Together, we carried my employer inside, where a village doctor promptly approached us. "What happened? How did he sustain such injuries? Quickly, lay him on the bed." The doctor examined my employer's condition, shaking his head continuously. I sensed that the situation was grave. "Doctor, is there any hope for this man? If not, we shall take him away now." The uncle, anxious to find his daughter, recognized the doctor's expression as a bad omen and urged him for a swift conclusion. Eager to depart, witnessing his demeanor troubled me. While I understood his urgency, the person lying on the bed was also a human life. Moreover, I had yet to receive a single coin for my assistance. I couldn't be toiling for nothing. The prognosis was dire. The muscles in my employer's body had begun to disintegrate. I was unsure how he had sustained such injuries, but rest assured, once he arrives at my clinic, I will save him. The village doctor's confidence was overwhelming, leaving me momentarily stunned. Was this individual truly an ordinary physician? His aura resembled that of a legendary healer, and there was an inexplicable air of authority about him, akin to the famed Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms era. Most notably, his appearance, stature, and manner of speaking bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Fei, save for the fact that the village doctor was bald. Could such a village doctor truly heal the sick? I harbored doubts. Believe it or not, even if this patient were to reach a provincial hospital, his survival is not guaranteed. However, here in my care, I have complete confidence in my ability to save him. The doctor discerned my skepticism and offered reassurance, which comforted me considerably. "Then I shall entrust my friend to your care." I informed the doctor that I had pressing matters to attend to and would return after resolving them. But the doctor was not amenable to this. "I see you wish to escape, do you?" His words struck me like a bolt from the blue. Evidently, he had branded me a villain as well. The term escape carried significant implications when applied to an individual. Here I was, a handsome individual, unjustly accused thrice. My heart ached, yet I refrained from tears. Do you possess an ID card? If so, leave it with me. I shall allow you to depart, but do not attempt any tricks. You cannot outsmart me. As he spoke, he removed his white coat, revealing a physique adorned with muscles, and proudly showcased the tattoos covering his back. Is this truly a healer or a bandit in disguise? I mused. Given his imposing stature, even with a weapon in hand, I doubted my ability to best him. I produced my ID card, laying it on the table. Along with the last 50 coins I had. Doctor, please ensure my friend receives the care he needs. The doctor's demeanor softened upon witnessing my earnestness, and the menacing expression he had previously worn dissipated. Rest assured, your friend is in my care. You need not worry. With the doctor's words echoing in my mind, the uncle and I exited the clinic, climbing back onto the donkey cart, heading toward the small grove outside the village. Throughout the journey, I silently prayed for the girl's safety, hoping she would remain unharmed. Before long, the donkey cart halted at the edge of the grove. Are you certain my daughter is inside? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? The uncle's expression was grave, his wariness evident. This incited my indignation. I had disregarded my injured employer and exhausted myself to assist him in finding his daughter, yet he still viewed me as a villain, truly excessive. If you don't believe me, then let us return, I declared, refusing to be treated with such suspicion. The uncle, noticing my agitation, grasped my hand gently. Do not take offense. I was indeed in the wrong, my apologies. His weathered face bore the marks of hardship, and seeing him in such distress softened my heart. Come, there is a wooden cabin just ahead. Your daughter is inside. I led the way, with the uncle following closely behind. In less than 2 minutes, we arrived at the cabin, where we overheard 2 individuals conversing within. Master, this girl is truly enchanting. Are you certain you want to let me have a taste? Of course. I haven't even had my fill yet, and I'm already sharing. How generous of me, however. I prefer a more thrilling approach. Suddenly, shrill screams pierced the air, accompanied by the raucous laughter of another man. I realized that the villain had likely removed the girl's charm, intending to satisfy another's depraved desires. This was utterly despicable. The uncle recognized his daughter's voice, and in a fit of rage, he stormed towards the cabin, kicking the door open with a fierce glare. Not good. Trouble is brewing. I hastily pursued him, fearing that in his wrath, he might commit an irreversible act. Upon entering the cabin, I was astonished to find that the uncle had already subdued the 2 men inside. What? This uncle possesses formidable skills. No wonder he was so enraged, Dad. I died out. The girl, scantily clad, burst into tears upon seeing her father before her. The father and daughter embraced one another, weeping profusely. My dear daughter, I have caused you so much distress. The uncle murmured, fully aware of the circumstances, but suppressing his own sorrow in a bid to comfort his daughter's wounded heart. The 2 subdued individuals were all too familiar to me. One was a malevolent Taoist priest, and the other was the brother of my employer. Upon witnessing the uncle and his daughter in their embrace, they exchanged knowing glances, and subsequently, the Taoist stealthily produced a hammer. Striking the uncle on the back of his head, die. As I beheld this scene, I swiftly dashed in front of the Taoist, intercepting the hammer with my left hand and delivering a powerful blow to his face with my right. How dare you disregard my presence? Chapter 12. The village doctor. My punch landed squarely on the Taoist's temple, sending him crashing to the ground, senseless and oblivious to his own fate. The gambler brother of my employer was rendered utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. So it was you who tormented my daughter? The uncle growled, seizing the gambler by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Brother, I did nothing. Please, spare me. I can pay you whatever you want. Who the hell cares for your filthy money? The uncle hurled the gambler violently to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. The gambler, defenseless, could only writhe in agony on the ground. Uncle, please, stop. If you continue, it might end in tragedy. I interjected just in time, saving the gambler's life. Get lost, the uncle, unwilling to lay eyes on the man any longer, commanded him to leave. The gambler scurried away in terror, vanishing from our sight. Uncle, You should have called the police. Why let him go? I could not fathom why the uncle would choose such a course, allowing such a rogue to escape. Young man, you are yet unmarried and do not grasp the burdens of parenthood. If I call the police, how will my daughter face the world after such an incident? The uncle began to weep once more. Many rural communities place a heavy emphasis on chastity, and if he were to report the incident, the word would spread throughout the villages, forever tarnishing his daughter's prospects of marriage. What then shall we do? I inquired, gesturing towards the unconscious Taoist on the ground. Let him be. The uncle cradled his daughter and exited the wooden cabin. While I shook my head in dismay, this ending left me profoundly unsatisfied. Both the Taoist and the gambler deserved the full weight of the law to ensure peace for all. If everyone shared the uncle's mindset, it would only embolden the wicked. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in my family affairs. Should you disclose this matter, I will not hesitate to make you pay dearly. Ah, here we go again. Fine, fine. If you're not interested in resolving your own issues, why should I concern myself with them? Together, we left the wooden cabin, traversed the forest, and boarded a donkey cart, slowly making our way back to the village. The cart moved at a snail's pace, likely due to the uncle's fear of jostling his daughter too much. Throughout the journey, the girl kept her gaze fixed upon me. I knew she must have recognized me. After all, when she awoke, only I and the employer stood before her. Thus, in her mind, I was the one who had tarnished her purity. Yet, she was quite considerate, fearing that any mention of the matter would cause further strife between me and her father. And so she buried her feelings deep within. Sister, some matters are not as you perceive. I assure you, I am a good person, and yesterday's events were a significant misunderstanding. All right? Noticing her silence, I took the initiative to speak, as I feared that if I did not clarify this matter today, it would haunt her for a lifetime. I recounted the events of that day in detail. Although the father and daughter appeared skeptical, they did not press further, for the uncle had discerned that I was indeed not a malicious individual. Though our acquaintance was brief, he could ascertain that I spoke the truth, for a wrongdoer would never voluntarily seek police intervention. After escorting me to the clinic, the uncle bid me farewell, revealing that the father and daughter hailed from a neighboring village. As I approached the clinic, a familiar sound erupted from within, a man's anguished wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. It was unmistakably the voice of the gambler. Curiosity piqued, I pushed open the clinic door and beheld a familiar figure on his knees, pleading for mercy. Indeed, it was the gambler, being ruthlessly beaten by the village doctor, whose well-muscled frame wielded a wooden stick with great ferocity. You despicable scoundrel! How dare you come here to harass my patient? The doctor's words illuminated the situation for me. Upon returning to the village, the gambler must have learned of his brother's grievous injuries and rushed to the clinic, intent on foul play, only to be caught red-handed by the doctor. Subsequently, I learned the full details from the doctor, confirming my suspicions. After expelling the gambler from the clinic, the doctor approached me with a beaming smile, his demeanor shifting as swiftly as the turning of a page. My young friend, you have returned? This ruffian sought to harm your friend, and I gave him a fitting lesson. You don't hold any ill will, do you? Of course not. I can't thank you enough. The village doctor truly acted with decisive vigor. I was intrigued to know what profession he had pursued before becoming a physician. Seizing the opportunity while he was occupied, I discreetly observed his features. The doctor sported a pair of sharp, fierce eyebrows, thick and wild, indicative of a stubborn disposition, often prone to being ensnared in misfortune. His eyes were stark, with heavy lids that bore creases, revealing a somewhat vacant gaze. Those with such eyes tend to lead a life of comfort, but often exhibit violent tendencies and a penchant for chaos, ultimately evading the law. His nose was particularly unique, resembling the rare solitary peak. It jutted out with little flesh at the tip and low cheekbones. Individuals with such a nose are often beset by calamities, leading a life devoid of peace, unless they renounce worldly ties, which could bring them tranquility. His mouth was thin-lipped, marked by numerous lines, bearing the semblance of sorrow. Fate dictated he would have a son. Yet those with such lips often meet an early demise, with no one to bid them farewell. How peculiar it was that a doctor saving lives bore such a countenance. After much contemplation, I concluded that this doctor must have once been a butcher. Doctor, were you once a slaughterer of pigs and cattle? Upon uttering this, the doctor was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. How could I, having just met him, know of his past? How do you know that? Are you a fortune teller? I remained silent, continuing, you have a son, yet he is quite unruly, often defying you, and no matter your approach. You cannot draw him close. The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief as he paused his work and sat beside me. Furthermore, you, brother, no more. Just as I was about to inquire if he had committed a crime, he interrupted me. It seemed that every word I spoke resonated with truth. Prior to becoming a doctor, he had indeed been a butcher, and his wife had perished during childbirth due to excessive bleeding, leaving behind a newborn. Moreover, this doctor had taken a life and, in desperation, chose to live in obscurity, practicing medicine in this village. He had believed himself to be expertly disguised, yet he had encountered someone as inscrutable as me. Who are you, really? What do you want? The doctor now regarded me with suspicion, fearing that I might reveal the secrets he had long concealed. I noticed the doctor's hand subtly reaching behind him, likely grasping a tool suited for his defense. Should I pose a threat, he would undoubtedly spring forth with that tool, determined to end my life. Chapter 13. The Tolling of the Death Knell. Haunted by spirits, I observed a shadow flit across the doctor's forehead, a manifestation of impending doom. The tolling of the death knell signifies a funeral or the passing of a soul. In essence, it conveys a similar meaning to my observation. The doctor was marked for death, with little time left in this mortal realm, as he had drawn the attention of spirits from the underworld, poised to escort him to the netherworld at any moment. Do not panic. I not only intend to spare you but also to assist you. A person with blood on their hands, masquerading as a healer, indicates a desire for redemption for past transgressions. Thus, when I brought the gravely injured employer to him, he exerted every effort to save him, for it is said that saving a life is worth more than the construction of a pagoda. Rescuing the dying can accumulate considerable merit. Upon hearing my promise of assistance, the doctor's eyes brimmed with skepticism. How will you help me? Simply put, I will help you continue to live. Upon hearing this, the doctor burst into laughter, convinced I was jesting. Am I not aware of my own health? I am strong and vigorous. I could easily live another 50 or 60 years without a worry. I smiled faintly. After all, the span of human life is a grand jest. Many individuals may be laughing and jesting one moment, only to lose their lives the next due to unforeseen circumstances. Incidents such as traffic accidents, falling objects, or collapsing structures can snatch away life in an instant. Even those who lie in bed playing with their phones may unexpectedly succumb to cardiac arrest. Thus, the measure of a person's lifespan bears little correlation to their physical health, unless they are already in the throes of a terminal illness. The village doctor before me exemplifies this notion. The dark lines etched upon his forehead speak volumes. This man is destined to perish by some unforeseen calamity. If such lines manifest above his brow, he is fated to succumb to illness within 2 days. Should they appear in the center, his life will be abruptly curtailed. Precisely the predicament the village doctor currently faces, indicating that he is at risk of a tragic misfortune. Even if he remains cloistered within his home, he cannot evade his grim fate. Should his countenance be marred by a web of dark lines, it signifies a most tragic demise, potentially leaving behind a fragmented corpse. Of course, this art of physiognomy and divination is not applicable in certain lands, such as Africa, where practitioners may err and face dire consequences from the locals. I divulged my identity to the village doctor and shared my observations, hoping to salvage his life, for his nature is not malevolent. Is this truly your divination? I nodded in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, the village doctor stepped into the ward, immersed himself in his duties, and remarked, "If it is indeed my destiny, then I shall accept it. Each day I live is a gift." He has come to terms with life and death. It seems that a past incident under his care has left a profound shadow upon him. I calculated further and discerned that the village doctor's life would come to an end in the early hours of the night. He would perish due to a structural collapse. I must save him at all costs. There is a divine purpose in our meeting today, indicating that his life is not yet meant to conclude. Doctor, I shall not disturb you further. I will return later. I retrieved the house key from my employer and bid farewell to the village doctor before returning to my employer's residence. To my dismay, I discovered a note affixed to the door. I reached out to remove it and read aloud. Consider this a lesson. Should you remain obstinate, your demise is certain. The handwriting was appallingly crude, resembling the scrawl of a tortoise, truly eye-catching. Had it not been for my extensive knowledge, I might have struggled to decipher those few words. It was evident that this note was penned by that Taoist. Its meaning unmistakable. Yesterday, I made a spectacle of your father merely to teach you a lesson, and should you remain ungrateful, I shall turn my attention to you next. How utterly ludicrous. I tore the note into shreds and cast it into the air. The fluttering scraps resembling paper offerings for the deceased, evoking a sense of melancholy. I opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, only to find a multitude of disordered footprints upon the ground. Damn it, that foul Taoist is back. Were it not for the principle of retribution for taking a life, I would have resolved the matter with that odious Taoist within that wooden dwelling. He remains relentless, rendering the entire situation increasingly intriguing. I am eager to see which of us possesses the superior skill. Upon returning to the room, I found that the old man's spirit had indeed vanished. He must have returned to his coffin. Observing this, I felt a sense of relief, for at least the old man could find peace. The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive, suffused with a chilling aura that left me quite uncomfortable. My back felt weighed down as though I were carrying a mountain, and my legs seemed to lose their strength. A spirit pressing down upon me. Be cautious when using the restroom at night. Beware, a ghost may cling to your back. These 3 words echoed in my mind, revealing that this foul Taoist possesses genuine abilities, capable of laying such a trap even in daylight. His intention was presumably aimed at my employer. Yet it seems fate has intertwined our paths. The phenomenon of a spirit pressing down upon one typically occurs during slumber, rendering the victim breathless, unable to move, as if a heavy malevolent spirit were seated upon their chest. Coldly watching, friends who have grown up in rural settings may have experienced this sensation firsthand. Nowadays, such occurrences have shifted predominantly to bustling urban environments, particularly among those who indulge in late-night screen time. Whether they be office workers or students, making them susceptible to the phenomenon. In certain regions, this is colloquially referred to as a ghost pressing down upon the bed, akin to my current experience of a spirit pressing down upon me. In the past, my father recounted a tale of such an experience that left a lasting impression on me. A man awakened in the dead of night, desperate to relieve himself, felt an inexplicable chill on his back and an unmistakable sense of weight, as though someone were blowing cool air upon his ear. Overcome with cold sweat, he slowly turned to investigate, only to find a ghostly figure clad in a red nightgown, its wide eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that was terrifying. Ultimately, that man perished in the restroom, his visage contorted in horror, his body decomposing and foul-smelling. Medical examiners attributed his death to a cardiac event, yet his family insisted he had never suffered from heart issues nor had any hereditary predisposition. After hearing my father's account of this tale, I was too frightened to rise in the night to use the restroom. I would rather endure discomfort than leave the safety of my bed. Eventually, when I could no longer hold it, I would drag my father along to the restroom, and it took a considerable amount of time for that fear to dissipate. The phenomenon of a ghost pressing down upon the bed can often be alleviated by the individual and typically poses little danger. However, my predicament is markedly different and perilous. If I do not devise a countermeasure promptly, my life may be forfeit. Should the sensation of a spirit pressing down upon me occur without timely intervention, the consequences could mirror that of the individual in the story, resulting in a tragic demise. Chapter 14. Upholding justice, 2 drops of viscous liquid fell upon my forehead. The substance then trickled down. Reaching the tip of my nose, the stench was unbearable. To my horror, it was saliva. I turned to glance behind me, only to be met with a ghastly visage grinning at me. The face was ghastly pale, riddled with innumerable holes, a sight that made my fear of clusters flare up. Clad in a blue brocade robe, it exuded an air of age, its chest slightly protruding yet distinctly sagging. It was clearly a ghost of advanced years. It extended a long tongue, attempting to lick my cheek, but I seized it with a swift motion, yanking it down forcefully, uprooting its ghostly tongue. What insolent creature dares to flaunt its power before me? This is simply preposterous. You vile creature, reveal your true form at once. I produced a talisman, pricked my fingertip, and drew a spell with my blood, promptly affixing it to the ghost's forehead. The ghost began to writhe in agony within the room. The pain inflicted by the talisman driving it to madness serves it right. Though this female ghost now appears pitiable, She is merciless when enacting her malevolence. Countless souls have met their end at her hands. There must be a close connection between the ghost and the Taoist. Otherwise, this spirit would not obey the commands of a Taoist. It is plausible that they have had intimate contact. Break. The ghost's shrill screams became unbearable, compelling me to expedite its demise. The female ghost's form exploded into a cloud of smoke, gradually dissipating into the air. Just as I caught my breath, two cawing crows echoed from outside. This is bad. Something ominous is afoot. The crows' cawing herald misfortune. No sooner had I dealt with the female ghost than the crows began their ominous cries. This is no coincidence. There must be a connection between the two events. A loud crash echoed as the window shuddered, a shadow flitting past. Someone was outside. Who could it be? I dashed outside, but saw no one, only to be confronted with the sight I dreaded most. To my astonishment, I found my employer's father had returned. The commotion outside the window must have been caused by the old man, who hesitated to enter upon seeing a stranger within the house. Now, with the sun blazing at noon, the old man's spirit stood in the courtyard, emitting a dark smoke, his face etched with anguish. Old man, hurry inside. It is far too dangerous out here. The old man's spirit drifted indoors, his form now semi-transparent. How could the situation have escalated to this point? The conflict between the two brothers. What compels you to torment the old man? Look at him. He is so distressed he is on the verge of tears. Unable to return to his coffin or his home, his spirit is left fragmented and forlorn. It is one thing for that Taoist to be a scoundrel, as he is merely in it for the money. A notion I can somewhat understand. Yet, for the eldest son, a gambler, to allow this to occur, witnessing his father's suffering without a shred of remorse, is there no pain in his heart? Some individuals are human, while others are even less than beasts. I secured all the doors and windows in the room, using cloth, wooden beds, cabinets, and other items to block the sunlight, striving to create a refuge for the old man. Young master, you are a young master, aren't you? The old man, perceiving me as benign, spoke. His voice was rich and warm. I nodded, and after the old gentleman reached out to touch my forehead, he opened his mouth once more. Little master, I wish to borrow your esteemed hands for a final journey, if you would be so kind. There is nothing in this world that holds my affection anymore. If I could choose in the next life, I would certainly not be reborn as a human. It is far too painful. Though the old man's words were few, they were laden with melancholy. What events had transpired in his life to render him so detached from the earthly realm? Reflecting on the manner of his death, it seemed he must have passed away with resentment lingering in his heart. Little master, after you see me off, please ensure my coffin is placed correctly. I fear that an improperly positioned casket might adversely affect my two sons' futures. My eldest is rather naive. I trust you will exercise your magnanimity and not hold his folly against him. Will you? The old gentleman, upon noticing my silence, expressed further lamentations, and each of his utterances bore the weight of a final testament. His earlier mention of the coffin being improperly positioned astonished me. I had personally filled the grave and sealed the coffin lid, and I was quite certain that his coffin lay flat, never in an inverted state. His coffin was also quite standard, although the burial site lacked auspicious qualities. It was not a desolate or cursed location that would bring misfortune to his descendants. However, should his coffin truly be in the position he described, his descendants would face dire consequences. There is a saying that goes, "A coffin placed upright guarantees prosperity for future generations." How could it not? If it were not upright, one might lose even their life. Old sir, did something happen that led you to claim your coffin was inverted? There was only one explanation. After I departed, someone must have tampered with the old gentleman's grave. It was none other than my eldest son, who had enlisted a wandering Taoist to bury my coffin upside down. I was perplexed. What had I done to deserve such treatment? In less than a day, my resting position had been changed twice. The old gentleman was deeply dissatisfied, yet the perpetrator was his own flesh and blood. Despite the turmoil within, he had to imprison his resentment in the depths of his heart. This was too much. I resolved to eradicate the scoundrels within this profession. I assured the old gentleman that from that moment onward, no ill-intentioned individuals would be able to harm him. We conversed throughout the afternoon, our relationship growing quite intimate. The old gentleman was a jovial person, often speaking with a humorous touch. This lively elder, who should have lived to 100, had passed away prematurely, over 20 years too soon, due to familial discord. How lamentable! Unbeknownst to me, the outside world had darkened, and upon checking the time on my phone, I realized it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Old gentleman, I have a few matters to attend to. Please remain at home and do not venture out. Wait for my return, if you will. He nodded in agreement. I opened the door, scattered numerous triangular nails in the yard, locked the door behind me, and headed toward the clinic. Shortly after my departure, 2 figures appeared outside, scaling the wall and landing smoothly in the yard, only to be met with the sounds of their anguished cries. Without a doubt, they had stepped on the triangular nails I had scattered. Humph! Everything was well within my control. I knew that the gambler and the Taoist would inevitably show up at their employer's residence, their objective still being the old gentleman's soul. Thus, I had deliberately locked the door to force them to scale the wall, leading them directly into my trap of prearranged nails. I could only imagine that their feet were now pierced by those nails. The most critical factor was that the nails were coated with my family's ancestral, secret poison. Once afflicted, there would be no remedy. Chapter 15. Saving your life, I purchased 10 pounds of beef and 5 pounds of liquor from a local delicatessen in the village, totaling 370 yuan. Oh dear, this is outrageously expensive. As your village doctor, you must reimburse me. This is quite a blow to my finances. My heart bled at this expense, as this feast of wine and meat only exacerbated my already precarious financial situation. Even before reaching the clinic's entrance, I noticed a dozen ghostly figures loitering outside. Each held a long chain known as the soul catcher's rope. The purpose of these spirits was to escort the village doctor away. Having once been a butcher, the doctor bore the heavy burden of countless sins, and thus was surrounded by a palpable aura of malice. For an ordinary person, a single ghostly emissary would suffice to claim their soul. However, some of these emissaries, out of loyalty to their comrades, would gather their companions to ensure everyone could earn a living, for after all, public service comes with its own perks. Today, so many ghostly emissaries had come to collect souls. All fierce and menacing, if I did not intervene, the village doctor's life would surely come to a tragic end. At 10 o'clock, a fierce wind began to howl outside, chilling me to the bone and stinging my cheeks. This was a common occurrence in the village at night, the winds howling like the wails of tormented spirits. Whenever such winds arose, it signified that an elder was about to depart from this world. Today's wind was no exception. It was a harbinger of doom for the village doctor. I observed the doctor closing the open window, muttering curses under his breath. I was curious. Did he not need to sleep? How could he remain so spirited while working tirelessly day and night? With great resolve, I disregarded the ghostly emissaries outside and forcefully pushed open the clinic door, striding boldly inside. My bold entrance surprised the dozen or so ghostly emissaries. For according to their itinerary, the clinic would be eerily quiet this evening, with no living souls to enter. Their mission was simple. Once the time arrived, they were to demolish the building, crushing the village doctor beneath the rubble. As for my employer, he was fated to survive, becoming the sole survivor of this calamity. Yet, at this moment, I had disrupted their plans by entering the clinic, leaving the ghostly emissaries in a quandary. Surely, they could not simply crush me along with the doctor, for what if I were to perish as well? Such an occurrence would create a significant discrepancy in their duties, rendering them unable to report back successfully. I had seen through this conundrum, which compelled me to take such a risk. After all, a desperate gamble might yield favorable results. I overheard the ghostly emissaries gathering outside, engaged in hushed discussions. Leaning in to listen, I caught snippets of their conversation. What is going on? The intel was wrong. It was said no one would come. Who knows? Where did this reckless fool come from, bursting in here? Why not just take him along? My performance this month is still lacking. My heart raced upon hearing this. Just because your performance was lacking, you cannot sacrifice me to meet your quota. My fate is not yet sealed. If you take me back, you shall find yourself in dire straits. Perhaps we should send 2 back to report on the situation here and seek guidance from our superiors. One of the lead ghostly emissaries proposed this idea, and it received unanimous support from the others. They began drawing lots to decide who would return when I interrupted their conversation by pushing open the clinic door. Gentlemen, it's quite chilly outside. Why don't we discuss matters inside? I invited them. suggesting we partake in the fine meat and wine within. For what could be more delightful than feasting while discussing business? Look, this fool can see us. Indeed, we were in such a rush to leave that we didn't have the time to prepare ourselves. Do you think it will affect our image? At this point, what image do you have left? Hurry up and respond. The young man is waiting. In the midst of their chatter, they floated toward me, and I sensed victory was within reach. Young brother, we have a task at hand and cannot indulge in feasting. It might hinder our work, and we cannot afford to bear the consequences. The lead ghostly emissary spoke, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. I understood their reluctance. They typically dealt with the deceased, often facing scorn from the living, and their existence was one of hardship. Thus, upon encountering sumptuous food and drink, their appetites would surely be piqued. Their response stemmed from a desire to maintain their dignity. Mere pretense, if I could coax them just a little further, they would surely fall into my trap, though. What a pity! I've always been frail and cannot indulge in rich foods or fine wines. This feast was intended as an offering to all you esteemed ghostly emissaries. If none of you partake, I shall have no choice but to dispose of it, without waiting for their reply. I turned to enter the clinic, pretending to discard the food and drink. Young brother, wait! Aha! I had ensnared them. The clinic door was gently pushed open as the dozen ghostly emissaries surged in, standing before the spread of food and drink, their mouths watering. The village doctor, noticing me there, rushed forward, inquiring if I was unwell. I urged him to remain silent and to hastily fetch a table and chairs, declaring it an urgent matter. Fortunately, the doctor ceased his chatter, and after bringing the table and chairs, he sat down heavily. Just as hunger strikes, my little brother proves to be my kindred spirit. This is precisely what I adore. Alas, before the ghostly emissaries have settled down, the village doctor is already ready to pick up his chopsticks, mistakenly believing that this feast of wine and meat has been prepared for him. Stand up. Is this for you to eat? My sharp reprimand sends a shiver down the doctor's spine. I cast him a meaningful glance, hoping he comprehends the unspoken struggles I face. The village doctor, not one to be easily fooled, suddenly recalls my words from earlier in the day, and a sense of unease washes over him. Though he verbally proclaims his indifference to life and death, attributing everything to fate, when confronted with the specter of mortality, fear inevitably takes root in every soul. It is precisely this fear that prompts him to shift uncomfortably from his seat. Surveying the surroundings, the village doctor quietly inquires, "Little brother, are there enough stools? If not, I can fetch a few more." He shows a commendable sense of consideration, and I instruct him to bring 6 more stools to place before the table. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. If my hospitality falls short, I trust you will forgive me. With that, the ghostly emissaries all settle down and begin to indulge in the feast before them. The village doctor watches in astonishment as the beef on the table seems to levitate and gradually diminish, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Meanwhile, I pour wine for the ghostly guests, and before long, 2 gin of potent liquor have vanished. Realizing I had underestimated the amount of liquor, I send the village doctor out to procure an additional 5 gin, and he dutifully heads towards the village's small grocery store. Esteemed guests, please enjoy your meal and drink. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall refrain from disturbing you. Very well, little brother, please carry on with your business. We shall be just fine. I hastily follow him outside, grabbing his arm and urgently advising him not to return under any circumstances tonight. I remind him that I have saved his life today, and he must repay me in the future. The village doctor appears weak-kneed, realizing that I am a person of considerable capability. Initially dismissing my earlier words as mere ramblings, he now believes every word I say after witnessing the current situation. Rest assured, my friend, there is no problem. Chapter 16. The Ein symbol relieved by the village doctor's affirmation. I request 2,000 yuan from him to cover the expenses for the ghostly guests. He readily complies, pulling 3,000 yuan from his pocket, stating that he cannot let me labor in vain, which brings me great comfort. Out of respect for the money, or rather, for his valiant efforts to save my employer, I feel obligated to ensure this matter is handled properly. I instruct the village doctor to refrain from returning until noon tomorrow, and then part ways with him. I return to the delicatessen to procure 10 gin of beef and 10 gin of potent liquor, reminding the shopkeeper to keep the store open tonight, as I will be purchasing all the goods. The shopkeeper, Delighted, accepts a 500 yuan deposit and promptly agrees. Upon returning to the clinic, I find that the ghostly emissaries have already devoured all the wine and meat. Rising to leave, observing their current state, I realize they are not even slightly sated. I know that my task today is grave. Once I place the tinjin of beef and tinjin of liquor on the table, the ghostly emissaries settle back down. I say, "Little brother, you are truly generous. Come, let us drink together." I wave my hand in refusal, signaling that I cannot partake in alcohol. They do not press the issue further and continue to feast. My mind is crystal clear. Their manner of consumption is genuinely unsettling. If I were to join them, I would undoubtedly be inebriated within 3 minutes. At that point, I would be utterly incapacitated for any further tasks. I sit aside, anxiously watching the time on my phone. With less than half an hour until midnight, my time is running perilously short. Esteemed guests, if this bowl does not suffice, what say we switch to larger bowls? Good. Let us follow your suggestion and switch to larger bowls. I notice several large bowls covered in dust on the clinic shelves, presumably used by the village doctor during his days as a butcher to collect animal blood. After thoroughly cleaning the bowls, I place them on the table. The ghostly emissaries do not hesitate, immediately lifting the bowls larger than their own faces to consume the potent liquor. In less than 5 minutes, my newly procured wine and meat have once again vanished. What are these beings? They are quite evidently a horde of starving ghosts. I rush outside and purchase all the remaining wine and meat from the delicatessen. Instructing the shopkeeper to deliver it to the corner near the clinic. 2 large barrels of liquor and over 100 jin of beef are laid out before the ghostly emissaries. Surely, this should suffice. I check the time, 11:45 p.m., just 15 minutes remain. I hope they become thoroughly intoxicated before midnight. Boss, I see the time is nearly up. Let us refrain from further drinking and focus on our task. As fate would have it, one ghostly emissary remembers their duty and begins to remind the others. I can tell their speech is becoming slurred. Their tongues have gone numb. Esteemed guests, there is little wine and meat left. Shall we finish what remains before discussing matters of importance? An idea strikes me. By suggesting the scarcity of food, they will surely be reluctant to abandon this opportunity. Continue eating. Should anything arise, I will take responsibility. Once the leader speaks, the remaining ghostly emissaries need not fear. When I present all the food before them, their eyes widen in disbelief. Fixated on me, I say, "Brother, is this truly all you speak of?" Esteemed guests, perhaps you have indulged too much and are seeing things hazily. In truth, there is not much wine and meat. Feel free to eat your fill. Ha! You are the one who has drunk too much. Those who have overindulged never admit it, and ghosts are no different. Their denial only serves to confirm their impending incapacity. Fearing they might find the large bowls insufficient, I directly provide them with buckets. This tactic proves ruthlessly effective, and soon all the ghostly emissaries are sprawled across the table, unable to move. I glance at the clock. It is precisely midnight. Phew. I exhale, utterly exhausted from this night's endeavors. Were it not for my benevolent nature, I would hardly have engaged in such affairs. Nevertheless, the outcome is rather favorable. The task time has elapsed, they have not fulfilled their mission, and they are inebriated beyond reason. Ensuring they cannot report back, these dozen or so ghostly emissaries are likely to lose their jobs. After filling my own belly with the remnants on the table, I walk into the patient room to check on my employer. He is swathed in white bandages, resembling a mummy, and the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine fills the air, an intoxicating aroma. The village doctor has indeed delivered on his promise. I can distinctly hear my employer snoring. Confirming that his life has indeed been saved, however, I must commit an act that will betray his trust. I lift my employer and place him in the open space outside the clinic. Packing up all the remaining delicacies and encasing them in mud, affixing a yin symbol to the mud. The yin symbol, resembling a human form, should not be used carelessly. It is intended to deceive spirits and can be remarkably effective. Legend has it that a master of yin and yang once spent a night in a pavilion when he was awakened by the sound of a woman weeping. Upon investigation, he discovered that the girl had lost her parents and husband. Feeling utterly alone and resolved to end her life by drowning, before doing so, she reflected on her suffering, deeming the heavens unjust, and her sorrowful thoughts led her to cry out. The master recognized that her decision to drown was her ultimate fate. And the emissaries responsible for collecting souls were none other than the notorious black and white impermanents. Realizing that encountering this girl was a sign of fate, the master resolved to save her. He convinced her that her life was not meant to end in such a manner. After plucking 3 hairs from her head, he instructed her to leave that place. Subsequently, he procured a black dog, slaughtered it, coated it in thick mud, and dried it for later use. With everything prepared, the master gathered ample fine wine and meat, standing by the riverbank to await the arrival of black and white impermanents. As the appointed hour approached, 2 figures, a tall one and a short one stout and one slender, floated to the riverbank. These figures were none other than the black and white impermanents upon arrival. They were perplexed. Their task was to retrieve the soul of the girl who drowned, and while the time and location were correct, her body was nowhere to be found. Just as they were at a loss, the master stepped forward to greet them. "Seventh master, 8th master, how have you fared lately?" The black and white impermanents were taken aback. While many knew of their existence, few knew their names. "Who are you? And why are you here?" "Esteemed gentlemen, your humble servant has awaited your arrival for quite some time, and has prepared exquisite delicacies and fine wine for your enjoyment. I sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence and partake in the offerings." Upon witnessing this gentleman, the emissaries of the underworld, known as black and white impermanents, noted his cultured demeanor and courteousness, leaving a favorable impression upon them. When they learned of the sumptuous feast, their eyes sparkled with delight as their stomachs rumbled in anticipation. Chapter 17. Do good deeds without questioning the future. I am a fellow townsman of the 2 esteemed gentlemen, and having heard tales of their valor, I am profoundly moved. Today, I have made this special journey to await their arrival, solely to present them with a flask of fine liquor, a gesture of my deep respect. The words of the yin-yang master resonated deeply with the 2 brothers, for their transformation into emissaries of the underworld was born from a profoundly touching experience. According to legend, black impermanence is named Fan Wujiao, while white impermanence is known as Xiebian. Both hailing from the Min County of Fujian, present-day Chang'an, Fuzhou, they shared a bond of friendship since childhood, akin to that of brothers. One day, while they were out enjoying a leisurely excursion, rain suddenly began to pour as they reached the Nantai Bridge in Fuzhou. Xiebian instructed Fan Wujiao to wait in place while he returned home to fetch an umbrella. Unfortunately, as soon as Xiebian departed, the rain intensified, and the river swelled dangerously. Despite his naturally diminutive stature, Fan Wujiao was unwilling to break his promise and stood resolutely awaiting his friend's return, only to be tragically engulfed by the merciless floodwaters. Upon arriving with the umbrella, Xiebian discovered to his horror that Fan Wujiao had drowned, grief-stricken, and believing himself responsible for his brother's demise. He hanged himself from the very bridge, choosing to join Fan Wujiao in the afterlife. Whether in this world or the next, they vowed to remain the best of brothers. Yama, the king of hell, recognized their profound loyalty and honor, appointing them to capture wrongdoers in the presence of the city god. It is said that Xiebian represents the gratitude owed to the divine, while Fan Wujiao signifies the hopelessness of the lawbreakers. When the 2 brothers arrived at Yama's court, the king of hell, moved by their heartfelt bond, bestowed upon them the titles of black and white impermanents. Though they had ascended to the status of deities among the people, the memories of their past still haunted them. Each bore a burden of guilt, believing their actions had led to the other's death. Xiebian felt that had he returned more swiftly, his brother would not have perished. Conversely, Fan Wujiao lamented that if not for his short stature, Xiebian would not have resorted to such a tragic end. The yin-yang master recounted their tale once more. And given their shared origins, the brothers lowered their guard and engaged in a lively conversation. After indulging in the food and drink, they prepared to depart, only to find themselves overwhelmed by dizziness, unable to discern their bearings. This was not due to an inability to hold their liquor, but rather the result of the yin-yang master having laced the clear liquor with a soporific agent. Nevertheless, black and white impermanents remained resolute in their mission. They were determined to locate the body of the woman and retrieve her soul for the underworld. The yin-yang master produced a clay effigy of a dog, affixing a talisman to it before casting it into the frigid waters of the river. This talisman contained 3 strands of hair from the woman, imbued with a special incantation, allowing it to emit an essence identical to hers. Thus, in their hazy state, black and white impermanents summoned the spirit of the black dog back to the realm of the living. Upon their return, Yama was incensed to discover that the brothers had brought back a dog. Yet, recognizing their diligence, he chose to forgive them. Meanwhile, the yin-yang master finally found companionship with the woman, embarking on a life devoid of shame. As for the talisman now in my possession, it bears 2 strands of armpit hair from the village doctor. I affixed it to a clay-wrapped piece of marinated meat, which consequently emanates an aroma identical to that of the doctor. Many may wonder why the yin-yang master used hair from a woman while I resorted to armpit hair. The truth is, I had no other option, as the village doctor is completely bald. The armpit hair, being robust and fragrant, proves equally effective. After considerable effort, I managed to awaken the lead ghost emissary. "Huh, brother, what's the matter?" he mumbled, still dazed and incoherent. "It's time for you to return and report." "Report? What the hell am I supposed to report? My wages have been delayed for half a month, and I still haven't received my benefits. I am done with this." It became clear that these ghost emissaries, in their drunken stupor, were merely a group of workers with unpaid wages, contemplating resignation. What a fortuitous coincidence! If they returned with a bounty of marinated meat, surely their wishes would be granted by Yama. I urged the lead ghost emissary to see his tasks through to completion, even if he intended to resign. After all, one must not let others look down upon them. Right? You make a valid point, brother. You have always been reliable. The lead emissary, still disoriented, rallied his companions, and the group, resembling a horde of lost souls, stumbled away, akin to the zombies from the Game Plants versus Zombies. "Brothers, we're off. Thank you for the hospitality. Next time, it's our treat." They departed, indeed fulfilling expectations, returning with the marinated meat adorned with the talisman. As for the next time, it seems unlikely there will be one. I wish them luck. I paid no heed to the matters within the clinic, knowing it would all be dismantled by dawn. I carried my employer home, and upon opening the door, I was greeted by the sight of 2 familiar figures sprawled on the floor. Frothing at the mouth, their faces swollen like hippos. The spirit of my employer crouched beside his eldest son, his expression inscrutable. I observed for a while, but could not decipher my employer's thoughts. He appeared distressed for his son, yet seemed unable to suppress a smile. As for the nearby Taoist priest, his condition was no better, having succumbed to unconsciousness. "The young master has returned? What shall we do about their state?" "Do not worry, old sir. Leave everything here to me." I laid my employer back on the bed, then proceeded to the courtyard. The unconscious Taoist's condition was dire. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were nearly depleted. Even if I managed to detoxify him now, he would remain in a state of perpetual stupor, never to awaken again. Good and evil eventually receive their just rewards. He has brought this fate upon himself. I would neutralize the poison in his system, and he should awaken before dawn. Next, I approached the gambler, only to find that the essence of his spirits, wisdom, energy, strength, center, and vitality, had completely dissipated. With only 3 souls and 2 spirits remaining, he would be forever estranged from gambling, likely becoming a simpleton devoid of cunning. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Some matters are destined. The greater the evil one commits, the greater the suffering one must endure. No human can escape this natural law. Do good deeds without questioning the future is a principle we must all embrace. Chapter 18. Words. I delight in everything unfolded as I anticipated. At dawn, the Taoist became increasingly deranged, even resorting to eating filth in the latrine when hunger struck. He would dive into doghouses at the sight of one. As he stepped outside, he found himself in a women's bathhouse, where he was promptly seized and beaten by a group of women. On the streets, numerous individuals he had wronged previously gathered, armed with various objects to throw at him. Rotten vegetables, stones, and bricks littered the ground. They hurled insults as they attacked. "This is what you get for cheating us. You deserve it. Why hasn't Yama claimed you yet?" It became evident that this detestable Taoist was notorious in the village. Known to all the villagers, when the gambler was seen walking alongside the Taoist, he too faced the scorn of the community. The eyes of the public are astute. This adage holds true. The eldest son eventually regained consciousness, albeit in a dazed state, obediently complying with any command given to him. When a neighbor's child ordered him to kneel and lick their toes, he complied without hesitation. The sight pained my employer's heart. Yet recalling the past, he chose to remain silent. Young master, dawn has arrived. I implore you to fulfill your promise to me. My employer had entrusted me with two tasks, to write his coffin and to care for his second son. In truth, he had a third request, to accompany him on his final journey into eternal rest. However, he had since changed his mind, now fixated on a woman from the neighboring village, fervently pursuing her. As for caring for the second son, that is a responsibility I shall gladly undertake, especially since my employer has yet to settle my wages. Regarding the coffin's improper placement, I had no intention of turning a blind eye. Not only would it allow me to accumulate merit, but it also presented an opportunity for additional earnings. Upon returning to the dwelling, I discovered a jar of modest dimensions, into which I persuaded the elderly gentleman to enter. Subsequently, I inscribed a sealing charm upon the jar, fashioning an environment akin to that of a coffin, thereby shielding him from the harsh rays of the sun. The only drawback was the jar's cramped confines, which might cause him considerable discomfort. However, it was undoubtedly preferable to being exposed to the relentless daylight. Suddenly, two sharp coughs captured my attention. The employer had awakened. I hastily offered him a glass of water, which he consumed eagerly. "Master, is my father well?" His first inquiry, a testament to his filial piety. "Rest assured, the situation has been largely resolved. I anticipate that it won't be long before you can resume your normal life." A satisfied smile graced his features, yet as he attempted to move, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Oh, not move recklessly. You must take this time to recuperate. Remember, your life was salvaged. Once you are well, be sure to express your gratitude to the physicians at the clinic." Nodding in understanding, he reclined once more. The task of retrieving the coffin would have to wait until nightfall. For excavating graves during daylight is a significant taboo in this profession, one I dared not defy. Thus, I could only await the cover of darkness before venturing out. 18 noon, the village doctor arrived at the employer's residence. And upon seeing him in good health, a wave of joy washed over me. Another life saved, my late-night endeavors not in vain. "Master, my continued existence signifies that I am safe now, does it not?" "Indeed, but you must engage in virtuous deeds and refrain from actions that contravene your conscience. Should you commit misdeeds, I cannot guarantee that the specters of retribution will not return." I intentionally misled the village doctor with this statement, hoping to encourage him towards benevolent actions, thus hastening the cleansing of his guilt-ridden hands. I further advised him that to attain true safety, he must dismantle his clinic and seek a new path. Were the specters indeed to return for his soul, the sight of the clinic reduced to rubble would compel them to depart. If he failed to act thus, the consequences could be dire. With the specters exacting vengeance upon him within the confines of his clinic, must it truly come to this? The village doctor seemed reluctant, seeking a more palatable solution. "There is a way to resolve this without dismantling the clinic," I replied, "and that is for you to be taken by the specters." I severed the last glimmer of hope within him. Dismantling the clinic was an imperative step. Otherwise, once the specters regained their senses and realized they had been outsmarted by a mortal, they would most likely return to exact their revenge. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." The village doctor returned to the clinic, removing all items and temporarily relocating them elsewhere, before enlisting the help of an excavator from the neighboring village to raise his very means of livelihood. Throughout the process, his expression remained stoic, though his heart was beset by conflicting emotions. The clinic that had promised his redemption was now reduced to mere ruins. Yet, he reasoned that while a clinic could be rebuilt, a lost life could never be reclaimed. The village doctor offered me a bank card containing 50,000 yuan, his hard-earned savings, as a token of gratitude for my life-saving intervention. "Master, please do not disdain the amount. I had intended to gift you 80,000, but as you can see, my clinic has been demolished, and I must allocate funds for its reconstruction." Thus, he lamented, I had to trim down 3,000. "Please do not take offense. Well then, after all this effort, it seems I have essentially funded your clinic's reconstruction." The situation bore a hint of awkwardness, yet upon reflection, it was somewhat reasonable. After all, I had failed to clarify my intentions from the outset. With the sum of 50,000 yuan nestled in my pocket, my demeanor transformed significantly, my stride imbued with newfound vigor. Truly, money is a marvelous thing. Those who possess it feel at ease. Time swiftly passed. And before long, nightfall enveloped the land. I sought the village doctor's assistance in escorting the elderly gentleman's coffin. I understood that this undertaking was of utmost importance, steeped in complexities. Even the slightest error could lead to a cascade of dire consequences. I had prepared string, twine, straw, 2 large roosters, and offerings for the deceased. Once everything was in order, the village doctor and I embarked on our solemn mission. I released the elderly gentleman's spirit from the jar, guiding him alongside his eldest son to the grave site. Following the coffin's placement, the eldest son would play a pivotal role, as certain tasks necessitated his personal involvement. This was both a customary practice within the profession and a means of atonement for his past transgressions. As we traversed the path, a throng of villagers gathered, their whispers and gestures directed towards me. Listening intently, I was pleasantly surprised to hear only words of praise. "Look at this young lad. Such extraordinary talent at such a tender age. He'll surely become remarkable in the future. Strange occurrences often befall my household. I must seek his counsel." Such remarks delighted me. It appeared I would need to carry business cards from now on, lest my burgeoning reputation lead others to seek me out without a means of contact. Chapter 19. The Black Cat. Upon our arrival at the cemetery, the clock struck 9. As I beheld the elderly gentleman's grave, a chill coursed through me, an unsettling sensation. The cemetery was in disarray, the coffin ensnared by layer upon layer of string, thrust into a deep pit upside down. The coffin lay exposed to the elements, devoid of any earth to cover it. "Can you explain why you have placed your father's coffin in such a manner?" My words dripped with emotion, for I was enraged. I could not fathom how the sibling rivalry had ensnared the elderly gentleman. There was certainly more to this tale. The eldest son was now eager to answer any question posed and assist in every manner, devoid of ulterior motives. The Taoist said that placing the coffin this way would ensure my boundless wealth and never-ending romantic conquests. What utter nonsense! I erupted in a fit of anger. The Taoist's claims nothing short of ridiculous. It became increasingly clear that this deceitful Taoist sought to manipulate the situation for his own gain, intent on obliterating me in the process. The moment the Taoist learned of my presence, he had plotted my demise. Every move he made was a calculated step towards my end. In retrospect, the incident of being pressed by a ghost was not aimed at the employer, but rather at me, a ploy to extinguish my life. Yet, the Taoist had miscalculated, neglecting my lineage and experience. Though I was but in my early 20s, I possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding all matters of the yin and yang professions, rendering the self-assured Taoist nothing more than a naive child in my presence. Without even engaging in a proper contest of wits, he succumbed to potent poison, rendered a fool. I could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. The 3 of us secured the rope around the coffin, and with collective effort, we extricated it from the grave. To my surprise, the wooden coffin was far lighter than I had anticipated, and we managed to lift it without exerting excessive strength. "Master, look! There is something inside." The village doctor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spotted a dark object within the grave, which appeared to writhe and emit anguished howls. It was a robust black cat. What was such a creature doing in the grave? Its unexpected presence left me astounded. It is a known taboo that no creature bearing fur should be near the deceased's coffin, particularly not cats or dogs. I recalled a childhood incident when an elder passed away. The family dog would dutifully guard the entrance, never daring to approach the coffin. This was not due to ignorance of its owner's demise, but rather an instinctive understanding to keep a distance from the corpse. Should a dog venture too close and behold the deceased's visage, it would not be long before another family member joined them in the afterlife. In our region, it is customary that no living creature should approach the dead. Likewise, cats possess an inherent ability to attract spirits. Their presence near the deceased can lead to severe consequences, including the possibility of resurrection. The infamous tale of the cat-faced elderly lady stirred widespread panic, with many claiming to have witnessed the horrific event. Subsequently, media outlets suppressed information regarding the incident, allowing tensions to subside. Thus, the danger posed by this cat surpassed that of a dog by several magnitudes, especially one as entirely black as this. Its eyes bulged with intensity, showing no fear of us, fixated on the elderly gentleman's spirit while incessantly licking its lips, embodying pure greed. The elderly gentleman trembled violently, his already translucent spirit rippling like the surface of disturbed water, reminiscent of a television signal faltering. "This is dire. We must eliminate this black cat. The repercussions otherwise are unimaginable. No sooner had I spoken than the village doctor charged forth, wielding a shovel and aiming for the black cat's head. Meow. The black cat let out a chilling wail before skillfully evading the attack. With a graceful leap, it soared several meters into the air, landing smoothly on the ground. Meow. Another furious roar erupted as the black cat lunged towards the old man's soul. Hurry, stop him. Crack. Meow. After a dull thud, the black cat collapsed onto the ground, rendered unconscious. The village doctor and I stood there, unable to believe our eyes. Just moments before, in a critical moment, my eldest son had delivered a heavy punch to the cat's head, such force that even the sound of it made me wince in pain. The village doctor seized the seemingly lifeless black cat and, with a powerful throw, sent it flying over 100 meters into an open area. A speeding 8-sided van rushed past, crushing the fallen black cat into a pulp. Now, even if the cat possessed 10 lives, it was unlikely to survive. The old man let out a long sigh of relief, gradually regaining his composure. All right, now let us attend to the matter at hand. I handed the village doctor a large rooster, instructing him to circle the coffin before using a knife to sever the bird's neck. The rooster's blood flowed from the incision, which I collected in a bowl. Soon producing a steaming bowl of fresh blood, I retrieved 2 brushes, handing one to my eldest son, while keeping one for myself, and we dipped them in the rooster's blood, applying it to the coffin. My son mimicked my actions, and this initial step of painting the blood required meticulousness, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Every part of the coffin marked by the chalk line had to be covered in blood. Otherwise, it would serve no purpose. After half an hour, we completed the task, and I handed the village doctor a knife, instructing him to carefully cut the chalk line binding the coffin. The reason for entrusting this task to the village doctor was that I recognized his past as a butcher. Even after years of abstaining from killing, he still carried an aura of menace. Should that foul sorcerer have tampered with the chalk line, the village doctor's dark energy would surely counter it. Indeed, when the first chalk line snapped, a wave of black mist surged from the coffin, rushing towards the village doctor's crown. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from the village doctor, consuming the black mist entirely. Phew, that was close. I felt grateful for my decision to let the village doctor handle this, for as a practitioner of yin and yang, I was well aware of the tendencies within this line of work. Had that sorcerer been in my position, he would have undoubtedly meddled with the coffin. The contents of the coffin were filled with untold mysteries. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been eroded by that black mist. Despite its small size, the mist was fierce and purposeful. Once it penetrated the crown, even deities would struggle to remedy the situation. Chapter 20. Heavenly Master above, accept my knees. The village doctor accomplished the task with remarkable finesse. His formidable aura devouring countless attempts by the black mist to invade his being. One could say that if the village doctor were not human but rather a wicked entity, dealing with him would be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Gazing at the coffin now stripped of its chalk lines, I inhaled sharply. The emergence of the black mist during the removal of the lines clearly indicated that greater dangers awaited us. Fixating on the basin-sized hole in the coffin lid, I fell into deep contemplation. If I were a sorcerer, what kind of formation would I place within the coffin to deal with myself? Despite my extensive thinking, I could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, for my thoughts did not equate to another's reasoning. Although my previous speculations had all proven accurate, that did not guarantee the correctness of my every thought. Old man, you should open your own coffin. While I couldn't ascertain the specific dangers within, one thing was certain. If I were the sorcerer, the formation would undoubtedly target my peers. After all, those of the same craft who jeopardized one's interests were akin to avowed enemies. Thus, I urged the old man to open the coffin himself. Even if peril lurked within, it would not harm me in the slightest. The sorcerer likely would never have anticipated that the one opening the coffin was none other than the master of the tomb himself. The old man, being intimately familiar with me, trusted my words completely and floated to the coffin, slowly pushing the lid open. Creak. The village doctor and I held our breath, not daring to exhale, every muscle tensed and ready to confront any danger. Master, could anything unexpected occur? I felt a twinge of fear. The once imposing village doctor had transformed entirely, his limbs turning icy as he faced the unknown, proving that everyone shares a similar response of fear and reverence in such situations. Just as a lover of supernatural tales might reassure themselves that a chapter is not frightening while secretly harboring dread, it echoes the words my father once imparted. One may not fear those around them, but certain unseen entities warrant profound respect, for they often embody the most terrifying existence. The coffin was soon opened by the old man, yet astonishingly, nothing happened. This was entirely contrary to reason. I gestured for everyone to remain still, waiting a while longer to see if any unexpected events would unfold. However, after 2 or 3 minutes of anticipation, and seeing no unusual occurrences, I finally exhaled, ready to proceed with my next plan. The burning pit. The village doctor and I approached the coffin to retrieve one of the burial items for the fire pit, only to encounter an unforeseen incident. A pair of hands suddenly seized my arms. The grip was powerful and unyielding, far beyond my strength. The force was formidable, entirely otherworldly. The village doctor, witnessing this, quickly wrapped his arms around my waist, pulling me back in an attempt to free me from the grip of those hands. I recognized those hands. They seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled that they belonged to the sorcerer. My heavens! Just as I had initially surmised, this sorcerer was indeed formidable, and my suspicions were not unfounded. By all accounts, a sorcerer seasoned in the ways of the world should possess the ability to navigate various calamities. Yet after being struck by the triangular nail's venom, the sorcerer had gone mad. I had entertained some doubts, as this did not align with the capabilities of a seasoned practitioner. However, upon seeing my eldest son, those doubts dissipated. After all, he was far more robust than the sorcerer and had been left with only a fragment of his soul. Thus, it was not implausible for the sorcerer to have succumbed to madness. In hindsight, I had indeed underestimated the situation. The sorcerer had anticipated my anticipation. Realizing he could not best me, he had deliberately sacrificed his 2 souls and 6 spirits as a price to take my life. Leaving behind this trap within the coffin, the hands now coalesced the sorcerer's entire consciousness, possessing the ability to think independently and wield immense strength. When the old man's soul opened the coffin lid, the sorcerer's hands had already comprehended all my intentions, lying in wait until my arrival to strike. My arms were being painfully yanked, my bones ached intensely as if they might tear apart. What should I do? Although I found myself in a passive position, my mind raced, seeking a way to break free from this predicament. My hands had become entirely ensnared beneath the coffin. To put it accurately, they no longer belonged to this world. If I failed to devise a solution, my entire being would be dragged into an abyss, leading to my demise. I considered using my legs to intervene, but I was utterly powerless. Was this how I would meet my untimely end? I had yet to receive payment from my employer. This would be a significant loss. You audacious rodent, how dare you threaten my son's life? Pay with your own. Suddenly, a voice boomed from above, resonating like thunder. It was my father's voice. A long-lost sense of safety enveloped me. Where my father was, warmth existed, and despite his occasional incomprehensible or frustrating actions, I, as his child, would unconditionally forgive him. My father descended from the heavens, akin to a divine being, and struck the coffin with tremendous force. Boom! The coffin exploded into countless fragments, scattering into the air. What? My father possesses such formidable power. I stood in stunned disbelief. Those who harm my child shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Upon hearing these words, I felt myself levitating. Father, you are simply too magnificent. Having traveled alongside my father throughout my childhood, I had never felt such exhilaration. Master, is this person truly your father? What an imposing presence! The village doctor exclaimed in admiration, while my eldest son gaped in awe, and even the old man looked on with respect. My father's towering figure was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary beings. At the base of the coffin, a pair of hands sensed imminent danger and attempted to withdraw, only to be firmly grasped by my father's hands, which yanked them out with great force. You little rascal, you've harmed my son and still wish to escape. Not a chance. Thus, I watched in astonishment as my father slowly pulled up those hands from beneath the coffin. The spirit of the Taoist abruptly materialized before my eyes. This spirit, possessing 2 souls and 6 spirits, was indeed formidable. Yet upon seeing my father, it faltered, its legs trembling, and it knelt down, prostrating itself in reverence. Heavenly Master, Please accept this humble bow from your junior. What? My father is actually a heavenly master. I, as his son, had been completely unaware. Throughout the millennia, very few have ascended from the ranks of yin-yang masters to the esteemed level of heavenly master. And to my astonishment, my father was one of them. Chapter 21. The aura emanating from my father was immensely powerful, instilling a profound sense of pressure even in us mere mortals. The Taoist spirit was utterly terrified, regretting its actions to the core. It had initially planned to exchange its life for my son's, but now, learning of my father's illustrious reputation as a heavenly master, it was struck with fear. Legends say that heavenly masters can traverse the three realms freely, unbound by any constraints, and command the respect of all. I had thought this merely a tale, yet here it was, manifesting before my very eyes. Spare me this once, and I shall repay you in kind. The Taoist spirit implored my father for clemency. I have proclaimed, those who harm my son shall face retribution. Regardless of distance, recognizing my father's unyielding stance, the spirit, aware of its impending doom, attempted to flee, drifting towards the distant woods in an effort to conceal itself among the lush foliage. Such a petty trick. My father extended his right hand slowly, snapping his fingers, and an earth-shattering explosion echoed through the air. Boom! Bolts of heavenly lightning descended, striking the Taoist spirit with unwavering precision. The spirit disintegrated into a wisp of smoke, merging seamlessly with the atmosphere. I gazed at my father in astonishment. It was indeed possible to vanquish malevolent entities in such a manner. A revelation that opened my eyes. Who is weeping? The crowd turned towards the sound, only to find the elder weeping with sorrow. Oh, my house is gone. How tragic, the elder lamented, heartbroken at the sight of his coffin reduced to a pile of debris, akin to a forlorn child. Fear not, dear elder. We shall craft you a new coffin of fragrant Nanmu wood. We can engrave 8 dragons upon its surface. What say you? My father declared with grandiosity. Father, is that really appropriate? I cautioned him, urging him to reconsider. Such a coffin was a luxury reserved for affluent families, heavy and exorbitantly priced. Just the lid alone would require 10 strong men to lift, let alone the body. Now he promised the elder a coffin adorned with 8 dragons, which would undoubtedly entail a considerable expense. I had toiled tirelessly without receiving a single penny from my employer, and now faced the prospect of fronting the costs for this Nanmu coffin. This simply felt untenable. What then? The atmosphere had reached this juncture. I could not allow my father to lose face. After all, he was a renowned heavenly master. My father spoke with conviction, his words akin to water spilled, impossible to retract. All eyes turned to the elder. He might not even desire a Nanmu coffin, and what if he disagreed with my father's grand plan? Wonderful. He must have longed for a Nanmu coffin. The elder gazed at my father, practically yearning to kiss him in gratitude. Very well. Let us heed my father's wishes and craft him a Nanmu coffin. I gathered all the items, carefully placing the elder back within the altar. Before contacting Oldly to arrange for the Nanmu coffin, oh, Wang Nan, you are truly remarkable. On your first outing, you secured such a grand commission? Nanmu wood and 8 dragons engraved. You must have earned quite a fortune. Oldly exclaimed. I could only smile in silence, unable to voice my frustrations. This entire affair had left me penniless, having already advanced over 10,000 yuan as a deposit, while 5,000 from the village doctor had dwindled to a mere 4,000. I could only hope my employer would not abandon me and would reimburse me. I no longer aspired for a generous reward. If only the costs of the Nanmu coffin could be covered, I would be content. 3 days later, a gleaming black Nanmu coffin arrived in the village, adorned with 5 vividly lifelike dragons, creating an enchanting spectacle. Oldly drove a tractor, pulling the coffin behind him. Exuding an air of majesty, the tractor belched thick black smoke, struggling under the immense weight of the coffin. We transported the coffin to the elder's burial site. Following tradition, we performed the burning pit ritual before placing the coffin into the grave. Lowering the coffin from the tractor was no small feat. Despite the assistance of numerous villagers, we struggled to lift it. Ultimately, we had to summon a crane from a neighboring village to facilitate its descent into the grave. Elder, are you satisfied? The elder beamed, his joy evident, never expecting to receive such royal treatment akin to ancient kings. His spirit floated into the coffin, while the crane returned to seal the lid above. Seal the coffin. The act of sealing is colloquially known as the descendants' nails. The nails used to secure the coffin are referred to as seal nails, believed to ensure the prosperity of future generations. A total of 7 nails are required for efficacy. During the sealing, it is customary in Hunan for the filial children to remain outside, awaiting signals from inside. Each strike of the nails prompts the children to call out warnings. When closing the coffin, 1 nail must be left unsealed for a descendant to secure later. If it pertains to a woman or a man who is married in, it is the duty of their family to seal it. In Shandong, if a married woman dies at her husband's home, her family must personally seal the coffin. If they are absent, the husband cannot act alone. Even those with flourishing families must adhere to this custom. People believe that the maternal uncle holds the highest authority. Thus, the maternal family must be present during the sealing, or the coffin cannot be moved. Once the lid is sealed, the seams are treated with bone glue to prevent air, moisture, and dust from entering. To protect the deceased spirit from disturbances, a bowl is placed atop the coffin, ensuring the safety of the departed soul. In some regions, a blue bowl may be used instead, with descendants drilling holes in the bottom for protection. During the sealing and nailing, the central descendant nail must not be struck tightly. A red thread is tied to it, held by the filial child, allowing the carpenter to gently tap it, signifying it remains for future generations. Striking it tightly is believed to bring misfortune to descendants. The eldest son took the seal nail and gently tapped the descendant nail. Completing the first step of the burial process, my father presented 5 colored grains, instructing the eldest son to scatter them evenly over the coffin lid. Following this, thrice daily, we burned paper and mourned, a practice known as twisting incense. As for the remaining tasks, my father and I shared the responsibilities. Since the elder's case involved relocating the coffin rather than a new burial, many steps were simplified. Once the coffin was interred, we began filling the earth, and before long, a large mound appeared before us. Ceremony complete. My father called out, signifying the elder's burial had concluded perfectly. He then specifically instructed the eldest son to remember not to visit the grave on an empty stomach. One should eat well before paying respects. Repairs to the grave would commence 3 days later, a process referred to as rounding the grave. The eldest son nodded, assuring he would fulfill his duty. After completing his tasks, my father informed me he had other matters to attend to and would take his leave. After bidding farewell to my father, I returned to my employer's residence, attending to his needs. Within half a month, he was able to rise from bed and move about like a normal person. Chapter 22. Dark threads intertwined. Life's end approaches. My employer was an open-minded individual. Upon learning of my efforts, he praised my righteousness. He retrieved a rusted iron box from a drawer, opening it to reveal a bundle of yellowed cloth, which he unwrapped to unveil a neatly folded newspaper, encased within a plastic bag. I remained silent throughout, observing my employer's actions, puzzled by what he was meticulously unwrapping. After several minutes, a translucent bead emerged before me. It glimmered with an eerie light, appearing rather uncanny, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded an exquisite charm that was both captivating and comforting. This bead was small, no larger than a pinky finger, imbued with a deep emerald hue, unmistakably valuable. Master, this is my family's heirloom, the morning pearl. According to my grandfather, this exquisite item originated from the palace and should hold considerable value. Today, I present it to you, Master, and sincerely hope you will accept it. The thought that it is a treasure from the palace leaves me utterly astonished. If this morning pearl is indeed authentic, its worth cannot be underestimated. To my surprise, my employer is a person of great integrity and generosity. To express gratitude for saving his life, he offers me this cherished family heirloom. This is simply unacceptable. I cannot accept it under any circumstances. This is my moral boundary. Is there only this one morning pearl? What did you say, Master? My mind instinctively rejects this item, and for reasons unknown. My tongue slipped, leading to an awkward situation. I meant to say that this item is indeed valuable, but if there is only one, you should keep it. After all, it is your family's treasured possession, rich with sentimental significance, and parting with it would leave me feeling uneasy. Thankfully, I managed to rectify my earlier statement with cleverness, and it even elevated my standing. Since my employer is offering me a family heirloom as a reward, he surely would not retract it easily. I am merely being politely modest. I realize there is some truth in what the master said. Perhaps I have been too superficial. How could I sully such an item with my unworthy eyes? After my employer spoke, he began to place the morning pearl into a metal box. What a peculiar logic. This fellow is certainly unpredictable. My heart ached, as if a cold steel blade had brutally pierced my chest, causing me profound pain. Ha ha ha, just a jest, master. I have made up my mind. You must take this morning pearl with you today, or I shall be quite displeased. Oh, you startled me. It turns out my employer was merely jesting. I carefully accepted the morning pearl, observing it for a long time, reluctant to let it go. This treasure indeed possesses an enchanting allure, drawing one into a state of rapture. I took great care to preserve this morning pearl, fearful of any damage. After having lunch at my employer's home, we cut down the remaining 2 trees and reported the small workshop in the alley. I believe it won't be long before this illegal and unlicensed establishment faces demolition. Before leaving, I erected a stone guardian at my employer's doorway to ward off any malevolent spirits that might wander out at night. Shortly after returning home, my employer called to inform me that during his follow-up examination at the hospital, the tumor in his abdomen had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, that small workshop was indeed demolished, and the once dead-end alley has transformed into a narrow passage. I felt a sense of satisfaction, confident that in no time, my employer would reclaim a prosperous life and embrace his own happiness. The intense work of recent days had left me utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, I collapsed onto my bed and fell into a deep slumber that lasted nearly 2 days. During this time, I experienced a remarkable dream, wherein a beautiful girl dressed in ancient attire, calling herself Xiaoqian, appeared to me. She confided that she was very cold, having been submerged in a well for a century. She hoped I could use my own strength to rescue her from the well and promised a generous reward upon success. Subsequently, the enchanting Xiaoqian vanished from sight. Upon waking, I felt the dream had been strikingly real, as though that girl had shared my bed for 2 days and nights. My stomach growled, hunger compelling me to rise. However, I felt exceedingly fatigued and achy, as if I had not slept at all. My waist felt weak and empty, a sense of defeat washing over me. Perhaps I had slept so soundly that I strained my back. I brushed my teeth and washed my face in front of the mirror, admiring my handsome reflection, feeling quite pleased. How could there be someone so strikingly handsome in this world? How can others possibly live? Each day, I would speak such words to my reflection, and over time, it became a habit. Yet today, the image in the mirror appeared somewhat strange. There was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. The reflection occasionally morphed into a different visage, sending chills down my spine. The mirror image bore a face covered in blood, with a head that was a gruesome mess, one eyeball having slipped from its socket and dangling precariously. "Help me, I'm so cold." What? That voice was eerily identical to that of the girl from my dream. A woman's mournful voice sent shivers down my spine. Moreover, the reflection's expression gradually twisted in agony, extending a mangled and bloodied finger toward me. "Wang Nan, save me, save me!" With a gust of wind, everything returned to its previous tranquility. I glanced at the rattling window, taking a sharp breath. This incident felt exceedingly strange, far from coincidental. I understood that I had attracted something unclean, yet I had done nothing unusual on my way back from my employer's home. How could I have provoked such an ancient ghostly figure? This was rather perplexing. Furthermore, the ghost named Xiaoqian repeatedly stated she was cold and wished for my help, but failed to provide a precise location. What was her intention? The world is vast, filled with wells. Who knows in which one she has languished for a century? I cannot possibly search through them one by one. It is likely I would perish before finding this ghost named Xiaoqian. "Wang Nan, dinner is ready," my mother called, snapping me back to reality as I immediately switched to dinner mode. Sitting at the table and devouring the meal, my father looked at me with disdain, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with an icy glare. "Nanner, have you attracted something unclean? I see dark lines crisscrossing your face. This is a sign of impending doom, a sign of imminent death. What? Nanner is to meet a tragic end?" My mother gasped, quickly grasping my face for a closer look. But my face had appeared quite fair. Where could there possibly be dark lines? "Surely, you must be seeing things." My mother chastised my father not to speak so carelessly, as it would incite unnecessary panic. Only I knew that my father was not mistaken. I retrieved a mirror to closely examine my cheeks, and indeed, My face was covered with countless dark lines, intertwining and writhing as if alive. This is bad. It truly seems I am destined for a tragic fate. The ghastly scene I witnessed in the mirror while washing my face could very well be a glimpse of my posthumous visage. Chapter 23. The Ghost's Search for Kin. Father, how much longer do you think I can live? At most, 1 more hour. No more than that. My father's words were as cold as iron, sending a chilling sensation through my heart, causing me to lose my appetite. Even the braised pork in my hand lost its appeal. My father abruptly tore open my collar, revealing the myriad of purple bruises on my neck, and inquired if I had encountered anything strange. I recounted my dream and the horrific scene I had witnessed to my father, who slammed his hand on the table, furiously uttering 3 words. Ghost-seeking kin. Ghost-seeking kin, as the name implies, refers to a spirit from the underworld seeking a marriage partner. Regardless of the man's consent, the outcome remains unchanged. It follows by day and serves at night. The ghost named Xiaoqian from my dream is the one seeking kin. For reasons unknown, she has fixated upon me. I acknowledge that I possess some charm, yet I do not wish for a ghost to covet my beauty, especially without my knowledge, turning me into a mere pawn, leaving me with no sense of agency, only to awaken feeling weak and hollow, as if drained of all vitality. Now, that ghost is quite satisfied with my company. She is not content with merely intertwining at night, desiring me to remain by her side 24 hours a day, which would explain her relentless pursuit of my life. Yet, alas, she has chosen the wrong person. It seems she has grown weary of living. One point I cannot comprehend. Since her intentions are clear, to find a suitable partner, why does she require my assistance in rescuing her from the well? If I am already dead, how can I save her? Does this not constitute a contradiction? I shared my thoughts with my father, who was equally baffled. To truly understand the situation, we must uncover the root cause of how I attracted this ancient ghost. After much contemplation, I found one matter suspicious. That is, the mourning pearl bestowed upon me by my employer may be the source of this peculiar occurrence. After all, upon my first glance at the mourning pearl, I sensed something sinister about it, and my subsequent obsession likely stemmed from its influence. I handed the mourning pearl to my father, who examined it gravely. After a prolonged observation, he quietly remarked, "Such a malevolent object. How could you dare to accept it? Indeed, this mourning pearl harbors a significant problem. It possesses a formidable ability to attract spirits." My father returned to my room to investigate, hoping to uncover some clues about the ghost. Ultimately, he discovered traces behind the window above my bedside. The window was quite low, nearly parallel to my head while sleeping. I often left it slightly ajar to allow fresh air in, preventing the room from becoming stifling. As my father stood on the ground behind the window, he noticed delicate footprints left on the floor, plunging him once more into deep contemplation. A filthy presence lingered by the window, gazing at you throughout the night. What? My body jolted violently. This is intolerable. The thought of some unknown specter fixating upon me while I slumbered sends shivers down my spine. Although I am a practitioner of the yin-yang arts, I cannot help but feel repulsed by this occurrence. Just look at the delicate footprints on the ground. Surely, the apparition that watched over me all night must be the ghostly woman that invaded my dreams. Furthermore, she was tiptoeing the entire time, never allowing her heels to touch the ground, tiptoeing while observing me for an entire night. This is a prelude to a deadly fate. How foolish of me to ponder ways to rescue her from the frigid well while brushing my teeth and washing my face. Completely unaware of her sinister intentions, in my youth, I once read a tale that bore a striking resemblance to this scenario. It narrated the plight of a destitute scholar, diligently preparing for the imperial examination, who, weary and famished on his journey to the capital, fortuitously stumbled upon a pavilion. He thought to rest there for the night, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a refreshing breeze wafting through, truly a delightful reprieve, and a means to save on lodging costs. Little did he know, this pavilion harbored dark secrets. It was an illusion conjured by malevolent forces, designed to ensnare him for the night. The poor scholar, delicate of skin and handsome in appearance, caught the eye of a ghostly woman seeking a companion, leading to the creation of such a scene to keep him there. Upon entering the pavilion, the scholar wished to admire the scenery but was suddenly overcome by dizziness, a warm wave sweeping through him. Stripping off his last garment did nothing to alleviate his discomfort, and he found himself in great agony. When he stood there, utterly bare, a graceful young woman appeared before him, gliding to his side and sensuously brushing her shoulder against his chest. Captivated by her beauty, he became entranced, lost in a state of irresistible desire. The woman remained docile, offering no resistance, fully accommodating the scholar's every whim. Despite his naivety and clumsiness, it did not deter the ghostly woman's intentions. She was determined to claim him as her partner. Thus, the scholar spent the entire night in the pavilion with the ghostly woman, and by dawn, he awoke feeling utterly feeble, his eyes sunken. His once youthful flesh turned coarse and aged. He had transformed overnight into an old man of 60 or 70. Bewildered, he stumbled as he walked, his steps unsteady. Yet, this did not sway his resolve to reach the capital for the examination. He made his way to the testing grounds, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Although the imperial examination imposes no age restrictions, one rarely encounters an elderly man like him. Undeterred, he remained calm, pouring his heart and soul into the scroll before him. He wrote with such fluidity and eloquence that his work was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, as fate would have it, he ultimately failed to make his mark, his name lost to the annals of history. Deeply ashamed, the scholar could not comprehend how a single night in the pavilion had rendered him so. And with his name unrecognized, he lost all faith in life, returning to the pavilion to hang himself. Since then, many have claimed to witness a pavilion by the riverbank, where a scholar could be seen embracing a youthful maiden, engaged in carnal union. Strangely, this pavilion does not exist by day. It only materializes under the cover of night. Over time, the tale grew more fantastical, with some asserting that the scholar himself was the true specter, having deliberately conjured the scene to claim the beautiful maiden as his own. Others speculated that the scholar might have been a ghost all along, unaware of his own nature. Regardless of the story's conclusion, it bears striking similarities to my current predicament. The ghostly woman has indeed manifested, and I am certain she has engaged in intimate acts with me, as evidenced by the emptiness in my lower back and the kiss marks upon my neck. Now, I am left with a face marred by dark lines, a clear indication that the ghost seeks my demise. Nanner, your life expectancy is dwindling to less than half an hour. Thus, my existence has entered the countdown phase. Chapter 24. Coming from me, Father informed me that the search for companionship among spirits is not solely the domain of female ghosts. Male ghosts partake in this pursuit as well. However, a distinction exists between the two. The female ghost has but a single opportunity to choose a partner. Once this chance is expended, it cannot be reclaimed. Therefore, when seeking a companion, female ghosts exercise utmost caution, daring not to commit to any man who does not exhibit exceptional qualities. Being targeted by this female ghost is entirely due to my remarkable attributes and the unique allure I exude. Male ghosts, conversely, possess no such limitations on the number of times they may seek a partner. They are granted one opportunity each year. Yet, not all male ghosts qualify for this pursuit. In the underworld, they must meet a certain threshold of wealth to be eligible. In essence, lacking financial resources renders one ineligible to seek companionship. This bears a striking resemblance to the customs of marriage in the mortal realm. The young women chosen by male ghosts often suffer from premature aging, untimely death, severe illness, or natural disasters, departing this world in various tragic manners. The saying "heaven is jealous of beauty" is not merely a phrase of whimsy. How a selected maiden meets her demise hinges entirely upon the male ghost's preferences. Those with a more subdued taste may allow a natural passing, while those with more twisted inclinations may subject the maiden to considerable torment before claiming her life. Nanner, this female ghost is indeed pitiable. I propose we negotiate. Should she agree to depart of her own volition, we may let the matter rest. However, if she insists on clinging to you, we shall devise another means to resolve the issue. Father conveyed that the female ghost who has chosen me has existed for over a century and is now a veritable wealthy heiress in life. She was a maid within the imperial palace during the late Qing dynasty. Unfortunately, during a cleaning session, she inadvertently knocked over a box of pastries belonging to the Empress Dowager Cixi, leading to her cruel demise by being cast into a well. Her plight is indeed tragic. A single misstep resulted in such a dismal fate, languishing in the frigid depths for 100 years. The words she spoke in my dreams were genuine. She truly desires my assistance in freeing her. Now that she seeks my help, we should have room for negotiation. I acquiesced to father's suggestion. If the female ghost is willing to relinquish her claim, we shall grant her a reprieve. Father firmly closed the door. Drawing the curtains to shroud the room in darkness, akin to the depths of night, he employed this method to simulate the nocturnal atmosphere, lighting a white candle in the northeast corner of the room. He seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, murmuring incantations. The words he uttered were familiar to me. I had heard them from tomb raiders, a dialect known in the realm of Yin-Yang practitioners, intended to summon the female ghost and reunite with me. Father then plucked 3 of my hair strands, complete with follicles, affixing them to himself, instructing me to remain oblivious to whatever transpired. I readily agreed, uncertain of his intentions. Indeed, within mere minutes, a chilling wind swept through the window, and a figure appeared outside, intently observing father as he rested upon the bed. Though the curtains were tightly drawn, obscuring my view of the visitor's visage, I could ascertain that the silhouette belonged to the ghost named Qian. Father's incantations continued unabated, beckoning the ghost to enter. The curtains fluttered, revealing a slight opening through which a captivating fragrance wafted, penetrating my senses, a sensation that brought immense comfort. This was the renowned fragrance of a daughter, a unique scent inherent to ancient women, said to be present in every woman, each possessing a distinct aroma that only manifests in the presence of a favored suitor. Some have even likened it to the essence of hormones. Observing that the ghost had entered the room, father rose to his feet and began to shed his garments. What on earth is father doing? Is he not attempting to convince the female ghost to leave? Why is he disrobing? In no time at all, he stood completely naked, his pale form stark against the darkened room, undeniably eye-catching. You truly have a flair for the dramatic. Come now, unleash whatever tactics you wish upon me. But do not harm my son. What? No wonder father had instructed me to act as if I saw nothing, intending to engage in some provocative antics with the ghost. What a peculiar mindset. Setting aside whether the ghost would agree to depart, if she chooses to remain, she would, in a sense, be considered my father's daughter-in-law. His actions seem rather precarious, however, with my 3 hair strands on him. Coupled with his protective talismans, the female ghost may indeed perceive him as me. She too began to shed her garments, revealing her alabaster skin. I must admit, Qian's figure is remarkably voluptuous and curvaceous. Precisely my type, I found myself swallowing hard. A woman of such beauty would undoubtedly attract the attention of many men in the present day. It is astonishing that it has taken a liking to me, filling me with an overwhelming sense of pride. How splendid would it be if it were to marry me and spare my life? The female ghost lay upon my father, her body writhing incessantly. Igniting a fierce anger within me, my father remained in a meditative state, his lips moving in quiet incantations, whispering something into the ear of the ghost. Although I was not far, I could not discern his words. All I knew was that he had revealed his trump card, imploring the ghost to depart swiftly as expected. The ghost halted her actions, sensing something amiss, and quickly rose to her feet, donning her garments. Her face flushed as she gazed at my father. An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from her. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. In that era, women regarded their chastity as more precious than life itself. Even after a century as a ghost, their mindset remained unchanged. The fact that she had been seen unclothed by another man was an unbearable affront to her dignity. Why father understood that gentle persuasion would not suffice to dissuade the ghost from taking me. She had but one opportunity to choose, and if she relinquished it, the chance to seek her kin would vanish forever. Thus, he resorted to this method to compel her departure. How dare you tarnish my purity? What is it that you truly desire? The ghost blushed like an apple, her voice tinged with indignation as she questioned my father. It is quite simple. Let us strike a bargain. You shall leave my son and seek another to be your husband, and I shall descend into the well to retrieve your soul. Why father's words rang with authority. Should the ghost agree to depart, he could offer her a unique opportunity to choose a new spouse and would bring up her spirit that had languished in the well for a century. Were I in her position, I would undoubtedly choose to leave, for both options were what the ghost yearned for, a delightful twofold benefit. However, she protested, no. I have already forged a bond with Wang Nan. A woman cannot marry 2 husbands, for I am now Wang Nan's ghostly wife. Indeed, applying modern sensibilities to ancient customs was futile. She would rather remain submerged in the frigid waters of the well for another century than betray her husband. Logically, one would assume that having such a devoted wife would bring me joy. Yet the reality of her being a ghost who had perished a century ago was unacceptable. Tio truly be with her. I would have to sacrifice my own life, fulfilling her wishes. What a predicament! This is nothing short of a cruel twist of fate. Chapter 25. This child is beyond saving. Time was running out. My husband, come with me, the ghost implored, turning to me and reaching out to grasp my arm. I quickly recoiled, for I knew that once she seized my arm, she would never let go. A searing pain coursed through me, as if something was being forcibly extracted from my body. Upon closer inspection, I realized that what was being stripped away was none other than my own soul. This was dire. I hastily smeared blood from my fingertip onto my forehead, attempting to seal my spirit in the underworld. I had already engaged in marital relations with the ghost, no longer remaining a virgin. Yet, in the realm of the living, my blood still held considerable power. The ghost let out a piercing shriek and collapsed onto the bed, revealing her flawless, alabaster thighs. Alas, how fortunate it would be if this alluring figure were not a ghost. My father, witnessing this scene, exchanged a knowing glance with me. I promptly understood and dashed out of the room alongside him. Outside, the sun shone brightly. No matter how formidable the ghost was, she would not dare pursue us. My father led me to our neighbor's home, borrowing their black dog for our purpose. The neighbor, Uncle Lee, scoffed knowingly. The Wong family borrows a dog, never to return it. Take it, but I must emphasize, this is the last time. Though Uncle Lee appeared displeased, he had no choice. As a long-standing neighbor, he was well aware of our family's ways. What are you up to, Dad? I inquired, feigning ignorance. The 4 words suddenly reminded me of an incident when I saved the village doctor's life. Employing a similar method of wrapping soil around a certain object to imbue it with my scent, thus leading the malevolent force to believe it was the intended target. The black dog my father had brought was likely meant to deceive the ghost. An immature thought crossed my mind. Dad, you truly are a dog. As anticipated, once the black dog had breathed its last, my father coated it with a thick layer of mud, sprinkled my hair upon it, affixed a talisman for the dead, and cast the muddy dog into the room. Before long, the ghost departed. If she were to return and discover that the husband she had brought back was merely a black dog, would she not go mad? Moreover, given that the ghost had but one chance to seek her kin, it meant she would have to spend eternity with a dog. This turn of events could not be entirely blamed on my father and me. Our initial intentions were noble, seeking to gently persuade her to leave, yet she was resolute in her desire to take me, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Perhaps another day, I shall retrieve the spirit of Xiao Qian. My father, aware of his shortcomings towards the ghost, understood that her pursuit of happiness was not a fault. Her only mistake lay in choosing the wrong person. Is Mr. Wong home? Please, I implore you, go check on my child. Just as I caught my breath, the desperate voice of Aunt Wong reached us. She was on her knees, insisting that my father visit her home, for her child was on the brink of death. My father and I exchanged bewildered glances. When we borrowed the dog, her household was perfectly fine. What had transpired in that brief moment? Could it be that the ghost's powers were profound, and our actions inadvertently involved our neighbor? Nanner, let us go and investigate. My father and I arrived at Aunt Wong's residence, where a crowd had gathered in the yard, their voices a cacophony of speculation, suggesting that Aunt Wong's child was beyond saving. With some claiming he had already passed, I entered the main room to find her son, Huzi, lying on a straw mat, drenched, his face ashen, his body chillingly cold, and his heartbeat absent. This child had drowned while swimming in the river, and had been brought back. How strange indeed! I gasped, sensing something peculiar. Nanner, have you noticed something? Speak to Aunt Wong. Aunt Wong grasped my arm, her eyes pleading. I glanced at my father, knowing he would have discerned the same insight. Aunt Wong, you are not a stranger. Let us speak plainly. With my father's permission, I began. Aunt Wong, although Huzi no longer has a heartbeat or pulse, his 3 souls and 7 spirits remain within him. They have not departed. The 3 flames upon his shoulders still flicker, meaning, strictly speaking, Huzi is still alive. Upon hearing my declaration, the crowd erupted in agitation. They had all checked the child's pulse and confirmed he was a corpse. How could I claim otherwise? Are you certain of what you see? You cannot spout nonsense here. Indeed, you must take responsibility for your words. What era do we live in that you spread such absurdities? The mockery cut deep, revealing the coldness of their ridicule, and why every word was sincere. Yet I found myself labeled a charlatan. Dad, should we even intervene in this matter? Nanner, you must not leave. I believe Huzi is still alive, which is why I called for you. You must help Aunt Wong. She clung to my arm, desperate, imploring me not to abandon her child. Aunt Wong, please do not kneel. I will do everything in my power to assist you. I supported Aunt Wong, preventing her from bowing down. Dr. Zhu is on his way. Let a professional examine him. You two should step out and avoid embarrassing yourselves. A man in his 30s mocked my father and me. Causing the crowd to erupt in laughter, I glanced at him, noting the prominent, dark line across his face, foreseeing that his days were numbered. If fate permits, he would meet an untimely end within 10 minutes. Given your imminent demise, I shan't argue with you. Say what you will, for your time is scarce. Nanner, be silent. My father quickly intervened, fearing my words would incite unnecessary conflict. Yet, the man had heard me and, brimming with indignation, approached, brandishing a fist the size of a sandbag. Kid, considering we are from the same village, I will grant you another chance to apologize, Dioso, and I shall let you off the hook. How foolish! You are destined to die, and yet you wish to silence me. The man had but 8 minutes left to live. You are merely asking for trouble. Take this. The man could no longer contain his fury and swung his fist toward my head. I too possessed a temper. With one hand, I intercepted his blow and gently leaned back, using his momentum to toss him away. Alas, how he fell! The man landed in a comical manner, reminiscent of a dog in an undignified position. Enough! Please cease this violence. Aunt Wong stepped in to mediate, bringing an end to the commotion. Alas, this child has no pulse, she lamented. Please accept my condolences, Aunt Wong. Dr. Zhu, the village physician, sighed and quietly departed. Well, you insolent brat. Did I not forewarn you? This child is indeed dead. Neither of you is worth a dime. Engaging in deceitful schemes day after day. I've long held disdain for you. Chapter 26. The Drowned Ghost Smack. My father, typically composed, could no longer bear it and slapped the man's cheek. You foul-mouthed cur, barking like a dog. The man clutched his face, intent on confronting my father in a final showdown, but my father swiftly embraced him and hurled him into the doghouse outside. I dare say that doghouse suits you perfectly. Make it your permanent residence. Oh, but wait, you have no future now. The crowd began to murmur, their words sharp and piercing. I glanced at the man, sensing he had but 3 minutes left to live. I was curious as to how he would meet his end. Listen here, I may not be able to best you, but today, before all, I shall expose the lies of you and your father. Did you not say I was on the brink of death? Today, I shall remain here and see whether I truly perish. This fellow was resolute in confronting us, and though I had initially considered saving him, his aggressive demeanor rendered forgiveness impossible. Having spoken so boldly, I could never show him mercy. As I had stated from the beginning, I am no overly sympathetic saint. My unwavering stance against evil is my consistent approach. If you wish to die, so be it. No one shall hinder you. 1 minute remaining. Upon uttering this, the crowd commenced a countdown. As the timer dwindled to 10 seconds, I noticed a significant change in the man's expression. He began to look around frantically, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I in the face of death. Fear is a universal reaction, and this man was no exception. I glanced at my father, who showed no signs of intervening. It seemed we shared many similarities in our approach to matters. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, my heart began to race, for this was my first encounter with the anticipation of someone's demise. Crack, 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 crack. When only 3 seconds remained, the wall of Aunt Wong's home trembled, producing a distinct sound, boom. The wall collapsed, and the man standing beside it was caught beneath the rubble. The fallen debris crushed 4 individuals. Yet the other 3 managed to scramble out, dusting themselves off, unscathed. But the man lay motionless. Could he truly be dead? We must check. A man rallied the others to assist in pulling the man from the wreckage. At that moment, he was covered in blood, devoid of any signs of life. It turned out that Aunt Wang had previously noticed her wall exhibiting signs of instability, in an attempt to prevent a collapse. She had propped it up with a thick steel rod, intending to have it repaired later. Little did she know, the wall would fall at that precise moment. The sturdy rod, in its collapse, had pierced the man's body, rendering him beyond salvation. This truly was a remarkable twist of fate. I had predicted his prowess, yet you all refused to believe. I had just urged him to avoid quarreling with Wang Nan, but he was obstinate, and now calamity had befallen him. Alas, when the wall falls, the crowd disperses. How remarkable are these fickle onlookers, swaying with the wind. Just as one crisis subsided, another arose. Tiger, Aunt Wang's son, lay on a mat, his fate uncertain, while yet another strong man had perished. Chaos reigned. Aunt Wang collapsed to her knees, torn between concern for her son's safety and the fear that the man's family would demand exorbitant compensation, further burdening her already meager existence. After all, the incident occurred in her yard. Had she sought repairs sooner, this tragedy might have been averted. Wang Nan, you tend to Tiger. I shall handle matters outside, Uncle Li. Aunt Wang's husband stepped forward to take charge. Managing the external affairs, I remained behind, seeking a way to save Tiger's life. Uncle Li acted decisively, swiftly dispersing the crowd and summoning friends to carry the man's body home. Once the scene had calmed, I crouched beside Tiger, sensing he was murmuring something. Though his voice was barely audible, Auntie, Tiger harbors resentment. It is this unexpressed grievance that keeps his spirit tethered to his body. You claim Tiger has resentment? That cannot be. How could a mere boy harbor such feelings? Aunt Wang pondered, unable to fathom when her son had ever suffered indignities. I noted Tiger's slight finger movement. It became evident to Aunt Wang that my hypothesis was correct. Tiger had responded to my thoughts by twitching his finger. Tiger, you must articulate your grievances so that I may assist you. Do you understand? I gently urged him. Tiger's throat produced a clearer sound, yet remained indistinct. I discerned two key phrases, Erchao and returned. The name Erchao sparked a familiarity within me, though I could not immediately recall its origin. Tiger's resentment was intertwined with this Erchao, compelling me to uncover his identity. The second phrase, returned, raised questions. Nanner, I know who Erchao is. Aunt Wang suddenly recalled, sharing that Erchao was Tiger's childhood companion. They had often played together. Their bond strong, however. An ill-fated day arrived when Erchao suggested they bathe in the village river, gathering several friends to join in the icy waters. Tragedy struck when Erchao felt something ensnaring his feet, pulling him down into the depths. The other children, realizing the peril, desperately attempted to rescue him, but to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as Erchao succumbed to the depths. Later, a bloated corpse was discovered floating in the river, and upon retrieval, it was identified as Erchao's. Witnesses claimed to have seen two distinct handprints on Erchao's ankle, likely the cause of his drowning. The term drowned ghost escaped my lips involuntarily. I swiftly rolled up Tiger's pant legs, revealing deep, elongated handprints on both of his ankles. These marks were the remnants of the drowned ghost's grasp. Although Tiger had been saved by his friends, his spirit remained trapped within his body, unable to breathe, akin to the dead, and these handprints were inextricably linked to his plight. At that moment, the marks on Tiger's ankles served as seals, locking away his life force. The cause had been identified. Chapter 27. The substitute. The drowned ghost is a vengeful spirit that lingers between realms, unable to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. They often manifest in village rivers or turbulent town waters. When someone drowns in such waters, they become one of the drowned ghosts. Initially, these spirits arise from personal or natural causes, while later manifestations are linked to impurities. Once one becomes a drowned ghost, they are denied rebirth, condemned to suffer in the frigid waters, enduring hunger and thirst. To attain rebirth, they must substitute someone else in their place. Some may question why drowned ghosts are said to go without food or drink. After all, are they not submerged in water, able to consume fish or drink from the river? However, it is quite the contrary. Once transformed into a drowned ghost, they enter a state of fasting. They may feel hunger, yet cannot partake in sustenance. Any morsel ingested is instantly expelled. Thus, eating fails to satiate their hunger, only intensifying it. The same applies to water, which is expelled through their pores. In truth, there are numerous tales concerning the spirit of the drowned, and one particular version involving a fisherman is surely familiar to many. Rather than recounting that well-known narrative, allow me to share a lesser-known variant. It is said that an elderly man, forlorn and abandoned, felt utterly forsaken by the world each nightfall, with no one to converse with or to care about his existence. He often found solace in wine. One fateful day, having indulged excessively, he was suddenly struck by the notion that life held no meaning, which led him to contemplate suicide by hanging. Yet, he pondered the manner of his departure. Slitting his wrists? No, too painful. Jumping from a height? That too was unthinkable, for the gruesome sight would invite mockery from the villagers. Hanging? Certainly not, for the agony involved would leave a lasting shadow on others. On a sweltering summer day, a refreshing breeze enveloped his weary body, bringing him fleeting comfort. Suddenly, he struck the table in realization. He concluded that drowning would be the most peaceful exit. To immerse himself in the cool river waters on such a scorching day would indeed be delightful. With a gourd of wine in hand, he approached the riverbank, inhaled deeply, and prepared to leap when he unexpectedly spotted another figure seated by the water. Could this person, too, be contemplating their demise? No, he thought, if he could save a life before departing, it would render his exit somewhat meaningful. As he approached, he noticed the individual was drenched, with a vacant gaze and emaciated frame. Striking up a conversation, the man was met with astonishment. "You can see me?" Upon hearing this, the elder became acutely aware that the being before him was not a mere mortal, but rather a spirit of the drowned, as suggested by its appearance and times past. Such a revelation would have instilled fear within him. However, contemplating his imminent fate as a spirit of the drowned, he felt no trepidation. Thus, he engaged in dialogue with the ghost and shared his wine. Finding camaraderie in their exchange, a question lingered in the elder's mind. It was said that spirits of the drowned could not partake in food, so why was this one able to drink? The ghost explained, "You are unaware, but I have lingered in this river for over 40 years. I have sought countless substitutes for reincarnation, yet I could never bring myself to do harm to another. For I understand the torment of being a spirit of the drowned. The spirit, possessing a benevolent heart in life, could not bear to doom others to its fate, moved by the spirit's compassion. The underworld's officials granted it a unique privilege. Not only could it consume food, but it could also ascend to the shore at night for brief respites." This revelation enlightened the elder. The spirit recounted its suffering, effectively dissuading the elder from his suicidal thoughts. He realized that living, albeit in solitude, was far preferable to becoming a spirit of the drowned. From that night forth, the elder would bring wine and delicacies to the riverbank, sharing in revelry with the spirit, infusing his life with flavor. However, this joyous arrangement was not destined to last. One day, the spirit informed the elder that it would be their final night together. When pressed for reasons, the spirit candidly revealed, "Tomorrow afternoon, around 2:30, a child will pass through this river with a large black pot atop his head. Our fates are intertwined, and he could serve as my replacement. Should I miss this opportunity, I would have no chance of rebirth." It became apparent that the spirit's opportunity for reincarnation was time-sensitive. Failure to find a suitable substitute within the allotted time would condemn it to eternal existence in the river. The following day marked the spirit's last chance, and after much deliberation, it resolved to seek a fitting replacement. Upon returning home, the elder found the notion perplexing. Who in their right mind would traverse the river with a large black pot? Moreover, why would one choose to swim rather than take the bridge? This struck him as illogical. Determined to witness the spirit's search for a substitute, he decided to wait by the river the next afternoon. The following day, the elder positioned himself by the water, concealing himself in a cool grove to avoid alarming the spirit. The temperature soared to nearly 40 degrees, nearly roasting him alive. At 2:30, indeed, a boy appeared, balancing a large black pot on his back, seemingly suffering under the relentless sun. He removed the pot and placed it atop his head to shield himself from the harsh rays. After preparing himself, the boy attempted to cross the bridge, only to hear a thunderous crash as the structure collapsed. Desperate to cross the river for urgent family matters, he resolved to swim, a child of the land. He was adept in water, and this river posed no challenge. Thus, he plunged into the water with the pot still atop his head. The spirit, sensing the moment had arrived, swam toward the boy. Witnessing this, The elder's heart sank. The boy appeared no older than 14, poised to lose his life and become a mere replacement for the spirit. Overcome with compassion, the elder made a fateful decision to save the child. Bursting forth from the grove, he shouted to the boy, "Hurry to the shore. There is a spirit of the drowned in the water. You will perish." The spirit surfaced, glaring at the elder, feeling betrayed after having shared a bond of friendship. Yet, the elder, undeterred, was determined to rescue the boy's life at all costs. The impetuous youth, however, dismissed the elder's warning with a scoff, resolute in his intent to swim across. Recognizing the imminent danger, the elder leapt into the water, prepared to sacrifice himself to save the child. Infuriated, the spirit retaliated, declaring, "If you are so unwilling to let the boy die, then I shall claim you as my substitute." The spirit turned its focus upon the elder, revealing that he was the true chosen one. The day it had sat by the riverbank, it had awaited the elder's arrival, but upon seeing the elder's kindness and shared offerings of wine, its heart had softened. Thus, the elder met his demise in the river, while the spirit successfully achieved its opportunity for rebirth. Years later, countless villagers would claim to have seen the elder by the riverbank, humming a tune. "What do I owe you? I owe you nothing at all." Chapter 28. Hold on a moment. The fate of Huzi, the child from Aunt Wang's family, was precarious. While swimming in the river, he was seized by the spirit of Erchao, who had long since passed. The palm print on his ankle served as undeniable proof. Yet, Erchao had mistakenly chosen the wrong person. Huzi's life force was resilient, and he managed to escape the spirit's grasp, returning with the aid of other children. In our region, there exists a custom. Should a person fall into water and be brought home, regardless of their state, they must not be placed on a bed. Instead, a straw mat or similar should be procured to lay the drowning victim upon. The rationale is simple. A bed is meant for rest, while the ground is for walking. A drowning person may experience dizziness, unable to discern whether they are alive or dead. If placed on a bed, it could impart the illusion of eternal rest, prompting their souls to depart, thus sealing their fate. There is another belief. When a person passes, they carry their belongings with them. Should they die upon a large bed, they would bear the weight of that bed into the afterlife. Conversely, if they pass upon a straw mat, it is far less burdensome. Which interpretation holds more credibility is subject to personal belief. I, however, lean towards the latter, as it is customary in our culture that those nearing death must not lie upon a bed. Preparations are made with straw mats or similar materials to support the dying until their last breath, after which the coffin may enter the home. But of course, this does not apply to those who pass away from natural causes in hospitals. They are exempt from this tradition, which will be elaborated upon later. Returning to Huzi, it is understandable why he felt resentment and lingered. He had shared a close bond with the spirit during their childhood. Practically brothers, think that this childhood companion would seek his life to serve as a replacement would anger anyone. Others might turn pale or purple in death. Huzi's purple visage was entirely due to his rage. It seems fitting that he bore the name Huzi, for he was small in stature yet fierce in temperament. Ultimately, it was this very temperament that saved his life. As long as his spirit remained intact, I could guarantee his survival. "Dad, let's head to the river to find Erchao." To untie the knot, one must confront the source. To truly save Huzi, we must locate Erchao. If we can successfully resolve the animosity between the two individuals, the handprint on Huzi's ankle will gradually fade away. Once the seal dissipates, Huzi's vital essence will be fully unlocked, allowing his 3 souls and 7 spirits to merge completely with his corporeal form. At that moment, Huzi shall return to life. I will accompany Huzi along with all of you. Upon learning of our plan, Aunt Wang expressed her desire to join us. This indeed seemed a prudent choice. If we could effectively reconcile the grievances between Erchao and Huzi, we could swiftly advance to the next stage of our plan. However, after much contemplation, my father and I ultimately declined Aunt Wang's request. Should Erchao prove to be formidable, she would become a liability on the scene, unable to contribute anything. As my father and I arrived by the riverbank, we found the waters remarkably calm, devoid of any debris. Could it be that Erchao was aware of our approach and had hidden away in advance? That possibility could not be dismissed. As we crouched by the river, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded before us. An object began to drift toward us, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was a massive weight. We all know that a weight is a solid hunk of iron, quite heavy and certain to sink if it were to fall into the water. Yet today, this weight was behaving peculiarly, floating toward us. "Nanner, it's coming." My father was referring, of course, to Urchao. This floating weight was its typical ruse for seeking a substitute victim. Many would be irresistibly drawn to such a curious occurrence, inching closer to investigate, unaware that they were stepping into the water and unwittingly becoming the replacement for the drowned ghost, tragically losing their lives in the process. It seemed Huzi had fallen victim to this very weight. A child of merely a few years, brimming with curiosity about the world, would naturally not overlook such an intriguing phenomenon. "Nanner, look," my father urged me to gaze into the depths of the river, where a head emerged before my eyes. The face was ghastly pale, and although I could not touch it, I sensed its silken texture. The visage in the water bore hollow, dark eyes that fixated on me with an unsettling gaze. The corners of its mouth twisted into a sinister smile. Its long hair swayed with wild abandon, resembling countless tendrils poised to strike at any moment. I had a vague recollection of Urchao. And indeed, this head belonged to it. "Father, what should we do?" "Lure it into a trap." My father's suggestion resonated with me. One person would feign drowning to attract the vengeful spirit, while the other would seize the opportunity to throw it ashore. In the scorching summer heat, the sun blazed mercilessly, and a drowned ghost out of the water could not endure for long before turning to ash, dissipating into thin AI or at that moment, we would hold the upper hand, using this to negotiate with the ghost and compel it to depart. Yet, while I understood the reasoning, the question remained. Who would play the role of the one pretending to drown? Surely it could not be me. I am still young, and should I falter, I might lose my life. However, my father was different. Having lived many years and experienced much, he had a son. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't be a total loss. I gazed at my father, tears welling in my eyes, fearing that if he entered the water this time, he might never return. This could be our last moment together, and I cherished it deeply. Terrified of losing him, "Dad, please be careful," I implored, unable to bear the thought of losing him. "Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Just trust me." "What?" Noticing my hesitation, my father forcefully pushed me into the water. This mischievous child had an abundance of theatrics, goodness. Fatherly love is indeed as heavy as a mountain crumbling. After falling into the water, I feigned weakness in swimming, calling out for help, the drowned ghost. Urchao was instantly captivated, swimming toward me with eager intent, its slender hands gripping my ankles tightly. Ah, those skeletal hands were surprisingly strong, sending excruciating pain through my ankles. I felt as if my bones were about to be crushed, the agony drilling into my skull, rendering me nearly incapacitated. "Dad, what are you waiting for? Hurry up," I shouted, confused as to why my father remained still, urging him to rescue me, lest I truly meet my end here. "Nanner, hold on a moment. I have other matters to attend to." "What?" At such a time, what could possibly be more important than saving your son's life? I felt utterly despondent. Yet, what transpired next cast me into deeper despair. For I saw 6 more drowned ghosts approaching me. One ghost was already more than I could handle, and now there were 6. No wonder my father said he had other matters to attend to. Telling me to hang on for a while. Chapter 29. Always just and kind, I was inherently destined to be a yin-yang master, with a strong fate and a body that attracted spirits. The detritus in the river had set its sights on my flawless form, and any of them could easily match my fate. Thus, these entities would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity for reincarnation. In an instant, I had become a coveted prize. However, recalling my father's instruction to hold on, I believed he was devising a plan to rescue me. I just needed to endure until he returned. I gazed at my father on the shore, slipping into despair once more. He had somehow procured a stool, plopping down upon it with ease, casually propping one leg over the other, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, and observing me in the water with keen interest. Well then, is this what he meant when he said to hold on? It seemed he was preparing for my corpse retrieval. How unfortunate to have such a father. My own son was on the verge of death, yet he found the time to enjoy a chicken leg. But from where did he acquire that chicken leg? Did he anticipate that I would find myself in such a predicament and prepare in advance? Oh dear, what a misfortune to have such a father. With my father indifferent to my plight, I could only rely on myself. Desperately, I swam toward the riverbank, but Urchao relentlessly pulled at my ankles, rendering me immobile. Nanner, keep fighting. Dad is watching over you. What? This creature was still on the shore claiming to watch over me. In my next life, I would surely avoid being reincarnated as his son. Suddenly, a flurry of bubbles erupted beneath the water, and Urchao's grip on my ankle seemed to loosen. What was happening? I hesitated and moved slightly. Indeed, those hands had truly released me. I quickly swam toward the shore. But just as I was within arm's reach, that accursed hand once again seized my ankle. This time, however, the grip felt different, not as tight. Almost gentle. I realized it must be the hand of a female ghost. Looking down confirmed my suspicion. The spirit grasping me was indeed a woman. I understood now. The bubbling sound I had heard earlier must have been the 7 drowned ghosts fighting amongst themselves for me. Thus, I had been granted a brief moment of freedom. The female ghost tugged me downward, only to be pushed aside by the other drowned spirits, whose 12 skeletal hands grabbed at my legs, pulling me down with all their might. I could not fathom which wretched ghost had the audacity to grasp my groin, nearly squeezing the life out of me. With a sudden rush, my body was completely pulled beneath the surface. The water filling my ears with a thunderous roar. 7 drowned ghosts surrounded me, their hollow eyes fixed upon me. I targeted the weakest-looking spirit and delivered a punch to its head. A soft thud resonated, and the ghost's head tilted back, releasing its grip. I understood then. All beings have weaknesses, and these drowned spirits were no exception. Their heads were their most vulnerable points. If I could strike them there, I might find a chance to escape. I continued to strike, and one by one, the spirits began to loosen their hold, temporarily incapacitated. My body gained buoyancy, and with a powerful kick, my head finally broke the surface. Gasping for fresh air, before the remaining drowned spirits could react, I dove back into the water, launching an offensive against all the spirits, landing blows upon their heads. In no time, only one spirit remained clinging to my ankle, Urchao. I swiftly surfaced to see my father had stripped down to his underwear, leaping into the water with a forceful dive, tossing Urchao onto the shore. My father and I quickly emerged, pinning Urchao firmly to the ground. If you wish to be reborn, you shall comply. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Urchao mumbled something incomprehensible, but its demeanor suggested it was pleading for mercy. Its body began to show clear signs of decay, the scorching sun tormenting it mercilessly. If you desire our clemency, you must break the seal upon Huzi. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Urchao appeared momentarily stunned, then began to draw a large question mark in the dirt with its finger. Her heart was engulfed in confusion, utterly perplexed by the words of her father. Upon witnessing my father and me standing there in a daze, Urchao exerted every ounce of his strength to scribble a few characters on the ground. Not me. Subsequently, he pointed towards a drowned spirit floating in the water, and only then did my father and I grasp the meaning. His intention was crystal clear. The drowned spirit that captured Huzi was not him, but rather that floating specter. Release me. After we relinquished our grip, Urchao gallantly plunged into the river, using all his might to hurl the floating drowned spirit onto the shore, where it rolled at our feet. Even in the water, Urchao continued to bow and gesture towards us, seemingly filled with shame, completely unaware that my father and I were allies of Huzi. Had he known beforehand, he would have undoubtedly refrained from such actions. It appeared we had misunderstood from the outset. Huzi's rescue was significantly due to Urchao's efforts. At that moment, Huzi's slurred speech led to a misunderstanding where Urchao's return was misconstrued as his own arrival. The drowned spirit, thrown ashore by Urchao, began to regain its composure, bubbles escaping its mouth. Unable to withstand the scorching sun, its body began to decay, and it was this pain that roused it from its stupor. My father and I hastily restrained it, warning that if it wished to survive, it must release the seal on Huzi, or we would show no mercy. Yes, I promise you, please let me go, it hurts. This drowned spirit had been dead for quite some time, having transformed into a being of intellect capable of human speech, and its words dripped with a distinct Shandong accent. It was likely that it hailed from Shandong in life. The seal has been lifted, good man, let me return. We can allow you to return, but should we find Huzi unchanged upon our return, we shall undoubtedly seek you out again. You are well aware of our capabilities." My father gestured for me to release my hold, and the drowned spirit swiftly dove into the river, casting a fearful glance back at us before vanishing into the riverbed. "Father, what if this drowned spirit is deceiving us?" Capturing it had indeed required considerable effort. If it were to trick us, we would be in grave trouble, and I wished to avoid such an ordeal again. My legs bore the bruised imprints of hands, and my groin was swollen, having become several times its original size, accompanied by a pronounced stinging sensation. Shandong people are known for their integrity. They are unlikely to deceive us. Let us return. My father's willingness to let the drowned spirit go stemmed from his regard for its Shandong origins, which seemed somewhat hasty. Chapter 30. A double return. Every place is home to both good and bad individuals. What if this drowned spirit turns out to be malevolent? My father acknowledged his gamble, but still chose to trust the Shandong spirit. Having traveled extensively, he had encountered numerous forthright Shandong men, rarely finding those who played cunning games. Upon returning to Aunt Wang's home, we found Huzi still lying motionless on the straw mat, an indescribable sense of defeat washing over us. Could it be that we had truly been deceived by the drowned spirit? "Master Wang, what do you think? Is there still hope for my son?" My father felt a pang of regret, questioning why he had placed his trust in the words of a drowned spirit. "Sister, do not panic. I shall return to the riverbank and surely rescue Huzi." After my father declared this, he prepared to leave, but I hurriedly called out to him, "Father, look, is Huzi moving?" Huzi's chest began to rise and fall rhythmically. Seemingly drawing breath, his complexion gradually transformed, acquiring a hint of color. Aunt Wang placed her hand upon Huzi's chest, ecstatic with joy. "He lives. Huzi has returned to life." I had said as much. Shandong people are indeed righteous. Right? My father wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that his belief had nearly led him astray. However, after this incident, the Shandong people left me with a remarkably favorable impression. At the very least, I had personally experienced their integrity. Huzi expelled 2 puddles of river water and opened his eyes. "Mother, have I died?" "No, Huzi, you are still alive. It was your Uncle Wang and Brother Wang who saved you. As you grow, remember to show your gratitude." Huzi rose and bowed 3 times before us, expressing his heartfelt thanks for our life-saving efforts and assuring us he would repay our kindness in the future. The news of Huzi's revival spread rapidly throughout the village and beyond, elevating my father's and my reputation. Many came knocking at our door, seeking our assistance to alleviate their troubles, and our business flourished immensely. One day, a large group of intimidating individuals stormed into our home, kicking down the door. These were 4 burly men who, upon entering, began to rain down blows upon our family, their strikes heavy and merciless. As though they intended to beat us to death, my father tightly embraced my parents, shielding them from harm while I, unprotected, suffered a bruised and battered visage. Truly, parents are the embodiment of love, while I am merely an unfortunate bystander. "Old Wang, today we shall teach you a lesson. From now on, at this time every day, we shall return until you are dead." With that, the brutish men stormed out. Glancing at the time, it was precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. My father and I sat at the table, incredulous. We had clearly offended an undeserving individual, for how else could we have inexplicably endured such a brutal beating? Who could we have possibly wronged? As we pondered this, the neighbor, Uncle Li, rushed into our home, visibly anxious and sporting a bruised face similar to ours. Aunt Wang and Huzi followed closely behind, both bearing injuries of their own, though we could endure. We were left questioning who these assailants were. We had no grievances with anyone. Why resort to violence? My father got straight to the point, knowing Uncle Li must have the answers. Alas, it is all due to that person. Uncle Li spoke of the man who had died beneath his family's courtyard wall. Although Uncle Li had returned the man's body and offered an apology, expressing a willingness to resolve the matter with money, the man's family was driven by greed. Upon hearing of the compensation, they descended upon Uncle Li's home, clamoring for 50,000 at the outset. Uncle Li found himself in a difficult position. As a farmer, he relied solely on his meager land for sustenance, and how could he possibly procure such a sum? Overnight, Uncle Li's hair turned white, and he aged considerably as if misfortune never came alone. The following day, the man's relatives convened to exploit this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, demanding compensation that skyrocketed from 50,000 to 100,000. They threatened that if the money was not promptly delivered, they would continue to increase their demands. Uncle Lee, a man of integrity, had neither money nor a life to spare. Since they had chosen this method of resolution, he declared he would not engage further. They could take his life, but they would not see a single penny. That very night, four strong men from the deceased's family emerged, delivering a savage beating to Uncle Lee's family. Finding no profit in Uncle Lee, the thugs redirected their focus toward my family. While we had some savings, the man had indeed met his demise due to his own actions, compounded by his harsh words. This tragedy had nothing to do with me. I had warned him of impending danger, yet he had disregarded my counsel, insulted both my father and me, and even resorted to violence. His fate was a consequence of his own making, not ours. Old Lee, you did well. You had neither money nor a life to spare. I observed that the man's family was not virtuous. Had Uncle Lee handed over 100,000, they would have only grown more insatiable, forever viewing us as their cash cow. What should we do about this? Old Wong, call the police. My father resolved to protect our rights through legal means and promptly reported the incident. The police arrived to handle the situation, working late into the night. After piecing together the events, they concluded that Uncle Lee bore half the responsibility. Had there been no issue with his wall, the man would not have perished. My family had not engaged in the matter beyond a verbal dispute. And out of humanitarian concern, the police suggested we offer a small compensation to the man's family. After addressing the situation, the police reprimanded the deceased relatives, instructing them to cease their provocations. They warned that should further violence occur, all involved would face arrest. Additionally, they stipulated that the deceased's immediate family would handle the arrangements, barring any distant relatives from involvement. Furthermore, they cautioned that, given the sweltering heat, the body could not remain unburied for long. If they disagreed with the police's resolution, they could pursue legal action instead. However, the matters entailed in litigations are numerous. As back and forth ensues, it can lead to significant delays. The man's so-called relatives are merely seeking to exploit this opportunity for a quick financial gain. Fully aware of their own culpability, they are disinclined to engage in a time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly endeavor with a predetermined outcome, thus opting to withdraw from the situation. When the police, having observed that the matter has been resolved, prepared to leave, my father, brimming with indignation, stepped forward. Officer, he proclaimed, their issues may have been addressed, but what shall become of ours? My father, grasping my mother and me, pointed to his own injuries, asserting that this beating must not go unpunished and that the assailants must face dire consequences. If necessary, we would seek medical documentation of the injuries. While I might choose to endure during the altercation, once the dust has settled, I shall ensure that retribution is exacted. This is the unyielding principle of the Wong family. Chapter 31. A great favor witnessing my father's resolute stance, Uncle Lee, along with his wife and Huzi, stepped forward as well. Indeed, this matter must be addressed with clarity. I acknowledge my own faults, yet the act of violence is unequivocally wrong. Should you depart, what is to stop them from attacking us again? I propose we head to the hospital for a medical examination. In this current era, the legal awareness of the populace has significantly improved. Even the most humble farmers are no longer easy prey for bullies. Our criminal law stipulates. Article 234, Intentional Injury, states that anyone who intentionally causes harm to another's body shall be sentenced to imprisonment for up to 3 years. Criminal detention or control. If the crime results in serious injury, the offender faces imprisonment for no less than 3 years and up to 10 years. If the victim dies or sustains severe disabilities through particularly cruel means, the punishment is no less than 10 years, life imprisonment, or even death. Those who inflict harm must be held accountable. Who among you participated in this assault? Step forward at once. As the police urged the assailants to reveal themselves, the man's relatives were rendered speechless, retreating in fear of attracting unnecessary trouble. Their earlier bravado evaporated. However, the police continued to press them, leaving them with no choice. Unless the 4 assailants stepped forward today, the police would not depart. My father's fury was palpable. How could anyone dare to bully his wife and son? As the head of the family, he could not stand idly by. Let me be clear, he declared, I do not seek compensation, nor do I desire a single cent from you. I want you imprisoned. You relish fighting, do you not? Then let you fight to your heart's content behind bars. My father's words resonated with power, instantly shocking everyone present. Surely, the four assailants were now regretting their rashness. They had initially sought compensation from Uncle Lee, hoping for a payout, but now, having offended my father, they would receive not a penny and would instead face incarceration. The group, realizing they could no longer stall, shamefully pushed forward four weak and helpless children to take the blame. I need not boast. If these four children were to charge at me together, I could easily subdue them with a single hand. Where was their earlier bravado? To have such inexperienced youth shoulder the blame was utterly disgraceful. Article 310 of the criminal law clearly states, harboring and shielding crimes. Anyone who knowingly provides a hiding place, property, or assistance to a criminal, or falsifies evidence to shield them, faces imprisonment for up to 3 years. Criminal detention or control. For severe circumstances, the penalty is 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. You must think carefully. Our home is equipped with high-definition cameras, and it's not too late to reconsider. If the police discover any discrepancies, you all shall find yourselves behind bars. I too stepped forward, addressing the group. Upon hearing that our home was equipped with cameras, the four assailants were likely filled with regret. Had they known, they would never have dared to act so brazenly. Once the four men stepped forward, the police instructed us to identify them, and I confirmed that these were indeed the perpetrators. What do you wish to convey? The police inquired of my father. And I too looked to him, wondering if he truly intended for these men to be imprisoned. I was resolute. My family was not in need of money, so their trifling compensation was of no consequence. In matters of life and debt, one must pay for their transgressions, and those who strike must face imprisonment. This was my demand. My father, ever decisive, was true to his word. My demand mirrored his. Let them be incarcerated. After all, our family was already in dire straits. We could hardly sink any lower. If my father was a man of passionate conviction, Uncle Lee was the epitome of someone who had lost all hope. His words, while coarse, contained truth. How poor could we possibly be? Upon witnessing my father's stance, the four assailants could no longer maintain their composure. They wept like children, claiming their families depended on them and that they could not afford a criminal record. Old Wong, name your price. I shall not flinch. One of the assailants, clearly the leader, stepped forward, seeking to negotiate with my father. Yet my father remained silent, pulling my mother and me into the house, leaving only Uncle Lee's family behind. Why did you go inside now? My mother questioned. Isn't it better to ask for some compensation? Upon returning home, my mother voiced her concerns. Having known Uncle Lee for decades, we were well aware of his character. Indeed, his family was in a difficult position, and I could only advocate for him to a certain extent. Beyond that, we need not trouble ourselves further. My father had never intended to seek compensation. Nor did he contemplate imprisoning the four men. His intention was to leverage their weaknesses against Uncle Lee, facilitating negotiation and reducing the required compensation. Following this ordeal, our family would incur no expenses, not even for humanitarian compensation, as I had already afforded them ample dignity. Oh, and by the way, let us install more high-definition cameras around the house, including in the bathroom. Having already entered the house, my father turned back. Perhaps he found my suggestion reasonable, as the influx of visitors demanded some security measures. Nanair, you truly are a clever one, my mother praised, affectionately ruffling my hair. Subsequently, the man's relatives all returned to their homes. Disengaging from the matter, Uncle Lee coordinated with the man's parents. Being fellow villagers, certain matters could be discussed openly, and ultimately, Uncle Lee compensated 100,000 yuan, which served as a lesson for his missteps. Acknowledging that Uncle Lee's family could not afford this sum, my father stepped in to lend the money. From that point on, Uncle Lee owed our family 3 monumental favors. First, my father and I had saved his son's life. Second, we had helped him avoid a significant compensation payout. Third, my father had promptly provided financial assistance, enabling Uncle Lee to navigate this crisis. Our family's reputation quickly spread, leading to an increasing number of clients. My father and I barely had time to sleep, counting money until our hands ached, a sensation that filled me with fulfillment. Most of these eager visitors bore trivial issues, seeking assistance with minor matters. At most, they sought guidance on Feng Shui, the arrangement of household items, decor taboos, as well as inquiries into relationships, longevity, karmic connections, and disaster avoidance. I navigated these issues with ease, rendering the monetary gains feel almost like picking up money from the ground. However, this was my calling. At times, a single piece of advice from me could save years of missteps or even preserve a life, making the expense worthwhile. Yet, half a month later, a client arrived, presenting a conundrum for my father and me. Chapter 32. Nightmare. The visitor was a wealthy businessman, quite influential, owning a factory with hundreds of employees and substantial assets, yet he was sincere and generous in his dealings. The first thing he did upon arriving at our home left a lasting impression. He placed a box full of cash before my father and me, causing our eyes to widen in astonishment. The bills within were worth at least $1 million. What kind of predicament had this businessman encountered to be so extravagant? Sitting before us, he remained silent, fixating his gaze upon us, as if waiting for something. He was awaiting our divination. My father cautioned me that many clients would present gifts during initial meetings, unsure of our capabilities. Offering tokens of sincerity before probing our expertise, should we accurately discern his concerns or the nature of his predicament, he would be inclined to continue the conversation. This was a positive sign. Unfortunately, the actions of deceitful individuals had tarnished the reputation of our profession, leaving many genuine practitioners struggling for work. Just as in previous years, when unscrupulous tea sellers had tainted the tea market, preventing quality tea from reaching our hands, I began to scrutinize the wealthy man's features. His round, plump face and broad nose indicated a disposition towards generosity, adaptability, calmness, and enduring patience, traits that would allow him to succeed without excessive scruples. His fortune appeared favorable. He seemed destined for a smooth journey with minimal obstacles, effortlessly achieving success. His ears were prominent, affixed to the back of his head, suggesting he could become a person of great renown. "Sir, may I have the honor of examining your palm? I have already scrutinized your visage and found no discrepancies. Everything observable in your face is equally evident in your being. However, articulating these observations may not instill confidence in you. Hence I resolved to inspect your palm, in hopes of uncovering something noteworthy." The affluent gentleman complied, extending his left hand before me. In palmistry, it is customary for men to present their left hand and women their right. Typically, those inexperienced in this art are unsure which hand to offer, yet this merchant displayed remarkable adeptness. His skillful demeanor suggested he had consulted more than one practitioner of yin and yang. Yet none had satisfied him, leading him to my presence. This implies that the considerable sum of money he possessed was not easily spent. However, here, that money must remain. The merchant's lifeline was profound and distinct, indicative of robust health, a resolute character, and significant athletic prowess. The wisdom line was equally clear, underscoring his strong logical reasoning and keen intellect. His fate line was promising, exuding leadership qualities, decisiveness, and the ability to steer his own destiny. The sun line was remarkably favorable as well, suggesting an extroverted nature with a natural talent for wealth accumulation, making success likely. Yet, the emotional line presented a conundrum. Its brevity typically signifies a lack of responsibility, fleeting romances, and an inability to maintain lasting relationships. Could it be that he sought me for matters of the heart? Unlikely, for someone of his countenance would surely attract numerous exquisite women, and he did not strike me as a man inclined to emotional accountability. Thus, his visit must pertain to other pressing matters. Having examined both his visage and palm without discovering anything of significance, I found myself in a rather perplexing situation. It appeared that the gentleman could not alleviate my suspicions. So I decided to take my leave for the time being. As the merchant prepared to depart with his suitcase, I halted him, having perceived a clue while he lifted it. His forehead was darkened, his eye bags heavy and discolored, his lips tinged with purple, and the whites of his eyes yellowed, indicative of prolonged anxiety. The merchant's troubles lay not on the surface, but deep within his psyche. He harbored either an unresolved emotional knot or a tumultuous train of thought. "Sir," I remarked, "it is advisable to untangle the heart rather than bind it. A clear mind will illuminate the path." Upon uttering this, my heart raced. I was uncertain if my assessment was accurate, for if it were not, the opportunity might slip away. Upon hearing my words, the merchant unexpectedly seated himself once more, indicating I had indeed hit upon the truth. "According to your wishes, what course of action shall I take?" He remained guarded, suggesting the matter he sought assistance with was of considerable gravity. "Let us proceed with sincerity and transparency. Otherwise, all discussions are moot. And I shall bid you farewell. Have I not faced myriad storms? In my domain, do you presume to seize the initiative? You wish to lead me by the nose, but I shall not grant you that privilege. Speak freely today, and I shall aid you in resolving your troubles. Should you choose to conceal your intentions or play coy, I shall withdraw my participation. Let us see who falters first. Ha ha ha, dear sir. Do not take offense. I too have been ensnared by deception, he exclaimed. I in pursuit of this matter alone. I have expended millions, yet those charlatans provided no solutions, incensing me. Were it not for my astute deduction, I would scarcely have believed this merchant could articulate so many grievances at once, revealing the depth of his frustration. Yet, he remained resolute, despite having been deceived by numerous practitioners of yin and yang. Still determined to seek their counsel, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his plight, one beyond the grasp of science, perhaps involving malevolent entities, this man lacked nothing: wealth, love, ambition, and success. What, then, could he possibly be missing? Nightmares, the very word echoed in my mind, undoubtedly the source of his distress. Pray tell, what peculiar dreams have haunted you? The merchant's eyes widened in astonishment. I was the first practitioner to discern the crux of his troubles without him uttering a word. Am I not remarkable? Even my father, a master of the celestial arts, regards me with newfound respect. His prior silence was not intended to afford me a learning opportunity, but rather, he too could not fathom the merchant's predicament. A living God! At last, I have found you. The merchant grasped my hands fervently, his face quivering with emotion, his heartbeat palpable. Sir, do not be overwhelmed. Feel free to share your troubles. I am here to assist you. Thus, the merchant began to recount the bizarre occurrences in his life, captivating my interest with the intrigue of his narrative. Should my father and I intervene to resolve his issues, the sum he presented would be more than justified. Chapter 33. Into the dream it transpired that the merchant had been plagued by the same dream for half a month. Each night, a little girl clad in red would appear, lamenting her coldness and claiming she was lost. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8, with delicate features, yet her frail frame suggested malnutrition from prolonged deprivation. Initially, the merchant dismissed this as a trivial dream, but gradually, he recognized the situation had escalated. Night after night, the girl would intrude upon his dreams, and regardless of his reprimands, she persisted in her incessant monologue. Just last week, the dream took a sinister turn. He envisioned a blood-red coffin, with the girl in red standing atop it, beaming at him while repeatedly urging, "Come inside and keep me company." I am so frightened. From that moment, the merchant perceived he was beset by malevolent forces, despite summoning countless practitioners of yin and yang. None had provided relief. In fact, his actions had incited the girl's outrage. Should she discover the presence of another practitioner in his home, she would not confer with him, but would instead drag him into the coffin to accompany her. Thus, he traversed the nation in search of a practitioner capable of alleviating his plight, fortuitously arriving before me today, as I had accurately predicted. Sir, have you encountered this girl in red in any previous dreams? The merchant shook his head vigorously. Have you recently relocated or acquired any new possessions? He replied that last month, he purchased a villa, and it was only after moving in that the girl began to haunt his dreams. Since then, she had not vacated his subconscious. Wherever he went, she appeared in his dreams. Well, I comprehend the situation now. If I am not mistaken, you have encountered the Child Shah. The Child Shah is a malevolent force associated with construction. Should you intend to undertake any renovations near your new home, you must avoid invoking its wrath. Relocating also necessitates caution in this regard. People often exaggerate the potency of the Child Shah, neglecting the significance of the term child, which carries profound implications, representing the 3 Shah, year break, and other formidable threats. The Child Shah is a monthly hazard, traversing the 9 palaces in accordance with the year's earthly branches. For instance, in the year of the Metal Rat, 2020, it commences in the Central Palace in the first month, moving to the northwest in the second month, and so forth. When did you move into your new home? July. In July, it resides in the Southwest Palace. The merchant's newly acquired villa must have been constructed facing southwest. This direction corresponds with the Kuan trigram in the I Ching, commonly referred to as the Kuan Palace. Representing Earth, the Kuan trigram symbolizes the feminine, while the Qian trigram represents the masculine. The villa's location is fortuitous, perfectly situated within the Kuan trigram. Each trigram embodies geographical and celestial significance. The I Ching reflects geography, whereas the He Luo culture emphasizes the energy field, the essence of Feng Shui. The Southwest Kuan Palace signifies elderly women, the rotund, educated individuals, and the blind. It also represents farmers and agricultural workers, i.e. in terms of material manifestation. The Kuan trigram denotes warehouses, basements, dark and damp places, and labor animals like oxen and horses. All these signs harmonize with the merchant's current environment, which villa lacks a warehouse, basement, or shadowy corners. Moreover, a significant portion of the employees at his factory are likely local farmers, whose diligent efforts have contributed to the merchant's current achievements. In addition, some individuals residing in secluded villas also raise cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks to savor the rural atmosphere. The wealthy merchant did not mention the composition of his family, and I felt it was inappropriate to inquire further, so I made my own deductions based on my knowledge of yin and yang. The southwest direction, associated with the Kuan Palace, has the annual fortune of the 4-green Wenchang star, which primarily enhances academic success. This will significantly benefit children in their studies and also greatly assist those engaged in creative pursuits or writing articles. Thus, while this affluent merchant appears to be merely a businessman on the surface, he likely harbors personal interests or side ventures, such as frequently publishing literary works in his spare time to showcase his expertise in certain areas. His sudden relocation must be to provide his child with an exceptional learning environment, and I surmise that this residence's location was calculated by a wise individual. Typically, average people seeking to provide their children with an optimal educational setting would focus on housing within reputable school districts or places near urban centers. It's indeed rare to encounter a wealthy family that specifically chooses the Kuan Palace in the southwest. Sir, you moved to a new home for your child's education, did you not? Moreover, is your wife pregnant and nearing childbirth? The merchant was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion because I had accurately predicted once more. Sir, when do you have time to accompany me back to my humble abode to assist me with my predicament? That girl is truly terrifying. I fear for my life. There is still so much I wish to experience in this world. The merchant spoke these words with a quiver in his voice. Generally, the wealthier one is, the more they cherish their life. The older they grow, the more they fear death. This merchant belongs to the former category, fearing that upon his demise, all his wealth would dissipate, his beloved wife would remarry, and his inheritance would fall into the hands of others. No need to visit your home just yet. I invite you to rest at my place today. Allow me to guide you into a dream, where I shall delve into the mysteries of the Lady in Red. Should you encounter any discomfort during this time, do not panic. With me by your side, nothing untoward will occur. The merchant repeatedly expressed his gratitude, asserting that this 1 million was merely a deposit, and upon the successful resolution of his issues, he would provide an additional 1 million as the final payment. Throughout this period, all expenses would be borne solely by him. I had never encountered such a magnanimous client before. Dealing with someone of this caliber was indeed exhilarating, especially given his complete lack of pretension, treating me as an equal, which was immensely comforting. Such individuals are destined for prosperity. As evening approached, after we partook of a modest meal, I escorted the merchant to a room on the second floor, drew the curtains for him, and urged him to remain calm. Regardless of any terrifying occurrences, I assured him that I would be there to keep him safe. Subsequently, I descended to retrieve a folding bed, setting it beside the merchant's. Tonight, I would sleep next to him, for only in this manner could I seamlessly enter his dreams. I hoped fervently for a successful journey into his dreamscape, without causing him any disturbance or harm. Chapter 34. Never deceiving a ghost. The merchant, of a corpulent physique, began to snore before his head had even settled onto the pillow. I envied those who could fall asleep the moment they hit the bed. Such innate fortune is unattainable through mere effort. His snoring was thunderous, rendering me unable to sleep, so I opted to read Jean Ping Mei under the light of a desk lamp. I must say, this book is indeed a masterpiece, with its exquisite prose and vivid imagery. Particularly the illustrations that provoke deep contemplation. Time slipped away unnoticed until the merchant's snoring abruptly ceased. As if something had obstructed his mouth and nose, I turned to look at him, only to find his face etched with terror, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall, quickly saturating his pillow. The girl from the dream had arrived. I hurriedly sat cross-legged, closed my eyes tightly, and brought my index, middle, and thumb fingers together, intertwining my ring and pinky fingers, I began to chant the death-repelling incantation. Demonic stars, malevolent spirits, ancient cave sprites, gaze upon me, listen to my call. Above are the 6 generals. Below are the 6 warriors. Disturb not the past, call forth the thunderous decree. The Supreme One commands, and I am to act. After a moment of dizziness, my spirit slipped into the merchant's dream. I had succeeded in entering his dream surrounded by utter darkness. A putrid odor assailed my senses. This place was suffocating, resembling a cramped space in which I felt imprisoned, and my breaths quickened. The air was thin, and as I took a few steps forward, I sensed something squishy beneath my feet. It felt decayed, and my step crushed whatever lay below. What could it be? I quickly lowered my gaze, but the darkness concealed everything. Yet, I was certain I had stepped on something. I crouched down, attempting to discern the object with my fingers. And after a moment of exploration, I realized what I had stepped upon. A corpse, and a female one at that. The soft substance beneath my foot must have been her chest. What a predicament. I had barely entered the dream and already crushed a part of someone else's body. I wondered if this would provoke unnecessary complications. I retreated a few steps, hoping to distance myself from the corpse, only to find my foot upon yet another body. A woman's corpse, no less. What on earth was this place? I had stumbled upon 2 corpses in succession, and why did the environment differ from the merchant's description? Hadn't he mentioned a girl in a red dress? Moreover, where was the red coffin he had spoken of? I began to explore my surroundings, seeking a wall or something similar to provide a semblance of security. My hand barely grazed a nearby surface before it encountered something akin to a wall. This wall was rough, with countless barbs, causing a searing pain to shoot through my fingers. This sensation was all too familiar. In an instant, I understood my predicament. I must be inside a coffin. Indeed, the surface I had touched was the coffin's lid, and it appeared that the craftsman had not refined the interior during construction. Hence the presence of so many sharp protrusions. It seemed that the burial of the individual within had been done in haste. For a professional coffin maker, providing the deceased with a restful slumber is an unwritten rule. A dedicated craftsman would never commit such a grave error. Bang, bang, bang. 3 dull thuds resonated from above. Someone was knocking on the coffin lid. Who could it be? Was it the girl in red? Young master, is it comfortable inside the coffin? A chilling, mocking voice came from outside, driving me to the brink of madness. This dream experience was dreadful. How had I ended up in a coffin, taunted by filth? Stay with me, stay with me. The voice cackled. The incessant sound continued, echoing in my ears, attempting to dismantle my sanity. Can you imagine what this feels like? Trapped in an airtight coffin, with 2 decaying, foul corpses beneath me, surrounded by impenetrable darkness, thin air, and the persistent knocking of something vile on the coffin lid. Most individuals would likely lose their minds in such a scenario, but I was different. I was a formidable young master. I had to identify the weakness of this taunting entity. Based on the tone of the voice, it was evident that it belonged to a young girl. It must be the red-dressed ghost the merchant frequently dreamed about. Young lady, you seem quite lonely, do you not? Your life was filled with sorrow, and now in death, you endure such torment. Were you wronged? Harboring grievances? An idea struck me, identifying the girl's vulnerability. Her repeated plea for companionship indicated her deep loneliness. Though the coffin housed 2 corpses, it seemed they offered no company, suggesting they were terrified of the girl in red and dared not engage with her. Thus, I concluded that she had been persecuted and subsequently discarded within the coffin, transforming into a vengeful spirit fueled by resentment. Upon voicing this thought, the ghost outside fell silent, no longer mocking or knocking on the lid. Dear girl, share your grievances. Let me assist you. Our meeting does not have to be in vain. Surely, you would not wish for your resentment to remain unfulfilled. I established my intent to aid her in fulfilling her final wishes, avenging her wrongs, or helping her achieve unaccomplished desires. This was my first step in aiding the merchant in expelling the evil spirit. If I could calm the red-dressed ghost and elicit her story, the subsequent matters would be far more manageable. Young master, are you speaking the truth? If you dare deceive me, I shall take this swine's life. The ghost, aware she could not overpower me, wielded the merchant's life as leverage, attempting to intimidate me. Young lady, speak your mind. I never deceive spirits. Very well, Press your ear to the coffin lid. I complied and pressed my ear against the lid, prepared to listen to the red-dressed girl recount her tale. In the course of this ordeal, my brow furrowed deeply, and my heart ached with sorrow. It became evident that the woman in red was also a victim of misfortune, having endured so much suffering during her lifetime. No wonder she harbored such profound resentment. Chapter 35. The sacrifice. After 8 years of resistance, the domestic economic losses amounted to at least 2 to 3 decades. The Japanese invaders, those wretched scoundrels, raised their flags in surrender, retreating to their minuscule territory. In our quest to restore normalcy as swiftly as possible, we made numerous changes, yet the situation remained grim. Many continued to face the dire reality of hunger and inadequate clothing. During that period, the populace was remarkably simple-hearted. Despite living in poverty, many families were blessed with numerous children, leading directly to an endless cycle of despair. With adults struggling to find enough to eat, how could there be any means to support children? The pillars of many households labored tirelessly to provide for their families, often neglecting the emotional needs of their kin. The girl in red was a tragic casualty of that era. She confided in me that her family comprised 3 children, and she had 2 older brothers. Her father held a strong preference for sons over daughters, treating her with disdain and subjecting her to frequent verbal abuse, which left a significant shadow over her childhood. As her brothers grew older and became capable of work, their father would take them along whenever he went out to earn a living, hoping to increase their meager income. The girl, understanding and eager to assist, was invariably locked inside, as her father believed that a girl of her age could not comprehend anything and would only hinder their efforts. She would often remain home alone until her father returned late at night with her brothers. If fortune smiled upon her, she might enjoy a warm meal. Otherwise, she could go an entire day without sustenance. Eventually, neighbors reported seeing 2 women frequently appearing in the dead of night at the girl's home. These women treated her kindly, often bringing her food, perhaps the reason she had not succumbed to starvation. Gradually, people began to notice something amiss. The girl exhibited marked changes. She developed an intense fear of light and would not dare venture outside during the day. Her eye sockets and cheeks were sunken, her gaze vacant, resembling a living corpse, evoking the sensation of a soulless being. Neighbors shared their observations with the girl's parents, but their concerns were dismissed, and the father scolded them harshly, insisting that their family's affairs were none of anyone else's business. From that point onward, neighbors refrained from approaching the girl's parents, yet their eyes mirrored the clarity of a mirror, as everyone understood that something grave was about to transpire within that household. The appearances of the 2 women increased, prompting speculation that perhaps the girl's father was engaged in an extramarital affair with them. However, this theory was soon abandoned, for the women moved silently, their feet never touching the ground. As if they floated, upon learning of this matter, the village elders realized the girl's fate was dire. She had encountered malevolent forces. The food she consumed in the dead of night must have been the refuse conjured by the 2 female spirits, perhaps rodents, stones, or even the remains of a human being. Within a week, the girl mysteriously vanished. One fateful night, her father and 2 sons opened the door to find her absent. In desperation, he reported her disappearance to the authorities. Yet no trace of his daughter ever surfaced. Years later, someone purchased the family's home, intending to demolish it and rebuild. During the excavation of the foundation, workers unearthed a blood-red coffin. The daring individuals of that era promptly pried open the coffin lid, and what lay before them left them utterly astounded. Inside the coffin were the corpses of 2 women, and at the center, a girl clad in red, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. Someone immediately recognized her as the long-missing child, with the 2 women being the very ones who had visited her nightly, providing her with treats. When the coroner arrived to conduct an examination, he reached a startling conclusion. The 2 adult female corpses had been deceased for at least 30 years, while the girl in red had died less than 5 years prior, with food poisoning cited as the cause of death. Many lamented the girl's tragic fate, claiming she had attracted unclean spirits, leading to her demise. Yet, I contemplated another possibility. That time, the father, as the head of the household, was aware that he could not sustain 3 children, leading to a harrowing conclusion. Of course, this remains merely my conjecture. The ultimate truth must be revealed by the girl herself. She recounted to me that her father was a thief, stealing her very breath and consigning her to the coffin. I wager you cannot help but join in a lament for her plight indeed. The girl had been suffocated by her father, who then cast her lifeless body into the river. However, the two recurring female spirits could not bear to witness such a young girl succumb to the icy waters, thus rescuing her and bringing her into the crimson coffin. What kind of heartless father could perpetrate such an atrocity? It is often said that even a tiger does not consume its young. How terrifying it is to realize that some humans are even more monstrous than beasts. My dear girl, listen to me. Entrust this matter to me, and I shall ensure you find a place of refuge. In life, one must have their own plot of land to inhabit, and even in death, it ought to be the same. The girl, transformed into an enraged spirit, must feel utterly confined within the narrow confines of her coffin. Stifled by her circumstances, after such a long passage of time, perhaps her resentment towards her father has diminished, for I could detect no animosity in her words. Her intentions seemed clear. She desired a space to call her own. The reason she appeared in the dreams of the affluent merchant daily was likely because his opulent villa stood atop her grave. Moreover, the girl recognized that the merchant was a man of wealth. Hence her nightly appearances, imploring him to organize a grand funeral to soothe her wounded spirit. A spirit seeking assistance from the living cannot articulate its desires directly, for that would be taboo and invite retribution. However, this prohibition does not apply when a deceased person entreats their descendants in dreams for specific items. Such requests are permissible. Thus, the girl employed this method to awaken the merchant, yearning for a sanctuary to rest. Upon comprehending the spirit's plea, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. This was not an insurmountable task. I bid farewell to the girl in red and returned to my own corporeal form. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the room, enveloping it in a warm embrace, creating a most comforting atmosphere. The merchant, drenched in perspiration, confided in me that he had dreamt of the girl in red speaking to the crimson coffin all night long. And he had even heard my voice. He feared the spirit had ensnared me within the coffin, sending him into a panic. Master, you must save me. You cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, I shall meet my doom. The merchant wept, a rotund man in his 40s, his flesh quivering with every sob, evoking my deep sympathy. Fear not. I have grasped the situation. Let us embark on our journey. I am confident I can dispel all malevolent forces. And so, I followed the merchant as we set forth towards his abode. Chapter 36. The corpse's curse sitting in the Maybach was indeed a different experience. The spacious interior, particularly the rear seat, allowed for activities one might yearn to indulge in yet could not in other vehicles. Other cars, upon sighting our luxurious ride, hastened to create distance. It was then I comprehended that some individuals, upon acquiring wealth, would change their vehicles. There appeared to be a rationale behind this preference for a lofty sense of superiority. However, I did not share this sentiment. Should I encounter an extravagant vehicle on the road, I would never acquiesce to its presence. An hour later, the driver halted before a grand villa. This residence exuded an aura of romance and solemnity, with its towering entrance and impressive doors, circular arched windows, and intricately crafted stone corners, all exemplifying opulence. The white wooden fence, the sharply peaked reddish-brown roof, and the lush green lawn combined to create an exotic ambience. Inside the villa, European-style wardrobes and a classical dark-wood liquor cabinet showcased masterful design evident in every detail. Upon entering the villa, one was immediately struck by the lavish hall, adorned with elaborate lighting that cast a harsh glare. The towering walls loomed over the soft carpet, casting somber shadows. Traversing the spacious yet desolate corridor, one felt the gazes of renowned figures from exquisite paintings seemingly piercing through the soul. The interior design spoke for itself, yet the costly decor could not mask the oppressive and cold atmosphere within. Classic yet bright, the pointed roof and plastered wooden beams were adorned with column-like embellishments, while natural materials mingled with climbing vines, creating a delightful contrast. Timeless yet fashionable, simple yet exquisite, the ambience felt relaxed and unpretentious, seamlessly integrating with the courtyard's water platform, swimming pool, and colonnade, presenting a pastoral lifestyle. With mountains, water, and woods, oh, what a splendid sensation! This was no mere villa. It was akin to a paradise on earth. The yard of this villa was as vast as a football field, creating a magnificent spectacle. Standing at an elevated position and gazing down at the verdant expanse, I discerned something peculiar. In the center of the expansive yard, tendrils of black smoke emanated, swirling in a mysterious dance. Sometimes curling, at other times standing straight. Do you see that spot? Find someone to excavate it. I extended my finger, pointing to the very center of the area. The wealthy merchant promptly complied, hastily summoning professionals to commence the excavation. An hour later, a flustered individual rushed in, informing the affluent man of a calamity. The workers had unearthed a blood-red coffin within the pit, and the excavator operator suddenly experienced difficulty in breathing. Collapsing unconscious, an alarming situation indeed. The sinister aura of the corpse was palpable. Standing aloft, I perceived the wisps of black smoke emanating from the corpse's malevolent energy. Should any living soul pass by or attempt violent interaction, they would face the peril of corrosion. The excavator operator had evidently fallen victim to this spectral affliction. The wealthy man ordered the workers to call for an ambulance, intending to rush the excavator operator to the hospital for treatment. But I intervened decisively that it would be futile. The malevolent energy of the corpse could not be remedied through medical intervention. Even if taken to the hospital, the only outcome would be his transformation into a lifeless body. I was not being alarmist. Anyone afflicted by this sinister force would find their body rendered utterly cold, paralyzed as if turned to mud. Though their eyes remained tightly shut, their minds stayed acutely aware, capable of perceiving all that transpired around them, a most terrifying aspect of this malevolence. Legend has it that within the capital, there existed a notorious executioner whose livelihood depended on beheading. Many families with condemned criminals would seek to bribe the executioner, hoping he could grant their loved ones a swift demise, sparing them from prolonged suffering. Thus, despite the scorn directed at this profession, it proved quite lucrative, due to the weight of his sanguinary deeds. The master would forewarn his apprentice that an executioner could sever a maximum of 99 heads in one lifetime. Should this number exceed 100, it would be a grave taboo, resulting not only in the executioner's untimely demise, but also endangering the lives of his family. One executioner, however, did not heed this warning. After 5 years of service, he had beheaded 99 individuals, accumulating a considerable fortune and marrying, starting a family. According to his master's counsel, he needed to retire promptly. Yet this executioner, stubbornly skeptical, refused to comply. One day, another criminal awaited execution, and he accepted the assignment. As he prepared to leave, dark clouds suddenly gathered, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain began to pour. His wife cautioned him, suggesting that this might be a divine warning against proceeding with the execution, lest he face divine retribution. Resolute in his decision, he disregarded her pleas and braved the storm to the execution grounds. Thus, he severed the 100th head. Upon returning home, he was plagued by nightmares, envisioning himself submerged in a vast pool of blood, surrounded by headless corpses reaching out to strangle him. It was not long before the executioner succumbed to madness. His wife fled, leaving their child in his care, but soon after, the child met an untimely end. Indeed, how could a man incapable of caring for himself possibly nurture a child? 3 days later, the executioner was discovered lifeless amidst a graveyard. A wandering spirit medium examined the executioner's body, concluding that he had fallen victim to the malevolent energy of the corpse, as the vengeful souls of those he had slain sought retribution, invading his body and consuming his essence, ultimately leading to his demise. All who succumb to this curse find themselves immobile, yet acutely aware of the torment inflicted upon them by the spirits of the deceased, an excruciating ordeal from which there is no escape. As for why the executioner was found in a graveyard, that remains a mystery. Now, the excavator operator was similarly afflicted, indicating that within the crimson coffin, alongside the vengeful spirit of the woman in red, resided other formidable malevolent entities. It seems that the two corpses were no ordinary specters. To successfully complete the exorcism, I would first need to address these two female spirits. Yet, before resolving the matter of the female corpses, I had to ensure the excavator operator's life was saved. I leaped into the excavator's cabin, carrying the operator out and distancing him from the blood-red coffin, laying him down upon the ground. At that moment, his complexion had turned an alarming shade of ashen, his breathing rapid, froth escaping his lips, and his body trembling violently. I realized that the souls of the two female corpses were already consuming the operator's essence. If I did not act swiftly, he would not last much longer. I instructed the wealthy merchant to procure a large rooster, a bowl, 2 candles, and some paper money. In no time, these items were arranged before me. I took a knife, slitting the rooster's throat, collecting its blood in the bowl. Lighting the 2 white candles, I retrieved a talisman and red cinnabar from my person, inscribing an exorcism symbol upon the talisman. I then ignited the talisman and promptly cast it into the bowl of blood. With the incantation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia exorcism talisman, I sought to expel the malevolent spirits. Once the talisman had burned down to ashes in the bowl, I cradled the operator, pried open his mouth, and poured the mixture of blood and talisman into his stomach. After the entire bowl of blood was consumed, I shattered the bowl into fragments. Producing the prepared paper money, I tossed it into the air. Supreme Taishang, responsive to change, drive away evil and bind malevolence, protect life and safeguard the body, grant wisdom and clarity, ensure peace of mind, solidify the 3 souls, preserve the spirit intact, swiftly heed the command. Upon uttering the purifying incantation, countless invisible hands appeared in the air, collecting all the paper money. The excavator operator coughed violently twice before awakening. And I knew my ritual had succeeded. It is indeed a challenging endeavor to earn this money, nearly losing oneself while digging a pit. Now, after being filled with rooster's blood, it is exceedingly difficult. A raise is in order. Chapter 37. Common traits. Noticing the excavator operator's dissatisfaction, the wealthy merchant compensated him with 20,000 yuan. Brother, if such matters arise again, you can count on me. We are professionals. The merchant smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I approached the mahogany coffin, attempting to lift the lid, only to find it utterly immovable, as though someone within were gripping the lid with unwavering strength. Excavator operator, please, use the machinery to pry open the coffin lid. Understood. The operator climbed into the excavator and began operating it. He was aware of the coffin's malevolence, but was eager to assist for the sake of greater earnings. The excavator roared to life, yet the lid remained obstinately sealed. What secrets did the 2 corpses conceal? Their vengeful energy was astonishingly potent. I sensed that the situation was beyond my expectations. On the day I entered the wealthy merchant's dream, the 2 female corpses had shown no reaction. Yet now, as the time to open the coffin approached, they were clearly agitated. Operator, halt. I recognized that such matters could not be resolved through brute force. I needed to invest more effort to ascertain the origins of the 2 female corpses before proceeding. I informed the merchant that at nightfall, I would conduct a ritual to summon the vengeful spirits of the 2 corpses to clarify the details of their plight, allowing us to proceed with our plans. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the clock struck 8 in the evening. I gathered a black table, a peachwood sword, 2 soul-retrieving flags, 2 white candles, 3 fire pits, and a substantial basin of glutinous rice, preparing to commence the upcoming soul retrieval ceremony. I cautioned the wealthy merchant to guard the site, ensuring no one entered the ritual area and forbidding any photography. Even the Villa's cameras were to be disabled, for the consequences could be dire. The 2 corpses had not stirred until now. Clearly, they harbored unspoken grievances. To convey my seriousness regarding this matter, it was imperative to shut down all electronic devices. I ignited the candles upon the table, grasped the peachwood sword, and, holding a mouthful of clear wine, sprayed it over the sword. Supreme decree, transcend the lonely souls, banish all malevolent spirits, grant mercy to all beings. Those with heads shall ascend, those without heads shall rise, whether killed by knife or gun, or by drowning or hanging. I command you to be saved. Hasten your rebirth. Come forth, souls, with the peachwood sword raised high. The soul retrieval incantation unleashed a gust of chilling wind, swirling up countless grains of sand that struck my face painfully. In a short while, the merciless wind had carved deep gashes across my arms, cheeks, ears, and even eyelids, blood flowing from the wounds. To be frank, the pain was excruciating. Yet, such is the nature of this profession. One must adhere to its rules. Clients pay for safety. Thus, one must showcase genuine skills to astound the audience. Raise the flags. Perceiving the moment was ripe, the words slipped from my lips. The merchant behind me ignited the 3 fire pits, while I brandished the soul-retrieving flag, taking my position atop a platform. Vigorously waving the flag in an attempt to summon the vengeful spirits of the 2 female corpses, specters danced in the air, countless malevolent and minor spirits drawn to my flag. Yet, The souls of the two female corpses remained elusive, exactly the scenario I had dreaded. The soul-retrieving flag had invoked the wrath of the slain. The spirits summoned from all directions were now gathered before me, lost and seeking refuge, and my sole recourse was to draw them all into the flag. The malevolent spirits would be vanquished by my flag, while the benevolent and harmless spirits would be guided to their rightful places. My flag grew increasingly heavy as innumerable souls surged into it, emitting a crackling sound as the malevolent spirits dissipated within. Approximately half an hour passed before the number of spectral figures in the air began to dwindle. However, my soul-calling banner, under prolonged high-load operation, has developed a significant tear. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare a backup soul-calling banner in advance. I raised it above my head and continued the invocation. Souls come. With another explosive shout, the red coffin suddenly burst open with a resounding crack. Two female corpses floated directly into the air, lunging towards me. Ha ha, I have finally awaited your arrival. I am glad I did not give up. Break. The soul-calling banner can only attract resentful spirits and minor demons. It cannot absorb these two female corpses, as they possess physical bodies. Embracing a large basin of glutinous rice that I had prepared earlier, just as the two female corpses were about to pounce upon me, I forcefully scattered all the rice onto their bodies. Bang! The glutinous rice in the basin exploded upon contact with the two corpses, resembling countless powerful thunderclaps. They grimaced in pain, and the air became saturated with the scent of roasted meat, albeit a smell that offered no appetite, instead causing the wealthy merchant to retch uncontrollably, as the foul stench emanating from the corpses was thoroughly unleashed, enveloping the entire courtyard in an unbearable odor. Collect the banner. The ritual is complete. I retracted the soul-calling banner and retrieved a soul-binding net from the yellow cloth bag I carried, casting it over the two corpses, bound completely by my soul-binding net. They were rendered immobile. Exhaling deeply, I felt a sense of relief. This soul-calling was quite successful, with no significant flaws. Sisters, since you have been deceased for 50 years, why do you still cling to your corporeal forms and refuse to depart? I straightforwardly inquired of the two female ghosts why, after 5 decades, their souls had not yet left their bodies. Humph, a mere child. How dare you presume to comprehend our circumstances? Indeed, they were not easy to deal with. Still exhibiting an air of superiority towards me, were it not for the fact that my employer was present, I would have undoubtedly subdued them. Though these corpses have been buried for 50 years, their features still remain discernible. Both of these female corpses share common traits: thin lips, disheveled eyebrows, small ears, pointed chins, and narrow foreheads. Please do not take this personally. For reference only, do not speak of it. Women with thin lips are often emotionally detached, placing little value on affection. As long as they can secure a better life, they will readily align themselves with others in their hearts. Money always takes precedence. For wealth, they would forsake the morals they ought to uphold. Disregarding the judgments of others, women with disheveled eyebrows tend to prioritize their own desires, never concealing their actions, frequently finding themselves in chaotic romantic entanglements. It is impossible to expect them to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to a relationship. Such an endeavor would only bore them, as they crave excitement and novelty in life. Women with small ears may appear delicate and in need of protection, yet their inner nature is remarkably unrestrained. They relish in amusement, and solitude often leaves them feeling empty and lonely. Such individuals are prone to entanglements with unsuitable partners, and they rarely exercise restraint or choice in their relationships, as long as they find joy. They are unperturbed by the manner of their encounters. Women with pointed chins possess an inherently alluring appearance, provided that all the aforementioned traits are met. Otherwise, the subsequent assertions may not hold true. They particularly enjoy showcasing their charm. The more admirers they attract, the more they satiate their vanity, leading them to perceive themselves as irresistibly captivating. They remain indifferent to others' opinions, sometimes even deliberately flirting with and enticing others. Women with narrow foreheads captivate the gaze of the opposite sex, exuding a bewitching allure that is hard to resist. They possess little self-restraint. Should someone of the opposite sex approach them, they become indecisive. At times, they may even actively seek the attention of others, ensnaring themselves in a whirlpool of desire from which they cannot escape. Born into a life of indulgence, It would not be far-fetched to surmise that they were likely the stars of the red light districts in their living days. To validate my conjecture, I approached one of the corpses and began to search her. Indeed, I discovered a crumpled identification card, complete with a black and white photograph, presumably of her. The rumors were not unfounded. Such documents truly exist in this world, to be frank. The woman in the photograph was indeed enchanting. Impossible not to stir one's heart. This identification card consisted of 2 pages, the top left corner inscribed with the words Republic of China, the center stamped with the police department's red seal, and on the far right, a series of guarantees, adorned with the woman's signature and thumbprint. Yu Zhangjin, aged 18, residing in this city, voluntarily became a XX due to dead-eye red aloud the text inscribed on the document, provoking a vehement reaction from the corpses. Not a single good man among you. You all deserve to die. The 2 female corpses erupted in furious wrath, struggling against their bindings, exuding an aura as though they wished to devour me whole. Chapter 38. This child is not yours. Ladies, please do not be agitated. I believe I can assist you. We are not enemies, but rather potential allies. I seem to have grasped the depth of their resentment. Women of that era, despite possessing so-called legitimate documents, were all too aware that, unless compelled by dire circumstances, who would willingly engage in such arduous labor during their prime years. The phrase voluntarily joined is rife with ambiguity. Earlier, they had all proclaimed that not a single man was worthy, indicating they bore significant emotional scars that remained unhealed. Even after 50 years of death, their resentment still unrelieved. The girl in red, having transformed into a vengeful spirit, was likely connected to the 2 of them. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion turn red. Those who are close to ink turn black. One becomes the essence of their environment over time. The same holds true for spirits. The girl, possessing a kind heart, easily swayed by others' emotions, found herself influenced by the extreme ideologies of the 2 corpses, leading her to engage in similarly extreme actions. Fortunately, the wealthy merchant proved to be quite astute, seeking solutions at the outset, thus preventing them from causing harm. Ladies, I shall address you as sisters, for you are truly beautiful and exude a youthful aura, although I am aware you are much older than I. I must exercise patience and refer to you as sisters. As it pleases you, I will have my employer construct a luxurious mausoleum for each of you, erecting a monument inscribed with your life information, family details, and notable achievements, allowing future generations to pay their respects. Furthermore, I will inform your descendants to come annually to burn incense and offer prayers, ensuring that you enjoy good fortune and abundance in the afterlife. Additionally, I promise to recite the rebirth incantation for you, expediting your reincarnation. The wealthy merchant also pledged to provide you with offerings annually. As long as you depart today, he will fulfill his promise. My assurances brought tears to the eyes of the 2 corpses. Throughout their lives, they had been nameless individuals, reduced to mere playthings for others. Even in death, no one had honored them with a tomb or offerings. Nor had they ever possessed a proper burial site. In life, they were denied registration and labeled as black households. In death, without a monument, they remained black households once more, unable to receive visits or offerings from descendants. Thus, the promise I made was something they had longed for in their dreams. Should I assist them with even one of these requests, it would be an unparalleled act of merit, yet I was willing to execute it to perfection. This reflects my attitude towards the profession of yin and yang. What of humans? What of ghosts? Is there a ghost that does not evolve from a human? Is there a human devoid of ulterior motives? Everything carries cause and effect. It is not merely a saying, sir, please accept our bow. The 2 corpses knelt before me, beginning to prostrate themselves. How could I possibly endure such treatment? Had they been alive, they would be of an elder generation to me. I hurriedly helped them up and entrusted all matters to the wealthy merchant. Go be precise. The merchant would provide the funds, and I would contribute the effort. Hastily completing this task to avoid any lingering troubles. After extensive inquiries, it turned out that the 2 corpses had no descendants, so the annual offerings would have to be managed by the merchant. Master, why do I feel as though I have been duped by you? You have gained prestige, yet I am left to shoulder the financial burden. The wealthy merchant felt that the grandiose words were all mine. He had merely echoed my sentiments, claiming he would provide offerings annually, only to discover that they truly had no descendants. Now, it seems that until their reincarnation, he must diligently cater to them, lest they return to trouble him once again. The coffin of the girl in red was also dealt with, and I kept my promise, reciting the rebirth incantation for her, confident that before long, all three spirits would enter the cycle of reincarnation. It was only later that I comprehended why that coffin had appeared in the girl's home. The abode where that girl resided was, during the Republican era, a den of vice. Following the tragic demise of two women at the hands of malevolence, their bodies were interred directly beneath the ground. It was not until many years later, amidst the disintegration of the nation, that such establishments were razed and rebuilt, giving rise to the residence that exists today. The reason behind the crimson hue of that coffin remains shrouded in mystery. After all, certain perverse psyches are beyond our comprehension. The girl, too, fell victim to this grim affair. When the neighbor first conveyed his observations to the girl's father, he had already sensed the presence of malevolent forces within their home. Thus, harboring murderous intent towards the girl, It was only upon inadvertently discovering the blood-red coffin underground that he set his nefarious plan into motion, burdened by guilt and a pressing financial need. He opted to sell the estate and vacate this wretched place. The subsequent events are well known. The affluent merchant sought to secure a conducive environment for his son's education by purchasing a villa, which precipitated a series of bizarre occurrences. At this juncture, I am certain some may harbor questions. If the coffin and three corpses had already been discovered within the estate, why were they not removed at that time? This inquiry is indeed astute. When one is unable to manage their own affairs, often struggling from feast to famine, who would willingly engage in laborious tasks without any recompense? Moreover, the sinister contents of that red coffin are not something an ordinary person could easily subdue. I cannot fathom that, in that era, anyone would be willing to pay for the services of a master like myself to deal with such a peculiar coffin. I felt utterly tormented, as if my entire being were ravaged by the winds and sands. The soul-retrieving banner proved quite effective, albeit somewhat debilitating. The wealthy merchant fulfilled his promise to me, settling the outstanding payment of 1 million and even gifting me a brand new Maybach. From that moment on, I, Wang Nan, became a person of stature and means, driving such a prestigious vehicle to conduct my Feng Shui consultations, instantly elevating my status. To express my gratitude, I resolved to offer the merchant a divination for his soon-to-be wife. The merchant was elated and led me upstairs, and upon my first glance at his wife, I discerned a troubling truth. The child within her womb was not the merchant's, but belonged to another. A wave of realization washed over me, akin to a vast expanse of green pastures descending upon the merchant's head. I regretted my decision to offer him a divination. Would it not have been wiser to simply take my payment and depart? This was a first for me, and I was at a loss as to how to convey this revelation to the merchant. However, with the promise made, I felt compelled to fulfill my obligations. As I had stated from the outset, this is my stance regarding the practice of yin-yang. Chapter 39. The green pasture. I do not speak in hyperbole. I am certain that the child in the merchant's wife's womb is not his progeny. Typically, a woman engaged in infidelity exudes an aura of impropriety, a quality that is easily perceptible without any deliberate display. Judging by her facial features, if a woman has disheveled and dark eyebrows, a high and narrow nose, and a long, straight philtrum, it indicates she is difficult to satisfy and will often seek closeness with other men both before and after marriage. The merchant's wife has a notably deep philtrum, which in physiognomy relates to fertility and certain desires. Desires govern a person's actions and largely determine whether a woman will stray. According to physiognomic principles, a woman with an exceptionally deep philtrum and prominent cheekbones possesses extraordinary desires. Such women have heightened needs and constantly seek affection from men, and those with deep philtrums often have dominant personalities, leading to dissatisfaction and frustration in their marriages, thus increasing the likelihood of infidelity. Her forehead and nasal bridge are also disheveled. In life, we often observe chaotic patterns from hairline to the bridge of the nose and down, with horizontal and diagonal lines. Such a woman's thoughts can be summarized as being present in one camp, while her heart resides in another, resulting in a chaotic personal life. Even after marriage, she may maintain multiple relationships without fear of her husband discovering the truth, as she naturally attracts the attention of many men. Yet, such women are destined to face retribution and may find themselves alone in their later years. I sat before the merchant, feeling somewhat at a loss. He, too, sensed my discomfort and inquired, "Master, are you unwell? Speak freely. I can handle it." That I cleared my throat, claiming thirst and requesting a bottle of green tea. Upon hearing this, the merchant's wife abruptly sprang from her chair, her expression fraught with alarm. Clearly, I had struck a nerve. Her conscience was pricked, however. The merchant remained oblivious, genuinely believing I simply wanted green tea and went to fetch it from the refrigerator. Young master, I advise you to refrain from speaking carelessly, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation. While the merchant was occupied, the woman approached me, delivering a veiled threat. This remark ignited my resolve to expose her. I possess a temper. I respond better to gentleness than to aggression. The more she pressed me, the more determined I became to stand my ground. I abide by the principle of avoiding trouble while not fearing it. Master, the green tea has arrived. Please, drink. Suddenly, I find myself no longer thirsty. The merchant's expression faltered, sensing my discontent. He opened the green tea and gulped down several swigs. Suddenly, he seemed to catch on to something. His eyes darting, finally resting on his wife. Gasp! He inhaled sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Master, I have 2 bottles of century-old wine downstairs. Shall we indulge until inebriation takes us? As men, we understand each other's tactics. I recognized that he had received my signal and was now seeking to assert his authority rather than genuinely wanting the wine. I accompanied the merchant downstairs, and as we descended the staircase, I glanced back at the woman. Her face was tense, fists clenched, teeth grinding together. Women possess an acute sixth sense, and she seemed to sense impending doom. Upon reaching the basement, the merchant eagerly grasped my hand and implored, Master, have you discerned something? Do tell me. Well, this is somewhat delicate to broach. Fear not, there are no outsiders here. Speak your mind. Is it true that the child in my wife's womb is not mine? Goodness, this man was surprisingly astute. He had guessed the truth. I nodded in affirmation, validating his suspicion. Wonderful. This is simply splendid. It feels as though fate is favoring me. What? The merchant, upon learning that the child was not his, erupted into jubilant laughter. Was he mad or merely foolish? I understood that such a revelation would typically devastate a man, yet his exuberance was quite rare. Are you all right? Rest assured, master. From the very beginning, I had my doubts. Yet I remained silent. You cannot fathom the dread that gripped me. I feared that the child was indeed mine. Now that the truth has surfaced, I am overjoyed. The merchant's reaction exceeded my wildest expectations. Should he not be furious? A green hat of such magnitude perched upon his head, and he felt no burden, no shame. I cannot speak for others, nor do I wish to, but the merchant was genuinely elated. Master, wait a moment. I shall fetch those 2 bottles of vintage wine. Let us drink to excess today. Ah, this fellow certainly possesses fine spirits. Since he insists, I shall gladly indulge, eager to discern his ulterior motives. Perhaps the mindset of the affluent differs greatly from my own. We shall see soon enough. Upon returning to the 2nd floor, we found the merchant's wife still seated, utterly motionless, her back drenched in sweat. She fixated her gaze upon me, extending 5 fingers toward me, silently mouthing the words, 5.million, though she uttered no sound. I have always had a keen interest in matters of wealth and possess a unique talent. Anything pertaining to money is instantly clear to me. This woman was far more generous than the merchant, offering me 5 million as a hush money. Had she displayed such an attitude earlier when the merchant fetched my green tea? The outcome may have differed. Alas, now it was too late, and the truth hung palpably in the air. The merchant was aware that the child in his wife's womb was not his, yet he remained silent. The woman knew that I was cognizant of the truth regarding her child, and she also understood that her husband had learned from me of her infidelity, all while feigning ignorance. It was clear to all, except for me, that they both harbored ulterior motives and were not of pure intent. All 3 of us had become actors, each vying to maintain our composure, waiting to see who would falter first. I am grateful that I did not simply take the money and walk away. Had I done so, I would have missed out on this splendid drama. Chapter 40. A man of responsibility, the wealthy merchant insisted that we partake in drinking and smoking, prompting his pregnant wife to descend the stairs. Once she was gone, the 2 of us gentlemen gradually opened up our conversation. The merchant first lavished me with praise regarding my abilities, and then we began to toast and drink together. After consuming 2 liang of baijiu, he finally revealed his true feelings to me. Master, Do you know why I am so elated? I shook my head, still believing that his happiness was feigned. Brother, you are unaware of the burdens each family bears. The merchant confided that he and his current wife shared no emotional foundation whatsoever. Their union, along with the marriage certificate they obtained, was solely a consequence of the child she bore. One day, he visited a bar for leisure and encountered a beautiful woman. Captivated by her allure, he approached her and engaged in flirtation. She reciprocated his advances, allowing him to indulge in various provocations. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. He sought physical pleasure, while she sought financial gain. They swiftly retreated to a hotel, where she assumed various enticing poses, employing both Balenciaga and an array of implements, and they reveled in debauchery throughout the night. The merchant returned home feeling thoroughly satisfied. As this was not his first encounter of such nature, so he did not dwell on it. However, 2 months later, the woman confronted him, demanding an explanation while brandishing a pregnancy certificate before him. Shocked by the sight, the merchant began calculating the timing, and it appeared to align perfectly. Yet, he was adamant that, having been cautious in such matters before, this child could not be his, and he dismissed her, pushing her away. Unbeknownst to him, the woman was no pushover. She stormed his company, making the scandal public. Regardless of the truth, everyone learned of the affair between their boss and the young lady, along with the resultant pregnancy. The woman persisted, threatening to expose the matter to the media, intent on revealing the merchant's true nature and his callousness. Under the weight of her relentless pressure, the merchant ultimately succumbed, while he could bear his own shame. The potential for media exposure loomed large, threatening his business. Thus, he sought a resolution with the woman. He proposed that she state her price, and he would arrange for an abortion, allowing them to act as though nothing had transpired. After all, a man of his stature could not marry a woman who had been shared by many. Yet, the woman was unyielding, insisting on bearing the child and demanding a legitimate place in his life. How clever she was, wanting both money and recognition. With the pregnancy only 2 months along, it was impossible to conduct a paternity test, leaving the merchant with no choice but to accept her narrative. Eventually, he compromised and married her. She became his current wife. The merchant had initially planned to conduct a paternity test once the child reached 4 months, but the woman continually offered excuses to avoid it. Moreover, his own busy schedule led to the matter being indefinitely postponed. Recently, however, after encountering the 3 female ghosts, he had lost all desire to pursue the paternity test. After all, the truth could not remain hidden forever. Some matters are inescapable. As the old adage goes, if one wishes for a secret to remain undisclosed, one must refrain from wrongdoing. At this juncture, I interrupted the merchant, inquiring, "Did you not purchase this villa to provide an educational environment for your child? Now that you know the child is not yours, will you consider moving?" The merchant smiled faintly, asserting that his intention in acquiring the property was indeed to facilitate his son's education. However, this son was not the unborn child, but rather a 4-year-old he had fathered with a university student prior to his marriage. Ah, how the affluent know how to play their cards, master. Do you think my child with that university student could also be in question? Not truly my own. The merchant suddenly sensed something amiss and urgently sought my insight. Well, it is not outside the realm of possibility. You may simply lack the fate of a father. I deliberately misled the merchant, for I was genuinely repulsed by his manner of dealing with matters, always gazing at what others possessed while disregarding his own blessings. If all men were like him, when could an ordinary man ever hope to find a beloved spouse? Such people deserve but 2 words: contemptible. Yet, the world operates on a different wavelength. Many things one may detest occur as if by right, and one finds oneself powerless, as others indeed live more prosperous lives. Provoking envy. However, every action has its consequences. Wrongdoings are inevitably met with retribution, albeit in due time. Master, you mentioned I lack the fate of a father. Is there a remedy for this? I am willing to pay any price. Ah, I was merely jesting. Your child with that university student is indeed your own. There is no need for undue worry. At last, the merchant exhaled a sigh of relief, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Once the child is born, I shall take the woman for a paternity test. If the child is not mine, I shall use this as leverage to cast her out. Thus, the merchant's plan was unveiled. Armed with a paternity test, he could amicably divorce his current wife and marry the university student, thus honoring the woman who bore his child for 10 months. Ah, This seems more reasonable. It appears the merchant is not entirely devoid of virtue. At the very least, he is now contemplating responsibility, which is commendable. We conversed for an extended period, and after consuming another bottle of Baijiu, we each retired to our respective quarters. The following morning, the merchant took me to the vehicle management office to select and register a license plate. Once all matters were concluded, I bid him farewell and embarked on my journey home. The license plate he chose was indeed something noteworthy. Diao AJ81M8 is it not magnificent and imposing? A Maybach deserves such a formidable plate. Driving this car through the streets, the attention I garnered was nothing short of overwhelming. Chapter 41. Peering into the mysteries as I drove my Maybach, reveling in my good fortune, I couldn't shake the feeling of being crowded. As if a multitude occupied the space within, when I had ridden in the merchant's Maybach, I had felt ample room. Why did it feel so different while I was driving? Could it be that the disparity between the back seat and the driver's space was so pronounced? Never mind, I would simply focus on reaching home. However, as I continued down the road, I discerned something amiss. Shadows flitted by outside the window, and a host of malevolent spirits began to scale the windows, grinning at me while rhythmically tapping their ghostly claws against the glass. The number of these apparitions multiplied swiftly, soon enveloping my vehicle entirely. Even the windshield was besieged by tiny phantoms. I pulled over to the side of the road, activating my hazard lights, increasingly frustrated and bewildered by the situation. When had I become the target of such a sinister plot? In a fit of anger, I activated the windshield wipers to release my pent-up frustration, only for them to be forcefully bent by several vengeful spirits. I subsequently contacted the insurance company, only to be informed that my wipers had been damaged by human hands, and therefore they refused to compensate me. I stepped out of the car, and a horde of ghosts surged forward, clamoring to cling to me. If you know what is good for you, be gone, lest you be drenched in your own blood. Upon revealing my identity as a master of the supernatural, the spirits gradually receded. I peered through the window into the interior, and indeed, it was teeming with phantoms, their excessive numbers twisting them into a grotesque tangle. Goodness! No wonder it felt so cramped. Reflecting on the route I had taken, I recalled passing by a crematorium. It seemed that these wretched souls had escaped from there. What had drawn such filth to me? My curiosity piqued. I began to circle around the Maybach, suspecting that the issue lay with the vehicle itself. As I approached the front of the car, a chill ran down my spine. Before me lay a sheer cliff. I had unwittingly driven to the mountain's summit. Had I not halted in time, I would have plunged into the abyss. The mere thought sent shivers down my back. Finally, I discovered two ominous items at the rear of the vehicle. Ean's summoning talisman and a funeral talisman. Such malevolent schemes. All the malevolent spirits had been summoned by the Een talisman, their intent to ensure my demise, while the funeral talisman served as a passage to the underworld, guaranteeing smooth access to the afterlife. Moreover, the spellcaster can inscribe details such as destination, manner of death, timing, and the gruesome nature of demise on the funeral talisman. It appears I was destined by the spellcaster to meet my end atop a mountain, which is why I was able to drive my Maybach unimpeded to the summit, narrowly escaping with my life. If I am not mistaken, the grim fate that the spellcaster has decreed for me must indeed be a tragic death. Who could I have offended so gravely? Why would they wish such harm upon me? If my adversary desires my demise, it signifies a profound enmity that cannot be overlooked. Could it be the wealthy merchant's wife? I exposed the truth she had long concealed, placing her in a precarious position. Thus her deep-seated animosity towards me is entirely justified. Yet, as a woman unversed in sorcery, how could she have cast such a spell upon me? That does not seem plausible either, for although women may lack the knowledge of sorcery, her wealth affords her the means to hire someone to do her bidding. Indeed, I am now virtually certain that the one wishing for my death is that pregnant woman. As I descended the mountain in my car, I drew the attention of numerous onlookers, all astonished that a vehicle could navigate such a winding and treacherous terrain unscathed. It was truly extraordinary. Upon reaching the flat road, I pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the merchant's residence. Should my enemy refrain from provoking me, I shall do them no harm. However, if they dare to challenge me, I shall retaliate with great force. Am I the sort to be trifled with? Clearly not. An hour later, I found myself before the merchant's villa. I contacted him to inform him that there were still matters requiring my attention. Upon hearing this, the merchant grew somewhat anxious. Master, weren't those female ghosts already laid to rest? Could they possibly return to seek me? When I departed, I noticed there were still other unseemly matters within your abode. Which is why I returned to assist you. I refrained from revealing the truth to the merchant. I could hardly tell him that his wife had conspired against me and that I sought vengeance. Though no affection exists between them, they are, after all, a legally recognized couple. If I were to pursue my revenge openly, the merchant would undoubtedly find himself in a most uncomfortable position. Once again, I was ushered upstairs, where I began to glance about, searching for the merchant's wife, yet her presence eluded me. Where is your wife? Ah, she has not returned since last night. I do not know with whom she has been consorting. The merchant replied irritably. The fact that she has been absent since descending from the second floor yesterday implies that she likely overheard my conversation with the merchant while inebriated and promptly sought assistance to harm me. Yes, it must be so. Do you have any inkling as to where she might have gone? The merchant shook his head in response. Could you fetch me an article of clothing she has recently worn? What? Master, I never realized you were of such a disposition. Upon hearing my request for his wife's intimate garments, the merchant's mind wandered to inappropriate thoughts. However, my intention was solely to discern her current whereabouts and activities. While the merchant retrieved his wife's personal belongings, I filled a basin with clean water from the restroom and placed it upon the table in the living room. Master, I have brought her clothing. The merchant returned with several items: lace stockings, a logo-emblazoned Balenciaga piece, and various other distinctive garments. TSK, 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 I must say, you truly know how to enjoy yourselves. Very well, place them on the table. Master, are you intending to wash these? The merchant inquired. Noticing the basin of water, I chose to ignore him, instead retrieving a bowl and 2 white candles from a yellow cloth bag. What I was about to do was to peer into the heavens. This technique is fraught with peril. If improperly executed, it could result in dire consequences, ranging from serious injury to loss of life. The act of peering into the heavens is quite straightforward. It involves employing special methods to glean insights from the reflections in the water. These insights may pertain to the future, the past, or the present. The reason I requested the merchant to procure his wife's intimate clothing was to ascertain her current location and activities. All practitioners of the occult resort to such techniques only when absolutely necessary, for each invocation invites unwarranted complications. However, I could no longer afford to be cautious. Today, I was determined to act on impulse. I was eager to discover what this woman, who nearly caused my untimely demise, was currently engaged in. Chapter 42. Puppetry. I took one of the lace stockings, ignited it, and cast it into the bowl. With my hands clasped together, I began to chant the incantation. 5 ghosts. 5 ghosts, hurry forth, concealing and transporting. I command you to retreat from calamity. Should you dare defy, may your bones scatter. Upon completing the incantation, the garments within the bowl were fully consumed by flames. I then poured the ashes into the basin of water. And as they settled to the bottom, the sinister visage of a woman emerged in the water's reflection. Hist, is that not that wretched woman? What could she possibly be doing in the water? I gestured to the merchant to remain silent and invited him to witness the spectacle. The vision in the water was utterly captivating. I had not anticipated that as a non-paying user, I would be granted such a view. The woman gazed longingly at a man not far off. Come, tell me. The phrase was so seductive that it sent shivers down my spine. Who could withstand such temptation? Indeed, the two embraced. The sounds emanating from the room were akin to the melodic chirping of birds in the forest, sharp yet harmonious, evoking a sense of enjoyment. Damn it, this infuriates me. I was completely entranced. Yet the merchant could no longer contain himself. The woman on the verge of childbirth engaging in such scandalous behavior was truly remarkable, especially considering that the merchant had yet to finalize their divorce. Such audacity was astounding, master. Did you return merely to witness this live performance? I shook my head vehemently, indicating that no one could possibly be as earnest as I. Witnessing such a scene was indeed a matter of necessity. Such depraved imagery was a grievous affront to my sensibilities. How morally objectionable! I closed my eyes, leaving only a narrow slit through which to observe the water's surface, my hands still clasped together. feigning the recitation of another incantation. The spectacle in the water intensified, proving immensely enlightening. Why visit here has yielded great insights. In a certain sense, the merchant's wife has become my unwitting mentor. Regrettably, this encounter was not destined to last. What shall we do about that fat pig of yours? Perhaps I should eliminate him as well. I found this suggestion plausible, but insisted that it must be executed discreetly. I had no desire to visit you in prison with a child in tow. After their tryst concluded, their conversation was nothing short of shocking. Not only had they conspired against me, but they also plotted to take the merchant's life. Furthermore, the child undoubtedly belonged to this man. Otherwise, the woman would never have uttered such words. The thought of my partner entwined with that fat pig repulses me. It is infuriating to imagine my beloved companion spending her days in the company of such a creature. This man, feeling wronged. Would the merchant willingly endure such a scenario? Supporting another man's mistress while living in constant peril is a sensation few can truly comprehend. It drives me to madness. Master, what shall I do? I long to crush the both of them. The merchant was in a state of despair. Some things are not truly understood until witnessed firsthand. Now, the merchant felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Utterly revolted, that fat pig had enlisted the services of a practitioner of the occult, who possessed sufficient skill to discern the array I had cast and successfully dispelled it. Now, I cannot even ascertain whether my talismans had any effect. I am left wondering if that wretched child fell from the precipice. Alas, how I lament that I cannot witness his demise firsthand. After absorbing the woman's words, the merchant raised his gaze to me. As if he had finally grasped my reason for returning, I offered no rebuttal. My lingering questions had been resolved. In a wonder the woman was able to locate the individual who sought to harm me in such a short span of time. After all, that individual was her paramour. Damn it, this is an intolerable affront. They conspired together to deceive me, treating me as though I were a fool. The merchant lamented that he had once considered this man a close brother, believing his advice had led to the purchase of this very villa. Now, upon reflection, he recognized that he had been nothing more than a brainless swine. I sincerely regarded you as a brother. Yet you have adorned me with the green hat. I comforted the wealthy merchant, urging him to maintain his composure. Although he was aware that the child was not his biological offspring, his demeanor shifted entirely upon learning that the child belonged to his close friend. Fear not, my dear, I assured him. My 2 talismans will be more than sufficient to handle that little brat. Let us simply await the news. Ha ha ha. Indeed, my master, he replied. Once that wretched Yin-Yang master meets his demise, we shall employ the same method to eliminate that fat pig, and I will rightfully inherit all the estate. Subsequently, we can deal with the pig's offspring, and all the wealth shall belong to the 2 of us. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. The merchant grasped my arm and pulled me outside, his sudden actions leaving me somewhat bewildered. What was he planning, master? I know where this hotel is. Come with me. Let us catch them in the act. It turned out the merchant wished to stage such a scene, but if we proceeded in that manner, the situation would lose its intrigue. However, a far more captivating idea began to take shape in my mind. I halted the merchant, and upon hearing my plan, he nodded repeatedly in approval. Yes, excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest, master. I intended to orchestrate a scheme that would transform those 2 evildoers into puppets, entirely at my disposal. This way, the entire affair would become significantly more engaging, allowing me to vent my fury while avenging my grievances. The merchant complied with my request, gathering all the necessary materials. After my deft handiwork, 2 puppets were brought into existence. The stage was set, and the moment to witness the spectacle had arrived. What is a puppet, you may wonder? As the name implies, it involves manipulating those whom you despise or who have wronged you, rendering them mere playthings under your control, akin to marionettes. This practice is often referred to as puppetry. It was first established by the legendary craftsman, Liu Ban. During his lifetime, he authored a tome entitled the Book of Liu Ban, divided into 2 volumes, the first addressing the esoteric arts of Feng Shui and craftsmanship, while the second delved into sinister and treacherous methods, due to its perilous nature and the unnecessary calamities it provoked. The latter volume was deliberately destroyed, while the former underwent modifications, resulting in a mundane publication. I had the fortune to peruse the original text, leaving me with a profound impression of its contents. The art of puppetry originates from the second volume of the Book of Lu Ban, and due to its malevolent and treacherous nature, it should only be employed in dire circumstances. Nevertheless, as one who harbors a vengeful spirit, I resolved to give it a try, ensuring that this pair of scoundrels would truly experience the essence of the arcane arts. Chapter 43. Fateful Connections. Legend has it that a man suffered from a prolonged illness, one that resisted all forms of treatment. Eventually, someone suggested he seek the counsel of a master, as his frequent ailments might be linked to certain matters. In desperation, the man acquiesced to this advice. Just as his family prepared to venture forth in search of a sage, a carpenter fortuitously appeared at their door, shaking his head and proclaiming, "White walls and blue tiles, a house of mourning. Better to dwell before the temple than behind it. Filth accumulates like a mountain, and misfortune follows relentlessly." Upon hearing the carpenter's words, the family halted, for the description matched their situation precisely. The man's abode indeed featured white walls and blue tiles, and he had long been bedridden, resembling a corpse. Moreover, his house was situated behind a dilapidated temple. Although others had advised him to build his home in front of the temple, believing that proximity to the sacred would ensure a prosperous and peaceful life, he had disregarded their counsel, thinking it wiser to shelter beneath a metaphorical tree. As they gazed at the mountain of refuse across the street, they realized the enormity of their mistake. Living in such a place would surely invite disaster. Consequently, the carpenter was invited inside. Upon seeing that the visitor was merely a carpenter, the man grew irate, exclaiming that any random person could not possibly diagnose his condition. Thus, he ordered the carpenter to leave. After the carpenter's departure, the man's health deteriorated further, and that night, he nearly succumbed to his affliction. "Quick, fetch that carpenter back. We must try anything at this point." But where could they find a carpenter at such an hour? Just a few steps from their home, they spotted the very carpenter they sought. Without waiting for them to speak, the carpenter entered the courtyard with a beaming smile, surveying the entrance. "If you allow me to dismantle this door, I can devise a plan that will save your husband." The carpenter's words astonished the family. Could dismantling a door truly cure an ailment? It seemed an absurd notion. Yet, with the man's life hanging in the balance and no better solution at hand, they had no choice but to acquiesce. The carpenter extended 2 fingers, stating that he would charge 2 gold bars for his services, with no room for negotiation. Unable to make decisions independently, the family relayed this to the man, who thought it prudent to agree for the time being, intending to compensate the carpenter after his recovery. Thus, the carpenter dismantled the old door and spent 3 days constructing a new one. Shortly after its installation, the man felt a rush of relief as he regained his ability to breathe and move, even jumping out of bed. Once the carpenter completed his task, he requested payment in gold bars. However, the man, now emboldened, denied any obligation and expelled the carpenter from his home. How dare a mere carpenter demand such an outrageous price? You are clearly out of your depth. Unperturbed by his ejection, the carpenter produced a puppet from his bag, stuffing a piece of the man's clothing into its mouth. As he chanted a spell, peculiar events began to unfold. The man suddenly lost control of his body, behaving as if possessed, and hurled himself against the unforgiving wall. Blood streamed from his head. Darkness enveloped him. Yet he remained powerless to stop his relentless assault on the wall, realizing that he had offended a formidable figure. In desperation, he urged his family to summon the carpenter once more, offering 2 gold bars in hopes of having the spell undone and regaining his freedom. The carpenter settled onto a stool in the courtyard, refusing to leave, and extended his fingers again. 2 gold bars for the door, 2 gold bars to lift the curse. Reluctantly, the family retrieved another 2 gold bars, which the carpenter accepted with satisfaction before departing, leaving behind a parting remark: "For gold bars for a life saved, consider it a wise investment. Furthermore, heed my advice. Live honestly and refrain from deceit. I have shown you mercy, but should you encounter my disciples, your fortune may not be so favorable." Long after the carpenter's departure, the family learned that the man they had encountered was none other than the renowned Lu Ban, a master craftsman. They were left trembling in cold sweat, vowing henceforth to act with integrity and never betray others. The arcane art I now wield is the same puppetry that Lu Ban mastered, requiring the hair or worn clothing of the individuals involved to enact the spell. This task is simple, as I possess both items at home. The merchant complied enthusiastically, presenting a gentleman's jacket before me. He left this behind at my home the day we drank too much. It should serve our purpose well, I nodded, cutting a piece from the garment and placing it in the mouth of one puppet, while the other puppet received a piece of the woman's Balenciaga. With everything in place, I settled cross-legged and recited the incantation. Spirit of the celestial treasure, calm the form. Disciples soul and spirit, 5 organs in the profound. Azure dragon and white tiger, gather your ranks. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my truth. Swiftly, as the law commands, attach. Upon completing the incantation, the puppets awakened, rising from the table with newfound sentience. The possession was successful. I raised the puppet representing the man and slapped its face with my right hand. To my amusement, the man in the basin mirrored my actions, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. How delightful! Allow me to partake. The merchant seized the puppet representing his wife, subjecting it to a flurry of torment. As the basin echoed with her anguished cries, "At last," the merchant's pent-up resentment found release, and he was elated. The woman slammed against the wall, pounded her chest, and seized the man's throat, leaping and thrashing about. "Stop! Cease at once! She is with child." Sensing the impending catastrophe, I hastily intervened, but alas, I was too late. The woman collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling around her legs. "This is dire. You have committed a grave sin." Though the child was not the merchant's biological offspring, it still represented a precious life, one with the right to exist. Yet, that right was stripped away by the merchant's actions. I retrieved the clothing from the puppets' mouths, breaking the spell that bound them. The man, witnessing the stillness of the woman, quickly called for an ambulance. Although it arrived promptly, the child's life could not be saved. All of this was a fateful connection. It seems that this child was destined never to see the light of day. "Master, wait for me at home. I shall return shortly." The merchant hurriedly departed, his luxurious Maybach vanishing from my sight. Though he uttered not a single word, I was acutely aware of the truth. His haste undoubtedly signified a journey to the hospital. Some matters, if not clarified at present, would forever remain shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 44. The pitiful often harbor their own faults. At 3 in the afternoon. The wealthy merchant summoned me with a phone call, his surroundings replete with a cacophony of chaos, likely a dispute with another. He informed me that the results of the paternity test had arrived, confirming that the child was not his flesh and blood. Presently, the woman had recovered from her injuries, yet upon learning of her child's demise, she was engulfed in a profound despondency. The woman's paramour was also causing a ruckus in the hospital, embroiled in a violent altercation with the merchant. Both men were consumed by rage, intent on annihilating one another. In no time, the police intervened and took them away. Given their guilty consciences, neither man mentioned the matter of the puppet strings, instead only alluding to the woman's miscarriage. The police, accustomed to such incidents, reprimanded the pair and released them after their reconciliation. Upon returning home, the merchant clutched the paternity test results, elation surging within him. Although I had never personally experienced such a feeling, I could distinctly perceive the long-suppressed emotions of this man finally finding release. Simultaneously, I understood that this affair was far from over. The woman's paramour would undoubtedly seek vengeance for the deceased child, employing every conceivable means to exact his retribution. Concerned for the merchant's safety, I refrained from departing hastily, opting to share a room with him that evening for mutual protection. In the early hours, I was jolted awake by the merchant's anguished cries. Upon rising, I beheld his face, now the color of liver, with beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like a waterfall. His body radiated an intense heat. Even without touching his brow, it was evident that he was suffering from a high fever. The merchant's entire being resembled a furnace, emanating waves of scalding air. Merely drawing near could incinerate flesh. I procured a thermometer, and before placing it against his chest, it shattered the scale. Goodness, this was no ordinary fever. He had clearly fallen victim to a nefarious plot. Yet since the merchant's return, we had not ventured outside, so how could an assailant have reached him? I pondered deeply, reviewing all possible methods related to fevers. Yet no solution emerged. Could it be that the adversary employed a means beyond the ordinary? Indeed, such a notion held merit. The merchant's state could stem from either a hex or a curse. Or perhaps he had been afflicted with a talisman. Only these 3 possibilities could account for the torment he now endured. With a clearer direction, resolving the issue became considerably simpler. I began to systematically eliminate each option. Firstly, I dismissed the notion of a hex, as a victim of such would not suffer in a singular manner. Had I cast such a spell, it would induce torment throughout every inch of their being, rather than merely a fever. Next, I ruled out curses, procuring 2 eggs to roll across the merchant's head several times before breaking them. The egg whites remained clear, devoid of any coagulation or absorption of malevolent insects. Thus, only the talisman remained. Having not left the house nor allowed any outsiders in, I contemplated where I would conceal such a talisman were I the villain. The answer was clear: at the entrance. Indeed, placing a talisman at the door is both straightforward and remarkably effective. The assailant would not overlook this opportunity. I approached the entrance and began to scrutinize the surroundings, soon discovering a patch of soil that differed from its surroundings. After turning the earth with a shovel, I uncovered a broken bowl and a half of a chopstick. The bowl, missing a corner, lay neatly positioned within the soil, while the chopstick rested peacefully atop the bowl's rim. A heartless talisman indeed, though it appeared simple. A mere broken bowl and half a chopstick. Hidden within lay lethal intent. The bowl symbolizes a person. It ought to be whole and smooth, yet its missing segment signifies the assailant's desire to obstruct the homeowner's life. The chopstick represents a person's lifespan, divided into 10 stages, each decade marking a new phase. The villain deliberately broke the chopstick, halting life precisely at the age of 43, coincidentally the merchant's current age. The purpose of this talisman was unmistakable. It was clearly intended to claim a life. The assailant, perhaps underestimating my youth and expertise in Feng Shui, presumed me ignorant of talismans. However, they were mistaken. Not only am I well versed in talismans, but I also possess the knowledge to dismantle them. Furthermore, I can manipulate the talismans set by others to achieve a retaliatory effect. When opportunity knocks, one need not toil for it. As I pondered my approach to countering the assailant, I was astonished when he unexpectedly appeared at my doorstep. A fortuitous opportunity one could not let slip away. I took the broken bowl and chopstick to the merchant's kitchen, pouring in generous amounts of white vinegar, mustard, fermented tofu, and spicy soy sauce. After a brief visit to the restroom, I disposed of the half chopstick into the toilet, allowing it to absorb the essence of the situation. Upon completing my tasks, I returned to the entrance, repositioning the items and burying them within the soil. Today, I would teach him the meaning of suffering beyond death. I then concealed myself beneath the willow tree by the door, quietly observing the unfolding events. Approximately half an hour later, a man appeared at the villa's entrance, his expression one of profound agony. Clearly the woman's paramour, he clutched his stomach, writhing on the ground, frothing at the mouth, eyes wide with distress. His belly churned violently, assaulted by a medley of sour, foul, and spicy sensations. Under the influence of the mustard, the noxious odor surged toward his senses, threatening to explode his head and stomach. It hurt so much despite the excruciating pain. He clawed at the earth where I had buried the talisman, desperately searching for the broken bowl and half chopstick, yet to no avail. His frustration boiled over. "You little brat, I curse your grandmother." In his desperation, he no longer cared about being discovered. I couldn't help but wonder if he felt the slightest twinge of guilt while hurling insults. Did his conscience not ache? You caused a woman to bear your child, yet shirked responsibility, pushing her into the arms of another man. When the affair unraveled and the child perished, rather than reflecting on your own failures, you resorted to vile means of vengeance? Such behavior is utterly ludicrous. As a man of vigor, your actions bring shame upon your ancestors. You, who could not sleep at night, inflicted torment upon others, yet find it unreasonable when your own methods are turned against you? How utterly delightful! I emerged from behind the willow tree, applauding with glee. I am forthright and do not engage in underhanded schemes. Thus, I boldly revealed myself. This deed was mine. What of it? Should you contest? Bring it on. To ensure fairness, I approached the site where the talisman lay buried, bent down, and before the assailant's eyes, shattered the bowl into countless pieces. As fellow practitioners, I have no reason to hide my actions. I could have obliterated this bowl and buried the remnants. Had I done so, you would have long since become a corpse. However, I am innately kind-hearted and virtuous, and thus chose not to. Do you know why? Before he could respond, I answered for him. Because I find you to be pitiable, do you not see? After the talisman shattered, the assailant gradually calmed, the excruciating pain receding. He slowly straightened his back, pointing a finger at my nose, and spat, "Stop your pretense. I'm not buying it. This field of yin and yang is inherently murky. Where is the light to be found? Do you dare claim your hands are absolutely clean?" His words rendered me momentarily speechless. Indeed, are my hands truly untainted? Had I not sought to relieve my own grievances, the puppet strings would not have been employed, and perhaps the woman would not have miscarried. But this was entirely unintentional. I never meant to harm anyone. The assailant was merely clouding my thoughts, nearly ensnaring me in his trap. I reiterate, I am innately kind-hearted and righteous. Today, I shall spare you. Yet should you remain obstinate, I shall show you no mercy. Depart now. My father often taught me to show mercy when one has the opportunity, especially towards one's peers. We are all wandering souls. Why should we make each other's lives more difficult? Providing ease to others ultimately benefits oneself. You, my friend, have escaped today, but rest assured, once I recover, both you and that fat pig shall meet your doom. Such audacity? I extend a hand of kindness, and you respond with such disdain? Very well, you shall remain here, and I shall not allow you to leave. With that, a loud crash echoed through the air. A brick struck the assailant's head with great force, causing blood to surge forth from his forehead. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon returning to the villa, I found that the wealthy merchant's fever had completely subsided. Noticing that I was still awake, he inquired whether something was amiss. I recounted the day's events in detail, and he immediately sat upright. "Did you strike that rascal with a brick?" he asked. I nodded. "Did you kill him?" he pressed. Shaking my head, I reassured him that I always act with discretion. Where is he? We must finish the job. It was clear that he was someone who could take action when necessary. I had expected him to chastise me for my recklessness, yet he turned out to have a bold disposition, even suggesting we deliver a final blow. This was absolutely out of the question. A lesson was one thing, but any true guilt should be addressed by the law. We had no right to wield the power of life and death over others. He was once your brother. You must know where he lives? The wealthy merchant nodded, and I asked him to lead me to the villain's residence, for I had a surprise in store for him. Together, we lifted the assailant into the car. And in less than 10 minutes, we arrived at his dwelling. It was a village within the city, where the streets were lined with women of dubious virtue. Upon spotting our Maybach, they gathered around us. "Hey, handsome, how many of you are there? Shall I fetch some sisters to keep you company? Get lost?" I was not lacking in charm but had urgent matters to attend to avoid unnecessary trouble. The merchant discreetly handed each of them 1,000 yuan, urging them to leave. Once the streetwalkers had departed, we carried the assailant from the car and propped him up in front of his rented room. "There's a key under the carpet," the merchant said. Familiar with the place, I bent down and lifted the carpet, discovering the key as expected. We opened the door and laid him on the bed. Looking around, I noted that the room was barely 10 square meters. No wonder he could hardly afford a woman or a child. There is a saying that those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults. And it fit him perfectly. "Master, what should we do now?" "We wait for him to wake up." Chapter 45. The ghost calls the corpse. My father often taught me that enemies should be resolved rather than created. Although this man had once wronged me, he had also been punished in his own way, considering his biological son was no longer among the living. If I continued to let hatred cloud my judgment, I would only accrue more karmic debt. Our fates were misaligned, and it was imperative to distance myself. Prolonged contact would only lead to further misfortune. Thus, I resolved to reconcile with this villain, allowing us to coexist as mere passers-by in each other's lives. The alignment of our fates is indeed crucial. It is often used in folk practices to predict marriage and future endeavors. However, its significance extends beyond those realms, influencing every aspect of our daily lives. For instance, during school years, everyone has one or two classmates with whom they clash, often resulting in arguments or even physical altercations. Conversely, there are those with whom one shares a harmonious bond, playing together from childhood into old age. A testament to their compatible fates. Even before meeting this villain, we had already entered a cycle of mutual hostility, suggesting unresolved grievances from a past life. If I did not extricate myself promptly, I risked repeating history. Around 6 in the morning, he awoke, surprised to find himself in a familiar room. His astonishment peaked upon seeing me and the merchant, prompting him to sit upright in bed. "What are you doing here? Come to take my life?" I smiled benignly and replied, "If we truly intended to take your life, we would have acted long ago. Why bother bringing you back and spending the night with you?" This reasoning was sound. Had I wished him harm, it would have been far simpler to act while he was unconscious. We are both in the same line of work. Many of the issues I see, you must also perceive. Our fates are incompatible, and prolonged contact will surely lead to one of us suffering dire consequences. I trust that is not what you desire, is it? I understood that his singular thought was to escape his current plight and seek financial relief. As long as he was willing to resolve our differences and let go of his resentment, I could persuade the merchant to assist him. After contemplating for a moment, he seemed to recognize the validity of my words. Certain events had transpired, leaving no room for reversal, and moreover, his woman had amassed considerable wealth during her time with the merchant. If not millions, certainly hundreds of thousands. He ought to be content with that. "Let us settle this matter so we owe each other nothing from this point on." He extended his hand. "5 million? The merchant hesitated, having granted me 200,000 for my assistance, and found the demand of 5 million from the man who had once betrayed him rather excessive. "No, just 50,000 will suffice, to give me a sense of balance." Aware that he could not contend with me and realizing I was offering him an exit, he readily acquiesced. "50,000 is acceptable. I will transfer it to you now, but you must guarantee this matter ends here." The merchant produced his phone, ready to transfer the funds. "Rest assured, I swear on my life that if I go back on my word, I deserve a terrible fate. As a practitioner of the occult, swearing is a significant taboo. To go against it would likely result in dire consequences." His proclamation indicated that this matter was indeed settled. After the transfer, the merchant and I departed. Once outside, he informed me that he would proceed with divorce proceedings and subsequently marry a female college student. He hoped I would attend the wedding and bless their union. I was more than willing to oblige and promised to pray for them, setting up a ritual altar for a day and night. The merchant was delighted, and we parted ways. Observing my fatigue, he instructed the driver to take me home in my Maybach. Throughout the journey, I felt drowsy, my body weary from the day's events. I believed I had acted judiciously in resolving the conflict with the assailant. Had I succumbed to my former temper, it would have resulted in a lethal confrontation, but what purpose would that serve? It would only compound my transgressions, potentially erasing the good karma I had accumulated over time. Upon arriving home, I found the house bustling with visitors seeking my father's divination and Feng Shui expertise. As soon as I entered, my father breathed a sigh of relief. "Nanner, come here quickly. My back is about to break." I had barely taken a sip of water before being dispatched to Uncle Zhao's house in the same village. Uncle Zhao claimed he could hear voices whispering in his ear every night, the tone mournful and unsettling. Furthermore, his son was plagued by nightmares, waking in terror each night, growing increasingly gaunt with dark circles under his eyes. He suspected that something unclean had entered their home, prompting him to seek our help. By the time I arrived at Uncle Zhao's house, it was midday, and the sun blazed brightly, rendering any malevolent entities inconspicuous. Even the most formidable of spirits would remain subdued under such conditions. Thus, I enjoyed a free lunch at Uncle Zhao's home. At the dining table, his son sat in silence, his expression vacant and movements sluggish. Though he had yet to reach 18, he ought to be bursting with youthful vigor. Yet his current state was worse than that of the village's oldest elder. At this rate, he would not last 3 days. I immediately discerned the issue and uttered 3 words. "Ghost calls corpse." This phenomenon is exceedingly rare. When it occurs, one must provide a resolution to the spirits involved, or lives will be lost. Moreover, such events perpetuate. If a death occurs in the household without the spirit receiving its due, it will target other family members until none remained. Tio put it simply, ghost calls corpse can claim an entire family. What could cause a child under 18 to encounter such a fate? What had transpired in his life? I once read about a case involving a newlywed couple traveling to commemorate their hard-won love. One fateful night, they found themselves in a desolate village and accidentally struck a young girl with their car. Upon exiting to check on her, they discovered she was beyond saving. Her head had been crushed to fragments beneath the tire, her blood and brain matter staining the ground. A gentle breeze carried with it a salty, metallic scent that only those who had experienced such horrors could comprehend. A smell that lingers in the mind, Unforgettable and forever unwelcome. I have faced this reality multiple times, each instance more harrowing than the last. Casting a shadow I wish to never revisit. The couple was terrified, having never witnessed such a scene. The husband, scanning the area and finding it devoid of witnesses or cameras, entertained the thought of fleeing the scene. The wife, paralyzed by fear, complied with her husband's wishes, and they drove away, leaving the site of the accident behind. They hurried to a nearby river, washing the blood from their vehicle as if nothing had transpired. Due to their decision to flee the scene of the accident, the lives of both individuals were claimed, and the girl who tragically perished beneath the wheels unleashed an unending cacophony of wailing spirits upon them. Chapter 46. Stubbornly unyielding. Each night, the man would hear strange sounds whispering in his ears, a voice belonging to a girl, calling out his name. Initially, he believed these were mere figments of his anxious imagination. Despite consuming numerous medications and consulting various doctors to no avail, it was only when his newlywed wife began experiencing the same phenomena that he realized he had attracted malevolent forces. The entity haunting him was none other than the little girl who had been struck down. That very night, he began to dream, envisioning the bloodied figure of the girl sitting atop him, her hands tightening around his throat, demanding a life in return. From that moment forth, his existence was plagued with unrest. Upon closing his eyes, the blood-soaked girl would manifest beside him, wielding a steel blade. Poised to sever his throat, terrified, he refrained from washing his hair, bathing, or even blinking, uncertain of when the girl might strike and take his life. He became consumed by dread, neglecting food and drink, gradually withering away until he ultimately succumbed one fateful night. His wife awoke to find her husband curled up, his expression contorted with terror, as though he had witnessed something horrific. His hands were grotesquely broken, one palm embedded in his own skull. This was the man's fatal wound. The police had never encountered such an extraordinary case. The autopsy yielded no discernible findings. Eventually, the man's parents retrieved his body for a proper burial. On the day of interment, fierce winds howled and thunder rumbled incessantly, striking the man's coffin a total of 3 times. It was only after summoning a local shaman that they managed to lay him to rest. Yet that very night, an unsettling incident occurred. The man's corpse inexplicably crawled out of its grave, rushing headlong into the path of an oncoming van, its head shattering like a smashed watermelon. After her husband's burial, his wife experienced the same fate. Within 3 days, she too perished in bed, her death mirroring her husband's, with a hand piercing through her chin into her skull. The shaman responsible for the burial was aware that the couple had committed a grave misdeed, leading to their haunting, yet he had no means to rectify the situation. The family sought help from numerous shamans, but none could provide a solution to their plight in time. Their parents became entangled in the tragedy, and even their dog succumbed, all dying in peculiar ways, their bodies emerging from graves, shattering their own skulls. This is a true account. I had spent considerable time researching this phenomenon, convinced that one day I might encounter such a situation. My diligence bore fruit. I discovered a method to dispel the haunting, and today, faced with this occurrence, I would not allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc upon the living. Those who live must face judgment for their transgressions, and the deceased must receive their due punishment. Uncle, your son has erred. He bears the stain of a grave crime. I had no intention of concealing the truth from Zhao. Uncle, some matters cannot be hidden. Nanner, you mustn't speak such nonsense. My son is so honest. How could he be involved in a murder? Does being honest guarantee one will act honorably? Some individuals who appear grounded can commit unspeakable acts. I assured Zhao uncle that I was certain of my assertion. The reason for the haunting was his son's fleeing the scene of the accident. The ghost's intent was clear, to transform those who wronged it into lifeless shells, mirroring its own fate. Uncle, tell my father that every night someone whispers in your ear. It must be calling your names, right? To persuade Zhao uncle of my credibility, I revealed a crucial piece of information, earning the family's trust. Indeed, someone is whispering our names, though the voice is faint, sending chills down our spines. As Zhao uncle spoke, his gaze remained fixed on his son, his eyes glistening, covered in goosebumps, trembling uncontrollably. Nanner, you know we have only this one child. You must help him. If he truly is implicated in a murder, you must ensure it remains hidden. Zhao uncle's wife grasped my arm, nearly kneeling before me. I quickly stopped her. I could not bear such a gesture, for it would haunt me forever. Aunt, please, come to your senses. This cannot be concealed. I nearly roared the harsh truth at her. The age-old principle of a life for a life remains unchanged. And Zhao Uncle's son was no exception, Aunt. If your son receives the justice he deserves, he may yet have a chance at life. If you continue to shield him, not only will he perish, but you both will follow. The couple fell silent, unable to utter a word. I understood the gravity of their predicament. It was a heavy blow to them. Having laid everything bare, perhaps they would finally see reason. Nanner, if my life could save him, would that suffice? If all else fails, take my life, just ensure my son remains unharmed. I'll do anything. Speaking to a stubborn individual is akin to playing a lute to a cow. I had conveyed the severity of the situation, yet their minds remained unyielding, fixated solely on their child's safety, willing to sacrifice their own lives for his happiness. Perhaps all parents are similarly inclined. Uncle, Aunt, please reconsider. Your child has less than 3 days to live. If you come to your senses in that time, seek me out. I must take my leave now to combat the haunting. The responsible party must face their due punishment, as this is the best means of safeguarding all involved. Should they persist in their obstinacy and attempt to obstruct the inevitable, it would only deepen the spirit's resentment, endangering not only lives, but also the shaman's own. It is not out of cowardice that I choose this path. Rather, the folly of pursuing the impossible is a grave mistake. I aspire to be the most enlightened shaman, not a fool feigning ignorance. Though I am aware of the likely outcome for this child, the crime does not warrant death. Should he choose to surrender to justice, I can perform rites to pacify the haunting spirit and strive to preserve everyone's lives. If he refuses, not even divine intervention can save his family. Upon returning home, I shared this matter with my father, who concurred with my approach. The profession of a shaman should be one of integrity, not deceitful or underhanded. If each of us adheres to our moral compass, the world would be free of malevolence. Chapter 47. A grieving parent bids farewell to a child. On the third night, Zhao Uncle could no longer bear the burden. He carried his son to my home, declaring that the situation had escalated. I examined the boy, noting that only one of the 3 flames of life remained on his shoulder, flickering precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Uncle, you are endangering your son. Why did it take you so long to grasp this? The child was effectively a corpse at this point. Over the past 3 days, the couple had taken their already frail son to various hospitals, desperately seeking medical interventions, thus wasting precious time. Only when they saw their child nearing the brink of death did they think to bring him to me. Nanner, I kneel before you. Please save my son, and do not report him. Even as their child lay on the verge of death, they clung to their misguided beliefs. Uncle, if your son were murdered and the perpetrator remains at large, what would you do? My question rendered Zhao Uncle speechless. If you knew the identity of the murderer, what then? I pressed further. I would make him pay for my son's life. Upon uttering those words, it became clear that the matter had reached its conclusion. Their child is a child, yet what of others' children? The deceased remains unburied, and one cannot fathom the sorrow of their family. I cannot concern myself with others. My priority is to protect my own child. I had made my stance clear, yet Zhao Uncle remained obstinate. Uncle, I cannot assist you further. Please take your child away. When the time comes for burial, I will ensure he is laid to rest with dignity. The haunting is a sinister affair. I had spent considerable time researching its resolution. The key lies in ensuring the wrongdoer faces the consequences of their actions, after which I could approach the vengeful spirit to seek reconciliation. I do not believe any other method exists to resolve such hauntings. What should have been a straightforward situation has become unnecessarily convoluted because of their stubbornness. I am left to wonder whether I failed to communicate clearly or if they simply refused to see reason. The father also stepped forward, attempting to persuade the couple to make a change. Yet his efforts bore no fruit. My father and I were utterly disheartened, feeling powerless as they truly carried the child away. Before their departure, they uttered a final remark. You two are truly despicable, witnessing a death and refusing to intervene. Retribution will surely come. Even now, they remain oblivious to their own faults, refusing to introspect and shifting the entire burden of responsibility onto us, as the old saying goes. Like father, like son. The reason his son has run away is entirely a reflection of his father's character. Thus, My father and I stood there, helplessly watching them vanish into the infinite darkness, and in that moment, my heart felt as though it were bleeding. I could even hear the voices of the wronged spirits whispering, "Thank you." It seemed there were not just one but multiple voices of the departed. Perhaps I was merely exhausted and had misheard the person who perished at the hands of the child, took Zhao Shu's child that very night. In the early hours, the anguished cries of the couple echoed throughout the village. That night, every dog in the village became mute, curling up in a ball, their pupils dilated as if they had seen something terrifying. I spent the entire night wide awake, knowing that this matter could not be resolved easily. After years of engaging in the profession of yin and yang, this was the first time I had failed to address the employer's issue, leaving me with a profound sense of frustration. My sorrow did not stem from my inability to save the child, but rather from the grief of that child having such parents. I glanced towards my father's room. The light within had also remained on throughout the night, suggesting he too had not found rest when dawn broke. A spirit pavilion was erected at Zhao Shu's doorstep, the sounds of the suona and firecrackers filling the air. Zhao Shu and his wife harbored resentment towards my father and me. Thus, they did not invite us to officiate, instead seeking the services of a yin-yang master from the neighboring village. As this master approached Zhao Shu's home, he was immediately met with an overwhelming aura of malice. Understanding that they had encountered a ghostly presence, he shook his head repeatedly, urging the couple to find a means of escape, and then departed without a backward glance. A family, consumed by their own selfish desires, could disregard the fate of their own flesh and blood. As an outsider, I had no obligation to toil for those who were obstinately ignorant. This yin-yang master perceived the situation clearly. Upon his arrival, he was already puzzled as to why the employer had sought out someone from the neighboring village while my father and I were present. Witnessing such a scene, the master was terrified and returned home to perform rituals for 2 consecutive days, hoping that the malevolent spirits would not haunt him. No one needs to care for me. Without a yin-yang master, I can still ensure my son receives a proper burial. Zhao Shu believed that the yin-yang master from the neighboring village was colluding with my family, deliberately acting in such a way to provoke him, and thus resolved that he would personally bury his son. Although this was not entirely in accordance with tradition, it was unavoidable. If they were unwilling to employ my father and me, we couldn't possibly humbly approach them, could we? Trouble was bound to arise upon witnessing this scene. My father sighed deeply, his spirits visibly diminished as he stepped outside and posted a notice declaring a period of mourning. The sight of a parent bidding farewell to their child is one that many dread to witness. Such a feeling rends the heart, especially when it is an only child. Moreover, there are numerous intricacies and taboos involved, differing significantly from regular burial practices. When a parent bids farewell to a child, they must not don white garments but rather plain clothes. The deceased's coffin and body cannot be placed within the home but must be kept elsewhere, the doorway suffices, or cremated directly. It is essential to act swiftly and simply. When a young person passes away, the family loses its pillar of support, leaving both elders and dependents behind, which is a profound blow to the household. In fact, the notion of simplicity carries another meaning. A child who departs this world at a tender age may harbor much resentment and dissatisfaction, reluctant to leave, and may even develop vengeful sentiments, potentially leading to harmful actions against family members or neighbors. Such beliefs are grounded in real-life cases, which will be elaborated upon later, so I shall not delve into them here. Returning to the matter of a parent bidding farewell to a child, a mother is not permitted to accompany her son up the mountain. In certain regions, it is customary for the deceased to be carried to a high mountain for burial, allowing them to behold the beautiful scenery of the mortal realm even in death. During this process, the coffin must not touch the ground. Wherever the rope breaks, that is where the deceased shall be laid to rest. Thus, ascending the mountain can also be understood as a form of burial. A young person who has passed cannot be interred in the ancestral grave. Even if they were, they must not occupy a central position but rather be placed in a remote corner. The early demise of a youth is regarded as a punishment for the ancestral transgressions, and out of respect for the ancestors, the deceased is merely referred to as a short-lived individual, a wild spirit, and is not allowed entry into the family grave, lest the Feng Shui be disrupted. During the funeral of a parent bidding farewell to a child, the parents must strike the coffin of their offspring 3 times with a stick, symbolizing their forgiveness for the unfilial act of not providing support, thus allowing the deceased to depart in peace. In the case of a widow who is pregnant, she is not permitted to participate in the funeral procession. Instead, a 9-foot red cloth must be tied around her waist and then removed and hung above the door, or else the celestial star may clash with the morning star, leading to calamity. When a pregnant ancestor passes away, if the fetus is male, it may be delivered or stillborn. Some full-term male fetuses may even survive, which is often referred to as coffin child. Further details will be provided later. If the fetus is female, it usually dies in utero. If the mother dies and the fetus is expelled, it too is deceased and must be wrapped in 9-foot red cloth, bound with hemp rope around the waist, and cremated or buried alongside the mother, never to be separated. Most people are unaware of such customs, and Zhao Shu and his wife were no exception. They only knew that they needed to bury their child swiftly to prevent unforeseen incidents. Astonishingly, the couple donned white garments and followed behind the funeral procession. Their relatives did the same, which was a grave taboo. Chapter 48. The sinking coffin. Once a junior has passed away, no elder should appear in the funeral procession. While the junior was alive, failing to fulfill their filial duties would already leave them filled with regret, and they would be mocked by the spirits. Now that the junior lies within the coffin on the way to their final resting place, witnessing their parents trailing behind would startle the junior within the coffin. However, in the absence of someone to officiate, many remain ignorant of these customs, and Zhao Shu and his wife could hardly fathom such nuances. Their intention was simply to see their son off on his final journey, but they were blissfully unaware that their ignorance would lead to significant trouble. Suddenly, the rope carrying the coffin snapped, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Everyone was taken aback. Once the coffin leaves the home, it must not touch the ground on the way to the burial site. If the coffin falls, it must remain there. An elderly man sighed, shaking his head. His meaning was clear. Wherever the coffin falls is where it must be buried. Yet the spot where the coffin landed was right in the middle of an intersection. Surely, they could not inter their son there and erect a gravestone. That would defy all logic. In truth, the reason the coffin fell was not due to the deceased's desire to rest there, but rather because the deceased could not bear the weight of their parents' love. In a bid to expedite their departure from the funeral procession, the deceased resorted to this method to express their stance. Lift the coffin. Zhao Shu, suppressing the intense pain within, insisted that his son could not be buried there under any circumstances, commanding everyone to continue lifting the coffin. The bearers, left with no choice, reattached the ropes, only to find that the coffin, which had once been easily lifted, was now immovable, as if it had melded with the earth beneath. Sinking coffin, the elder exclaimed, understanding the situation. As an elder in the village, he had witnessed numerous funeral processions and had some knowledge of the customs. He seemed to grasp the deceased's perspective and approached Zhao Shu and his wife, saying, "You two young ones, heed my words. If you return home, the coffin will be able to rest peacefully in the ground." The elder held some authority in the village, and after exchanging glances, the couple decided to heed his advice and began to walk in the direction of home. No sooner had they taken a few steps away than the coffin was lifted by the bearers. The elder was correct. It was indeed a sinking coffin. The sinking coffin represents the deceased's final defiance. Just as mortals adhere to the rule of three, so too do the deceased. When the coffin sinks for the first time and no one comprehends their position, a second sinking occurs. After the coffin has sunk 3 times, it must be buried where it falls. This is the rule. Not long after the couple returned home, the sky suddenly changed. The previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, followed by an onslaught of thunder. The couple sensed that something was amiss and rushed back to the funeral procession, only to find that all the bearers had collapsed to the ground, with a crowd gathering to gawk at the spectacle. Numerous deep pits marred the ground. Remnants of the lightning strikes the coffin had been shattered by 3 tremendous bolts of lightning, exposing their son's corpse to the glaring sunlight. If there is any issue, let it be directed at me. Do not harm my son. You have already taken my son's life. Are you not yet satisfied? Zhao Shu erupted into a furious tirade, his uncharacteristic outburst causing quite a stir among the onlookers, who began to chatter among themselves, voicing a myriad of opinions. I stood at a distance, feeling a deep sense of unease. If I were the unjustly deceased spirit, I would likely act in a similar manner, perhaps even with greater cruelty. As a fellow human, why do you receive a proper burial while I am left in solitude at the end of my days? Those who inflict harm can roam free, even laid to rest in peace. Is there no law of the land? Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the scene. lifting stones from the ground and forming a single character in the air. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape in astonishment. Death? It is dire. Upon witnessing such a scene, I realized that matters had far exceeded my expectations. I had never encountered anything like this before. The character for death, formed by stones in the air, was no mere coincidence. The spirit of the wronged harbored great ambitions. Taking the lives of Uncle Zhao's family would not quell its resentment. Its ultimate goal was to take the lives of all present, including those mere spectators, of course. This included me as well. I was so engrossed in the spectacle that I nearly lost myself. Suddenly, I heard my father's voice behind me. He too could no longer contain himself and appeared at the burial site. This situation had transcended the ordinary, and decisive action was imperative. There were dozens of people present. If they were all to perish, the sins of the Zhao family would be catastrophic. One son's wrongdoing should not condemn dozens to suffer. Such a grievous sin could not be absolved even after exhausting 10 lifetimes of fortune. Nanner, I know you already have a plan in mind. Proceed as you see fit. My father, aware of my prior studies on the cries of the dead, entrusted the matter entirely to me. While he would provide support, I took out my phone and dialed the emergency services, recounting the Zhao family's predicament to the police. Since they were unwilling to face justice while alive, I would seek atonement on their behalf in hopes of gaining the forgiveness of the wronged spirit. 5 minutes later, a police car sped by and halted in front of the Zhao residence, with 2 officers disembarking. Who called in the report? I stepped forward. Very well, please recount the events. Clearing my throat, I inquired. Is there an unidentified corpse at your precinct? And was it a result of an accident? Although Uncle Zhao constantly signaled me to cease my remarks, the current situation allowed no room for this selfish little man. I could not gamble with the lives of dozens. 5 days prior, a severe traffic accident occurred, claiming the lives of all 3 individuals in the vehicle, and they are indeed in an unclaimed state. How do you know of this? What? 3 people died in the car crash? No wonder this incident is so grave. The police informed me that the deceased were a family, a couple with their child, who had gone out for an outing and collided with a severely speeding vehicle, which fled the scene without delay. The occupants of the car received no timely assistance and thus lost their lives. The lighting was dim at the time, and the surveillance cameras could not capture the license plate of the offending vehicle, only that it was a white SUV. The police are still searching with no progress to report. Uncle Zhao, if I am not mistaken, your family owns a white SUV, correct? Where is that vehicle now? I had not seen Uncle Zhao's SUV for many days. Prior to the incident, it was parked in front of their home daily, and the couple often took great care of it. Ever since their son's mishap, the vehicle had vanished. Chapter 49. A grave Feng Shui taboo. The police, experienced and astute, immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Where is your vehicle? Uncle Zhao stammered, unable to articulate a response. Observing his reaction, I realized that from the very beginning, he had known that his son had been driving without a license and had recklessly caused the death of an entire family. Hence, their frantic behavior upon my revelation of the hit-and-run incident. They had disposed of their vehicle to destroy evidence and, in their desperation to shield their son from rightful punishment, chose to ignore my father's and my warnings, ultimately leading to their son's demise and endangering the villagers. Yet they still insisted that I was distorting the truth. However, the evidence was clear. The police followed the trail, scouring surveillance footage along the route and interviewing local villagers, soon locating the offending vehicle at a landfill, the very vehicle belonging to Uncle Zhao's family. Uncle Zhao finally confessed to his son's misdeeds. He came to realize that his own selfishness had not only harmed his son but nearly affected countless others. Yet it was too late. He deeply regretted his delayed realization. I distinctly remember the day Uncle Zhao disclosed the truth. Daylight had broken. The following day, news outlets were ablaze with reports of Uncle Zhao's son's hit-and-run incident. And it was then that I grasped the full extent of the events. His child had been in contact with an online acquaintance and, seeking to prove his superiority, had stealthily taken the family car without his father's knowledge. A child under the age of 18, driving without a license and unaware of the severe consequences of speeding, crashed into an oncoming vehicle on the return journey that very night. The impacted vehicle suffered a violent collision, becoming severely skewed and uncontrollable, plunging into the adjacent river with the entire family inside. The child, overwhelmed by panic and lacking any notion of safe driving, fled the scene without even exiting the vehicle. That family of 3 had a chance to survive, yet they perished in the frigid waters due to the boy's flight. With darkness having fallen and the area poorly lit, the police had scant information at hand, resulting in the case remaining unresolved for an extended period. Upon returning home, the father noticed the extensive damage to the vehicle and questioned whether something had transpired. After learning the details, he removed the license plate and, under cover of night, discarded the vehicle at the landfill. Upon realizing that I had discerned the truth, the parents distanced themselves from me, unwilling to engage in conversation. The subsequent events are well known to all. Once the truth was revealed, the three wronged souls were taken by their family for burial, and their resentment diminished significantly. Later, Uncle Zhao approached me, seeking my assistance in resolving this matter, to which my father and I readily agreed. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of the lives of the dozens of villagers, we felt a sense of duty. To resolve the issue, we needed to address the root cause. My father and I visited the gravesite of the three deceased, offering our respects in an attempt to appease their spirits. As we arrived at the cemetery, a chilling wind swept through, and despite it being daylight, the oppressive aura of the three vengeful spirits lingered. I said nothing, merely pricking my fingertip to draw blood, inscribing the character for tranquility on each gravestone, barely managing to suppress the spirit's wrath. Humans regain their composure in silence. And spirits do as well, thus negotiations would be far more manageable. I promised them that I would chant the liberation mantra 10 times for their family, allowing them to reincarnate without enduring the suffering of the underworld. Furthermore, I would assess the Feng Shui for their family, ensuring they would enjoy bountiful fortune and robust health. The three vengeful spirits were indifferent to their own suffering. However, upon realizing I would evaluate their parents' Feng Shui, they visibly softened. As children, their deepest concern remained their parents. Now, I could alleviate their worries, making it difficult for them to resist my offer. 3 minutes later, the chilling wind subsided, and the malevolent energy within the cemetery dissipated entirely. They were released, they were liberated. I knew the first step had been accomplished, and next, I needed to fulfill my promise at their father's home. After burning ample paper offerings at their graves, my father and I departed. With the guidance of passers-by, we swiftly found the parents' residence. Before entering, I sensed a sinister energy emanating from the household. The dwelling was situated in an alley, flanked by 2 other homes, with theirs nestled in the middle. The steps of the other 2 residences were notably high, while the middle home's steps were quite low. Moreover, the middle home was set lower, completely shrouded in shadow by the 2 adjacent houses, creating a stifling atmosphere. Steps can imply life, prosperity, death, and extinction. 2 and 6 are the most auspicious. If your home has 6 steps, it signifies the best condition. Life and prosperity lead to a flourishing end. In contrast, the middle home's 4 steps foretold an impending extinction. If there are other buildings in front of or beside your house, they should ideally be taller or at least level with your own. From a lighting perspective, if a taller structure is located nearby, it blocks sunlight, casting the dwelling into darkness, fostering an accumulation of negative energy and bacteria, which can severely impact the resident's fortune and health. A disparity in height can obstruct or absorb energy, cutting off the vital flow within the home, leading to a sense of oppression. Living in such a disrupted environment can result in chronic ailments. Considering the 2 characteristics outside the door, I deduced that the parents of the 3 spirits must be in poor health, likely suffering from chronic illnesses that remain untreated. This could very well be the primary reason why the 3 vengeful spirits readily acquiesced to my request. My father and I knocked on the door, and a woman emerged from within, clad in plain garments, her eyes swollen from weeping. "Who are you looking for?" she inquired. "Auntie, we are practitioners of yin and yang. We just passed by your home and noticed that your feng shui could use some improvement. May we enter to take a look?" After much contemplation, the woman coughed twice and allowed my father and me to enter the house. This household was in dire poverty. None of the furniture in the room was intact. The courtyard was littered with fallen leaves, exuding an air of desolation. In the storage area, 3 burlap sacks were stacked, filled with medicine boxes accumulated from the couple's years of treatment. "Who has come?" A man stepped out, looking at my father and me with confusion. "It is the practitioners of yin and yang, here to help us assess the feng shui," the woman interjected. "Oh, what more can be seen? It is already in such a state. How much worse could it possibly get?" The man sighed deeply and turned away. Chapter 50. Double Harvest. That sigh encapsulated countless bitter experiences. It was not merely a breath released, But the last glimmer of hope extinguished, my father and I decided to begin our examination in the kitchen, as it plays a pivotal role in determining the family's prosperity, thereby making feng shui particularly significant. For instance, open kitchens are discouraged. Modern interior designs often favor an open layout for the kitchen to enhance aesthetic appeal and create a sense of spaciousness. However, the exposed cooking area, which symbolizes the family's wealth, weakens the ability to accumulate fortune. Moreover, using an open kitchen leads to the dispersal of smoke and odors into the living room, which, despite the use of an exhaust fan, cannot completely eliminate the lingering scents, thus compromising both the home environment and personal health. The kitchen door must not face the main entrance, back door, or bathroom door. A kitchen door aligned with the main entrance easily creates a through-the-hall effect, which is one of the most severe forms of financial loss. A kitchen door facing the back door results in inexplicable and severe expenditures. A kitchen door opposite the bathroom door can lead to digestive issues and financial troubles. Additionally, kitchens should not be situated in the center of the house, as the kitchen represents fire. Placing it centrally is akin to having fire consume the heart, adversely affecting the family's health. The ideal location for a kitchen would be alongside the courtyard walled. In the case of an apartment, the kitchen is best situated in a corner. Connecting or opposing kitchens and bathrooms is also a significant taboo. Some residences, in an effort to save space or for convenience, seal off the bathroom next to the kitchen and create an entryway from the kitchen to the bathroom, which leads to passing through the kitchen first. In reality, the kitchen embodies fire, while the bathroom embodies water. Having them connected through a single entryway creates a conflict of elements. Furthermore, the foul air from the bathroom contaminates the kitchen, posing hygiene risks and leading to various health issues for the family. If the kitchen door faces the bathroom, it also results in a clash of fire and water, making the couple susceptible to skin ailments or gastrointestinal sensitivities. The kitchen must also avoid the direct opposition of water and fire, as they are incompatible. Thus, the placement of the faucet should not face the stove. Otherwise, the female head of the household may suffer from back problems, and the couple may experience relationship troubles. The faucet and stove should be arranged in an L shape. Lastly, the use of red and black colors is to be avoided. Since the stove symbolizes fire, red also signifies fire. If red dominates, it may lead to excessive heat, resulting in irritability or liver ailments. Black is also inadvisable as it symbolizes water, which conflicts with the fire of the stove, adversely affecting the health of the partner. The kitchen should primarily feature light colors, such as beige or ivory. The aforementioned kitchen taboos are merely common issues. Some finer details need not be overly elaborated upon, as not everyone may find them engaging. The kitchen of this household was situated in the center of the courtyard, a very rudimentary brick and tile structure. To give it a more fashionable appearance, the homeowner had plastered posters of various female celebrities across the walls, many of which had red backgrounds. Upon entering the kitchen, two major taboos became immediately apparent. First, the kitchen was positioned at the center of the courtyard. Second, the walls were adorned with red decorations. Thus, it was evident that the male head of the household had liver issues. To facilitate water usage, they had also installed an electric water well within the kitchen, with the water pipe directly facing the stove. Consequently, the female head of the household must be suffering from a hidden ailment in her lower back, a condition that had persisted for years, and the couple's relationship was evidently strained, frequently resulting in quarrels and even physical altercations. I shared my observations with the homeowner, explaining the issues afflicting them, and they acknowledged my insights. Now the couple had developed a preliminary trust in my father and me, making the subsequent tasks considerably easier. Next, we would examine the arrangement of the living room. The living room, or parlor, should not be too cramped. If the house has ample space, one should not hesitate to allocate more room to the living area, even if there is no need to host many guests. The living room should still be spacious, as it serves as the gathering place for family and the source of wealth and fortune entering through the front door. It is imperative to ensure it is adequately sized to accommodate prosperity. For those residing in small rooms or spaces that can only fit a bed, this taboo can be disregarded, as it poses no threat. The focus should instead be on improving income to secure a better living environment. The furniture in the living room should not be scattered. One should not carelessly arrange furniture just because the living room is large. The key pieces, particularly coffee tables and sofas, should be grouped together. By creating focal points and integrating some plants, the living room can effectively capture and retain positive energy. If the space is bare, lacking decor such as plants or flowers, one should invest in higher quality furniture to ensure stability. and concurrently strive to increase income to enrich the living area. The living room door should not open to the right. The door must be designed to open to the left, as Feng Shui emphasizes the auspicious left dragon and the ominous right tiger. The right side, associated with the white tiger, carries a heavy aura of misfortune, while the left side, the green dragon, promotes harmony within the family. If there is no door at all, this taboo can be completely ignored. The front door must not lead directly into the living room. Even in rural settings, it should not be designed such that the front door opens straight into the living area, especially if the living room has windows. Such a layout creates a heart-piercing effect, causing the wealth that enters to be instantly expelled, resulting in diminished financial fortune. This design is often found in rural constructions, yet it violates Feng Shui principles. Long-term residence in such a home can lead to a state of mere survival without prosperity. If adjustments are made, it can significantly improve economic circumstances. There are many other taboos related to the living room, similar to those of the kitchen, which I shall refrain from elaborating on further. The front door of this household was quite dilapidated, emitting a jarring noise upon closure, and its color was a glaring red, which also constituted a taboo. I have observed many rural homes painted in red, as it is believed to be auspicious. However, not everyone can withstand the fortune associated with such a vibrant hue. For instance, some individuals may choose to tattoo the image of Guangong on their back, but most cannot bear the weight of such a significant figure, sometimes paying the ultimate price. If a household's main door is painted bright red and there is a long-term sick person within, excluding those with paralysis or terminal illnesses, it may be worthwhile to consider changing the door's color. Furthermore, the couple's living room door opens to the right, which, while convenient, plunges the living area into a realm of misfortune. The presence of 4 steps leading to the front door, representing a severed lineage, combined with the living room situated perilously in the territory of the white tiger, is the underlying cause of the premature demise of their children. My father and I subsequently examined their bathroom, found no issues, and chose to skip over it. Considering the couple's low income, coupled with their middle-aged loss of a child and long-term reliance on medication, my father and I made the decision to personally fund modifications to their home's layout. This would not only fulfill the promise made by the 3 spirits, but also accumulate considerable merit for my father and me, resulting in a truly fruitful outcome. Chapter 51. Half alive, we dismantled the steps leading to the door and reconstructed them into 6, symbolizing vitality. Given that the couple was nearing 50 years of age, my father and I resolved to hammer a nail above their back door, signifying the potential for offspring. I removed all the posters from the kitchen, enlisted a craftsman, and had the walls freshly coated, instantly brightening the kitchen. Since we could not relocate the water well, we instead focused on repositioning the stove to a more favorable location. Within days, the woman's back ailment had healed, and the couple's liver conditions returned to normal. We replaced all the furniture in the living room with new pieces and conducted a thorough inspection, ensuring no instability remained. We also adorned the living room with plants, an aquarium, and wallpaper, transforming the previously empty space into a warm and inviting environment. Lastly, we replaced the front door with a silver-gray door that opens to the left, elevating the overall aesthetic of the living room. The house's low height was beyond our control. We could hardly fund the construction of an additional floor for them. However, just before my departure, I confided in the couple about the ominous taboo regarding the house, and they assured me they would address the issue under certain conditions. After leaving their home, my father and I were on our way back when we encountered something truly bizarre. A crowd had gathered around a water vat, animatedly gesturing and discussing. As we approached, we were shocked to discover that a man had drowned in the vat. Strangely, the vat stood barely a meter high, and the water within was far from full. Yet it had claimed the life of a grown man. Although the man was curled up within the vat, his height seemed considerable, at least 1.80 meters. This situation was exceedingly peculiar. How could someone of such stature drown in such shallow water? The onlookers were too frightened to act, chattering nervously about the incident. It was alarming. 3 deaths had already occurred this week. How terrifying. Would we be next? Perhaps we should destroy this cursed vat. It feels too sinister. Destroy it? You speak so lightly of it. Such a malevolent vat might invite even greater calamities if we were to shatter it. If you are brave enough, go ahead. I, for one, am too fearful. This was not the first drowning incident in the vat, and no one dared to approach it, fearing they would incur misfortune, which was why it remained there, unattended. Nanner, do you see any clues? My father inquired, I certainly had discerned the truth. The apparent drowning victim was not drowned at all, but rather had been burned alive. I wasn't mistaken, nor was I speaking nonsense. There was nothing inherently supernatural about this vat. The corpse in the vat was contorted in a fetal position, having jumped in to extinguish the searing fire within him. Yet the flames had been too fierce for the water to quench, resulting in his agonizing demise while still curled up. What could cause a seemingly normal person to ignite from within until death? This was the question my father and I needed to ponder. Nanner, we shall not leave today. There are malevolent forces at play here. It was our customary style as father and son to stand against injustice. Not wishing to disturb the grieving couple, we found a nearby inn to stay in. Though modest, the inn was well-equipped and maintained a level of cleanliness rivaling that of the city. Most importantly, when we opened the window, we could see the water vat, facilitating our observations. After a light meal at 8 o'clock, we settled by the window to quietly watch the vat, my instincts telling me that whatever had transpired during the day would surely repeat itself. Yet, we waited the entire night without incident, leaving us quite disheartened. Do not despair. Perhaps tomorrow will bring new revelations. After a restless night, we awoke after a full day of sleep. After a light meal, we resumed our vigil at the window, now with renewed anticipation. This time, our patience bore fruit. At 9 o'clock, a figure appeared before the vat, seemingly searching for something, exuding an air of urgency. Dad, this person looks somewhat familiar. Have we encountered him before? The man's physique and features struck a chord. I felt I had seen him recently but could not place him. Indeed, we have seen him. He is the very man who drowned in the vat yesterday. My father's words jolted my memory. Of course. How could he suddenly reappear here? Was he a man or a ghost? If he were a ghost, his shadow would not be visible under the streetlight. If he were a man, his movements were undeniably unsettling, his limbs exhibiting an unnatural coordination, reminiscent of a zombie from a film, emitting a series of low moans. A half-dead man. My father instantly recognized his state. A half-dead individual is one who has perished yet retains some consciousness, capable of motion before all bodily functions cease. Such occurrences are rare. Typically, a person loses all bodily functions within half an hour after brain death. This individual had clearly been dead for at least a day, defying logic by still being able to move. The only explanation for his condition was that this corpse had become possessed by a malevolent spirit. Nanner, mark my words, it won't be long before someone drowns in that vat. Our anticipation grew as we awaited the unfolding events, a mix of excitement and trepidation coursing through us. I set up my phone on a stand, ready to record whatever transpired next. Subsequently, my father and I took a yellow cloth bag and descended to a secluded corner, quietly observing the half-dead man's every move. After about 3 minutes, a drunken man appeared, swaying and humming a tune. Upon seeing him, the half-dead man's eyes gleamed with intensity. It seemed he had been searching for this very drunkard. Nanner, be ready. At my signal, we move. My father and I braced ourselves to save the drunken man's life. With my father and me present, no harm would befall this inebriated soul, not even from the possessed half-dead man. As the drunkard staggered closer to the vat, my heart raced with anxiety, fearing unforeseen events might unfold. If we were unable to intervene, witnessing a life extinguished before us would be a grave misfortune. Ergo, run. Don't come any closer. To my astonishment, the very event I had feared occurred. My father and I had assumed the half-dead man was a harbinger of doom. Yet his presence here was to save the drunken man named Ergo, who called me by my childhood name. Let me see. The drunken man, emboldened by his intoxication, disregarded the warnings and approached the vat, determined to discover the source of the voice. Stop. Don't come any closer. You will die. I dare anyone to make me. The drunken man, now agitated, continued forward. Just as he was within 2 meters of the vat, a glimmer of light appeared overhead, darting towards his abdomen. Ah! The drunken man suddenly sobered, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach, wailing in agony. It hurts so much. So hot. The fiery sensation ignited within him, causing him immense torment as he frantically searched for water to extinguish the internal blaze. Spotting the vat nearby, he made to dive into it. Now's our chance. Move quickly. At my father's command, we sprang into action. Racing toward the drunken man, As he reached the vat, we seized him just in time. My father pressed him down and swiftly produced a rosary bead from his pocket, shoving it into the drunken man's mouth. The moment the bead entered, something extraordinary transpired. The luminous mass within the drunkard's abdomen shifted its focus, gravitating toward the bead. Thus, the rosary bead played a crucial role, absorbing the burning sensation from the drunken man's insides. Emanating a faint glow from his mouth, "Phew, that rosary bead your employer gave you is indeed powerful. Its ability to summon spirits is remarkable. Of course, even spirits seeking their kin can be attracted by this bead, let alone the luminous entity responsible for igniting his internal organs." My father pried open the drunken man's mouth, retrieving the bead and rinsing it in the vat for a considerable time before placing it back in his pocket. We had successfully saved the drunken man, who now stared at us in astonishment, still reeling from the recent ordeal. "What just happened?" I remained silent, pointing towards the half-dead man. I thought it best to consult him for answers. The drunken man followed my gesture and shouted, "Brother, why are you here?" No wonder the half-dead man had awaited the drunken man, exerting every effort to save him. It turned out he was the drunken man's brother. "Run, run! Don't look back! Hurry!" The half-dead man shouted frantically, as if he had seen something horrific. My father and I quickly scanned our surroundings and spotted a childlike malevolent spirit charging towards the half-dead man. Boom! Ah! With a resounding crash mingled with the half-dead man's screams, he was instantly reduced to a myriad of bloody fragments, raining down in a gruesome shower of flesh and blood upon us. In the blink of an eye, our garments became stained with blood and flesh, the crimson liquid saturating our clothes and clinging uncomfortably to our skin. An utterly disconcerting sensation. I felt utterly useless. I was profoundly disappointed. The vengeful spirit muttered something before vanishing into thin air. The inebriated man, devoid of any drunken stupor, stood helplessly, eyes wide open, as he witnessed his brother disintegrate into countless fragments. His heart shattered in despair. This malevolent spirit, despite appearing no older than 14, exhibited a ruthless disposition. After returning to the hotel with my father and tidying up our belongings, we vacated the room and escorted the drunken man back to his home. Upon seeing 3 blood-soaked individuals, his family was left utterly flabbergasted. Once we elucidated the situation, we managed to avert unnecessary turmoil. The drunken man's family was exceedingly hospitable, inviting us inside to wash up and even providing us with a change of clothes, which happened to be those worn by the half-dead before their demise. Surprisingly, they fit us quite well. "You've encountered that little ghost? Haven to you. Could you provide us with a detailed account?" I wish to assist you. My father, straightforward as ever, understood that the drunken man must possess some knowledge. Alas, this calamity was a consequence of his own loose lips. The drunken man slapped himself in frustration, regretting his thoughtless words, which had led to such chaos and the death of his own brother. My father and I listened intently as the drunken man recounted the events in detail. And finally, we devised a plan. It turned out that there was a child in the village who had suffered from a peculiar ailment since birth, enduring a sensation akin to being burned from within. During each episode, he would writhe in excruciating pain in a desperate attempt to alleviate their son's suffering. His family installed a bathtub in the bathroom, filling it with cold water and ice cubes whenever he fell ill, hoping to provide him with some relief. As the child's condition worsened, the family found themselves in utter despair, prepared for the worst when all medical efforts proved futile. One fateful night, the child suffered a severe episode. Lying in the ice-filled tub, his heartbeat fading, his death agonizingly painful, his features contorted in agony. On the day of the burial, an enormous crowd gathered, including the drunken man's 2 brothers and 2 close friends, who whispered among themselves, mockingly speculating about the child's fate, suggesting that he must have committed grave sins in a past life to deserve such a punishment. Their laughter grew increasingly boisterous, and even the child's grieving parents were not spared from their scornful remarks, which were utterly unbearable. One individual even jeered, "In my lifetime, I've never seen someone drown in a bathtub. Such a humiliating death is laughable." This remark infuriated the deceased child, who had thought that he had already caused his parents enough heartache and merely wished for a peaceful departure. Yet, in front of his spiritist shrine, there were those who dared to insult him and his family. This behavior ignited his wrath. If they had never witnessed such a pitiful demise, he would ensure that they all experienced the torment he had endured. Thus, on the very night following the child's burial, one of the mockers met with a fatal drowning in a water tank. The individual, standing at 6 feet tall, perished in a tank barely a meter deep. Enduring the same excruciating suffering in his final moments. 2 days later, another person drowned in the same manner, sending the drunken brothers into a state of utter panic. They deliberated for a considerable time, realizing that their careless words had summoned this deadly retribution. Regret consumed them, yet there was no remedy for their remorse. Eventually, when my father and I discovered the third victim in the water tank, the drunken man, resigned to his fate, decided to indulge himself before his inevitable demise. He sought the company of 2 beautiful women, engaging in prolonged revelry, and consumed copious amounts of alcohol, stumbling home in a drunken haze. We were all aware of the events that followed. In this world, countless individuals have met their doom due to their own reckless words. In my opinion, the deaths of these few do not warrant sympathy. Given my fiery temperament, I would have preferred to disregard the situation entirely. Everyone claims that the deceased deserve respect, and such a simple truth should not be disregarded, especially when one openly insults the grieving parents of the departed. Such behavior is intolerable. Chapter 53. The earth of the latrine. My father, considering the elderly parents of the drunken man, resolved to intervene and assist them through this ordeal. Surely, we should not allow a couple to be condemned to despair due to mere words. After conferring with my father, we concluded that this spirit was exceptionally cruel and that mere persuasion would likely prove ineffective. This spirit had never known a day of happiness in life, living in perpetual agony without ever experiencing the warmth of humanity. A child raised in such an environment typically becomes withdrawn and possesses a heart hardened by suffering. Though seemingly harmless, they are capable of unfathomable acts. We decided to stage the drunken man's death. This ruse, we believed, would effectively deceive the vengeful spirit. I instructed the drunken man's family to procure some latrine soil for our plan. This soil, commonly found in rural areas, has remarkable efficacy in exorcising evil spirits due to its unique fermentation properties. My father directed the drunken man's family to excavate a deep pit beneath the bed, sized to accommodate the drunken man's frame, ensuring it could comfortably hold him. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, we devised a secondary plan, adorning the room with talismans. Should our primary strategy fail, we would resort to the second. If it came to that, it would signify either the spirit's demise or our own, a mutually destructive outcome that we would only resort to in absolute desperation. With preparations nearly complete, we awaited the spirit's appearance that night. Following the previous night's events, the spirit had not claimed the drunken man's life, leading us to surmise that it would indeed take action the following evening. By 6 o'clock that afternoon, we were already hard at work. My father instructed the drunken man to remove his garments and meticulously apply the latrine soil to his entire body, ensuring an even and substantial coating. Despite the overwhelming stench that assailed him, he gritted his teeth and persevered, gradually acclimating to the foul odor. Subsequently, my father directed the drunken man to conceal himself within the pit, repeatedly emphasizing that, regardless of how terrifying the circumstances might become, he must remain utterly silent. The consequences of any sound would be dire. After he settled into the pit, my father covered it with a straw mat to conceal its presence. Once this task was completed, my father and I took the drunken man's discarded clothing, stuffing it with straw until we fashioned a scarecrow that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. In the absence of light, it could easily deceive the untrained eye. I assure you, my father and I have honed our skills through years of experience. My father procured vermilion and skillfully painted the scarecrow's face with exquisite precision, each stroke carefully measured, creating a lifelike visage. Now, we awaited the spirit's arrival. Hiding within the wardrobe, I temporarily sealed our life forces with my blood, ensuring the spirit would remain oblivious to our presence. While we peered through the cracks to observe the unfolding events, we remained vigilant from 7 o'clock until the early hours of the morning, yet the spirit did not appear. Could it be that the spirit lingered by the water tank, awaiting the drunken man? No, the spirit was driven by vengeance, seeking to alleviate its pent-up rage. Should it fail to find its target near the tank, it would undoubtedly come searching at our home. This was a certainty. Indeed, at 1 o'clock in the morning, we heard a disturbance outside the window. a gust of chilling wind abruptly blew open the formerly sealed window. The malevolent spirit drifted inside. Pausing before the scarecrow, it gazed at the figure in bewilderment, pondering for a considerable time. This fellow is dead? That cannot be. The spirit was not easily deceived. If its intended victim had truly perished, it would be able to locate the soul. Clearly, the spirit had yet to encounter the drunken man's essence, causing its suspicion to mount. The spectral realm perceives existence differently than we do. While humans observe a world filled with vibrant colors and intricate details, spirits, lacking scara in their eyes, perceive a monochrome and hazy reality. In uncertain situations, they rely solely on their acute sense of smell to discern truth from falsehood. Moreover, they are particularly sensitive to the color red, making it imperative not to don red attire in the presence of a spirit, as it may instill unease. The spirit hovered before the scarecrow, placing its hand on the neck of the figure, searching for the pulse. Detecting no heartbeat, its doubts were somewhat alleviated. Next, it relied on its sense of smell to detect the presence of death. If it could sense the stench of decay emanating from the figure, it would confirm the individual's demise. At this juncture, the latrine soil began to exert its influence, releasing a noxious odor that, while distinct from the scent of death, would cloud the spirit's judgment. The malevolent spirit sniffed around for quite some time, furrowing its brow, and casually remarked, "What is that smell? Did you fall into a latrine and drown in excrement?" "You rascal!" Shortly thereafter, my father and I were met with the spirit's satisfied laughter. The very person it intended to harm had met a fate more tragic than its own, and this thought instilled a sense of equilibrium within the spirit. It was this very sense of balance that clouded its judgment. The spirit circled the room several times, lingering particularly long before the cupboard, pressing its eyes against the seams to peer inside. My heart raced wildly as I stifled my breath, managing to avoid detection by the spirit. Thus, before we could execute our secondary plan, we successfully deceived the spirit, sending waves of exhilaration through us. Once the spirit departed, my father and I emerged from the cupboard, moved the bed aside, and lifted the straw mat, only to discover that the heartless individual was sound asleep. We could even hear his snoring goodness. I was truly astonished that he could sleep at such a time. Fortunately, the layer of dirt my father had applied was sufficiently thick, with some of it having entered the man's mouth and nostrils, effectively muffling his snores to avoid causing too much commotion. Had the drunken man's snoring been thunderous, our secondary plan would have undoubtedly been set into motion by now. We roused him, informing him that the situation had been resolved. Overcome with emotion, the drunken man burst into tears, retrieving a bank card from the cupboard, claiming it contained 80,000 yuan in savings as a reward, which he pressed into my hands. I gratefully accepted the card, thinking to myself, this fellow certainly knows how to handle matters. Masters. Will that malevolent spirit return to seek me out? The drunken man, though somewhat reckless in speech, possessed a sharp mind. He feared that if the spirit ventured to the underworld and could not locate his soul, it would realize it had been deceived, inevitably returning to claim his life. My father chuckled, for he had already contemplated this possibility. Chapter 54. The language of indirection. Rest assured, you are worrying unnecessarily about this matter. The reason the malevolent spirit harms others is that its grievances have not been fully released, thus lingering in the mortal realm. Now that the 4 individuals it sought to harm have all lost their life signs, its grievances will dissipate, and it will depart to where it belongs. Even if the malevolent spirit cannot find the drunken man's soul in the underworld, it will be unable to return to continue its malevolence upon realizing it has been deceived. For some places are not so easily accessible. One cannot simply go where they wish and return at will. Should one dare to breach these boundaries in pursuit of vengeance, they would have to pay a grievous price for the chance to do so. However, for the malevolent spirit, the possibility of returning is utterly extinguished. When my father and I ventured out, we initially believed it would be a one-way trip, yet unexpectedly encountered this incident, which not only replenished the funds we had set aside for home repairs, but also left us with a surplus. A truly delightful feeling. It seems that one must indeed accumulate virtue and do good to open the door to fortune. Upon returning to our village, we found a crowd gathered around a centuries-old tree. The atmosphere lively, with many voicing their opinions. This tree has lived for 200 years, it's become sentient. We must not cut it down. It will bring retribution. I heard that trees which have gained sentience often house celestial beings. Anyone who dares to fell this tree will surely face dire consequences. Ah, the commotion surrounding the tree stemmed from the village chief's disdain for its imposing size, which encroached upon the road, making passage difficult for vehicles. Thus he sought individuals to cut it down. Such thoughts are indeed perilous. The chief had summoned numerous workers and offered a price of 500 yuan. This miserly chief finally decided to part with some money. Yet, no one in the village dared to step forward, for all had developed an attachment to the tree and were well aware of its significance. Many villagers claimed to have seen two white-bearded elders enjoying wine and composing poetry in the tree's branches at night, leading some to assert that the tree had indeed become sentient, inhabited by celestial beings. Under the lure of a handsome reward, when the price rose to 4,000 yuan, a bold individual from the neighboring village dared to approach with the intent to fell the tree. His reasoning was simple. If one cannot make a living, why fear ghosts? There are many such individuals in reality. He reclined beneath the tree with an axe, casually propping up his legs and humming a tune. Appearing quite content, I knew that the lumberjack's reluctance to act was because he was waiting for the moment of indirection. Indirection refers to a certain phrase. It is said that a lumberjack, fearing repercussions while attempting to fell an ancient tree, lay beneath it with his axe, hesitating to make a move. Thus, he lay there for a day and a night until a villager, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, "You've been paid. Why not get to work?" The lumberjack's eyes lit up, sitting upright to respond, "Can I fell this tree? You've been paid. So what's stopping you?" Only then did the lumberjack begin his task. This created an illusion for the ancient tree. The lumberjack did not genuinely wish to cut it down, but rather lay there sleeping, and only began the act out of compulsion when urged by a passerby. The ancient tree, having become sentient, observed the entire scenario, realizing that it was indeed the villager's urging that led to its demise. The words spoken by this villager became the so-called indirection. Consequently, when the ancient tree fell, that very night, the villager who had urged the lumberjack met a tragic end in his home, along with his parents, children, and livestock, all perishing together. This calamity stemmed from the villager's meddling and speaking words that should not have been uttered, thus invoking indirection and facing utter disaster. Meanwhile, the lumberjack suffered no consequences, having earned his money and continued to live in peace. The lumberjack before us, remaining idle, was also waiting for someone to prompt him, creating indirection so he could proceed without worry. However, this tree was extraordinary. Not only had it become sentient, but it also hosted two celestial beings, making it far from easily deceived. Their keen eyes could easily discern the lumberjack's ruse. "Hey, you've been paid. Why aren't you working?" I took on the role of the one uttering indirection to save the innocent villager. The lumberjack immediately stood up, replying, "Can I fell this tree? You can chop or not. It is up to you. Hurry back, your mother is calling you home for dinner." The lumberjack appeared taken aback, clearly perplexed by my unexpected response. My words were not what he had hoped to hear. It was evident that I meant for him to leave and not engage in this perilous endeavor. Unable to obtain the response he desired and unable to ask further, he reclined beneath the tree once more, humming a tune. Everyone in the village understood that my father and I were practitioners of the yin-yang arts and were well versed in such matters. Seeing my signal, they all grasped the situation was suspicious and vacated the scene. Leaving no one to continue the commotion, my father and I also departed the area. Some individuals are inherently opportunistic. They wish to profit yet refuse to shoulder any responsibility, eager to cast the blame upon others and make the innocent bear the brunt of their own calamities. Such individuals are truly detestable. The lumberjack, noticing the sudden absence of onlookers, was clearly flustered. What was happening? What was wrong with these villagers? Did they not enjoy a spectacle? The duck that had flown into his mouth was about to escape, and 4,000 yuan would slip away just like that? The lumberjack was unwilling to accept this. I truly did not believe in such superstitions. Was it merely a tree? Could it truly be that sinister? Without anyone uttering indirection, I would still proceed to fell it. The lumberjack, with a steely resolve, gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, raising his axe and beginning to chop down the ancient tree. This was a grave mistake. Even the celestial beings would find it challenging to intervene upon learning that the lumberjack was chopping the tree. My father and I realized that the situation had reached a point of no return. He was determined to seal his own fate, and no one could stop him. I had done my part. Had I not intervened and spoken the words of indirection, an innocent villager would have inevitably said them, leading to the demise of their entire family. I had taken on this burden for the villagers, fulfilling my duty to the utmost. Furthermore, I had advised the lumberjack to return from whence he came. But he was blinded by greed, disregarding the grave consequences for the sake of 4,000 yuan. Such is fate. The lumberjack, fully aware of the dire repercussions of felling the tree, chose to proceed obstinately, initially considering shifting the blame onto others. Such malevolent hearts. Their death is of little consequence. Chapter 55. The grave of the childless, the soul-binding lock after the ancient tree fell, calamity indeed ensued. The lumberjack, clutching his 4,000 yuan, had scarcely exited the village when he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then, with a sudden sway, he collapsed to the ground, by the time he was discovered. He had already lost his heartbeat. The 4,000 yuan in his hands was swept into the sky by the wind, fluttering about like the paper money offered during a funeral, a poignant mockery indeed. Once all the money descended to the ground, it was snatched up by the villagers, for who would not covet wealth that symbolizes prosperity and longevity? A person who could have lived to a ripe old age suddenly perishes due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving behind the unspent blessings that linger in this world, distributed in various forms among all. Some persistently unlucky individuals might inexplicably win the lottery or unexpectedly find a benefactor, a twist of fate attributed to the sharing of another's fortune, forever altering their lives. If the deceased had cherished possessions at the time of their untimely demise, their essence could be shared among the living, thus distributing all the good fortune, as for the suffering they had yet to endure. It would accompany them to the grave, to be born in the next life. When the lumberjack's body was returned home, it was already nightfall. His front door stood wide open, and beneath the eaves were 3 shadowy figures, swaying incessantly. Upon closer inspection, the onlookers were left aghast. The lumberjack's wife and 2 children had all hanged themselves. The entire family had met a tragic end, departing this world in a most bizarre manner. Moreover, the faces of the 3 bore an eerie smile, their eyes fixated on a single point, suggesting that in their final moments, they witnessed some illusion that led them to end their precious lives in a state of eerie satisfaction. Some remarked that this 4,000 yuan had purchased 4 lives, equating a single life to a mere 1,000 yuan, indeed shocking. The village chief felt a profound sense of guilt. Had it not been for his sudden whim to fell that ancient tree, such calamity would not have befallen them. Many villagers had cautioned him against disturbing the venerable tree, fearing it might bring misfortune, yet the chief obstinately persisted, ultimately culminating in this tragedy. Tio atoned for his guilt. He sought out my father and me, eager to personally finance a funeral for the lumberjack's family of 4. My family wished to avoid involvement in such a funeral, as it entailed numerous taboos. A single misstep could yield dire consequences, however. My father and I could not withstand the relentless barrage of the chief's pleas, his words flowing forth like an inexhaustible machine gun, overwhelming our senses. Very well, we agreed. My father slammed his hand on the table in anger, his presence entirely overshadowing the village chief. Upon receiving our consent, the chief generously placed a bank card on the table, claiming it contained 50,000 yuan. How astonishing that this normally frugal chief would display such generosity. Perhaps he sought to buy his peace of mind with this sum. The lumberjack's funeral would be distinctive. For the collective burial of a family of 4 is termed a cursed grave. As the name implies, it signifies the tragic loss of an entire family, akin to a lineage severed. The coffins must be linked together, interred within the same grave pit. The selection of the grave pit is also of utmost importance. It must not be situated in a low-lying area. Should the grave be in such a spot, rainwater would accumulate during storms, rendering it excessively damp. Furthermore, a location lacking sunlight would lead to a deficiency of yang energy and an excess of yin, necessitating the presence of yang to invigorate the resting place. Thus, those residing near mountains often choose burial sites on elevated ground, but not at the peak, for the mountaintop's energy is typically too vigorous, failing to gather the needed essence. Consequently, my father and I selected a higher location and commenced digging. In our region, there is a custom that the grave pit must be excavated by hand. Mechanical means are strictly forbidden, as it is deemed a profound disrespect to the deceased. Should the departed descend into the underworld under such circumstances, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed. Therefore, excavating a grave capable of accommodating 4 individuals is no trivial task. I contacted Oldley at the paper offering shop, requesting 4 coffins, 2 large and 2 small, and asked him to bring them to me as soon as they were ready. Wang Nan, I'm nearly at the village, rest assured. I understand the customs. Oldley assured me over the phone, indicating he had prepared everything for the burial and was en route. This Oldley is truly remarkable. We have unconsciously forged a certain rapport, which feels wonderful. In less than 10 minutes, Oldley arrived, delivering the 4 coffins in the back of his tractor, accompanied by an array of paper figurines, joss paper, floral wreaths, firecrackers, and candles, as well as vermilion powder. Truly, he is well versed in the intricacies of funerals. Wang Nan, you also need a soul-binding lock, right? I've prepared that too, hee. Oldley even had the soul-binding lock ready, saving me a great deal of time. The soul-binding lock serves as a bridge between the coffins, taking the form of an iron chain. Although all 4 must be buried in the same pit, they cannot be placed in a single coffin, as this would dishonor the deceased and contravene ancestral customs. Thus, the soul-binding lock is employed to maintain their familial connection, ensuring they remain united in the afterlife, always watching over each other until they are reincarnated. Moreover, the crafting of the soul-binding lock is quite complex. The iron chain must be soaked in the blood of cattle or sheep for 3 days. Once saturated, it must be returned to the furnace for a day to complete the process. The blood possesses protective properties, far more potent than that of a black dog, ensuring that as the 4 are drawn into the underworld, no malevolent forces would dare to disrupt their unity. This serves both to reunite them and to safeguard the family. Now that the larger items are nearly prepared, we must turn our attention to the smaller essentials. Although they left no descendants, the soul-settling nails cannot be omitted. A lineage cut off must not lack this crucial element atop their coffins. Without descendants in this life, failing to secure the soul-settling nails would result in a solitary existence in the next, leading to the absence of heirs in the next life. Their previous children might be reincarnated as livestock, an outcome that must be avoided at all costs, lest they suffer a lifetime of pain. Imagine the anguish upon realizing that one's rightful children have taken the form of animals, ultimately becoming one's sustenance. What a profound sorrow that would be. 5 colored grains, sweet rice, copper coins, a rooster, soul-settling nails, blue bowls, bedding, jewelry, straw, and half a bough are all essential items. Missing even one would be unacceptable. Once all these items are prepared, we shall proceed with the funeral. Chapter 56. Funeral taboos. Conducting a funeral is no simple matter. It is fraught with profound significance and numerous taboos. Firstly, it is forbidden to look back. A funeral signifies the act of carrying the deceased from their home for burial, typically following a 3-day mourning period. There exists a rule in rural customs stating that after the burial, participants must not glance back, nor should they respond to any sounds or calls of their names. Generally, a funeral procession remains solemnly quiet. Even in urgent matters, one would approach to speak rather than shout from behind. Thus, if someone calls your name during the procession, it warrants caution, as it may signify an unresolved wish of the deceased. I once encountered such a situation. A child's aunt hung herself at home, and during the funeral, the child heard her calling his name. Without a second thought, he turned to look, only to be met with her horrific visage. That very night, the child took his own life by hanging from the same beam. This is a true story, etched in my memory. If a woman takes her life in such a manner, her nephew is often the first choice to accompany her. I will elaborate on this matter later, but let us return to the current taboos surrounding funerals. The death of a loved one is inherently sorrowful, and burial marks the final act of the funeral, signifying the completion of the deceased's journey in this life. After accompanying a loved one on their final journey, turning back to view their grave inevitably stirs feelings of grief and nostalgia, affecting the emotions of those left behind. The prohibition against looking back also has a scientific basis, serving as a reminder that the deceased have departed, urging the living to grieve and move on, rather than being ensnared in past sorrows. Secondly, it is taboo to return via the same route. Not only is it forbidden to look back, but one must also not retrace their steps after the funeral. This practice is believed to prevent the return of negative emotions that could affect future lives. In some regions, it is said that not returning the same way symbolizes the attainment of enlightenment after death, as enlightened beings do not retrace their paths. However, customs vary, and some friends from other areas claim that upon returning from a funeral, The children and grandchildren of the deceased must follow the original route, avoiding any other path in my area. Regardless of age or relationship, no one participating in the funeral may return along the same route. Doing so invites misfortune. Thirdly, after the funeral, the host family must not see off their guests. Funerals in rural areas often occur early in the day. Some may not have eaten breakfast, and upon returning from the burial, it is common to share a meal with guests. After dining, the funeral is considered complete, and guests typically depart without the host seeing them off. Guests do not harbor resentment towards the host for this perceived lack of courtesy. To understand, according to the customs of hospitality in rural areas, when guests depart, the host is expected to see them off, while the guests also should be escorted until they are out of sight, as a gesture of sincerity. However, in the case of funerals, guests are not permitted to see the host off upon their departure. I believe the reason for this might stem from the guest's discomfort, as the host is already grieving the loss of a loved one, which is inherently a sorrowful occasion. During such times, the host typically experiences distress, often unable to eat or sleep well. Once the funeral arrangements are completed, it is only natural that the host seeks rest without the need for a send-off. In rural settings, the avoidance of sending off guests may also be to prevent transferring the somber emotions associated with the deceased to others, hence the lack of farewell. This notion is fundamentally a reflection of social etiquette. Moreover, in some regions, it is customary for guests to bathe at the host's home before returning to their own residence after attending a funeral. However, in my hometown, this practice does not exist. Should it be strictly followed? It would lead to confusion in our locality. Upon returning home after a burial, individuals must leap over a fire pit. People perceive funerals as inauspicious. Thus, certain rituals are performed to dispel negative emotions in many places. These customs are not obligatory but rather voluntary. Those who hold superstitions may perform the fire leap for their own peace of mind, while those who do not share such beliefs partake in their regular activities without issue. Additionally, in some areas, there exists a tradition where individuals are not to carry keys during a funeral procession, as it is believed that the deceased harbors a fear of iron objects. In my hometown, there is a custom stating that after burying an elder, one must return to the host's home to turn over a prepared kitchen knife at the entrance, symbolizing a severance between the living and the deceased. However, such a belief is not prevalent in my locale. I learned of it from a colleague, so I take this opportunity to share a bit of amusement. The aforementioned points outline some of the most common taboos associated with funerals, while more perilous prohibitions will be discussed later. This time, my father and I were responsible for performing the burial of a child, with the child's uncle standing in for the family. We adhered strictly to these customs, carrying the family's coffins to the grave. Following this, we proceeded with the burial arrangements. Given that the child was still young and had met an untimely death, having not experienced many blessings during their time on earth, I filled the child's grave with 5 colored grains and 6 copper coins, ensuring they would have sustenance in the afterlife and could enjoy the fortune they missed in life. For the 2 adults' coffins, I placed gold and silver jewelry within, intending to provide the deceased with means to bribe the deities of the underworld and the grave. I scattered rooster's blood and glutinous rice to ward off any malevolent spirits from entering the coffins, as well as to prevent the deceased from causing harm and attempting to escape from their resting place. When it was time to lower the coffins, all 4 were positioned according to my instructions. Quickly forming a neat row within the grave, I leaped atop the coffins, placing perforated blue bowls on each of the lids, and atop the 2 adult coffins, I arranged a semi-bent bow with 3 arrows, substituted with straw, resting on the bowstring. Subsequently, I covered the coffins with tiles. The bow and arrows serve a protective purpose against any disrespectful spirits. Should any malevolent entity show disrespect to the deceased may retaliate with the bow and arrows. Likewise, if the deceased harbors intentions of causing harm to others, the bow atop the coffin will prevent them from doing so. Though the semi-bent bow appears small, it plays a crucial role. The tiles serve the purpose of ensuring that future generations have shelter, as it is often said that a person in poverty has neither a tile to cover their head nor a place to stand. Although this family no longer has descendants, this ritual is indispensable for accumulating blessings for the next life. I took out the soul-binding lock, connecting all 4 coffins together, thus symbolizing the reunion of the family. The specifics of the connection are not convenient to elaborate upon, as I fear that well-meaning friends might attempt it themselves and inadvertently create unnecessary complications. With the rites completed, I returned to the surface and called out loudly, prompting all those present to begin their labor. filling the grave with soil. Once the grave was completely filled, my father, the others, and I departed, leaving behind only those engaged in the task of filling the grave. Subsequently, I called the child's uncle to inform him that he could commence his journey. Before long, the child's uncle arrived on an electric tricycle, distributing cigarettes to those who had been laboring in the grave and offering them money as a token of gratitude from the deceased for their hard work. Moreover, the child's uncle brought along fine wine and delicacies, allowing several strong men to partake symbolically. After consuming 2 liang of baijiu, the strong men began the final stage. Rounding the grave, 20 minutes later, a sizable mound appeared before everyone. A deliberate gap was left unfilled, reserved for the child's uncle to complete. For the next 3 days, the uncle would come to pay respects to the deceased, and each time he did, he would round off the grave mound. By the 3rd day, that gap would be entirely filled, completing all burial procedures. Chapter 57. The ghostly adopted son. I specifically instructed the child's uncle that during the upcoming 3 days, he must speak to the deceased during each visit and exhibit signs of mourning. In our region, there is a strong aversion to silent graves. If one attends to the deceased without uttering a word or shedding tears, it is regarded as the utmost disrespect, potentially leading to misfortunes for the descendants of the mourner, such as becoming mute. Although this is merely a tradition passed down through generations, I have been in the profession of yin-yang for many years and have yet to witness a case where silence at a grave led to such consequences for descendants. Nevertheless, tradition should not be disregarded. Some matters are better taken on faith than dismissed. After conveying all necessary instructions, I sent the child's uncle home. The remaining task involved honoring the deceased by burning the paper money, gold ingots, bank cards, servants, villas, luxury cars, and other items brought by Oldley. Burning paper money for the deceased is steeped in significance. First, if the paper money emits black smoke or burns unevenly, do not stir it with wooden sticks or metal objects. Instead, use paper money or your hands. Should wooden sticks or metal tools be used, the burned paper money may be seized by wandering spirits and will not reach the deceased's pocket. Second, ensure that the burning occurs before noon. Paper money burned at noon or in the afternoon will not be received by the deceased. Third, while traveling to and from the burning site, avoid crossing paths with others who are also burning paper money. Do not step on their offerings. At times, a corner may be filled with heaps of ash, making it difficult to avoid. In such cases, carefully navigate through, perhaps even requiring a large step, all the while apologizing. Excuse me, passing through. Fourth, before burning the paper, draw a circle on the ground where the burning will take place, ensuring not to include yourself within it. Leave an opening in the southwest corner to allow the deceased relatives to enter and collect the money. I have encountered many descendants who, while drawing the circle, inadvertently included themselves, leading to ailments like fever or cold upon returning home. Ailments that persist until they visit the grave to offer their gratitude. Fifth, maintain a serious demeanor while burning the paper. Do not laugh or play around. Since you are already present, extend your respect. In our village, there was a child who listened to comedic performances while burning paper for the deceased, maintaining a playful demeanor. Upon returning home, he was plagued by nightmares for over half a month, nearly scaring himself to death. Sixth, before burning for relatives, ignite 2 sheets of paper and toss them outside the circle, offering them to the wandering spirits, urging them to adhere to the rules and not to steal from the deceased. Seventh, while burning paper, recite a few phrases. This has been previously mentioned, so I will refrain from elaborating further. Eighth, do not burn paper spontaneously on a whim. There are specific times designated for burning paper money: during the Qingming festival, the anniversary of the deceased passing, and the 7th day after death. Only then can the deceased ascend to claim the money. Should one act on impulse, the deceased will not receive the offerings, and the paper may be seized by wandering spirits, leading to unfortunate consequences for the deceased. Ninth, ensure that you witness the complete burning of the paper before leaving. This will effectively prevent fire hazards and ensure that the wind does not carry the paper away, which could displease the deceased. 10th, do not bring raw or cold food. Consuming raw or cold food can lead to illness in the living. And for spirits, it may lead to transformation into vengeful entities. Once a spirit develops a taste for blood, it becomes enamored with it. Some believe that bringing raw food to a grave displeases the deceased, as they are unable to consume it. I personally feel this possibility is rather minimal, as I have witnessed vengeful spirits devour live calves. Their teeth hardly suggest an inability to consume raw food. 11th, attire should be festive, signaling to the deceased that you are living happily and alleviating any worries they may have for you. 12th, this point is crucial. Never burn all the paper money. Leave some behind, pressing it down on the grave with soil or tiles to prevent it from being blown away by the wind before the mourners have exited the graveyard. Once again, these are merely common and easily encountered taboos, which I have described for you. There are many other prohibitions, which I shall elaborate on when the opportunity arises, after meticulously adhering to the rituals of veneration. We departed from the burial grounds, a sigh of relief escaping our lips. The grave of the child was indeed a tremendous drain on the energy of the yin-yang master. One could not afford to be distracted for even a moment. Every detail must be executed flawlessly. The adage, amateurs revel in the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties, rings undeniably true. Many outsiders naively assume that interring a body is as simple as burying it. In reality, the process is far more intricate. Allow me to illustrate with a fitting example. Among our ancestors, there were figures of nobility and valor across various dynasties. At the very least, they were distinguished warriors who achieved great feats in battle. Had they adhered strictly to the customs of burial, their descendants would surely experience harmonious prosperity, devoid of the struggles that render one unable to sustain themselves, however, during those tumultuous times of warfare. It was often impossible to conduct proper burials. Numerous bodies were hastily discarded in mass graves or open fields. Having completed our duties, my father, boldly from the paper shop, and I made our way homeward. Along the journey, I overheard a family of 4 expressing their satisfaction with my craftsmanship, showering me with gratitude. This warmed my heart. Despite the toil and exhaustion, earning such a livelihood while ensuring the contentment of all involved brings a profound sense of fulfillment. No sooner had we arrived home than there came a knock at the door. It was an elderly woman from the village, her face etched with worry. She informed us that her grandson was inexplicably unwell. Emaciated and unable to keep even a drop of water down. After consulting numerous doctors and consuming a plethora of medications, nothing had alleviated his condition, and the grandmother was on the verge of tears. Observing my father's fatigue, I stepped forward, following the grandmother to her home. Upon seeing the child, I was taken aback, nearly doubting my own eyes. Just the previous week, I had encountered him, round and plump, but now he was nothing but skin and bones. His complexion was ashen, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, lips pale, and a bald patch had formed atop his head. The grandmother weighed him, and to my astonishment, this 13-year-old boy weighed less than a piglet. What could possibly transform a healthy, vibrant child into this wretched state in merely a week? Ghostly foster child, I blurted out after observing him for a while. The phenomenon of ghostly foster children was not uncommon in rural areas of that era. Over time, it evolved into a colloquial expression, becoming synonymous with the phrase ghostly appearance. Many may have heard the saying, "Look at your ghostly appearance," which is often uttered as a jest, yet its origin is closely tied to the supernatural. Chapter 58. A disturbing tale as a child. Did you ever receive kindness from a stranger? For instance, did you ever encounter someone you did not recognize who suddenly offered you sweets? In an era marked by scarcity, few children would turn down an unexpected treat, for many were genuinely kind-hearted and sincere, often oblivious to the dangers that lurked. Consequently, many children's fates were irrevocably altered. With numerous cases of abductions by human traffickers, a significant number vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. These missing children may very well have fallen victim to the phenomenon of ghostly foster children. A friend of mine recounted a similar experience from his childhood, a tale I assure you is true. This friend possessed an extraordinary level of courage, far surpassing that of his peers. He had a close companion, and together they would sneak out to play at night, returning only when they were exhausted. One fateful evening, while out on one such adventure, they encountered an event that would haunt my friend for a lifetime, causing him to shudder at the mere recollection. As they walked through the heavy snowfall, they were approached by a figure whose face was obscured. Although they could not discern her features, the children sensed she was an elderly woman. She extended her gnarled hand, offering them 2 lollipops. My friend immediately declined, aware of the stories surrounding the disappearances of children who accepted gifts from strangers. However, his companion, unable to resist temptation, accepted the candy and eagerly tasted it, exclaiming how delicious it was. He then took the other lollipop and handed it to my friend, insisting they share the fortune. Reluctantly, my friend accepted the lollipop but did not consume it, choosing instead to pocket it to take home. The following day, he did not see his friend at all, and as night fell, there was still no sign of him. When he went to inquire at the boy's home, the family claimed he had run out at around 5 o'clock and had not returned since. Realizing something was amiss, my friend recounted the previous night's events, and the boy's parents were immediately struck by fear, requesting my friend lead them to the spot where they had encountered the old woman. Upon arriving at the location, they indeed found the boy, clutching a lollipop and conversing with someone unseen. As they drew closer, they overheard him say, "Thank you for the lollipop, Grandma. I'll come back to find you tomorrow." "You mustn't break your promise." Stunned, they were taken aback, for the child was alone, with no one else in sight. The boy's parents hurriedly took him home, scolding him, but he appeared entranced, gazing out the window as if someone were outside. The parents soon realized that their child seemed to be under the spell of what folklore describes as a ghostly foster child. They locked him inside to prevent him from sneaking out to find the so-called old woman. They believed that securing him indoors would thwart the situation, yet they underestimated the old woman's cunning. The couple could hear their child conversing with someone unseen, and when they pressed their ears to the door, they were horrified to hear the child say, "Leave your parents, dear one, come with Grandma, and you shall have endless delicious treats." The voice was chilling, evoking a sense of dread. Yet the child was oblivious, treating the old woman like a beloved grandmother. "All right, Grandma, I will come with you." The parents exchanged alarmed glances, baffled by how the old woman could penetrate their locked home. In a panic, the father flung open the door. But it was too late. The child had already succumbed, lifeless and cold. In the aftermath of this tragedy, the parents continued to dream of their son, tormented by visions of him pleading for rescue. His eyes blood-red with despair. They were acutely aware of the injustices he suffered but felt powerless to intervene. Eventually, it was my friend's father who managed to resolve the situation. My friend later revealed that upon learning of the child's encounter with the unclean spirit, he secretly opened the lollipop given to him by the old woman. To his horror, it was not a lollipop at all, but a human finger. He trembled at the thought, relieved he had not consumed it. Had he done so, he might have met a similar fate. Now, with the grandmother's grandson exhibiting similar symptoms, I sensed an alarming resemblance to my friend's ordeal. Both children had encountered strangers and accepted their offerings, only to be gradually ensnared and ultimately transformed into cold, lifeless shells, realizing too late they had fallen prey to malevolent forces. But what could be done? The child could never be brought back. To save her grandson, we had to confront the unclean spirit. Failure would spell disaster. I resolved to remain vigilantly by the child's side, eager to uncover which foolish spirit dared to act under my watch. The grandmother, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped my hand tightly, tears streaming from her eyes. "Nanner, I am so sorry for what my past mistakes nearly cost you and your father," she lamented. Her heartfelt confession unearthed long-buried memories within me. In my childhood, I had witnessed a catastrophic upheaval that resulted in the demise of many skilled Inyang masters and Taoists. Those interested can seek further information. My father and I had hidden away in a pre-prepared cellar. Unaware that someone had betrayed us, I vividly recall our dire circumstances, starving by day and sleeping in a filthy barn by night. Had it not been for a few dependable friends who secretly brought us food, we would have had no chance of survival. That harrowing experience shattered my illusions about human nature, revealing a stark truth. When it comes to self-preservation, people can forsake all morals and become utterly devoid of ethics. Those who have benefited from the kindness of my father and me, in our times of misfortune, have subjected us to various forms of scorn and abuse. This is what I find most intolerable. In the aftermath of this incident, our family continued to endure the cold mockery and ridicule of others for many years. That feeling is one I shall never forget. Sometimes, when I find myself unable to sleep in the dead of night, I ponder the question, who exposed our hiding place? If I were to discover the truth, I would surely teach her a lesson. Now, at last, I have come to know the reality of the situation. The person in question is none other than this seemingly harmless and benevolent old woman before me. "Ha, you are no saint." Chapter 59. The severed arm. The old woman seemed to realize she had misspoken, for I am a person of genuine sentiment, and my thoughts are always visible upon my face. Although I am aware this is not necessarily a virtue, it does not greatly affect me. I have my own business and am not one to cower before others. In other words, I can consider myself a boss, and it is generally others who must heed my demeanor. Thus, my character can serve in certain respects as a significant deterrent. Today's old woman is no different. She understands the cruelty of her actions, and it is merely by fortune that my father and I have survived. In some ways, this seemingly gentle elderly lady is, in fact, a murderer. Wang Nan, as long as you can save my grandson's life, I can offer you any amount of money. I only hope you do not act rashly. If someone must bear the consequences of this matter, let it be this old woman alone. Do not let it affect my grandson. It is said that those who live long enough become cunning. This is indeed true. The old woman immediately grasped how to resolve the matter, ensuring I would save face while also providing herself an exit. In our rural community, we are well aware of each other's economic conditions and temperaments. She knows I am not one to demand exorbitant sums, which is why she spoke thus. How much do you think your grandson's life is worth? I too am quite shrewd. If you wish to save face, then I shall take the reins and see who suffers more. This. The old woman was momentarily rendered speechless. How could one assign a price to their own grandson's life? If the price is set too high, she cannot afford it. If set too low, it implies her grandson's life is valueless. The enmity between our families must not involve the children, for they are innocent. Besides, this old woman has little time left in this world. At most a year or so before she returns to the earth. To unburden herself before her demise would indeed be a commendable act. This sum, I can assist you with. Once again, a hand reached out before the old woman. I intended to remain polite, though I am not one to suffer indignities lightly, for that is my nature. Paying for services rendered is also my typical approach, as I am not an elevated individual. It is my true character that is rather unrefined. 50,000. The old woman appeared quite distressed. I knew her financial situation was far from favorable, yet she could scrape together something. Years ago, her loose tongue nearly caused my family to starve, and we endured ridicule for years. The scales of justice have turned, and today, the time has come for her to taste the bitterness we once bore. Very well, I accept your offer. The old woman stepped outside and began making phone calls. Appearing utterly helpless and worn, in those days, our family was similar. My father bore the brunt of it all, struggling to navigate those arduous times alone. That evening, the old woman arrived at my home, holding a card and a wad of crumpled bills, which she handed to me. Wang Nan, this is all I can gather for now, just 30,000. What do you think? Fine. Consider this your down payment. My words served to convey to the old woman that the Wang family is not to be trifled with. Any future misdeeds against my family will not be easily resolved with mere money. As for the remaining 20,000, I would not accept it first. My family does not lack for this sum, whereas the old woman is quite the opposite. Second, I wish to impart to the old woman that one must possess a broad-minded spirit in life. Rather than being solely focused on harming others, by the time I stepped outside, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Upon arriving at the old woman's home, I noticed something stirring in her grandson's room. I knew the malevolent entity had arrived and was communicating with the child. This scene was visible only to me, a practitioner of the ethereal arts, while the old woman, a mere mortal, could not perceive it. I leaned against the window to observe what the entity was scheming. The malevolent spirit appeared as an exceedingly ugly old woman, wielding a human arm, which she was attempting to force into the child's mouth. The arm was still dripping with blood, a sight most horrific. The child, who had been silent and lethargic during the day, seemed transformed, leaping from the bed with glee, eagerly devouring the bloody appendage. His mouth was filled with shredded flesh, blood suffusing his entire oral cavity, staining him red. Even from outside the window, I could smell the metallic tang of blood, a scent that made me feel quite nauseated. Thank you for the chicken leg. Grandma, you are so kind, the child exclaimed between bites, oblivious to the truth that he was being ensnared by a vile entity. No wonder he had refused even a drop of water during the day. It all makes sense now. A mere teenager, if he could consume an entire arm and still crave more food, that would indeed be strange. You audacious fiend, meet your end swiftly. I crashed through the window, landing firmly on the ground, and hurled my soul-binding net, ensnaring the malevolent spirit without fail. Upon contact, the net tightened, binding the creature so it could not move. Stop eating. That is food meant for the dead. Cast it aside at once. I delivered a sharp slap to the child's frail cheek, a blow that nearly cost him his life. I harbored no malice towards the child. My intention was solely to rouse him from his stupor. Ah! The child awoke, horrified to see the half-eaten arm in his hands, screaming in terror. He then glanced at the blood covering his body and retreated to a corner, retching violently. The old woman felt a wave of nausea overcome her, and she expelled her evening meal onto the ground. Just moments ago, she had seen her grandson devouring what he believed to be a chicken leg, only to now confront the grim reality that it was indeed an arm. A truth she found hard to bear. What a wicked thing, to have so cruelly deceived my grandson. It truly deserves to perish. The old woman, incensed, seized a stool and hurled it towards the soul-binding net. Though she could not see the malevolent spirit, she understood it was ensnared within the net. Ha, ha, ha. Clearly, the old woman's actions only served to amuse the malevolent entity, for earthly matters could not harm it. How dare you still refuse to repent? Today, I shall claim you. I unleashed 2 talismans, which adhered to the spirit's forehead. Crackle, crackle. Upon contact, the talismans emitted clouds of black smoke as the creature writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape the binding. What is my soul-binding net? It is not something you can easily evade. The harder it struggled, the more invigorated the net became, tightening its grip. I produced some black dog blood I had prepared in advance and doused the malevolent spirit with it. Ah, bang! The moment the black blood touched the spirit, it let out a deafening wail, and within 3 seconds, it exploded, disintegrating into black smoke that vanished before my eyes. There, the malevolent entity has been subdued. Your grandson is safe now. I bent down to retrieve the soul-binding net from the ground, yet I felt no sense of accomplishment. On the contrary, my heart grew heavier, burdened by an unknown weight. Chapter 60. The countenance of a murderer. I said nothing and returned home, for my task was complete, and the rest lay in the hands of fate. The child's bodily functions had sustained significant damage, and the shock of witnessing the truth would surely lead to illness and subsequent reliance on medicine. However, this does not mean the child is destined to perish, as long as he can endure the next 2 months. I shall ensure his safety. Ultimately, it is in the hands of fate. Given his current condition, he has nearly lost his resemblance, rendering it impossible to discern his fate through mere observation. Thus, I maintain that the remainder of this matter is up to destiny. Upon arriving home, I was greeted by the presence of a stranger conversing with my father. As I approached and listened, I learned that he had come regarding business. This man has been plagued by a peculiar dream each night, wherein he sees a man at his bedside repeating the words, "I died a most pathetic death. Return my life to me." My father remained silent, attentively listening to the man's account, and as soon as he finished, my father interjected, "Have you finished? If so, kindly leave. My temple is too small to accommodate such a grand presence." The words of my father were laden with emotion. It was evident that he harbored a strong disdain for this man. The spectacle of a guest being so unceremoniously expelled was a rarity I had not witnessed in quite some time. What, I pondered, had transpired to incite such treatment from my father towards this individual? My curiosity piqued, I scrutinized the man closely, and soon found myself furrowing my brow, comprehending my father's intent. The prominent veins on the man's face were strikingly apparent, his eyes suffused with bloodshot streaks. He possessed a sharp, narrow forehead, high cheekbones, and a furrowed brow, with his eyes exhibiting the unsettling appearance of 4 whites. His visage was marred by excess flesh, and his eyebrows were short, the brow bone protruding ominously. Such features are often characteristic of a murderer. When an individual displays pronounced veins, as if they might burst forth, and their pallor is perpetually dark, it evokes a sense of insidiousness. Those bearing such traits may resort to extreme measures to eliminate anyone obstructing their path, rendering them potential prey in their eyes. Bloodshot eyes can indicate extreme fatigue, a common occurrence, but should one notice an individual whose eyes are perpetually reddened and protruding, it may suggest a deeply disturbed and violently inclined character. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Though this statement is not entirely accurate, as will be discussed later, it is precisely the depth of hatred and resentment within them that manifests as those crimson streaks. Thus, it is prudent to tread carefully around individuals possessing such features, excluding those afflicted with conditions like hyperthyroidism, as they do not fit this description. That a pointed head and narrow forehead denote a lack of nobility. While such individuals may be exceptionally clever, their narrow foreheads suggest little ambition. Those with these facial traits, though intelligent, may misapply their intellect to nefarious ends, engaging in self-serving endeavors devoid of morality. High cheekbones often indicate a propensity for jealousy, and furrows on the brow suggest a harmful influence on spouses and offspring. Such individuals lack kindness, operating in the shadows to harm others. Individuals with 4 whites in their eyes, frequently bloodshot and surrounded by the sclera, tend to be excessively critical, bringing discomfort to those around them. Regardless of personal interests, one should strive to avoid entanglements with such figures in daily life, and exercise caution when encountering them in a professional setting, as they pose significant danger. Likewise, those with 3 whites should be avoided, as they may lead a life of human trafficking, a topic that will be elaborated upon later. For those curious about 3 whites, I suggest examining photographs of traffickers to discern the truth in my claims. The man before me bore these ominous traits. He must have blood on his hands, if I were not mistaken. The specters that haunted his dreams were undoubtedly seeking vengeance, for he had taken a life. I exchanged a glance with my father, signaling him to temper his attitude, to refrain from being overtly hostile, for this man was clearly a murderer, and provoking him could yield catastrophic consequences. Although neither my father nor I were inclined to shy away from confrontation, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. The man, visibly taken aback, had not anticipated my father's words, yet he quickly regained his composure, revealing a depth of self-control, masking his true thoughts. Without uttering a word, the man turned to leave, a chill coursing through me, as an unsettling premonition gripped my heart. This feeling was more intense than I had ever experienced. "Dad, your candor may lead to misfortune," I murmured. "Let us not speak of one another, for you are no different in temperament. Are you oblivious to the 5,000 yuan you received from that woman?" My father revealed that he had been aware from the outset that the woman had betrayed us, but had chosen to remain silent, fearing I might act rashly, as the repercussions of her actions had inflicted considerable harm upon our family. In any case, let us exercise caution. Avoid venturing out unless absolutely necessary, he advised. After murmuring my agreement, I glanced at the high-definition cameras installed throughout our home. Before retreating indoors, my father and I shared an unspoken understanding. Many things could be conveyed without words. He rose and affixed a no visitors sign at the door, securing it firmly. It was clear that he, like me, harbored a foreboding sense of dread, hence his actions. At 11 that night, I was roused by the sound of scraping outside. Struggling to open my bleary eyes, I peered through the window to discover a figure sharpening a knife in our yard. Chapter 61. United we stand in the dead of night. The sight of someone honing a blade in one's own yard would instill fear in anyone. Given the distance between my room and my parents, coupled with my uncertainty regarding the identity of the individual outside, I sent a text to my father. "Dad, there's someone sharpening a knife in the yard. Did you see?" 2 seconds later, I received a reply instructing me to remain calm and not act recklessly, as he had already notified the police and that something might transpire shortly if the situation escalated. He urged me to protect my mother while he would confront the matter. I gasped. Initially, I had entertained the thought that it might be my father wielding the knife, but it was now abundantly clear that this was not the case. The dim moonlight cast a ghostly glow over the yard, rendering the figure indistinct. The cold blade gleamed ominously beneath the moonlight. My heart raced, as this was a situation I had never encountered before. If the figure was a specter, I would not flinch. However, it was unmistakably a human being. Humanity is the most terrifying of creatures. I continued to observe through the window and saw the man rise, inspecting the knife in satisfaction before heading towards my window. A sinister smile adorned his face, and his pupils momentarily constricted, revealing a glint of malice in his gaze. As he approached, I recognized him as the murderer who had visited my father earlier that evening. I could no longer afford to wait. Remaining passive was not an option. I faced 2 choices: confront him or find a place to hide while awaiting the police. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the window before me shattered under the force of his fist, sending a flurry of glass shards cascading upon me. Fortunately, I managed to evade the worst of the debris, but the incident left me shaken. He climbed through the broken window, glaring at me with malicious intent. I was certain that this man was not possessed by any supernatural entity. He was entirely lucid. His actions were provoked by my father's earlier remarks, which had illuminated the truth of his murderous identity. To prevent any lingering issues, he had resorted to violence to silence us. With a loud bang, my father burst through my door, brandishing a steel rod to shield me. "Nanner, go to the other room and protect your mother." In that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for my father, his figure appearing extraordinarily formidable in my eyes. "No, I must stay," I protested, for I knew the true danger lurked within my room, while my mother was safe in hers. "May you both perish," the man snarled, raising the blade to strike at my father's head. My father deftly sidestepped, using the steel rod to intercept the descending knife. Seizing the opportunity, I circled behind the assailant and delivered a powerful blow to the back of his head. However, his skull felt impenetrably hard, and my hand throbbed painfully from the impact. Without regard for what lay behind him, he swung the knife in retaliation, narrowly missing my throat by less than a millimeter. Although I had narrowly escaped a fatal blow, my heart raced with adrenaline. With a resounding thud, my father's steel rod struck the man's skull, producing a sharp, echoing sound as blood gushed from the wound, dripping down his face. "How amusing," the man chuckled. Showing no signs of faltering, my father's attack seemed only to kindle his fighting spirit. "I would like to present something intriguing to both you and your father. Do try not to be too alarmed." As the man's words echoed, he swiftly reached towards his waist, and I discerned a glimmer of something that resembled a firearm. "Father, stop him at once," I exclaimed, knowing that I could not allow this individual to draw his weapon, for otherwise we would stand no chance against him. After all, I was acutely aware of the adage that a gun is swifter than a strike within 10 paces, while the reflexes of a throat are quicker still within that range. With one hand, I seized the man's wrist that clutched the knife, delivering a swift elbow strike to his arm. The pain caused him to drop the bone-cutting knife to the ground. I hastily bent down to grasp it, while my father leapt forward, tackling the assailant to the ground. Infuriated, the downed murderer frantically reached for the gun tucked away at his waist. Sensing the dire situation, I launched an offensive, delivering a decisive blow to his arm that was reaching for the weapon. With a sickening sound, the man's arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound, creating a gruesome spectacle. Despite his grievous injury, the assailant stubbornly continued to resist, attempting to draw his firearm with his remaining hand. However, his corpulent frame hindered his efforts. My father pressed his knee onto the man's free hand, firmly restraining him, rendering the murderer utterly immobilized. Although I recognized him as a killer, I harbored no intentions of reporting him. However, his attempt on our lives today would not go unpunished. Just as my father concluded his thought, he sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick to the murderer's temple. With a soft gasp, the man emitted a faint sound from his throat before slipping into unconsciousness, leaving his fate uncertain. "Do not move. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads." The police arrived promptly, swiftly taking control of the situation. They discovered the assailant lying in a pool of blood, missing an arm, which led to my father and me being taken to the station for questioning. This marked my second ride in a police car, an experience that stirred discomfort within me. My first encounter had cost me 5 years of freedom, and I was uncertain of what awaited me this time. Thankfully, our home's high-definition surveillance camera played a crucial role. Though my room lacked a camera, the one in the courtyard captured the killer's every move in vivid detail. The police deemed our actions as justifiable self-defense, and after completing 2 forms, they allowed us to leave, instructing us to keep our phones on for the next 24 hours in case they required further cooperation. We arrived in a police car but returned home in a taxi a day later. The police informed us that the individual we had apprehended was indeed a murderer, having recently taken the life of his roommate in a particularly brutal manner. He had been on the run, and in a sense, my father and I had rendered a service to the community. Although a reward exceeding 10,000 was offered, my father declined, valuing our lives over monetary gain. My father recounted the murderer's background, leaving me astounded. His motives for killing were chilling, causing my heart to race. Chapter 62. The Feng Shui Secrets of a Family Without Sons on a Sweltering Summer Day, in the dormitory of a factory. Two employees were sleeping peacefully. Point one was abruptly awakened by the thunderous snores of his companion, inciting his ire. After several nudges, he finally achieved a moment of silence. However, in the latter half of the night, the snoring intensified, accompanied by incessant mumbling in his sleep, pushing the other to his limits. Having shared a living space for half a month, one of them could no longer tolerate the nightly disturbances and, in a fit of rage, seized a hammer and struck his snoring roommate on the head. The impact was fatal, and the man died instantly in his slumber. Realizing the gravity of his actions, the perpetrator quickly fled. By the time others discovered the body in the dormitory, it had already begun to decompose, ravaged by maggots. The murderer lived in constant fear, haunted by nightmares of his deceased roommate, who appeared to him demanding justice for his untimely demise. Eventually, in utter despair, he sought the counsel of a Feng Shui master, leading him to my father, and the subsequent events are known to you all. A chill ran down my spine. I understood that one must be cautious when sharing a living space, for an irritable roommate could spell disaster. Who can guarantee that they will not snore or speak in their sleep? To lose one's life over such trivialities would be a most ignoble fate. After finishing my lunch, I removed the closed sign from the door and resumed business. Not long after, a middle-aged man entered. I recognized him as Master Shun, a local lumber merchant, though his financial situation was dire, plagued by misfortune and legal troubles, a stark contrast to his status as a business owner. Just last week, he had suffered a severe injury, losing 2 fingers in an unfortunate accident. I understood the reasons behind his misfortunes and had previously offered him numerous solutions, yet he remained skeptical, perceiving me as nothing more than a charlatan. However, today's visit was likely related to his children. Master Shun, you seek my assistance for a child, do you not? Before he could respond, I articulated his unspoken desire. Living in the same village, we were well acquainted. He was aware of my disbelief in his skepticism, yet he had come to me out of necessity. For a proud man like him to seek help was a testament to his desperation. He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find his voice. Are you hoping for a son? I ventured, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. At this point, one might wonder why he sought me instead of the more traditional child god. Wouldn't it be more logical to beseech the deity for assistance? However, the prosperity of one's offspring is not solely dependent on divine intervention. Often, it is the home's Feng Shui that plays a decisive role. As was the case with Master Shun. Having visited his home, I was well aware of its layout. Unless alterations were made, no matter how many children he fathered, they would all be female, and no amount of medicine or consultations would yield a male heir. The adage states, in homes with low ceilings and narrow courtyards, the progeny shall be few and daughters shall abound. Master Shun's residence was indeed low, with a small skylight, yet it was perpetually shrouded in cobwebs that could not be eradicated. Today, if the cobwebs were cleared, new ones would reappear by the following night. This cycle would lead to legal troubles and, in severe cases, even imprisonment. To ensure a male heir, Master Shun must first raise the roof and renovate the skylight. This would not only increase the likelihood of a son, but also improve his financial situation, and the cobwebs would eventually dissipate, alleviating his legal woes. I shared my insights with Master Shun, who remained silent, clearly grappling with disbelief. He was in a precarious position, unwilling to part with his meager resources based on my words. He had come to me with a mindset of skepticism, uncertain of the validity of Feng Shui. Very well, I shall consider this further, Master Shun stated. Preparing to depart, I sensed that this was merely an evasion of reality. He would not heed my advice. Out of goodwill, I called after him, Master Shun, time is of the essence. Someone in your family may soon face incarceration. Your window for action is rapidly closing. I spoke not out of whimsy, but from a place of truth. Though he was reluctant to hear such news, it was for his own benefit that I felt compelled to speak. His expression darkened, as if he wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately swallowed them back. Leaving without a backward glance, I informed my father of the matter, and he predicted that a significant event would unfold at Master Shun's home 2 days later, foreseeing that someone in his household would face a calamity. As fate would have it, on the night that followed, 2 police cars arrived at Master Shun's doorstep, taking away his wife under the pretext of her involvement in a homicide. The scene was crowded with onlookers, and Master Shun's wife, in tears, vehemently insisted that she had no connection to the crime, claiming there must be some mistake. Yet, in full view of the public, she was taken by the authorities that day. Master Shun's expression was one of profound distress. He could not comprehend why, after a lifetime of honest toil and ambition to carve out a successful path, destiny seemed to conspire against him. Not only did the heavens offer him no reward, but they also tormented him in various ways, filling his heart with immense sorrow. Gazing at his 3 daughters, Master Shun felt a deep anguish. For in the rural community, the absence of a male heir would subject him to the derision of the villagers. The cruel words of gossip became unbearable for him. Master Shun, here is a card containing 50,000 yuan. Consider it a loan from me. Quickly summon a master and follow my guidance. I assure you that peace will return to your household. I intervened, pressing a bank card into Master Shun's hand. Chapter 63. The face of filial piety. If Master Shun follows my advice, I guarantee that he can alter his fortunes, transforming from a mere existence to one of success. As for the 50,000 yuan, I held no concern regarding Master Shun's ability to repay it. Once he accepted the funds and initiated renovations on his home, it would not be long before he could return the money to me. Master Shun, clutching the bank card, was at a loss for words. It is true that one should not be excessively honest. Conversing with overly straightforward individuals can be quite taxing. Master Shen, hold on to it. What are you hesitating for? Under my urging, Master Shen gradually responded, finally taking the card in hand. Wang Nan, do you think I still have a chance? Master Shen looked at me earnestly, seeking a definitive answer. His sincerity largely influenced by the 50,000 yuan. If I, an outsider, was willing to assist him recklessly, what reason could he have to refuse? Rest assured, Master Shun, if you do as I say, you will surely prosper. Without waiting for his reply, I returned home, feeling as though I had performed a tremendous act of kindness. Although I had lent out a month's worth of my allowance, I felt no remorse. In my heart, good deeds should be rewarded, and Master Shun, being a sincere individual, did not deserve such inhumane treatment. The next day, a large group of craftsmen arrived in the village, eager to discuss plans for Master Shun's home. Indeed, this time, Master Shun chose to place his trust in me, which brought me immense joy. About half a month later, Master Shun's home underwent a remarkable transformation. The once single-story dwelling was converted into a 2-story structure, complete with an impressive skylight. On the very night the house was completed, Master Shun's wife returned home safely, proving her innocence. Upon seeing her return, Master Shun felt a sense of relief and deeply regretted not heeding my advice sooner. Had he believed in Feng Shui from the beginning, his family would have already soared to great heights. 10 days later, a wealthy merchant from the provincial capital came, specifically requesting Master Shun to become his supplier, presenting him with an extravagant order valued at 10 million yuan. This left Master Shun so exhilarated that he struggled to sleep for several nights. After bidding farewell to the merchant, Master Shun brought fine cigarettes and liquor to my home, repaying the 50,000 yuan and showering me with praises, elevating me to the heavens. Honestly, such a feeling was truly wonderful. 2 months later, it was discovered that Master Shun's wife was pregnant, and 9 months later, she gave birth to a baby boy. On that day, Master Shun was overjoyed, celebrating like a child in his 40s, hosting a lavish banquet that lasted 3 days and nights. Villagers from miles around learned of the arrival of a male heir in Master Shun's family, silencing the gossipy old women who had long whispered behind his back. Witnessing a formerly unfortunate family transform into a prosperous one caused quite a stir, and soon, my home was inundated with people seeking my help to examine their feng shui and escape poverty, which became quite overwhelming for me. As I had mentioned previously, certain facial features can determine an individual's fate, wealth, relationships, and career. Some individuals come into this world merely to repay debts. For those, not even divine intervention can alter their destinies. Furthermore, there are those whose intentions are nefarious, constantly scheming to harm others. I would never assist such individuals in changing their fortunes. If they think of harming others when they are powerless, how much worse would they be once they gain wealth and influence? I shudder to think of the innocent lives that might suffer as a result. Despite the throngs of clients surrounding my home, I found none worthy of my help and sent them all away. As the evening approached and I was about to close for the day, an elderly man arrived. He hailed from a neighboring village and had long heard of my father's and my reputation. Seeking my assistance in examining his family's feng shui, he appeared amiable, speaking in a gentle tone. Despite his white hair, he radiated a strong presence. Every individual possesses an invisible aura, and the greater the aura, the more likely one is to succeed. This aura cannot be fabricated. Some may appear disheveled yet still exude a unique energy. While the old man's aura was formidable, his facial features were somewhat unfavorable. His brow was pronounced, his temple sharp, and his face shaped like an inverted triangle, traits typically associated with unfilial offspring. Thus, I deduced that his visit pertained to issues regarding his children. It is widely acknowledged that pronounced brow ridges, devoid of flesh, typically indicate a fiery temperament and impulsiveness. Such individuals often lack rationality in challenging situations, are stubborn, and resist constraints, exhibiting rebellious tendencies, especially during their youth. A lack of academic success in childhood often leads to unfilial behavior from their offspring in old age, leaving them with empty hands and potentially facing a lonely demise. Sharp temples suggest a cold disposition, often resulting in emotional estrangement from parents, shallow relationships, and poor communication, leading to repressed grievances and a haughty attitude. Resisting discipline. Frequently abandoning tasks midway, such individuals struggle to achieve success, facing financial hardships and an inability to support their parents, as karma dictates that ill treatment of one's parents invites unfilial behavior from one's descendants. An inverted triangular face, lacking jawline, indicates selfishness, coldness, and fickleness, prioritizing oneself above others, characteristics often found in unfilial individuals. No wonder the old man possessed such a strong aura. He had lived in his own world throughout his life. Disregarding the feelings of others. Such individuals are usually quite confident, resistant to external counsel, and over time, develop a stubborn disposition, often looking down on others, exuding an air of arrogance. It is entirely reasonable for such elders to encounter ungrateful descendants. Without the intervention of a wise person, the cycle of unfilial behavior would likely continue, with each generation becoming worse than the last. Upon his entrance, the initial impression I had of his kind demeanor seemed to be a faade he consciously maintained. Elder, you have come to discuss matters concerning your children, have you not? I prefer to speak first, as it demonstrates my capabilities and helps stabilize the other party's mindset, dispelling any doubts they might harbor. Many fortune tellers in the market cannot match my level. They often rely on guiding questions to extract information from clients, appearing knowledgeable while providing little real assistance. The elder smiled, gesturing for me to continue. Your children are unfilial and you seek a resolution, which is why you have come here. Am I correct? The elder smiled once more before finally speaking. Young master, at such a tender age, you possess such abilities. I am truly impressed. Please, could you help me discern the fortunes of my children? The elder's words were laden with complexity. His seemingly innocuous question concealed deeper meanings. By complimenting my abilities, he subtly belittled my youth, implying I lacked true expertise. His request to assess his children's fortunes was devoid of any specifics regarding their appearances or birth dates, indicating his intention to ascertain the number of children he had without revealing too much. To be frank, I find such indirectness and gamesmanship quite unappealing. However, my determination to prove my worth compelled me to utilize my skills to gain his trust. Once I had the upper hand, I would counter his tactics, leaving him unable to maintain his pretense in my presence. Chapter 64. Assessing offspring regarding children. Some individuals may have many, while others long for children yet remain unfulfilled. Some even resort to drastic measures to ensure a male heir, discarding their own daughters. In truth, one's affinity for children is often predestined, making it challenging to alter one's fate. Within the realm of physiognomy, there are specific observations that can indicate the number of children one may have throughout their life. Indeed, there are techniques involved in this assessment. Firstly, upon examining the philtrum, it is evident that it governs the kidneys. The essence of the kidneys represents a person's vital energy. Only with sufficient vital energy can one possess the capability for conception and childbearing. A deficiency in this energy leads to difficulties in procreation, while an abundance fosters a favorable disposition towards offspring. If an individual's philtrum is deep, broad, and well-defined, this signifies not only robust physical and mental vitality but also a kind-hearted and amiable nature, resulting in amiable relationships and a promising prospect for numerous children throughout one's life. However, it is common in contemporary households to have fewer offspring. Thus, individuals destined for many children may find themselves with only one or two. Conversely, if a person's philtrum is shallow, marked by a single indentation, it indicates poor prospects for having children, potentially resulting in only one or two offspring throughout their lifetime. Should a woman unfortunately experience a miscarriage during her first pregnancy, it may prove exceedingly difficult for her to conceive again thereafter. Therefore, it is imperative to prioritize the safety of the first pregnancy and to bear children at the appropriate age. Otherwise, advancing age will complicate the ability to conceive. Individuals whose philtrum appears narrow, shallow, and diminutive are often devoid of prospects for offspring and lack fortune in this regard. Such individuals may inherently possess poor health, compromised kidney function, and peculiar temperaments, making it challenging for them to establish a family, thereby diminishing their chances of having children. Furthermore, the philtrum can also reveal the gender of potential offspring. For instance, if a mole is present on the upper portion of the philtrum, the likelihood of bearing a son increases, while a mole on the lower portion suggests a greater chance of having a daughter. However, if a mole is situated in the middle of the philtrum, this may indicate the possibility of twins, albeit with significant risks during delivery, as women in such cases are more prone to complications. This circumstance does not apply universally to all women with moles on their philtrum, so there is no need for concern, as further details will be provided later. Secondly, the reproductive area can also reveal the quantity of potential offspring. The reproductive area, also known as the area of sons and daughters, is located on the prominent part of the lower eyelid. The markings within this area symbolize the number of children one may have throughout their life and whether their descendants will be prosperous. If an individual has a horizontal line in this area, it signifies that they will have one child, while two or more lines indicate two or more children. The presence of a net-like pattern in the reproductive area suggests poor prospects for offspring and a generally frail constitution. This foreshadows not only personal difficulties in having children, but also a lack of fortune for their descendants. If vertical lines or tear-like markings are observed, it indicates that even if this person is capable of having children, their connection with them will be tenuous. They may face the heartbreak of losing children prematurely, which would cause significant emotional distress. Such individuals are more suited to adopt children, as there are no limitations on the number of adopted offspring, provided there is no blood relation. If the reproductive area appears dull and sunken, lacking vitality, it signifies that the individual possesses no reproductive capabilities and has severely weakened kidneys, resulting in almost no possibility of having children. The ancients expressed, a deep and long philtrum, children fill the hall. A single line in the philtrum, children are seldom seen. A flat, unyielding philtrum, children are not truly one's own. A single indentation in the philtrum, few children will there be. A philtrum as small as a bean, at most two children. First a daughter, then a son. The son will not provide for the end. A horizontal line in the philtrum. A child may be born but will be solitary. A line from left to right. One will embrace another's child. A line from right to left. One will embrace another's daughter. A single bulge in the philtrum indicates daughters, not sons. A narrow upper and broad lower philtrum. There will be two or three children. A shallow and diminutive philtrum. Descendants will be few and far between. If the philtrum is ragged, raising children will be a challenge. The elderly person before me has a philtrum resembling a bean in size, thus it is fated that they will have two children. Therefore, I now need to ascertain the gender of these children, which grants me the authority to speak. First, I will observe the elder's eyebrows. Most individuals have eyebrows of relatively uniform length, and any discrepancies can easily indicate the gender of offspring. Generally speaking, if the left eyebrow is longer, it suggests a greater likelihood of having sons, while the opposite indicates the likelihood of daughters. Beyond the length, the shape of the eyebrows can also offer clues. Sparse eyebrows, overly short tails, and pronounced brow ridges are features associated with the likelihood of bearing daughters. The elder possesses long eyebrows, thus it is certain that they will have at least one son. Upon examining the elder's chin, it has a rounded quality. Individuals with such a chin, regardless of gender, are often destined to have sons. Hence, I deduce that the elder has two children, both of whom are sons. As previously mentioned, the elder's reproductive area also bears a net-like pattern, indicating that his two children will have poor prospects and frail constitutions. Moreover, his son's descendants are likely to inherit this poor constitution. Elder, you have two children who are quite unfilial. They even harbor thoughts of wishing you to pass away, and their health has been poor, frequently requiring medical attention from a young age. Is that not so? The elder's eyes widened in surprise, his body rigid as if made of iron. Clearly, I have spoken the truth. Master, you must help me. The elder grasped my hand tightly, beginning to share his innermost thoughts. Indeed, the elder's children have shown him little filial piety, often resorting to verbal abuse or even physical violence. The elder's eldest son harbors particularly malevolent thoughts, frequently wishing for his parents to pass away, believing it would save them considerable effort. Having lived in such an environment for an extended period, the elder has gradually come to accept it. Recently, he has noticed significant changes in his health, often inexplicably seeing long-deceased friends. Those departed friends frequently gather around his bedside, clad in funeral garments, beckoning him and calling out his name, urging him to prepare for the journey to the next realm. The elder is aware that his time is limited, hence he wishes to accomplish what he can before departing. First and foremost, he does not wish for his spouse to continue suffering. He has heard that unfilial children are often linked to Feng Shui and physiognomy, which is why he sought me out, hoping to resolve this karmic entanglement, ensuring that his spouse can enjoy a peaceful old age after his passing. The elder also mentioned that his sons have exhibited such behavior since childhood, and he has grown accustomed to it. He does not blame them as a family elder. He merely desires for his children to have a bright and prosperous future. Thus, he implored me to alter his sons' destinies, alleviating their long-standing suffering, allowing them to live as normal individuals. Upon learning of the elder's requests, I felt a heavy weight in my heart. Some individuals endure a lifetime of hardship, tirelessly striving for their families even until their final moments. Regardless of the pain inflicted upon them by their loved ones, they remain indifferent. This is the unwavering nature of parental love. Elder, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to alleviate your troubles. Upon hearing this, the elder began to tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming from his eyes. He entrusted me with what little time he had left, an immense display of trust and honor. Simultaneously, I felt the weight of great responsibility upon my shoulders. Chapter 65. The T-shaped house. I followed the elder to his village, and after walking for about 5 minutes, we arrived at a peculiar house. Elder, is this your home? I inquired in astonishment. Indeed, this is my house. The elder's residence was quite unique, taking on a T-shape. Typical homes are generally symmetrical, either single-story or low-rise, with gardens at the front. Yet the elder's home defied convention, built in an unconventional manner. The structure in the courtyard was a single-story dwelling, divided into 2 sections. One section, located to the east, was the main house where the children frequently resided. The other, situated to the north, was where the 2 elders lived, forming a distinctive angle with the eastern section. Thus, this otherwise ordinary house had transformed into an expansive T-shape, which would surely invite considerable misfortune for long-term residents. The main house and the adjacent building aligned in a T-shape, known as a T-shaped house. T-shaped structures, irrespective of angles, carry different meanings. Residing in such a configuration can lead to conflicts with elders, erratic behavior, and an increased risk of calamity and bodily harm. However, not every T-shaped house is necessarily ominous. Some may even be auspicious, depending on specific circumstances. Such houses are considered to have unfavorable feng shui, failing to prosper in terms of wealth or offspring. For instance, a house that is wide in the front and narrow in the back exemplifies a typical T-shaped structure. A poem states, "Wide in the front, narrow in the back like a coffin shape, who would dwell therein and find peace? As wealth diminishes, resources are depleted. Helplessly, the family's fortune wanes." These words are not to be taken lightly. As I have witnessed numerous stark examples, allow me to share a particularly representative case. Before I turned 18, I accompanied my father on a trip to the south, where the locals placed great emphasis on feng shui. Not only the living but also the deceased are taken into account. Many who have visited the south may have seen burial sites, where numerous graves are constructed of green bricks and tiles, with gravestones meticulously crafted, often adorned with eaves to shield the deceased's tombstone from rain, preventing displeasure. When constructing houses, they typically consult feng shui masters to assess the location before breaking ground. Unless they are particularly bold families who build according to their own preferences, which introduces considerable risk. The client I am discussing today falls into this latter category. Their home was constructed solely according to their own desires. Although it is also a T-shaped house, it consists of 2-story buildings. Thus, the potency of the would be infinitely amplified, leading to varying degrees of affliction among the inhabitants. When my father and I arrived at the client's residence, we found that their 2 tenants were already gravely ill. The 2 lodgers appeared emaciated, with pronounced dark circles under their eyes and feeble breaths, on the verge of succumbing at any moment. The client informed my father that there were originally 4 tenants, but the other 2 had already perished within the rental unit. When discovered, their flesh had separated from their bones, emitting a putrid stench. He was deeply concerned that these 2 tenants might follow suit, which is why he sought our assistance. My father asserted that the layout of the house exemplified and the most effective remedy would be to alter the structure of the dwelling to ensure the safety of its occupants. However, the client was reluctant to undertake such extensive modifications and implored my father to devise an alternative solution. After much contemplation, my father resolved to have them carry or place it on their bedside, to invigorate their personal energy field, ensuring harmony and protection for their spirit, fostering peace and auspiciousness. Additionally, he suggested employing the to enhance the home's vitality. These symbols would be utilized in key areas such as the bedroom and living room to stimulate the circulation of the 5 elements, promoting a harmonious balance of yin and yang for safety and tranquility. The 5 elements and connect heaven and earth, and the equilibrium of yin and yang ensures peace in the mundane realm. By implementing these 2 measures, the could be effectively mitigated. After completing these arrangements, my father cautioned the client to refrain from indiscriminately touching the talismans he had set up, as the consequences could be dire. Just as my father and I were about to depart, the client rushed after us, offering an additional 20,000 yuan as a token of gratitude, which thrilled my father immensely. He promptly retrieved it from his pocket, noting that 98% of wolf teeth on the market are actually dog teeth. Hence, one should be cautious in purchasing, and instructed the client to fashion it into a pendant to wear daily as long as the remained with him. It would safeguard his well-being. However, regarding his family, that could not be guaranteed, as the wolf tooth was limited, and they would still need to rely on the talismans my father had established to maintain their fortunes. Shortly after my father and I departed, the client called to inform us that the 2 tenants had shown significant improvement and could now get out of bed and walk, likely recovering fully in no time. The elderly gentleman's residence was experiencing a similar predicament. Although his house was not a 2-story structure and the wood not be infinitely intensified, the stories etched on his weathered face were compelling. Encountering the alongside an unfilial visage was indeed a troubling matter. This family was quite lively following the elderly gentleman into the courtyard. I heard someone in the main house coughing violently, reminiscent of a dying elder's rasped master. The one coughing now is my eldest son. I fear he may depart before me. The elderly man's voice was barely audible, as if he feared his son would overhear. Upon entering the house, I indeed found a man in his 30s lying on the bed, expressionless, staring at the beams above. On the table beside him lay a plethora of medicine bottles. Cough, cough, cough. Before I could utter a word, another bout of severe coughing echoed through the room. Master, this is my second son's cough. I worry he may not survive the night. Tsk, tisked the old man. I scrutinized the room's furnishings and found no clues. The absence of any discernible signs was primarily due to the lack of decent furniture in the house. The only somewhat presentable piece was a dining table, which was missing a leg. I dared not breathe loudly from a distance of several meters, fearing it would collapse under the slightest provocation. I informed the elderly man that his appearance suggested certain matters were already predetermined. Making extensive intervention unlikely, I advised him to repair the house and alter the Feng Shui, which could ensure his family's health. However, the elderly man faced a dilemma. He could not make such decisions alone and needed to consult his eldest son. Upon hearing that the house might be demolished, the son suddenly appeared to regain half his health, leaping from the bed to the ground, excitedly grasping my hand and inquiring, "Pray tell, which developer are you? What are the compensation standards?" Well, he was clearly a money-minded individual, naively believing his home was slated for demolition. Upon learning my true identity, his anger erupted, and he attempted to expel me from the premises, hurling a torrent of harsh words. The second son also rose from his bed, brandishing a wooden stick at me. Fortunately, I was nimble enough to evade him, and the 2 ailing men posed little threat. Were it not for the elderly man's pitiable state, I would not have bothered with such ungrateful wretches. Master, please do not take offense. The children are merely ignorant. Do not stoop to their level. Indeed, a 360-month-old child is still a child, and that statement holds truth. Elder, I have a method that can ensure your descendants remain unscathed for 5 years, but after that, they must rely on their own fortunes. An idea surged within me, one I felt was worth attempting. Chapter 66. The ghostly infant's affliction eye proposed to the elderly man that he could build a pond or a round stone table in the center of the courtyard. For only a circular stone table would suffice. Any other shape would be ineffective. Furthermore, once constructed, the stone table must be regularly wiped clean and remain unused. The rationale behind this was straightforward. His house currently had a T-shaped configuration, and by placing a circular stone table at the center, it would disrupt allowing the inhabitants to lead normal lives. Since the stone table itself would serve to counteract it must not be used. And it must not be allowed to become soiled, lest its effectiveness be diminished. I had already considered this before leaving, and I was resolute in not disclosing this method unless absolutely necessary. This approach, while addressing the symptom, did not tackle the root cause. One might manage their own behavior but could not control others. Some matters may be sustained for a day or two, but one cannot guarantee daily adherence. The principle remains the same. Tio put it differently, even if the elderly man were to construct the circular stone table as I suggested, without diligent maintenance, the would still manifest. Tio ensure greater efficacy. I strongly recommended the elderly man build a smaller pond, which would not only enhance aesthetic appeal but also require minimal upkeep. Merely replenishing the water would suffice. Moreover, water symbolizes wealth, with a continuous flow of resources in the courtyard. It would be difficult not to prosper. After much discussion, the elderly man finally persuaded his two unfilial sons. They agreed to construct a stone table, promising to consider adding a pond later if my suggestion proved effective. I smiled and refrained from further comment, for I knew securing a stone table was already the elderly man's utmost limit. Seizing the opportunity while they busied themselves, I quietly took my leave. Heading homeward, it was not out of discourtesy that I departed unceremoniously, but rather due to the unique circumstances of this family. I regarded my actions as a good deed, and whatever fate awaited them thereafter would be left to their own fortunes, as long as they adhered strictly to my suggestions. I could guarantee them a life of safety and ease, perhaps even a bit of financial fortune. Upon returning home, my father inquired how much I had earned from this venture, and I shrugged, indicating I had received not a single penny. Good lad, starting to accumulate merit at such a young age. Commendable indeed. After lunch, two men arrived at our home, one tall and one thin. The moment I laid eyes on them, I discerned their identities. One was a drug addict, and the other a chef. The taller individual was the addict, with at least 2 years of substance dependence. His eyes were mismatched, one larger than the other, with a gaunt nose, swollen eyelids, high cheekbones, and sunken cheeks. This was the visage of a junkie. Should you encounter such a person on the street, should they claim to be free from addiction, I would find it hard to believe. Individuals with such features are either already entrenched in addiction or are on the path toward it. Those with one eye larger than the other often struggle to cope with setbacks and may react unpredictably to certain stimuli. Even when they recognize their behavior as inappropriate, they are easily swayed by negative emotions, leading them astray. Those with minimal flesh on their noses may possess a weak sense of conviction, often adopting a trial-and-error mentality, which can lead them down a criminal path. This observation does not apply universally. Only when all 5 characteristics are present can one become an addict. Do not overinterpret. They often harbor a sense of false hope. Yet this very hope renders them unable to escape the trap, only sinking deeper. Individuals with swollen eyelids tend to engage in deviant behavior, as they may act recklessly without considering the consequences, particularly when faced with significant distress. Such personalities require careful monitoring. One should not indulge excessively and must remain vigilant. Those with high cheekbones are prone to impulsiveness and may react inappropriately when provoked. To put it plainly, individuals with prominent cheekbones often belong to a demographic that exhibits a heightened sense of curiosity towards various matters. At times, these individuals may become overwhelmed by certain situations, leading them to err in moments of anger or excitement. Similarly, those with gaunt faces are also prone to making regrettable choices. They are the kind of people eager to prove their self-discipline, yet they frequently end up jeopardizing themselves, ultimately becoming victims of others' exploitation. Occasionally, their emotional intelligence may fall short, and their intellectual capacity may leave much to be desired. Those who embody these 5 prominent traits are at a significantly heightened risk of becoming addicts. Hence the necessity for self-restraint. However, this observation is merely a character assessment, highlighting a tendency towards impulsive behavior. The reason I share this is singular. I hope that once individuals recognize this inclination, they can take appropriate measures to avoid engaging in extreme actions, thus protecting themselves and their families while sparing their friends from harm. The shorter individual among them is a chef, having devoted at least a decade to this profession. His visage bears a certain peculiarity. Although he possesses the countenance of someone destined for greatness, by conventional standards, he ought to be an official or a senior executive of a company. How, then, did he become a mere cook? This baffles me. My conclusion about his culinary profession is not primarily based on appearance. His high hairline, oily complexion, and the thick callus on his right hand, coupled with the noticeably more robust left arm, suggest the toll of years spent wielding a ladle. Additionally, he emanates a potent aroma of smoke, indicative of frequenting the kitchen, thoroughly permeated by various culinary fumes. To attain such a state, one would require at least a decade of experience in the culinary arts. These two individuals share a notable trait, a conspicuous black dot located at the center of their foreheads, which appears to be in constant motion. This is a sign of being haunted by a malevolent spirit. The presence of such a spirit in both individuals is alarming. It is evident that they have taken a life, and that of a child no less. The murdered child's spirit is filled with resentment, persistently tormenting the two of them, which is why they have sought my assistance. Once again, I find myself confronted with two murderers, a type of individual I truly detest, especially those who show no mercy even towards children. It is as if their sins warrant a dozen deaths, yet their hatred remains unquenched. One is an addict, the other a chef. How could they possibly unite to commit such an atrocity against the same child? There must be circumstances beyond my understanding. Chapter 67. The life of a singleton, a penniless wretch. Let us discuss the nature of your relationship with that child. I approached the matter directly, seeking to gauge their true intentions. The two of them appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting with evident trepidation. Child? What child? We beseech you for clarification, master. The addict feigned ignorance, even daring to question me in return. You may leave. I cannot assist you. I harbored no goodwill towards them, and their reluctance to disclose the truth only solidified my resolve. Why should I extend my aid to such individuals? As I spoke, I began to push them towards the exit. Master, please do not rush us. We have much to discuss. The chef, displaying a degree of cunning, produced a pack of cigarettes and handed it to me, followed by a thick wad of cash placed before my eyes. Master, we are being tormented by a vengeful spirit. Every night, that child comes to demand our lives. It's utterly terrifying. The chef revealed the truth, and I scrutinized the stack of bills, which must have amounted to at least 20,000. Very well, come inside. My decision to let them in was not solely based on the monetary incentive. Rather, it was the chef's demeanor that intrigued me. I informed them that they were dealing with a vengeful spirit, and to resolve this matter definitively, they must face the consequences of their actions. Surrendering now would still allow for some redemption. Upon hearing the suggestion of self-surrender, both men immediately protested, particularly the chef, who incessantly insisted on his innocence, claiming to be a victim himself. Note: the subsequent events may seem incredible, but they are based on a true case. For further understanding, one may wish to research the dog sale case. The chef recounted that one day, the addict's cravings surged uncontrollably, yet his pockets were utterly barren. In desperation, he spotted a small child passing by and devised a nefarious scheme. The child, around 2 years old, appeared lively and adorable, but to the addict's eyes, this was merely a mobile ATM. He procured a sack and unceremoniously stuffed the child inside, carrying him away. The frightened child, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events, did not resist. The addict brought the child to a dog meat hot pot restaurant, selling him for 50 yuan. The restaurant, accustomed to handling dogs, callously neglected to check the contents of the sack before sending it to the kitchen for processing. When the chef instinctively lifted the sack, he violently slammed it to the ground. The child's anguished cry pierced the air, prompting laughter among the kitchen staff, who mistakenly believed it was merely a dog's cry. However, upon opening the blood-soaked sack, the chef was struck with horror, realizing he had committed a fatal error. The kitchen staff gathered, wide-eyed and drenched in sweat, as they beheld the lifeless child, blood pooling on the floor, a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Standing before me were the very culprits of this heinous act. It was no wonder they were haunted by a vengeful spirit. During our conversation, I subtly urged the father to report the incident to the authorities. Such individuals deserve the full weight of the law. For even divine intervention could not save them. This I proclaimed. 5 minutes later, the police arrived, apprehending the two men. Witnessing this brought me a sense of relief. One must stand tall and upright, avoiding deceit and unsavory dealings. The addict is a living testament to this truth. In his pursuit of drugs, he had delivered a mere 2-year-old child to the gates of the underworld. That night, I dreamt of a bloodied child thanking me before departing. I understood then that the spirit had laid to rest its grievances, moving on to where it belonged. Awakened too early, I decided to return to sleep, only to be interrupted by a local uncle. Approaching 50 years of age, he remained a bachelor, having sought my insight on numerous occasions regarding his inability to find a wife. I had previously examined his features and concluded that his fate was to remain single. Destined for a life devoid of wealth, barely scraping by. In my words, this uncle's existence serves as penance for past transgressions. He owes a debt of love from a previous life, requiring several lifetimes to repay. With his distinctive 8-character eyebrows and sharp chin, his untamed brows signify a propensity for solitude. Typically, men with such features appear flamboyant and unreliable, failing to instill a sense of security in women. In youth, they may indulge in romantic pursuits, yet they lack appreciation for genuine connections, often abandoning relationships after a brief period. In their youth, they may attract numerous admirers but fail to cherish them, ultimately missing out on significant romantic opportunities, leading to a desolate later life. From a facial analysis perspective, a sharp chin is not auspicious. It can signify a fierce disposition. Such individuals often exhibit a solitary nature and struggle with social interactions, particularly in romantic contexts, resulting in late or scarce romantic endeavors. Given the presence of any of these traits, the likelihood of remaining single is substantial. If one finds themselves embodying all these characteristics, it is imperative to reflect on their life choices and consider taking steps to enrich their circumstances. In truth, escaping the fate of remaining single is not an impossibility. One must possess ample financial resources to yield any results. Otherwise, all discussions are futile. However, there exists a limitation. Individuals like the uncle, despite exhausting their efforts, are unlikely to amass great wealth due to their unfavorable elemental balance, destined to remain impoverished. Chapter 68. While the body persists, the spirit wanes. Uncle, have you come to me again regarding matters of a wife? I have told you countless times that this is your lot in life. I am aware that this statement carries considerable weight, and it is uncomfortable for anyone to hear, yet I feel compelled to utter it. Otherwise, he would continue to seek me out. This cyclical pattern suggests it is better to extinguish his hopes altogether. Nevertheless, the uncle remains undeterred, extending an arm for me to observe, his entire body trembling incessantly. Did he approach me for another reason? I gaze at his arm, swathed in clothing, and wonder what he wishes me to see. Are you seeking to read my palm? Wang Nan, I am uncertain if I should have come to you for this matter. I have consulted a doctor, but the prognosis was bleak. I could only turn to you. You must help me. It turns out the uncle sought me out due to his illness. I had anticipated a far more grave issue. However, one ought to see a doctor for health concerns. What could I possibly do? It seems the uncle is truly desperate, seeking remedies in all directions. To placate his distress, I acquiesced, assuring him that I would not decline any assistance I could provide. Wang Nan, my arm is in a dire state. You must brace yourself and try not to be sickened. I was taken aback that the uncle would presume I might be repulsed by his condition. I have encountered many nauseating sights throughout my life and believed there was little that could shock my senses. Uncle, just roll up your sleeve and let me take a look. It will be fine. As I began to assist him in rolling up his sleeve, the sight of his skin sent shivers down my spine, and goosebumps erupted across my body. The uncle was not deceiving me. His arm was beyond the realm of mere disgust. The affliction upon it could only be described as grotesque. I retched, expelling the contents of my stomach from the previous night. It was no exaggeration. The skin on his arm had begun to slough off, and with a gentle tug, one could peel away large chunks of flesh. The desiccated limb was a ghastly crimson, teeming with maggots that writhed incessantly. These countless maggots secreted a viscous substance, rendering the already shriveled arm sticky and exuding a foul stench. The horrific sight, coupled with the overwhelming odor, was truly unbearable. Uncle, please pull your sleeve down. I cannot treat this ailment. I had never encountered such a condition, let alone contemplate a remedy for it. While I could understand the uncle's desperate search for help, my heart felt heavy with apprehension. The uncle departed from my home with a sorrowful expression, and for a long while, the turmoil in my stomach persisted. Nanner, what troubles you? My father, noticing my discomfort, approached with concern, prompting me to recount the gruesome sight I had just witnessed. His countenance darkened upon hearing my tale, and he muttered, "Your courage is rather excessive. You dared to touch a corpse." Though his words were simple, they carried profound implications, triggering a memory within me. It is said that there was a family in dire poverty, consisting of only parents and their child, who were left to fend for themselves after the parents' demise. Leaving the child utterly alone, at a tender age, the child, having grown up relying on the charity of others, eventually gained the ability to sustain themselves. However, upon returning to their village after an unspecified incident while working away, the child appeared disoriented, seemingly traumatized, and retreated into seclusion for many years. By the time the child reached 30, they suddenly fell victim to a peculiar affliction, as their skin began to dry out and could be easily torn away with a mere tug. Despite the desiccation of their flesh, their nerves remained intact, and any movement brought forth excruciating pain. The agony intensified during episodes of skin loss, surpassing even the most harrowing of experiences. Thus, the individual lived in a state of limbo, neither truly alive nor dead, until their arm began to resemble a mere skeleton. The body was alive, yet its vitality had waned. Whispers spread throughout the village, speculating that the individual had attracted malevolent spirits. As the situation deteriorated, a renowned practitioner of yin and yang arrived in the village and quickly discerned that this individual had indeed attracted something sinister, resulting in their current state. It was revealed that just a month prior, a beautiful young woman from a neighboring village had passed away. During her funeral, this individual, who had remained single for an extended period, encountered her portrait and found himself inexplicably drawn to her beauty. Seizing the cover of night, he trespassed into her grave, exhuming her body, and, overwhelmed by desire, committed unspeakable acts beneath the moonlight. This portion has been omitted, as it is likely unpalatable to readers. Afterward, he returned her remains to the coffin and covered it with earth, vowing to return the following day. This disturbing behavior persisted for 3 consecutive nights, until, on the 4th day, he awakened to find his body undergoing a drastic transformation. Feeling weak and disoriented, he struggled to articulate coherent thoughts, his mouth betraying him, and peculiar spots began to appear on his skin. Neighbors, upon inspecting these spots, concluded they were indicative of decomposition. How could a living man exhibit such signs? The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Given the individual's poverty and lack of support, the village chief organized a collection among the villagers to fund a trip to the city for medical treatment. Despite numerous consultations and extensive travel, no doctor could provide a remedy, each shaking their head in resignation. When funds ran dry, the village chief returned him home, resigned to fate. Soon after, the individual's skin began to desiccate and peel away, causing immense suffering. At night, a pale woman in red would appear at his window, her hollow eyes fixed upon him throughout the night. Driven to madness, he attempted various methods to end his life, each time thwarted by bizarre circumstances that led to failure. Whether it was a frayed noose or a weak beam, or even jumping from great heights and surviving, each failure compounded his already unbearable existence. Caught in a relentless cycle of torment, he found himself on the brink of death when a venerable yin-yang master arrived in the village, offering him a glimmer of hope. Chapter 69. The Ghost Skinning. A Dual Demise. The yin-yang master revealed that this individual had been skinned by a ghost, and the continuous shedding of flesh served as evidence of this horrifying reality. In 2005, a similar incident transpired in a rural town in the United States. A man, with peculiar predilections, engaged in disturbing behaviors. One day, after a woman was buried, he seized the opportunity to bring her corpse home under the cover of darkness, not only violating her resting place but also adorning her corpse like a grotesque doll, suspending it from the ceiling of his bedroom for his own perverse enjoyment. When the authorities arrived, alerted by the stench of decay, they discovered the man had succumbed to his own gruesome fate. His body covered in blisters, flesh completely detached from bone, and in a state of advanced decomposition. A breeze would cause his rotting flesh to fall away. His home was infested with maggots and flies. and the ceiling bore the weight of 8 corpses, each grotesquely dressed as dolls in a bid to enhance their appearance. The man had slathered the deceased's faces with thick makeup, which deteriorated as decomposition progressed, rendering the scene utterly macabre. When the coroner attempted to remove the bodies, they found it impossible, as even the slightest touch would cause chunks of putrid flesh to tear away. In desperation, they resorted to using shovels, scooping the man up as if he were refuse, sealing him in a body bag for transport to the police station. This unfortunate man fell victim to the curse of ghostly skinning due to his depraved actions. And while the cultural context may differ, the consequences remain equally grim. In their realm, once supernatural occurrences manifest, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the yin-yang master to intervene. One either perishes or becomes an unsolved enigma of the world. Shifting our focus back to the present, we observe a man, raised on the sustenance of many, whose entire being is marred by affliction. He dares not don clothing, for each breath he takes causes his garments to chafe against his skin, inflicting excruciating pain. The yin-yang master, upon witnessing his plight, furrows his brow in concern. One can scarcely fathom the scene before them. A man, his body drenched in crimson, with skin that is utterly desiccated and peeling. His arms reduced to mere skeletal remains, unable to stand, resembling a flaccid organism devoid of a spine. Though he clings to life, a pervasive stench of decay emanates from him, each inhalation threatening to unleash calamity upon those nearby. The odor exhaled from his nostrils is repugnant, inducing nausea. With a spirit of experimentation, the yin-yang master procures a burlap sack, severing its ends to envelop the man, binding him with rope. He then retrieves a black pill from his satchel, urging the man to swallow it. After consuming the potion, the man's abdomen gurgles ominously, and with a mighty heave, he expels at least 2 liters of viscous black liquid from his mouth. The burlap's binding had prevented any of his flesh from falling to the ground during this upheaval. A crowd gathers, their eyes fixed on the thick liquid that appears to harbor writhing forms within. This entity, known as Tuanbi, can absorb the essence and spirit of any living being. The man's corporeal decay is intimately linked to this Tuanbi. Once expelled, the man's vitality markedly improves, prompting the yin-yang master to disperse the villagers. Allowing the man to rest and slumber, the master sits cross-legged, silently chanting incantations for 2 days and nights. On the 3rd morning, the man perceives a remarkable transformation in his flesh. The once parched skin regains elasticity, reattaching to his bones, enabling him to rise and walk with ease. Though he has lost both arms, he has, fortunately, preserved his life. The yin-yang master bestows upon him a talisman, instructing him to incinerate it and dissolve the ashes in wine, which he must drink in 1 gulp before taking his leave. Before departing, the master earnestly cautions the man. Should anyone inquire how he escaped this calamity, he must not divulge the master's involvement, but rather proclaim that he was fortunate enough to survive. Failure to heed this warning could endanger them both. That very night, a knock resounds at the man's door, revealing a youthful maiden of graceful demeanor, her voice soft and inviting, inquiring if he feels lonely. The man finds her vaguely familiar, yet cannot place her. She enters uninvited, displaying a boldness that stirs something within the man, who is a quintessential example of someone who forgets pain once healed. During their ensuing conversation, the maiden poses a question regarding how he endured his recent tribulation. Completely forgetting the yin-yang master's warning, he divulges everything. Suddenly, the maiden's expression shifts, her rosy cheeks turn ashen. It dawns on the man that she is the very corpse from that day. Yet it is too late. The maiden opens her wide, blood-soaked maw and sinks her teeth into his carotid artery. That night, the courtyard is awash with blood, seeping through the gaps of the door. Later, it is rumored that the yin-yang master faced repercussions for this incident, choking to death on a mouthful of cold water during a meal. Those unaware of the circumstances may find this amusing, yet as a yin-yang master, I comprehend fully that his sudden demise was undoubtedly due to the vengeful spirit of the maiden seeking retribution. The ancients proclaimed, "The deceased hold the greatest weight, greater than the heavens themselves." This adage rings true. A young woman, in the prime of her life, abruptly succumbing to death is lamentable enough, but to be exhumed by a stranger and subjected to indignities is a fate that would stir the wrath of any spirit. The yin-yang master, despite his profound knowledge and skill, fell victim to betrayal by a petty soul, leading to his tragic end. I gaze at my father, uncertain of how to navigate this predicament. The uncle who sought my aid is undoubtedly a victim of a ghastly fate. Having encountered a malicious spirit that flayed his skin, his affliction must stem from actions detrimental to the deceased. Otherwise, such a fate would not befall him. In cases of spectral flaying, my father and I could potentially save his life. But there lies an element of risk. Should he speak indiscreetly and betray our identities, our lives may also be at stake. Assisting the uncle could invite peril, yet to abandon him would contravene the teachings of the yin-yang master. In our profession, failing to aid the dying is a grave taboo. My father instructed me that even if the heavens were to collapse, one must never turn a blind eye to those in peril. Unless the individual is irredeemably wicked, having committed heinous crimes in ordinary circumstances, one must extend a helping hand. After much contemplation, my father and I resolved to assist this uncle. Setting aside ancestral doctrine, we could not stand idly by in the face of death. After all, he is a fellow villager who, despite his past disrespect towards the dead, had once aided us. Out of gratitude, we cannot neglect him. Arriving at the uncle's doorstep, we find it wide open. Calling his name repeatedly to no avail, we enter his home, searching extensively yet finding no trace of him. Perhaps he has stepped out for a moment. Just as we decide to leave, a piercing scream emanates from the kitchen. Alarmed, we rush inside to find the floor drenched in blood. The uncle, knowing he could not save his arm, has resorted to drastic measures. He has severed his own arm with a cleaver, the severed limb lying in a pool of blood. Fingers twitching erratically, blood sprays from the stump, coating the walls. My father quickly removes his shirt, applying pressure to the wound, while I procure a cart to transport the uncle to the clinic. The clinic is nearby, so I forego calling for an ambulance. Upon arriving, the doctor struggles mightily to staunch the bleeding. To this point, the uncle has slipped into unconsciousness, his condition dire, his face ashen, lips devoid of color. Fortuitously, my father and I came to seek him. Otherwise, the uncle might have perished. We disregard the severed arm on the floor, as it has lost all significance. I admire the uncle's resolve. Though perilous, his actions yielded results, by swiftly amputating his arm. He has temporarily halted the spread of his affliction. If he can awaken before nightfall, I possess the means to expel the Tuanbi from his body, ensuring his salvation. 9 o'clock that evening. The uncle regains consciousness, surprised to find himself in a hospital bed, especially upon seeing my father and me by his side. A mix of shock and joy on his face. "Nanner, have you found a way to save me?" he inquires. I nod, signaling him to conserve his strength and refrain from speaking, for we have crucial matters to attend to. My father calls me outside the clinic, whispering, "Do you still have any of the expelling ointment?" This ointment, a black pill, is the key to driving out the Tuanbi. Its extraction is complex, beyond the capabilities of ordinary yin-yang masters. My grandfather had previously given me 2 pills, stored safely in a wooden box at home. Never having been utilized, I hurried home to retrieve them. Minutes later, I returned to the uncle with the pills, instructing him to swallow them immediately. His body convulses violently, a clear indication of his suffering. I swiftly bring a trash bin, facilitating the expulsion of the Tuanbi from his stomach. Instantly, a foul odor fills the air, an overwhelming stench that makes my eyes water. The doctor, also affected by the noxious fumes, covers his mouth and nose, scowling as he exclaims, "Did you consume excrement? It reeks." After 2 minutes, the uncle shows marked improvement, and we are kindly asked to leave the clinic. That night, the uncle rejoices, despite losing an arm. He has been given a second chance at life, and for him, this is a worthy trade. Off. My father and I inform the uncle that his survival is solely due to his own decisive action in severing his arm. With no credit owed to us, we state this to reassure ourselves, ensuring that should he ever be questioned about his ordeal, he will not implicate us. The scarce expelling ointment is a mere act of goodwill. Accumulating merit for ourselves, after bidding farewell to my uncle, I returned home and lay on my bed, pulling out my phone to check my bank balance, which now exceeded 2 million. This sum was ample enough to purchase a lavish residence in the county town, and I harbored aspirations of settling in the city. If my father and I departed from this rural village, our income would likely soar, as many clients are reluctant to trust the village's fortune-tellers, deeming them to be mere swindlers of low stature, at best. Over the years, Such judgments have echoed in my ears, yet I have chosen to turn a blind eye, growing utterly numb to it all. While many may scorn an individual, that very person can, unbeknownst to them, become a wealthy figure. Upon sharing my intentions with my father, he expressed his unwavering support for my decision. It was precisely this choice that propelled my career to new heights. As I had never anticipated that the oddities of urban life would surpass those of the countryside, I purchased a villa in the suburbs of the county town. Though modest in size, it was undeniably comfortable. Initially, I had considered acquiring a property in the bustling city center, only to discover that, despite its vibrancy, it was exceedingly noisy, a sensation I found most unappealing. What I truly desired was an environment of tranquility, a respite amidst the chaos of life. Thus, I established my home in the suburbs. I wished to invite my parents to live with me, yet they flatly refused, having grown accustomed to the rural way of life. The sudden transition to a villa proved too overwhelming for them. After relocating to my new abode, I made a point to visit my solitary grandfather. Despite being 87 years old, he remained remarkably spry. Devoid of any ailments, when we engaged in an arm wrestling match, I found myself no match for him. Ever since my father gained independence, he had invested a substantial portion of his life savings to establish a home in the suburbs. Leading a life of leisure by day, he fished, and by night, he enjoyed music, all while maintaining a fitness regimen. At 87, he was a picture of muscular vitality, more robust than many men in their 20s, a feat I could only envy. My villa was conveniently situated just a 5-minute walk from my grandfather's home, allowing for frequent family gatherings, a notion that brought me great comfort. In our family, my grandfather was the most capable, though he had chosen to withdraw from the complexities of the outside world. His villa was quite spacious, featuring a fish pond, a barn, and even a modest vegetable garden. I arrived at his place one evening to find him bustling about in the yard, seemingly roasting a whole lamb. As I approached, I overheard the sound of female laughter emanating from within, and peering into the yard left me utterly astonished. My grandfather was embracing 3 enchanting women, appearing utterly elated, a sight that filled me with a sense of inadequacy, and a wonder he preferred solitude. It seemed he had transcended worldly concerns and grasped the profound truths of existence. I was taken aback to discover this side of him. Chapter 71. Crossing bridges or taking the plunge? I retrieved my phone and dialed my grandfather's number, feigning curiosity about his whereabouts. He informed me that he was shopping at a mall, even claiming to be selecting clothes for me. This old man truly had a sense of humor. Grandfather, it seems there's someone outside your door. Could you take a look and see if you recognize them? He peered outside but, after a prolonged gaze, was unable to discern anything. A man stood at the entrance, looking somewhat disheveled, dressed in casual attire, and I had no idea who he was. It was evident that my own grandfather could not even recognize his own grandson. Mistaking me for someone else entirely, I abruptly ended the call and pressed the doorbell. Grandfather opened the door, his gaze fixed on me in confusion. Cautiously, he inquired, "Brother, who are you looking for?" "All the ladies inside are here of their own volition. I can't seem to send them away. If there's been a misunderstanding, I can offer my apologies." How could he not recognize me, standing so close? I began to doubt whether this old man was truly my grandfather. Not only that, but he mistook me for someone there to confront him about infidelity, suggesting such occurrences were likely common. "Come, brother, have a smoke to calm your nerves." I accepted the cigarette, swaggering into the yard and boldly sitting upon one of the women's outstretched legs. To be honest, it felt rather pleasant. The woman looked at me with confusion and asked who I was, to which I replied that I was the ancestor of this old man. Upon hearing this, my grandfather's jaw dropped, and he rushed towards me, ready to argue. I was all too familiar with his behavior. It was only a matter of time before he would unbuckle his belt to confront me. Sure enough, he began to loosen his belt, prompting me to quickly hand him my ID card from my pocket. "Wait a moment, Wang Nan? You share the same name as my grandson." At last, he recognized that the person before him was his long-lost grandson. "Nanner, when did you get out? Why didn't you come to see your grandfather?" Having spent 5 years in prison and 1 year in the outside world, it had been 6 years since I last saw my grandfather. My transformation was indeed substantial, and it was reasonable that he initially failed to recognize me. "Grandfather. You see," I gestured towards the 3 alluring women, perplexed. "Oh, these 3 are here to fix our plumbing. Our drain is clogged." This explanation had a semblance of logic, though it remained unclear who was servicing whom. After dinner, I informed my grandfather of my recent purchase of a villa nearby, which left him quite astonished. "You've only been out for a year, and you've achieved what took me a lifetime?" Indeed, I had only been released for a year, yet I had managed to surpass the living standards my grandfather had labored for decades to attain. I owned a fully paid-for Maybach, whereas he did not. The saying "the student surpasses the master" certainly applied to my situation. After bidding farewell to my grandfather, I settled in front of my computer at home and began to post my business information on a forum, seeking to disseminate my services through the internet. Once I had completed this task, I fell into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, I was roused from my dreams by the urgent ringing of my phone. Reluctantly, I answered, noting that the caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Master Wang? We have experienced a supernatural occurrence at our home. Could you please come over?" I must admit, the internet truly is a remarkable tool. After merely posting my information on one forum, I received a call from a client who was evidently quite anxious. Instantly, my sleepiness vanished. I hurriedly got dressed and set out in my Maybach. This client hailed from a well-off background, residing in an upscale neighborhood and owning 3 expensive vehicles. A woman accompanied by a child greeted me, and their lifestyle appeared to be quite refined. However, her son had been suffering from a persistent high fever, having consumed numerous medications and received countless 4 drips, yet showing no signs of improvement. The woman had been advised by an elder that her child might have encountered malevolent spirits, which led her to seek my expertise. Upon entering, I observed an elderly man clad in a burial suit sitting upon the child, enveloped in a cloud of dark energy, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on the boy. It was clear that the child had been targeted by a nefarious entity. The child appeared to be around 10 years old. Typically, children of such age possess a robust vitality, yet this one was afflicted by the presence of such filth, causing his energy to be suppressed and unable to manifest. Consequently, he remained trapped in a state of fever. My task was to expel this old spirit, allowing the child's inner vitality to be released, thus saving him. "Young one, did you encounter an elderly man recently?" Before the child could respond, the old spirit turned to glance at me, aware that he had encountered a fortune-teller and prepared to attack at any moment. The child weakly recounted that one night, while playing outside, he had seen an elderly man dressed in black standing under a streetlight, his expression blank. Despite his youth, the child had a kind heart and mistook the man for someone lost. Approaching him to offer assistance, the old man, surprised, asked the child how he could see him. The child, quick-witted, realized the figure was not human and fled home with all his might, only to fall ill the following day. Upon hearing the child's account, the client recognized my genuine abilities, knowing I had insight into his son's recent encounter. "Master, do you think my child can be saved?" I nodded, indicating that this situation fell within my area of expertise. The client, visibly relieved, retrieved 20,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to me, assuring me that an additional 20,000 would follow upon resolution of the matter. I find great pleasure in dealing with such clients, those of substantial means who facilitate matters effortlessly. Moreover, the predicament faced by the child is hardly a grave concern. It is something that even a novice practitioner of the yin-yang arts could resolve. The fact that I am offered such a generous compensation fills me with uncontainable joy. I accepted the sum of 20,000 yuan, slipped it into my pocket, and circled the child's bed before speaking. "Will you traverse the bridge or the path? Do you wish to ascend or descend?" Upon uttering these words, the old entity immediately tensed, gazing at me with wide eyes, mouth agape. I am not one to mince words. I state my intentions plainly. Should the old spirit refuse to depart, I would be compelled to adopt more forceful measures. After death, one must cross a bridge to enter the underworld, and my inquiry about the bridge or path was a means of ascertaining whether it wished to go where it ought or remain in this realm. Some souls are destined for paradise, which we refer to as ascending, implying assistance in entering the celestial gates. Conversely, others must descend into the netherworld, enduring myriad torments to atone for their earthly transgressions, a process we call descending. This choice bears significant weight. After all, most souls yearn for heaven, with few willing to suffer in hell. By presenting this old spirit with the opportunity to ascend, I am certain that, barring any foolishness, it would eagerly accept the chance to leave. Chapter 72. Resting in peace, encountering a benefactor as I anticipated, the spirit leapt from the child and knelt before me, repeatedly bowing its head in gratitude. Expressing a desire to depart immediately, hoping for my assistance in reaching heaven. It is somewhat amusing to consider. Does heaven truly differ from hell? They are merely different terminologies. Many souls aspire to reach paradise after death, as the earthly realm is the true hell, having endured excessive suffering during their lifetimes. Only those truly wicked are consigned to the underworld. The old gentleman before me bore a kind visage, suggesting he had committed no grave misdeeds during his life and, logically, should not find himself in hell. Yet, for reasons unknown, he lingered in the mortal realm. I bent down to help him rise, an action that bewildered my client, who had no idea what I was doing. Sitting cross-legged, I chanted the rebirth mantra to guide this spirit to the other side, but an extraordinary event unfolded. Upon completing the chant, the spirit remained by my side. The gates of heaven had not opened for him. What could this mean? I sensed something was amiss. Could it be that this old man had no one to see him off after death? When a soul passes without descendants to bid farewell, it becomes a wandering spirit, unable to reincarnate, as I had previously mentioned. Yet, he was clad in a burial garment. Why then was he in such a predicament? This seemed quite illogical. "Old sir, where is your resting place?" I inquired. Upon hearing my question, the old spirit was overcome with sorrow, weeping like a child. Indeed, my suspicions were confirmed. He had been forsaken in death. This elucidated my earlier conjecture. His benevolent appearance indicated he had committed no wrongs, and should have transitioned smoothly to heaven, yet he lingered on earth, colliding with this child's fate. He was a solitary wandering spirit. The old man revealed that during his lifetime, he had 2 sons who utterly disregarded him, especially after they married, distancing themselves even further. With nowhere to reside, he took refuge in a dark basement, where he lived for 3 long years. As his health deteriorated, he donned a burial garment he had prepared in advance and passed away in that shadowy cellar. His sons discovered his death only a month later, believing that their lack of filial duty while he was alive would lead to guilt, and they should at least arrange a proper funeral. However, the old man was entirely unaware of the cruelty of his children. They dragged his body to their yard, piled it with firewood, and reduced it to ashes, which they then placed in a jar, leaving it at that as an outsider. This chilling tale unsettles me. Such children are more treacherous than snakes or scorpions. How could any human behave in such a manner? After death, one is meant to rest peacefully in the earth. Yet this old gentleman's remains were confined to a jar, with no gravestone to mark his resting place. I realized that resolving this matter might require financial investment. I relayed the situation to my client, who, displaying remarkable empathy, offered to pay for a memorial tablet inscribed with the old man's information, and to contact his sons to ensure he could be laid to rest properly. Her willingness to support such an initiative exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated rejection, yet she not only agreed to fund the memorial, but also expressed a desire to assist in locating the old man's children and overseeing his burial. It was no wonder this child possessed such a warm heart. She had undoubtedly inherited it from her mother. After acquiring the contact details of the old man's children, I entrusted them to my client. I would handle the memorial tablet, while she would reach out to the old man's offspring. Before long, a resolution was reached. The jar containing the old man's ashes was interred, and a gravestone was erected. His eldest son even placed the memorial tablet I had procured in their home, pledging to honor it regularly. Thus, the old man found peace and, with my assistance, departed for his rightful destination. Shortly after his passing, the child expressed hunger and, after consuming a bowl of light egg noodles, regained her vitality, joyfully cycling in the living room. My client, overjoyed, increased the promised payment from $20,000 to $30,000 and eagerly offered to help promote my business. In casual conversation, I learned she was a moderator on a particular forum, which thrilled me beyond measure. With her support, my endeavors would undoubtedly flourish, far surpassing the effectiveness of my own online postings. To receive such assistance at the outset of my career in the county was nothing short of fortuitous. I must have saved the galaxy in a past life to warrant such good fortune in this one. Aside from the specter of imprisonment, I seemed to encounter nothing but favorable circumstances. Not long after returning home, I opened the forum where my client was a moderator and was delighted to find a pinned post. The dashing Young Master, guaranteed to triumph. While I found the title appealing, the phrase "ghosts fear him" struck me as slightly odd. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered was the promise fulfilled, which propelled my business to new heights. At 2:30 in the afternoon, I received a call from a female client. Her voice indicated youth, perhaps even a beauty, as it was sweet and melodious. She claimed that due to work commitments, she often traveled for business. Lately, she had felt an unsettling sensation as though someone were following her, particularly at night when the feeling intensified. Alone in her bed, she sensed an unseen presence watching her, as if something were constantly wandering over her body. This sensation deeply unsettled her. Initially, she suspected illness and sought medical advice, consuming numerous medications to no avail. Last night, while bathing at home, a sudden chill enveloped her, as though hands had brushed against her. All doors and windows had been tightly closed. How could such a draft have entered? This frightened her. She was certain she faced not an illusion, but a tangible reality. While perusing the forum, she stumbled upon my post and, coincidentally, was in town on business, which led her to contact me. Hoping I could alleviate her distress, I readily agreed to assist her, heading promptly to the address she provided. During the journey, I imagined what she might look like, pondering the nature of the woman whose voice was so enchanting. Half an hour later, my Maybach came to a stop outside a hotel. 5 minutes later, I knocked on the client's door. Chapter 73. Spirits on the back. Hotel stay precautions. The door was opened by a youthful maiden, resembling a celestial being. Her extraordinarily beautiful face rendered me momentarily speechless. She possessed a round visage, delicate eyebrows framing enchanting eyes, and flowing hair that cascaded gracefully. With each movement, she exuded an ethereal charm, clad in a pristine white dress that accentuated her otherworldly aura. Her flawless legs, smooth as the finest jade, were mesmerizing. Hello, my face flushed, and warmth spread to the nape of my neck. My heart raced, leaving me quite embarrassed. Master, please come in, the young lady invited, ushering me into the room and offering me a bottle of iced tea. I opened the cap and drank eagerly, yet my thirst remained unquenched. Tea was not due to a lack of composure. The temperature soared into the 30s, and her room was heated, making it feel akin to a furnace. As I sought to ease the awkward atmosphere with conversation, I suddenly noticed a ghostly visage emerging from the girl's back. The ghastly face was riddled with wounds, its countless voids sending shivers down my spine. This was a malevolent spirit of considerable power. The situations recounted by the girl over the phone appear to be intricately linked to the malevolent spirit. My dear, do you now feel a chill creeping up your spine? The girl nodded, expressing that no matter how thickly she dressed or how low the temperature of the air conditioning, she could still feel her back icy as iron. This is a sign of impending doom. I scrutinized the malevolent spirit before me. It seemed to revel in the ambience of the hotel. If my observations were correct, this must be a vengeful spirit that has long resided in the last room of the hotel, unaware of the countless lives it has claimed. Many should be aware that one must never stay in the last room of a hotel, as it carries a high likelihood of encountering supernatural events. The last room, often situated at the end of the corridor, is generally regarded as a place of misfortune, a domain where spirits dwell. Typically, these rooms receive less natural light and are seldom visited, resulting in a scarcity of yang energy and an excess of yin energy. Numerous individuals have recounted eerie experiences while residing in such rooms. I too have my own tale to tell, which I will share later. Friends who frequently travel for work often find themselves lodging in hotels that categorize their rooms into varying tiers. Early arrivals are usually placed in rooms closer to the corridor or in the last room, preserving the finest accommodations for those who arrive later, thus ensuring the quality of the rooms. The girl before me likely encountered this predicament during a work trip, being assigned the last room by hotel staff, where she unwittingly crossed paths with something unclean. This malevolent spirit, it seems, is also a lascivious entity, shamelessly following the girl due to her beauty. While she sleeps, the spirit lingers by her pillow. While she bathes, it watches her intently. The sudden gust of chilling wind that day was undoubtedly a manifestation of its pent-up desires, leading it to impose itself upon her. Some matters are better believed than dismissed. Thus I advise you all to heed the following precautions while staying in hotels to minimize the chances of encountering unclean entities. First, when traveling for work, it is advisable to avoid the last room. Such rooms typically lack sunlight, leading to diminished yang energy. Evil spirits thrive in darkness, and residing in such a place may invite misfortune. Second, If traveling alone, it is prudent not to leave too much space vacant on the bed while resting, as this may lead to instances of being pressed down by a spirit or sharing a pillow with one. It is recommended to sleep in the middle of the bed. Third, if you find yourself in a hotel room with 2 beds, consider placing your belongings on the empty bed to assert your claim over the space, thereby encouraging any lingering spirits to vacate. Fourth, should you find yourself unable to avoid the fate of being in the last room, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Before entering, gently knock 3 times on the door to alert any unseen entities within. Upon entering, do so sideways to show respect to the alternative guest. Once inside, greet the spirits loudly to let them know of your presence. Never provoke unclean entities or insult the unseen, for in their eyes, you are the intruder, while they are the true inhabitants of the room. Fifth, if you experience discomfort or restlessness, it may not merely be due to an unfamiliar bed, but rather the presence of something disturbing your aura. In such instances, take a deep breath, calm your mind, and adopt a fierce demeanor. Generally, spirits are cowards when confronted with strength. If you maintain a resolute attitude, your yang energy will surge, deterring any attempts at invasion. You will soon find yourself growing drowsy, and before long, you will drift into slumber. Sixth, if you hear your name being called by an unseen presence, do not look around. Ignore it as though you are deaf. Glancing about may reveal a strange and sorrowful face staring back at you. Seventh, upon entering the room, ensure all lights are turned on, then proceed to flush the toilet. This is significant, as restrooms can harbor unclean entities if the previous occupant left any filth, not limited to excrement. It may be washed away. Afterward, lift the bedding and pat the pillow to inform any lingering spirits of your occupancy. However, refrain from opening all cabinets and drawers immediately to avoid disturbing the spirits and to leave them a hiding space. Eighth, if the bed is against a wall, consider disrupting it. If there is no wall, this point may be disregarded. If you are staying in a double room alone or wish to share a bed with someone, avoid the bed against the wall and disarrange the bedding on that side to signal to any spirits that that space is occupied. Ninth, remain vigilant for any unusual odors in the room. If you detect a foul smell, feel unwell, or notice the bed shaking inexplicably, or if your reflection in the mirror is not your own, or if the television and lights flicker erratically, it may be time to switch rooms, as these could be signals from the spirit indicating its desire for solitude. 10th, avoid hanging your clothing in the closet. While spirits cannot wear garments from the mortal realm, they may conceal themselves within your clothes. Should they become comfortable, they may follow you when you leave the hotel. Lastly, I urge you to take heed. Before retiring, do not extinguish all the lights. At least one should remain lit to preserve some yang energy and provide a sense of security. Additionally, do not neatly arrange your shoes by the bedside, as this may make it easier for spirits to inhabit them. It is best to place them haphazardly or one facing the other, forming a subtle 8-shaped pattern, resonating with the Taoist concept of harmony between yin and yang, thus warding off spirits. I shall refrain from elaborating too much on these prohibitions, as I fear you may struggle to remember them or become anxious about staying alone in hotels, which would be unfortunate. Let us return to the present and confront the malevolent spirit haunting the girl. Chapter 74. Exorcising the malevolent spirit. There are numerous methods to rid the girl of this malevolent spirit, but I desire to eradicate the likelihood of her being haunted entirely, as she frequently travels for work. Today, I shall address the spirit before me, but she may encounter similar incidents in the future. Descending the stairs, I selected a stout and sturdy broom, which those familiar with rural life may recall, and positioned it upside down at the girl's bedside. There is a saying in rural folklore that a broom possesses the power to ward off evil, effectively sweeping away impurities, which spirits greatly fear. The broom's inverted placement carries its own significance. Positioned upright, it serves to clear earthly debris, whereas upside down, it seeks to purge the filth of the mortal realm. This serves as a clear warning to any malevolent entities. I am prepared to take action against you, and should you persist in your defiance, do not blame me for my harshness. I then inquired if the girl possessed any jade or similar amulets. If so, I could bestow upon it a blessing to effectively sever any ties to unclean entities. Jade is regarded as a symbol of auspiciousness. Impervious to malevolent influences, this principle is widely recognized. However, it is crucial to avoid purchasing counterfeit plastic or glass, as they offer no protective power. The girl informed me that she did not have a habit of wearing jade. I retrieved a piece of jade from my bag and placed it in her hand, instructing her to wear it around her neck. She hesitated, seemingly distrustful, and slowly asked, "Master, is this jade very expensive?" I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her that it was not costly and was a gift. However, I implored her to acquire a purer piece of jade in the future, as it would yield better results at this point. I suspect some may question whether the jade I provided was of insufficient purity. Not so. Jade comes in various types, and its value can vary significantly depending on its region of origin. The jade I offered was sourced from the Dushan region in Nanyang, relatively small, about the size of a thumb, costing around 100 yuan. Let us not debate this matter. The jade market is quite complex. My intention in gifting this jade was merely to provide her with immediate assistance. The moment she donned the jade around her neck, it radiated a brilliant golden light, sending the malevolent spirit behind her crashing against the wall a meter away. Were it not for the limited space of the hotel room, the brilliant flash of light just now would have surely sent the malevolent spirit reeling back several meters. The girl suddenly felt the chill behind her dissipate, and before long, she was drenched in sweat. She finally realized that the room had transformed into a veritable furnace and hastily turned off the air conditioning, expressing her apologies to me. "Master, I must apologize. I initially thought you were a fraud." Observing the sincerity in the girl's demeanor, I chose not to press the matter further. Once the malevolent spirit vacated her body, it was filled with rage. Lunging towards me with its gaping maw, "You audacious fiend, kneel before me." I delivered a resounding slap across the spirit's cheek, and after a mournful wail, it instantaneously lost its combat capability. The force behind my strike was formidable, nearly dislodging its head. Recognizing it was no match for me, the spirit regarded me with trepidation, yet it still harbored thoughts of resistance. It set its sights on the girl once more, sensing the danger. I swiftly retrieved the Bagua mirror from my pouch and aimed it directly at the spirit. It writhed in agony, dark mist emanating from its form. This entity could not withstand the power of my Bagua mirror, which inflicted upon it an unbearable searing sensation, producing a hissing sound. Despite its pleas for mercy as it knelt before me, I felt no inclination to relent, and thus I watched as it dissipated into wisps of smoke. Completely vanishing, it was not out of cruelty that I acted so. Rather, I understood that this entity was incapable of remorse. Its earlier pleas were merely a desperate act. Had it truly recognized its transgressions, it would not have attempted to harm the girl. It was precisely because of its intent to inflict further harm that I was driven to take decisive action. I had offered it a chance for redemption, yet the spirit showed no intention of letting go. The inverted broom was its death knell, though it remained oblivious to this truth. You are safe now in the future, when staying in hotels while on business. Be sure to adhere strictly to all the prohibitions I have laid out for you. Also, consider replacing the jade pendant around your neck with a superior one, and I can assure you of your safety and good fortune." The girl expressed her gratitude profusely and even added me on WeChat for future contact. She informed me that she had recently started working and, thus, did not possess much money, hoping I might charge a lower fee. I smiled, acknowledging that everything was a matter of fate, allowing her to determine the compensation. In truth, even if she offered me nothing, I would not be upset. Who has not faced hardships at some point? If she made no gesture of gratitude, I would simply consider it an accumulation of good karma, a commodity that cannot be purchased with any amount of money. However, the girl proved to be quite generous, requesting my bank account number and transferring 20,000 yuan to me. If I was not mistaken, this sum likely represented all her savings, and she understood that I had saved her life. Wishing to repay me for my kindness, my dear, take this money. Once you have made your mark in the world, it will not be too late to express your gratitude. From my pouch, I produced a stack of cash and handed her 10,000 yuan. Her eyes glistened with tears, her hands trembling as she accepted the money, her face flushed like a ripe apple. I could even hear the rapid thumping of her heart and her labored breathing. The girl had thought that in this world, only her parents would treat her so kindly, never imagining that I would also perform such a warm-hearted act, which left her with a more favorable impression of this harsh world. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Embarrassed, I exited the room and drove away in my Maybach. For a long time afterward, the girl's figure frequently graced my thoughts, even invading my dreams. 3 days later, a male client arrived at my home, appearing quite anxious. His left hand was heavily bandaged, suggesting a severe injury. Upon seeing me, his first words were, "Master, I am possessed. I often find myself unable to control my actions. Can you help me?" Such erratic behavior could easily be perceived as a sign of mental illness by most, who would suggest a visit to a neurologist rather than seeking the counsel of a practitioner of the supernatural. You are indeed possessed, and the extent is quite severe. If not addressed promptly, your life may be at stake. My statement was not intended to frighten him. It was a genuine assessment of his dire situation. Chapter 75. Possessed by evil spirits, I observed the man's sunken eyes and incoherent speech, rambling about various topics, clearly indicating the depth of his possession. When I inquired how he had arrived, he shockingly informed me that he had driven here in such a state, which was hard to believe. He recounted that yesterday, while cooking at home, he had accidentally severed 4 fingers from his left hand. Despite being fully conscious, he could not comprehend why he continued to cut at his own flesh, nor did he feel any pain. As a result, his fingers lay in mutilated disarray, resulting in a gruesome scene. Had his family not intervened in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What kind of dark force had he encountered to inflict such harm upon himself? How could it exert control over its host to the point of self-damage? Have you visited any unusual places? Perhaps an area with deceased individuals? I prompted him to reflect on his past. After a long pause, he slowly confessed, "Yes, recently while working the night shift, I passed by a cemetery and even urinated on a grave. My goodness, what audacity! Most would tread carefully when traversing a graveyard at night, yet he had shown no fear and committed such a grievous act of disrespect. Were I the departed, I might exact similar retribution. Do you remember that cemetery? Take me there." For safety's sake, I drove while he directed me. Half an hour later, we arrived at a cemetery. Night had fallen, and rustling sounds echoed around us. Oh, the untrained ear. It might seem like the wind rustling through leaves, but to a practitioner like me, it was the sound of unclean spirits whispering in a cemetery. Such sounds should not be taken lightly. It signified that the departed were aware of our intrusion and were deliberating on how to deal with us. "Master, it's that grave." The man pointed towards a mound, and as I followed his gesture, I gasped in horror. How could he choose such a location? Among all the graves, he opted to desecrate the one with such potent malevolence. He truly seemed to seek his own demise. I estimated there were about 13 graves in this cemetery. The tombstones numbered around 13. The mounds were later added, with a few obscured from view due to poor lighting. 2 of the mounds belonged to a couple, while the rest were lavish single plots. 1 particularly large grave caught my attention, situated in a damp area where the earth was saturated, foul, and ripe for decay, ideal for nurturing corpses. Moreover, it met the criteria for a cursed location, being in a deep pit that never saw sunlight, which would intensify the negative energy, making it exceedingly oppressive. Such a placement would not only harm the deceased but also lead to foolishness among their descendants, commonly described as being a bit slow. What kind of enmity had the occupant of this grave incurred to be interred in such a sinister spot? I approached the grave, illuminating it with my phone's flashlight, revealing a distinct mark left behind by the man during his act of desecration. Although 2 days had passed, the impression remained vividly clear. I sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, and I had an inkling that the man was withholding the truth from me. My intuition had rarely failed before, and I suspected this time would be no different. Fortune smiled upon you that your family was home while you cooked. Otherwise, you might have truly mutilated yourself. I mused softly, but received no reply from the man. Turning around, I was startled to find him missing. Where had he gone? In such an environment, he would not have wandered off easily. Yet he had inexplicably vanished. An ominous feeling washed over me. I searched frantically and eventually found him crouched before a tombstone, chiseling inscriptions into the stone with a chisel in his right hand. Squinting to see what he was carving, I was taken aback by the glaring words. Wang Nan's grave. Was he attempting to inscribe his own epitaph? This was unacceptable. Stop this at once. Do you realize what you are doing? Snap out of it, however. The man seemed to possess no ears, as he not only continued to etch inscriptions, but also quickened his pace. By heavens, he must be possessed. Without hesitation, I affixed a talisman to his forehead, and he finally regained his senses. What am I doing? You must inscribe the epitaph for me, I replied with irritation. I noticed that the gravestone appeared quite new, and the mound looked as though it had been recently heaped. An inexplicable aura of eeriness emanated from the grave, as if the refuse within the cemetery had anticipated my arrival today, preparing a burial site for me in advance. Suddenly, I heard a peculiar noise. While I was pondering this, I was startled to see the man unwrapping the bandage from his left hand, ravenously gnawing at his own flesh. Delicious, absolutely delectable. As he devoured his own blood and meat, he enthusiastically praised the taste, and astonishingly, his utterance manifested in 7 or 8 distinct voices, some youthful, some elderly, and others from the prime of life. I realized this was a matter of great gravity. Far exceeding my expectations, this man, due to a mere misstep, had unwittingly allowed 8 malevolent spirits to possess him simultaneously. No matter what I attempted, I could not rouse him from this state. I could only watch helplessly as he continued to consume his own flesh. What could be done? The ground was now stained with his blood, and if I did not act swiftly, he would surely perish within this cursed circle. If the police were to witness such a scene, I would find myself at a loss for words. Surely, I could not claim he had been possessed by spirits, only to gnaw at himself like this. Just as despair began to settle in, a rather crude yet effective idea struck me. I had no choice but to give it a try. Please do not fault me. I loosened my belt and unleashed a stream of youthful urine upon the man. Hiss, 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 ah, ah. Black smoke billowed from his body, accompanied by a cacophony of hissing and countless wails. It appeared this method was indeed effective. Before the stream had fully ceased, the man regained his wits, gazing at his bloodied arm, and began to weep bitterly. What sin have I committed to encounter such a fate? I bent down to collect the scattered bandages, carefully bandaging his wounded arm, and then helped him into the vehicle. With one foot firmly pressed on the accelerator, we departed from this perilous place. Tio thoroughly resolved the issues here. I needed to devise a comprehensive strategy. Lingering would only exacerbate the situation, particularly as the man remained in a state of possession, significantly hindering my progress. I planned to return alone the following day to confront the foul entities that resided here. Chapter 76. The Convergence of All Things, the Divine Reversal for Safety's Sake. I did not take the man back to his home but instead brought him to my grandfather's house. With my grandfather by his side, no malevolent entity could stir up trouble. Afterwards, I drove to the city, wandered through a mall, purchased numerous items, and then went to the cinema to watch a film. It was not a sudden urge to indulge. Rather, having just emerged from a place steeped in malevolence, I could not return home directly, as this would greatly increase the chances of bringing back unclean energies that could disrupt the harmony of my household. After exiting the cemetery, I suggested it prudent to stroll in populous areas to effectively dispel the lingering malefic aura. The Yin energy is particularly fearful of Yang, especially in crowded places where the collective vitality can form a powerful aura, banishing the malevolent forces. After completing these activities, I felt the oppressive energy had been mostly dissipated before I finally returned home. Upon entering, my grandfather called me, and upon answering, I heard his familiar voice. "You little rascal, off to cleanse yourself in a crowd, and you thought to leave your grandfather out of it. What manner of creature have you sent me? One moment he's weeping, the next he's laughing. I feel as if I'm playing both father and mother, nearly breaking my old bones in the process." Hearing my grandfather's words brought me immense relief. Thankfully, I had the wit to take the man to him. Otherwise, I would have been the one playing both roles. After offering my grandfather a few words of comfort, I hastily ended the call, returned home, and began to wash up. Changing into a fresh outfit, I discarded the clothes I had worn to the cemetery into the washing machine, as this would effectively eliminate any lingering negativity. In the kitchen, I mixed some salt and rice in a bowl and scattered this mixture outside the door to remove any residual ill fortune. I then began to contemplate the events of the next day. After considerable thought, 2 plans formed in my mind. The first, the reason the malevolent spirit clung to the man was significantly related to the geographical positioning of the grave. Those interred in such a location are prone to becoming vengeful spirits, harboring a desire for retribution against the living. If I could alter its orientation, providing the deceased with a more comfortable resting place, this issue might be resolved. Of course, this would require the cooperation of the spirit. If it were uncooperative, I would need to resort to more forceful measures. The second plan involved preparing various talismans: jade, peachwood swords, dog teeth, tortoiseshell, made from the blood of the hawksbill turtle. Equally esteemed is jade, historically worn by affluent families as a protective charm, a rooster, a soul-locking net, a soul-calling banner, and half a sack of glutinous rice. I would not detail the smaller items here. Once everything was prepared, I returned to my room and opened my computer, only to find numerous messages on the forum, each detailing various degrees of troublesome ailments. I calculated roughly that, based on the current inquiries, my services would be queued for 3 months. After responding to each one, I turned off the lights and went to bed. The following midday, I stepped out into the blazing sun and made my way back to the cemetery. The reason I chose to venture out under the scorching sun was deliberate. At this time, the spirits would be too fearful to show themselves, as they would be scorched by the intense light, and in severe cases, would be reduced to ashes. I approached the grave mound, withdrew the peachwood sword, and plunged it firmly into the center of the mound. I was certain that the deceased had been interred facing west, with their feet pointing east, for the position of my sword aligned precisely with their head. In the dead of night, when one feels fear, it is possible that a pair of eyes are watching you. In a typical household, after a family member passes, the living will position the deceased with their head facing east and feet facing west, a mark of respect and an offering of blessings for the departed to journey to the western paradise. The east is revered, as the sun rises from that direction, nourishing all life. Thus, it is esteemed as the foremost position, while the west is deemed the realm of ultimate bliss, a place devoid of suffering. However, the occupant of this grave must have offended someone in life, as they were not laid to rest according to the customary orientation, ensuring they could never reach the paradise but instead face endless torment. After thrusting the peachwood sword into the grave, a distinct crack appeared in the mound, clearly indicating that my strike had struck at the very heart of the malevolent presence within. Nevertheless, I did not cease my actions. I intended to demonstrate my power to the entities inside, for without such a display, they would not comprehend the extent of my might, and without instilling fear, negotiations would be impossible. I donned the dog teeth and jade upon my chest. With these talismans at my side, the malevolent spirits would be deterred from acting rashly. After completing these preparations, I scattered half a sack of glutinous rice around the entire grave mound, ensuring the remaining rice was similarly distributed around the 12 other graves, thus preventing any other spirits from participating in this affair. Once these tasks were accomplished, I returned home and awaited the arrival of nightfall. At 7 o'clock, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I went to my grandfather's house, retrieving the man and bringing him back to the cemetery to commence the next phase of my plan. As I approached the grave, I spotted an old man clad in a burial outfit seated upon the mound where I had planted the peachwood sword, puffing on a pipe with an expression of grave concern. Excellent, the old spirit has indeed emerged. I strode confidently before the malevolent entity, sat upon the ground, and readied the rooster for bloodletting. Young man, do not be too impetuous. This is a family matter, and I ask that you do not meddle. If you truly wish to involve yourself, how about you assist me in leveling the other 12 graves? The first words the spirit uttered left me momentarily bewildered. It claimed this was a family matter? Could it be that my male client had some connection to this malevolent presence? Indeed, the one who sent you to deal with me is my son. It is he who has denied me peace even in death. What? This statement has left me somewhat bewildered. If the words of the deceased hold true, this revelation would completely upend my worldview. I had assumed that the vile contents within this grave were the most sinister entities. But unexpectedly, it is the client before me who embodies the true malevolence. What sort of treacherous heart does this man possess that he would show such blatant disrespect to the deceased? After all, this departed soul is his own father. Chapter 77. Pacifying resentment, untangling fate. To speak candidly, I have never encountered a situation quite like this. I quickly turned my gaze to scrutinize the client's features, leading to an unexpected discovery. His visage, while seemingly ordinary, revealed no overtly discernible traits. Without meticulous observation, one would find nothing amiss. My revelation came upon noticing an inconspicuous mole positioned just behind his left ear, precisely at the midpoint of the ear's base. This placement is notably peculiar. A mole in the center of the left ear signifies a propensity for treachery and gullibility, often leading one astray. Familial counsel bears little effect, often breeding disdain instead. Such a person is unlikely to exhibit filial piety. Individuals marked by such features are more prone to become unfilial offspring. Despite the mole's presence at the center of the man's ear, its subtlety suggests he is not excessively disobedient, which is why it had failed to capture my attention. Your father is present here today. It is imperative to clarify matters. Should you attempt to conceal the truth, I cannot assist you. Upon realizing his predicament, the man faltered, at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was the elder who spoke, revealing he had two sons, the one before me being the elder. The younger son, born with inherent deficiencies, struggles to care for himself, as his mother passed away a decade prior, leaving him as the sole elder in the household. Thus, before his passing, he grappled with the distribution of his estate. The elder son, fully capable and having established his own family, did not worry the elder much. However, his heart was heavy for the younger son, who, unable to fend for himself, would surely face exploitation after his demise. Consequently, the elder displayed a clear bias in favor of the younger son during the estate's division. This decision incited considerable resentment from the elder son, since the elder's illness rendered him incapable of self-care. It was the elder son who attended to him tirelessly, while the younger remained absent. Though the elder son's utter disbelief, his father still favored the younger son in the estate's distribution. Thus, he devised a malicious scheme. Believing that if he could not find peace, neither should his father, he summoned a local geomancer to select an ill-fated burial site for the elder, ensuring the burial deviated from convention, thereby denying the elder even a moment's rest in death. As time passed, the man's ire remained unquenched, leading him to frequent his father's grave in the dead of night, employing various despicable means to torment the deceased. Just 2 nights ago, while urinating on his father's grave, he provoked the ire of 12 other departed souls who had long endured his transgressions. Finally, they rose to defend the elder, but in their fervor, they inadvertently maimed one of the man's hands, causing the elder great sorrow and prompting him to intervene. In the elder's words, he had failed to distribute his affections evenly, thus justifying the elder son's grievances. The elder accepted that the suffering was his own to bear, and he could not lay blame on his son. Filial piety is paramount. However, the elder's intervention proved ineffective, inciting even greater outrage among the other spirits. They deemed the elder's moral compass flawed and unanimously resolved to make the elder son experience the agony his father endured before they would relent. Thus, when I first accompanied the man to the burial site, we encountered 7 or 8 vengeful spirits seeking to possess him. Had I not intervened in time, the man would have met his demise that very night. My father always said that humanity is the cruelest existence in this world, and it seems he spoke true. Some individuals exhibit cruelty that far surpasses that of spirits. I observed the man with his head bowed, unable to meet the elder's gaze, and I understood then that the elder's words were not without merit. Moreover, the elder had spoken with great tact. The elder son's actions must have been even more egregious than described. I bent down to gather the items I had arranged on the elder's grave and bowed thrice in apology. Elder, entrust your matters to me. I shall select a prime burial site for you, ensuring you shall suffer no further torment. Since this encounter was fated, assisting the elder also serves as my own redemption. As for the remaining 12 graves, I cannot turn a blind eye. Should they choose to cease their hostilities and spare the man, I would grant them clemency. However, should they persist in their folly, they must not expect my forbearance. Master, these are suffering souls. Please do not disturb them further. Consider it my humble request. Given the elder's entreaty, I felt it unwise to press further. Fortunately, upon learning that the elder could find peace, the remaining 12 spirits rejoiced, their animosity toward the man dissipating entirely. The man, too, felt overwhelming shame for his actions, sincerely apologizing to his father, thereby resolving their conflict. Master, the location of my burial matters little. My primary concern lies with my 2 sons. Would you be so kind as to look after them? I understood the elder's true intent. He no longer cared for the injustices he had suffered in life. He merely wished for assistance for his 2 sons. I readily agreed, recognizing the request was not unreasonable. Sometimes, issues that plague one for a lifetime may find resolution through a single utterance from a geomancer. The elder, wise and seasoned, recognized the geomancer's abilities, hence his request. I, too, grasped the elder's true concern, which ultimately lay with the younger son. who lacked self-sufficiency and possessed diminished intellect. I accompanied the man to meet his brother, discovering him nestled in bed, the blanket rising and falling rhythmically as he engaged in unspeakable activities, and at a most opportune pace I approached the bedside and gazed upon his countenance, exhaling a breath of relief. Overall, his features were not overly unfavorable. With the right methods, he had a significant chance of becoming a normal individual. Observing his palm lines further heightened my optimism, filling me with excitement. During my time accompanying my father in the mountains, I often witnessed him alter destinies for others, yet had never undertaken such a task myself, which inevitably stirred a touch of anxiety within me. Though I was aware of the considerable risks inherent in altering another's fate, I felt compelled to attempt it, as such opportunities are rare. Should I succeed, I would accomplish a profoundly meritorious act. Conversely, should I fail, the repercussions could be dire, potentially resulting in the man's fate becoming entwined with my own, thus birthing yet another individual incapable of self-care and lacking intelligence in this world. Chapter 78. Restoring Cognizance. Relocating the grave, the man's brother bore ears lower than his eyes, a sunken nose, and a wide-set gaze. Typically, individuals with such features lack mental agility. If a person's ears do not rise above their eyes, it is likely that they lack sufficient intellect. What others resolve with ease may leave them perplexed for an eternity. In school, they often performed poorly, frequently dozing off and failing to submit assignments on time. At work, they are indecisive followers, mimicking others without performing adequately, rendering them the subject of mockery. A low-nosed bridge suggests a lack of assertiveness, feeble initiative, and a tendency to evade difficulties. Such individuals often retreat in the face of adversity. Interacting with such people can be quite taxing. They are ill-suited for entrepreneurship, as they are quick to abandon efforts when faced with challenges, causing any invested resources to go to waste. Moreover, they may dissuade others from persevering, extinguishing the motivation of those who strive to succeed. Wide-set eyes indicate a simple-mindedness. Such individuals approach life with a straightforward perspective, often overlooking complexities. They tend to possess a generous spirit and do not dwell on injustices, living carefree and unburdened. Although their demeanor may appear carefree, to outsiders, they often seem somewhat foolish, as they are frequently taken advantage of, indicating a lack of mental acuity. I assert that this individual possesses the potential for fate alteration for a reason. His mouth is agape, with the corners uplifted, and his nostrils slightly exposed, coupled with a prominent nose, characteristics indicative of a simpleton's good fortune. While he may lack wisdom, he is not doomed to hardship or starvation. Often receiving assistance from benefactors, facial features analysis holds significant accuracy. Observe how this individual, without the need for cunning, has acquired a substantial inheritance. This exemplifies the blessings afforded to the simple-minded. Let us first delve into a detailed analysis of the facial features characterized by an open mouth and upward curving lips. Individuals exhibiting such traits often maintain a slightly ajar mouth even in silence, with the corners of their lips subtly raised. Typically, those with this facial morphology possess a simplicity of spirit, lacking cunning or deceit. Their thoughts tend to be uncomplicated, refraining from scheming against others, which often renders them vulnerable to exploitation and minor injustices. However, they remain unfazed by trivial losses. They are forgiving and capable of empathizing with those who have wronged them. Consequently, they tend to cultivate admirable social connections, as the adage suggests, no friendship without conflict. Such individuals, often referred to as fools, enjoy serendipitous fortunes throughout their lives, frequently receiving assistance from benefactors, many of whom may have initially taken advantage of them. In a professional context, they are likely to garner admiration from supervisors and colleagues alike, as well as the respect of their subordinates. Next, let us consider individuals with slightly protruding nostrils and prominent noses. In the realm of physiognomy, it is believed that those with outwardly visible nostrils are prone to financial loss. However, if the nostrils are only subtly exposed and accompanied by a robust nose, characterized by wide nostrils and a substantial build, it is perceived that such individuals possess a fortunate disposition. While they may be more susceptible to fiscal leakage, their generous nature and understanding of the dialectics of gain and loss often lead them to ultimately achieve considerable wealth or extraordinary success in their careers. In light of the aforementioned characteristics, I am confident that, with the right approach, the younger brother of the man in question can not only restore his cognitive faculties but also embark on a promising career path. To transform an individual's intelligence, one must first enrich their understanding. This enrichment must commence with cultural engagement. By fostering independent thought and a diligent research mindset, significant progress can be achieved within 2 years. I initiated this transformation by placing a 9-tiered Wunchang pagoda, crafted from symbolic paper and designed to be stable, on his desk. The Wunchang star, associated with the number 4, combined with the number 9, forms a propitious numerical pairing in Feng Shui, thus directly enhancing the power of Wunchang. This pagoda can also be procured from various Feng Shui specialty shops. Additionally, I positioned a pot of bamboo in the southwest corner of his wardrobe. As bamboo symbolizes scholarship and serves to invigorate the Wunchang star, thereby bolstering academic prospects while also beautifying the living space, I also rearranged the orientation of his bed, which aids in memory retention. Should there be children in the household or if they are in the process of conception, such adjustments can yield noticeable results. For families with sons, the head of the bed should face southwest, while for daughters, it can be directed due west or positioned in the southwest or west to enhance the Wunchang star and improve memory. Furthermore, the arrangement of writing instruments can also influence Feng Shui. If there is a pen holder, it is advisable to place 4 brushes, preferably made of goat hair, inside it and position it in the west or southwest. This is due to the historical significance of goat hair brushes as representations of Wunchang. Promoting academic success, I presented the younger brother with a Wunchang fish pendant, instructing him to wear it diligently, as it is believed to significantly enhance knowledge and understanding. After implementing these changes, a remarkable transformation occurred. Upon rising from his bed and surveying his untidy room, he appeared somewhat distraught, exclaiming, "My room is worse than a pigsty." His brother, witnessing this newfound lucidity, was elated, and the two embraced tightly. After tidying the room, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to me, particularly the younger brother, who recalled with guilt how, prior to their father's passing, he had received the majority of the inheritance. This prompted the brothers to reassess the inheritance and divide it equally, alleviating the elder brother's burdens and restoring the younger brother to a state of normalcy. As long as the feng shui of their home remains unchanged, I assure them of a life free from want. In the spirit of good deeds, I resolved to relocate the elder's grave to a more suitable location, a proposition the brothers readily embraced, expressing their willingness to cover all associated costs. I chuckled softly, realizing that this trip might not yield any financial gain. As long as they could reimburse all expenses, I would be content. Upon returning to the burial site, I contemplated the various grave mounds and realized that none appeared to possess auspicious feng shui. This indicated that to bring peace to the elder's spirit, a new location must be sought. In the realm of feng shui, there exists a significant principle. Regarding our fortunes, the feng shui of the living space accounts for 1/3, while that of the burial site accounts for 2/3. This underscores the profound influence of grave feng shui, necessitating careful consideration when selecting a burial site. The grave should be established in a location where vital energy converges, thereby blessing future generations. For families like the elder's, ensuring continual safety for descendants often requires more than ordinary feng shui. The ideal site for a grave should be in a picturesque area, characterized by mountains and water, with the elevation being favorable. If the elder's remains could be relocated here, they would undoubtedly find peace, and descendants would reap the benefits of this auspicious feng shui. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains and embrace the waters, which encapsulates the ideal environment for a burial site. Mountains symbolize family lineage, while water signifies wealth. Thus, choosing a mountain can bolster future prosperity, while selecting a water source can enhance financial influx. I identified a potential site along a riverbank, an elevated area rich in flora and fauna, boasting stunning scenery. If the elder's remains could be interred here, it would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Stone represents the bones of the mountain, while water signifies its lifeblood. A wise individual does not fret, while a knowledgeable one delights in water. The well-known Fenghuang Mountain Cemetery is situated along the Chongping Dragon Vein. With streams flowing through, akin to veins nourishing the area, water is the source of life. Mountains without water lack vitality. Thus, the tenets of feng shui state: seek not a site without water. It is evident that the principles of family lineage and wealth are the most succinct and poignant summaries for evaluating burial sites. Those who emphasize the flow of energy in feng shui prioritize the convergence of winds and energies, asserting that water is paramount, while wind is secondary. Larger bodies of water yield thicker energy, and consequently, greater wealth. I directed the brothers to the chosen area, urging them to commence their efforts. Within 2 hours, A properly constructed grave pit had been excavated. I inspected the moisture content and color of the soil and nodded in satisfaction. The soil was moist yet not overly saturated. When grasped, it held together without disintegrating. This type of soil is rare and highly sought after. The color is deep and fragrant, and when blown upon, it does not disperse in the wind. The mounds constructed from this earth require no diligent upkeep from future generations to maintain their original appearance, as they are not prone to collapse or varying degrees of damage. Were it not for my youth, with decades still ahead of me, this prime location would undoubtedly be reserved for myself. My only elderly grandfather at home likely will not need it in the near future. Frankly, it is rather unfortunate to relinquish such a Feng Shui treasure to others. Following the traditional rites for relocating a grave, I placed the elder's coffin into the burial pit, covered it with earth, and after exchanging a few words with the two brothers, I was about to leave when they called me back. They offered me 30,000 yuan as compensation, hoping I would not find it insufficient. I firmly declined, not out of foolishness or abundance of funds, but simply because that sum was far too meager in the market. Selecting a prime Feng Shui site would start at no less than 500,000, and if one were to find a true dragon vein, the price would soar to unimaginable heights. Take this money for now. Contact me again in 2 years. My intent was clear, and the men instantly recognized that their offer was inadequate. The reason I suggested they reach out to me in 2 years was deliberate. With the elder interred in such an exquisite location, I could assure the brothers that within 2 years, their assets would start at $1 million. The brothers were honorable men, and when they reached out in 2 years, they would surely reward me handsomely. There exists a commonality between practitioners of Yin-Yang and carpenters of yore. Neither fears the prospect of unpaid wages, for both professions possess the ability to bring dire consequences upon those who cross them. Those of a certain age have likely witnessed the methods employed by these two trades, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. As anticipated, the brothers did indeed contact me 2 years later, presenting me with 1 million yuan as remuneration. They had established a foreign trade company, each now worth over 10 million. However, that is a tale for another time. Upon returning home, I opened the forum and perused the messages left by clients, selecting one particularly urgent and intriguing supernatural incident, a case of a female ghost seeking vengeance, Chapter 80, encountering a massacre. Welcoming a new client, I dialed the contact number provided by the client and learned the full story, which infuriated me. The caller was a young man, his voice betraying his youth. He recounted how, a few days prior, his wife had gone into labor at the hospital, but his mother adamantly refused to allow the use of anesthesia. She insisted that in her time, childbirth was never accompanied by such measures. Claiming that it would impair the child's intellect, however, the expectant mother was clearly in a state of distress that necessitated a cesarean section to safely deliver the child. Without anesthesia, the mother would surely be unable to endure the agony. Yet, the mother-in-law, with her archaic mindset, remained obstinate, unmoved by the doctor's repeated pleas. She declared that childbirth was a woman's duty, and enduring pain was to be expected. Using anesthesia would not only harm the child but also incur unnecessary expenses, which they could ill afford. At this point, I felt compelled to chastise the man on the other end of the line. How could he, as a husband, stand idly by while his cruel mother acted with such disregard for his wife? Lacking any backbone, eventually, the expectant mother was wheeled into the operating room. The lead surgeon, unable to bear witnessing her suffering, took it upon himself to pay for the anesthesia out of his own pocket before commencing the surgery. Initially, the operation proceeded smoothly, but due to the prolonged delay, the mother began to hemorrhage profusely. At this critical juncture, the surgeon informed the family of the dire situation and the need for a blood transfusion. As the man prepared to pay for the procedure once again, his mother intervened. "Why is there so much fuss over childbirth? I believe this woman has been spoiled by you. In our time, blood transfusions were unheard of. Do not spend that money." The mother chastised her son severely, and the anxious, spineless man fell silent, standing like a statue, waiting for a miracle. Alas, within half an hour, the dreadful news arrived. The mother had succumbed due to exhaustion and excessive bleeding. Thankfully, the child survived, but the mother departed this world forever. Upon hearing that the child was born safely, the mother-in-law expressed her delight, completely disregarding her daughter-in-law's fate, even suggesting that her son marry again. My blood boiled with rage. Such a heartless individual does not deserve my assistance. To my astonishment, the man became increasingly convinced of his mother's reasoning, asserting that his wife's tragic fate was simply predestined, stating that what is meant to be cannot be altered. However, the deceased wife now haunted him daily, preventing him from finding peace, and had transformed into a vengeful spirit, demanding that his entire family accompany her in death. This was a clear recipe for disaster, and the newborn child was also within the ghost's scope of vengeance, as I put it, deservedly so. It was entirely fitting. Were I in the shoes of that mother, I would have taken matters into my own hands long ago, ensuring that the man and his family would not have survived to this day. Sir, I understand your situation, but it is quite severe. I cannot assist you. Please seek help elsewhere. Without waiting for a response, I decisively ended the call. For individuals like him, even if offered mountains of gold, I would resolutely refrain from lending my aid. One reaps what one sows. Good and evil exist in a cycle, and if this family were truly to face the wrath of the vengeful spirit, they would not merit my sympathy. To entertain the notion that I might intervene would only tarnish my own moral standing. I believe that this matter would conclude here, yet unexpectedly, it would require my personal involvement, but that is a story for another time. Continuing to sift through the forum's messages, I stumbled upon another inquiry. Master, I am a university student, and recently I have been followed by a mysterious entity, which has left me feeling quite uneasy. I suspect I may be encountering something unclean. Could you assist me? My family is affluent, and money is no object if you can resolve my issue. I have a fondness for clients like this student, as they tend to be more genuine and straightforward, devoid of convoluted nuances. Thus, I promptly returned the call. After gathering the necessary details, I concluded that he was merely plagued by an ordinary malevolent spirit. Many students have encountered such experiences without realizing it. During our school years, we all have had moments where we felt as though unseen eyes were watching us. The moment we turned to look, that sensation inexplicably vanished. This feeling intensifies, particularly when showering or washing one's hair with eyes closed, often causing a racing heart and a profound sense of insecurity, accompanied by fears of impending danger. For instance, while washing one's hair, one might dread a hand reaching from behind to drag them under the water. Or while showering, one might fear unseen entities lurking above, ready to strike. In my youth, I experienced such occurrences. While bathing with my eyes closed, I often felt the presence of another entity in the bathroom. Yet upon inspection, I discovered nothing unusual. Suddenly glancing up, I would see a blood-soaked, vengeful spirit hanging from the ceiling. That spirit would cackle maniacally at me. Had I not possessed certain innate abilities, I would have been profoundly terrified. This self-proclaimed affluent student must also be facing similar predicaments, but resolving this issue would not require much effort. Merely expelling the malevolent entity would suffice, in essence. It was a lucrative endeavor. After arranging a meeting time and place with the student, I ended the call. The following afternoon, I arrived punctually at the school entrance, where I met the client. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed, "Wow, you're so young. You're not a fraud, are you?" What can I say? Students tend to be direct, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. While this trait may not be viewed favorably by others, I find it to be quite advantageous. Many clients conceal their true intentions, leaving you to decipher their thoughts, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. The previous man who urinated on a grave was a prime example. He initially claimed the mound belonged to his father, which would have altered my approach significantly. Upon observing this student's features, I formed a preliminary assessment. His long, narrow eyebrows, vacant gaze, low-set ears, elongated nose, and small mouth indicated a lack of academic aptitude. He would need to exert far greater effort than his peers to achieve any measure of success in his studies. As you ponder this, consider the friends around you or examine your own features. Do you exhibit any of the aforementioned traits? Reflect on this method of physiognomy. Is it accurate? Chapter 81. Haunted by a ghost, encountering a tycoon. If a person's eyebrows are long and narrow, it suggests a lack of determination in their endeavors, resulting in limited learning capabilities as their focus is not on their studies. Consequently, their academic performance will not be particularly remarkable, and they will find little interest in books, yet excel in playful pursuits. It is observed that friends with notably long eyebrows often exhibit relatively weaker learning abilities, and their attention tends to waver during the learning process. For those who may doubt this observation, a careful examination of one's acquaintances will reveal the truth. A wandering gaze, marked by a lack of focus, indicates that an individual may struggle with concentration, resulting in sluggish responses when addressing tasks. Consequently, the learning capacity of such individuals is predictably limited. Therefore, if one notices that their child frequently displays a distracted gaze, it is imperative to intervene promptly to prevent their development from veering off course. Regarding the positioning of the ears, it is generally challenging for individuals to pay attention to this aspect, particularly in females who tend to conceal their ears beneath their hair, making it difficult to ascertain their ear placement. Those with lower set ears often approach tasks with trepidation, hesitating when faced with challenges. Such individuals are unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments in their academic pursuits or careers. As the adage suggests, one should cultivate the habit of asking questions without shame. Those who hesitate to inquire when confronted with difficulties will forever remain in a state of partial understanding. As for individuals with elongated noses, there exists a belief that they may appear astute at first glance. However, it becomes apparent that they struggle with learning. When they engage in study, their mental acuity diminishes, and they tend to overthink when faced with problems. Thus, those with long noses may not be well suited for academic endeavors, potentially missing out on numerous opportunities for advancement. Nevertheless, such individuals possess numerous strengths. When not engaged in learning, their minds are vibrant and filled with ideas, often positioning them as leaders among their peers. A person with a small mouth is typically perceived as having a timid disposition, which may inhibit their ability to showcase their learning potential, leading others to wrongly assume they lack competence. Additionally, they may exhibit a tendency to rely heavily on those around them, making it difficult for them to thrive independently. However, in professional settings, they often demonstrate meticulousness and caution, proving to be highly capable workers who are adept at avoiding pitfalls. A student's pallor, which may appear as a darkened complexion, is not necessarily indicative of their natural skin tone, but rather a sign of negative energies affecting them. During the day, malevolent spirits are often subdued. Yet as night falls, they may become more active. This phenomenon can frequently be observed in everyday life. For instance, an individual who usually does not appear dark may suddenly exhibit an unclean visage, reminiscent of neglect. Such a condition may suggest they have attracted unwanted attention from malevolent forces. It is essential not to overly distress oneself regarding such occurrences, as they may sometimes correlate with physical health. Individuals afflicted by negative energies often share a commonality: persistent misfortune. If one experiences a prolonged period of poor luck accompanied by a darkened complexion, it is crucial to reflect on recent actions to determine if they have inadvertently provoked negative entities. Upon questioning a student, I inquired whether they had visited any peculiar places or offended anyone recently. After some contemplation, the student recounted an outing to a haunted house with classmates, after which they began experiencing various discomforts. When I suggested they might have taken something they should not have, the student regarded me with newfound respect, as my deduction proved accurate. During their visit to the haunted house, the student had taken a keen interest in a small spirit holding a fortune-telling stick, ultimately bringing one home with them. The sturdy container, however, remained behind. This indicated that the issue likely stemmed from the stick itself. Many individuals have explored haunted houses, particularly in southern regions where the NPCs often portray real people, and incidents are relatively rare. In contrast, northern haunted houses frequently utilize props and immersive lighting effects to create an atmosphere of terror, inducing feelings of dread among visitors. Such establishments warrant caution, as sometimes the frightening sights encountered within may not be mere illusions, but rather genuine apparitions. A friend of mine once experienced a similar encounter while visiting a haunted house, where he noticed an elderly figure beckoning him with an unsettling expression. At the time, he dismissed it as a mere prop. However, upon returning home and discussing their experiences, it became evident that no one else had witnessed the peculiar old man. This revelation left my friend and his companions deeply unsettled. Subsequently, my friend fell ill with a persistent fever, resistant to treatment. Upon learning of the situation, his father deduced that an unclean entity had followed him home from the haunted house. After considerable effort, his father managed to expel the spirit, thereby safeguarding my friend's well-being. The student before me appeared to have encountered a similar predicament, as he had seen the spirit holding the fortune-telling stick, likely an authentic ghost visible only to him. After hearing the full account, I felt more confident in addressing the issue. Now, we awaited the onset of night to confront the entity. Typically, such spirits do not pose significant threats, as the more formidable malevolent spirits tend to thrive among the living rather than hiding in confined spaces. These lesser spirits often seek refuge in secluded areas, targeting individuals with lower vitality to enhance their own malevolence. I instructed the student to request a half-day leave from school, and we prepared to wait for nightfall. The anticipation was palpable as we visited an arcade, where I confirmed the student's claims of wealth. He exhibited an extravagant spending style, establishing him as quite the affluent individual. It seemed this endeavor was indeed a lucrative venture. Chapter 82. Standing someone up, encountering a child spirit. The student resided alone in his dormitory, as two roommates had not returned for a fortnight due to personal matters. Each night, disembodied voices echoed within the dorm, chillingly reminiscent of whispers directly in the student's ear. Initially, the sensation was not particularly intense, leading the student to dismiss it as fatigue-induced hallucinations. However, an encounter during a late-night trip to the restroom brought the unsettling reality to light. At 1 in the morning, the communal restroom was deserted. Yet a shadow loomed ominously beneath the dim lighting. Summoning his courage, the student approached, only to discover a young man clad in a burial shroud. The figure possessed disheveled hair, a menacing glare, and an ashen complexion, exuding an unbearable stench. Alarmingly, he cast no shadow. Realizing he had encountered a supernatural being, the student was overwhelmed with terror, fleeing to his dormitory in a panic, concealing himself under his covers. Yet, the malevolent presence was not inclined to release its grip. It settled upon his bed, relentlessly pounding on the student's covers. With each thud, the student was gripped by fear, dreading the prospect of not surviving the night. Suddenly, the relentless banging ceased, leading him to believe the spirit had departed. Just as he exhaled in relief, he discovered the apparition had materialized within his bedding, adorned with a disturbingly eerie smile. The student screamed, losing consciousness, and when he awoke, it was the following afternoon, confined to the school's infirmary. Since that incident, the spirit had persistently haunted him. Through recollection, the student realized this was the same entity encountered in the haunted house. As night descended, I instructed the student to rest on a different bed while I occupied his. Eager to confront this audacious spirit, at 1:30, I felt the unmistakable sensation of something striking my covers. Confirming the spirit's return, I swiftly threw back the blankets and leaped out of bed, declaring, "You audacious specter, surrender at once." Upon realizing it had targeted the wrong person, the spirit panicked. It quickly recognized my formidable presence, understanding I was no ordinary individual. However, I had previously affixed talismans to the doors and windows, ensuring that spirits could enter but not escape. I was determined to capture this malevolent entity. I cast a soul-binding net, ensnaring the spirit within its confines, eliciting its anguished cries. The net clung tightly to the spirit, emitting a dense black aura that crackled ominously. It would not be long before the spirit was reduced to ashes. "Master, spare my life, please. I am willing to serve as an informant," the spirit pleaded. "Is it going to be an undercover agent? Quite intriguing." I retracted the soul-locking net and inquired, "How do you intend to carry out this undercover operation?" "There are many of my friends in that haunted house, and they continue to harm others. As long as the master spares me, I am willing to take on this role, allowing you to capture them all. This is what one might call a pig teammate, isn't it? In order to save my own life, I betray my friends. However, upon reflection, this plan seems quite feasible. If I can eradicate all the malevolent entities in the haunted house, I could also accumulate a considerable amount of virtuous merit. Yet, if this ghost plays tricks on me and escapes as soon as it steps out, the situation could become quite troublesome. For safety's sake, I bit my index finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the ghost's right cheek. Should it dare to play tricks, this single drop of blood could cost it its life. The blood of a yin-yang master is quite effective. If applied to a ghost's forehead, ordinary spirits would be sent into a state of panic. The reason I chose to apply it to its cheek is largely due to my concern that it may not withstand the potency of my yang blood. By this time tomorrow, summon all your companions here. I can grant you the opportunity for rebirth. If I do not see you by this time tomorrow, do not blame me for being ruthless." I peeled off all the talismans from the doors and windows, releasing the ghost. "Master, why did you let it go?" The student looked at my actions in astonishment, and I explained the situation to him. "Master, you're negotiating with a ghost. I find that quite laughable." This statement unsettled me. Humans possess both good and evil, and surely ghosts must be the same. What if this ghost is indeed trustworthy? As night fell the following day, The ghost did not appear as expected. I waited until 2 in the morning. Yet not a single ghostly figure materialized. Master, seems you've miscalculated, the student remarked, his youthful voice carrying a strong and sarcastic undertone. I chose not to respond, standing atop the platform, gazing at the campus square, which felt distinctly different today. The square featured a soccer field adjacent to an amusement park, and my attention was drawn to a swing that swayed rhythmically, seemingly of its own accord, rising higher and higher, as if something were playing on it. Despite rubbing my eyes several times, I found nothing amiss. Logically, as a yin-yang master, I should be able to see the malevolent entities, yet today was an exception. I was certain that the swing was not normal. However, there was no evidence to substantiate this assumption. Did you see that swing? I asked, prompting the student to turn and gaze in its direction. His mouth forming a na shape in disbelief, he pulled out his phone and began recording a short video, capturing an exceedingly eerie scene that would soon circulate wildly within the school, garnering significant attention from the authorities. Some students shared the video and images online, leading many to become aware of the supernatural occurrences within the school. Many of you might have heard of this incident. For those who haven't, feel free to search for it, but a friendly reminder: avoid watching the short videos, just look at the images instead. In an effort to prevent panic, the school employed strict measures to suppress the incident, forbidding students from disclosing information about it. Anyone caught doing so would face immediate expulsion. Naturally, that would come later. I approached the swing, fixated on it, yet still found no clues. Could it be that it was not a malevolent entity? Was it merely the wind's strength? I questioned this in my mind, but quickly dismissed it. Though I could not discern anything unusual about the swing, I could hear the sound of a child giggling. The voice seemed to belong to a 7- or 8-year-old child, and I deduced that this child must be present on the swing. You bold little imp, reveal your true form at once. Without hesitation, I hurled the soul-locking net over the swing, and the scene was immediately engulfed in smoke, accompanied by an unpleasant stench of decay that invaded my nostrils. To my astonishment, it was yet another infant spirit. Chapter 83. Misplaced Rebirth. Ascending to paradise. Infant spirits dwell within the realm of yin and yang. They are neither ghosts nor humans. They must linger in this state until their originally allotted lifespan is exhausted before they can officially become ghosts and eventually reincarnate. Most infant spirits arise from abortions. After a hard-fought chance at life, they are callously discarded by irresponsible parents, leading to immense resentment. They are trapped, unable to ascend or descend, remaining in a liminal state. Infant spirits harbor even greater resentment than ghosts, and their grievances only intensify as they grow. Their survival relies on the vital energy of their biological mothers. According to tradition, a woman can generally only host the attachment of 3 infant spirits throughout her life. Should she exceed this limit, her vitality will surely diminish, and her mental state may become erratic as the infant spirits drain her essence. This concept is easily understood. For example, if a mother becomes pregnant but, for various reasons, terminates the pregnancy, that child will transform into an infant spirit. The connection to the mother does not sever with the abortion. Rather, the infant spirit continues to cling to her, drawing sustenance from her life force. Many women who have undergone abortions experience a state of physical frailty, not solely due to the trauma inflicted by medical procedures, but also because they cannot sever the nourishing bond with the infant spirit. Some women with pre-existing health issues may suffer lifelong repercussions from abortion, leading to weakness and loss of fertility. Abortion refers to the act of deliberately terminating the life of a fetus, seizing its right to exist, whether through coercion or voluntary means. Regardless of intent, ending an innocent life is a brutal act. Master Haitao has previously stated, regarding the unborn, they are the infant spirits, those who were terminated before birth. Typically, the spirit lingers on, filled with resentment, seeking revenge in the human realm. Abortion constitutes a fundamental violation, namely the act of killing, which not only harms the individual but also tragically robs an infant spirit of its opportunity to be reborn, leaving it uncertain of how long it must wait for another chance at life. As infant spirits grow over time, their need for vital energy increases, which ultimately causes the mother's essence to weaken, leading to confusion and disorientation. The terminated infant spirits possess awareness and hold grudges. If they are unable to reincarnate, they will grow stronger in consciousness and seek vengeance, disrupting familial harmony. The most effective method for resolving issues with infant spirits is to have the mother continuously recite the Buddha's Sutra on longevity and the elimination of sin for the protection of all children and write a memorial for their salvation. Over 2,500 years ago, the Buddha compassionately elucidated the various sins associated with abortion, offering guidance for bodhisattvas on how to protect all children in the age of decline. I once had a client who, while heavily pregnant, succumbed to a fear of marriage and motherhood. She discreetly terminated the pregnancy without her husband's knowledge, only to later experience persistent disorientation and an inability to concentrate, often feeling the presence of a child swaying before her and hearing it call out "mother" in the dead of night. As time passed, the infant spirit matured, realizing that it had not been successfully reborn but rather terminated by its mother, prompting it to seek revenge, which ultimately led the woman to seek my assistance. I instructed her to recite the Buddha's Sutra on longevity and the elimination of sin for the protection of all children. Recite 3 times for 1 abortion, 7 times for 3 abortions. For those who have had 3 abortions and can still conceive, it is imperative to refrain from further terminations. The recitation contains many uncommon characters, so one must be cautious not to mispronounce them. After completing the recitation, she should also chant the supplementary true words 7 times and write a memorial for salvation. The woman complied, and within a week, she dreamt of a child bidding her farewell. Stating it was going to be reborn, I calculated the destination of the infant spirit and reassured the woman that her terminated child had successfully reincarnated among aquatic beings, creatures in the river. Although the child did not become human in its next life, it was the best outcome possible. Sometimes, being reborn as a different being is a profound lesson in itself. Clearly, this child had been misplaced in its reincarnation. Even if born, it would not lead a happy life. The infant spirit bound by the soul-locking net revealed itself, and I gazed at it with a mixture of emotions. The infant spirit appeared to be no more than 3 years old. Still unaware that it did not belong to this world, believing itself to be a living person, it truly is a pitiable group. I could not bring myself to harm it. A life already marred by suffering deserves compassion. Yet, I currently had no way to locate this infant spirit's mother, nor could I compel her to recite the Buddha's Sutra on longevity and the elimination of sin for the protection of all children or write a memorial for its salvation. Thus, I had to devise another plan. I quickly retracted the soul-locking net, fearing that if too much time elapsed, the infant spirit might fade away. Wah! The infant spirit finally realized its uniqueness and began to weep bitterly. After death, according to the normal cycle, one may enter reincarnation every 18 years and have the opportunity to be reborn. However, if one commits wrongs, this chance will be indefinitely postponed. If rebirth is unsuccessful, one will remain in the countdown to that 18-year mark, making each opportunity for reincarnation exceedingly rare. The spirit of the unborn child had waited over 20 years for the chance to be reborn, only to be cruelly aborted by a heartless mother, which is truly heartbreaking. Fortunately, this spirit had just begun to develop a faint awareness and harbored no malicious intent, which greatly facilitated the ensuing efforts. If the spirit could locate its biological mother, she could be guided to take care of all necessary matters. If she could not be found, information about the biological father would need to be provided. For men bear a substantial responsibility regarding matters concerning children. The burden of such affairs cannot rest solely on women. I inquired of the spirit for its father's name and inscribed the name of the aborted child on a talisman, as typically. Aborted children are not given names. It is necessary for a practitioner of yin and yang to assign one. For instance, if the father's surname is Zhang, the child could be named Zhang XX. Then I wrote the father's name beneath the child's, signifying that the father had acknowledged his wrongdoings and was willing to accept the suffering brought about by the cycle of cause and effect. With the father supporting the child from below, it ensured the spirit would not be tormented by malevolent entities. Subsequently, I sat cross-legged and chanted the Buddha's longevity and sin-extinguishing mantra for the protection of children 3 times in place of the mother. Then burned the talisman inscribed with the names to ashes, capturing them in a bowl, and scattered them towards the direction of the spirit. Countless brilliant golden lights erupted from the spirit, and a heavenly ladder appeared before us, illuminating the previously dark sky as if it were day. The spirit gazed at me, its eyes brimming with tears, knowing that I had saved it. Ascend now, for there is a place for you in heaven. Be sure to open your eyes next time and choose wisely. The spirit nodded and stepped onto the heavenly staircase, gradually vanishing from my sight. Upon witnessing the spirit reach its rightful destination, I breathed a sigh of relief. The child's mother had likely graduated from this life, and I wondered how she was faring now. Chapter 84. Ascending the Heavenly Ladder to Welcome Old Guests. Master, can we also ascend to heaven? A familiar voice called from behind me as I saw the spirit had reached heaven, and without turning, I knew it was the little ghost from the haunted house. Accompanied by its companions, initially, the little ghost had been wary of me, but upon witnessing my compassion, it chose to step forward. It was evident that the little ghost was not inherently malevolent. It merely wished to reach heaven. Master, we beseech you, please help us. We committed no wrongs while we were alive. 4 or 5 little ghosts pleaded with me in unison, which brought me great comfort. Upon reflection, these little ghosts had indeed caused no harm to anyone. Their presence, aside from instilling fear, had not led to further transgressions. Assisting spirits in ascending to heaven did not feel burdensome to me. Rather, I was eager to do so. Noticing the time, it was already 3:30 in the morning, and there was still time. Observing that these little ghosts appeared quite young, they must have perished due to unfortunate circumstances, making their plight truly pitiful. Please line up, I instructed. The little ghosts obediently formed a line, gazing at me in unison. Their circumstances differed from that of the little ghost on the swing, necessitating a different approach to their salvation. To guide them to heaven, they must undergo a process of refinement. But what is this refinement? It involves powerful practitioners of yin and yang who utilize their own elemental forces to purify the departed souls. With the heart as fire and the kidneys as water. One might wonder why both elements are necessary. The answer is simple. Fire incinerates the karmic burdens of the departed, while water cleanses their sins, by harnessing the energies of the Northern Dipper and Southern Dipper. These energies are combined to transform into the heavenly deity who rescues the suffering. According to the Ascension talismans, it is generally considered taboo for little ghosts to ascend through the Southern Dipper, as the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper are known as the luminous celestial bodies of the South. If a departed soul receives this yang energy, it can transform its own yin energy into yang, thus amplifying the ghost's resentment immensely. Under the guidance of this heavenly deity, the souls step onto lotus flowers, journeying from the practitioner's mud pill palace, should one be unfamiliar with this term. A search is advisable to the Southern Palace of Eternal Joy. The practitioner, through the interplay of their elemental forces, simulates the cosmic balance of yin and yang, refining the yin essence of the departed souls through their own transformation. This process demands immense cultivation and is a formidable test for practitioners. The average practitioner would find it utterly unfeasible, particularly when attempting to assist 5 little ghosts simultaneously, which is an even greater challenge. I sat cross-legged, focusing intently, channeling all my energy into my head, fully dissolving it in my mind, and recited the great illumination mantra, which consists of 3 verses, 421 repetitions before ceasing. Countless cool, raindrop-like substances descended from above, swirling in the air, refusing to touch the ground. This substance is known as the seeds of the heavenly lotus, intended to provide the little ghosts with a staircase to heaven. The seeds of the heavenly lotus grew at a visible pace, and shortly thereafter, a magnificent staircase made of countless lotus flowers materialized before me. This staircase, formed from the lotus blossoms, exuded an enchanting fragrance that invigorated the spirit, as though one were stepping into an ethereal realm. Everyone, embark on your journey, and may your next life be filled with peace and prosperity. All the little ghosts bowed to me in gratitude. I watched as they ascended step by step along the heavenly staircase, my heart swelling with joy. This feeling of aiding other beings and escaping suffering bestowed upon me a profound sense of accomplishment. Just before the sky was completely illuminated, the 5 little ghosts successfully entered the gates of heaven, and only then did I exhale. The students, having witnessed my abilities, treated me with utmost respect, and the initial condescension based on age had vanished entirely. This student, full of bravado, led me directly to his parents, recounting the entire incident in detail, leaving the couple in stunned silence. Master, I am a simple man and do not grasp the intricacies involved. I do not have much, just an abundance of money, if you do not mind. How about you write your preferred amount on this check? Such a scene, reminiscent of a cinematic moment, unfolded before me, leaving me somewhat taken aback. To be honest, I often dreamt of such scenarios, Yet now they were manifesting vividly before me, rendering me uncertain of how to proceed. After some contemplation, I resolved to write down a fair remuneration based on market rates. It would be unjust to exploit their wealth. The market price for guiding a soul to the afterlife hovers around 10,000, and for ascending to heaven, it should be at least 15,000. Having assisted 5 souls today, that amounted to 75,000 AS for the little ghost on the swing. I considered it a complimentary service, as the matter bore little relevance to the student, merely a coincidence on my part. When the figure of 75,000 appeared on the check, both the student and his parents widened their eyes in astonishment. Did they think my fee was exorbitant? Doubts began to creep into my mind. Master, this amount does not do justice to the value of the check you have given me. How about we meet halfway? I can offer you 1 million instead. Should any supernatural events occur in my household in the future, you must not turn a blind eye. Wealthy individuals indeed differ. Their generosity begins at 1 million. Many striving young people cannot even afford a decent meal, highlighting the stark disparities between lives. Upon receiving the 1 million transfer, I took my leave. Later, this family indeed encountered a considerable predicament that nearly resulted in disaster, which I ultimately managed to resolve. That story will be told another time. Upon returning home, I received a call from my father. Nanner? I took a call from a client whose entire family seems to be plagued by malevolent forces, facing the risk of extermination at any moment. I believe this client is nearby. Could you go check on them? My father's call filled me with a sense of unease, a nagging feeling that something ominous was afoot, as if I had encountered a similar situation before. Perhaps just yesterday, Dad. Did the caller mention that his wife died during childbirth? Yes, that's right. How did you know? Did he contact you as well? Indeed. It was that heartless man who had reached out to my father. I had felt furious when he called me, reluctant to involve myself in their affairs. Yet I could not fathom how this family had managed to contact my father. Dad, I do not wish to intervene. It could tarnish my moral standing. Nanner, I understand your thoughts, but that vengeful spirit is no longer content with merely harming family members. It has begun to target innocent children with lethal intent. This is a matter we cannot ignore. My father informed me that infants born the previous night were exhibiting varying degrees of shock, with 2 of the weaker ones having already lost vital signs. If no intervention was taken, even graver tragedies would likely ensue. The death of a child inevitably intertwines the fates of 2 families. And this was a situation in which I simply could not remain passive. Due to certain reasons, this book may undergo some reductions, currently estimated to be around 30,000 words. I am grateful for the continuous companionship of all the esteemed individuals. Love you all. Chapter 85. A Forsaken Countenance. Irreversible fate. The circumstances under which a child is reborn into your family can be categorized into 3 types: to repay a debt of gratitude, to collect a debt, or to take reincarnation. Children who come to repay kindness. The offspring generally experience a smooth journey of growth, achieving success and accomplishments, causing little worry for their parents, and displaying filial piety in caring for their elders. However, should the mother choose to terminate the pregnancy for various reasons, the situation may turn into a case of ingratitude, transforming benevolent ties into malevolent ones, leading to a deep-seated resentment harbored by the unborn child. Children who come to collect debts. These children tend to be troublesome from an early age, often frail and sickly, embroiled in constant disputes, rebelling against and mistreating their parents. Their very existence seems solely for depleting parental resources without offering any form of support. If you take their life, you are merely compounding the debt you already owe them, resulting in an accumulation of grievances and resentments. For such children, it is crucial not to allow them to develop unchecked. Rather, decisive intervention is necessary to prevent them from straying down a dark and narrow path. Children who come for reincarnation. These are the children who merely wish to experience life as a human. Their ties to their parents are tenuous, leading an independent life, self-sufficient and detached from familial affection or animosity. They borrow the bodies of their parents to embark on a journey through the mortal realm. Seeking to enjoy the blessings of their past lives, if they are denied the opportunity to thrive, resentment is sure to arise. The next client I am to attend to has given birth to a child who has come to collect debts. This child was born solely to torment the parents, which tragically led to the mother's demise on the operating table. While the child has been successfully delivered, the mother harbors immense resentment. It would be unjust to place all blame solely on the newborn. The husband and mother-in-law are equally culpable. Had the mother-in-law not been so antiquated in her views, placing excessive value on wealth, the mother might have had a chance at survival. If the husband had not been so submissive and had intervened in his mother's behavior, the likelihood of a safe outcome for both mother and child would have been significantly increased. However, now that events have unfolded to this point, it is too late for regrets. My current task is to alleviate the mother's resentment, to prevent the innocent from suffering, and to allow the departed to find their rightful place. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived at the client's home, only to find it in utter disarray. Upon seeing the mother's husband, I could not help but gasp in shock. Their union is nothing short of a disastrous fate. This man has sharp, sloping shoulders, marks on his marriage palace, moles at the corners of his eyes, prominent brow bones, and an overall gaunt appearance. His eyebrows are thick while his eyes are small, indicating a life of poverty and middle age, with a receding hairline and a low forehead, suggesting misfortune. A man with such features is likely to bring calamity upon his wife, and the young mother's untimely death is inextricably linked to her husband. As the saying goes, a low forehead signifies a fatherless childhood. A receding hairline foretells lifelong hardship, with sharp, sloping shoulders, moles on the marriage palace, and pronounced brow bones. He is destined for a short-lived wife. Should he remarry, the next wife may live to around 50. Men with such characteristics tend to be indolent, lacking in responsibility and familial devotion. Even after marriage, their self-indulgence prevails. They lack foresight, often remaining oblivious to family difficulties, retreating behind their wives rather than stepping up to shoulder familial burdens. They are unlikely to earn a living, consumed instead by pleasures, and may even succumb to vices such as gambling and excessive drinking, ultimately accruing significant debts, leaving their wives to pick up the pieces. Such men are prone to laziness, delegating all household responsibilities to their wives, whether it be cooking, cleaning, or childcare, while they pursue leisure with friends. With thick eyebrows and small eyes, they face midlife poverty, and their low foreheads and receding hairlines suggest a fate of misfortune and familial ruin. Men with these traits often exhibit reckless behavior, lacking meticulousness, which inevitably leads to great calamities. They are short-sighted, fixating on immediate gains while ignoring long-term goals. Such men are easily drawn to the allure of quick wealth, investing all their savings into high-risk ventures, which may result in utter financial ruin. These men often possess a volatile temperament, unable to treat family members with tenderness, frequently unleashing their frustrations upon their partners. In marital relationships, they tend to engage in verbal disputes or physical conflicts, and in severe cases, they may become regular visitors at the police station. A low hairline signifies a childhood devoid of paternal guidance. A receding hairline foretells lifelong adversity. A man with such features is inherently cursed with bad luck, exuding a gloomy aura and a bleak destiny. After marriage, it is likely that their misfortune will be transferred to their wives, marking the beginning of a nightmare for them, and they may ultimately meet a tragic end in the workplace. They become increasingly fatigued. Despite investing considerable time and effort, they fail to achieve favorable outcomes, often experiencing a disconnect between effort and reward. The financial circumstances of their wives may also suffer, leading to dire financial constraints, with the husband offering no support. To sustain their children, wives may find themselves juggling multiple jobs, forgoing personal expenses on clothing or cosmetics. In terms of emotions, the couple's relationship often deteriorates, characterized by frequent arguments or cold wars, creating a toxic household atmosphere. Health-wise, the wife's constitution may weaken post-marriage, with diminished immunity and resilience. They may also face the risk of serious accidents, leading to unforeseen misfortunes. If friends find themselves in such situations, there is no need for panic. Everything can be altered, as long as there is determination. Solutions will outweigh difficulties. Restraining malevolent thoughts, curbing anger, and embracing new knowledge can yield remarkable results. Upon my arrival, the family, seeing a young man in his 20s, revealed dissatisfaction etched on their faces, particularly the elderly matriarch, whose disdain was palpable. Her lips curled disdainfully, refusing to acknowledge my presence, her nostrils flaring with evident contempt. Her countenance exuded malice, clearly indicating she was not a woman to be trifled with, having brought misfortune to her husband in her youth and later to her children in her old age. The features of this family are truly difficult to describe. While I have not seen the visage of the deceased woman, I am acutely aware that even if her appearance were heavenly, It would bear no impact in the face of such a family. Their harsh features dominate, making it exceedingly challenging for external influences to intervene, unless one possesses an exceptionally strong fate. Chapter 86. The Countenance of Malefactors. Ignored, this woman's lips are pursed, her nose has pronounced ridges, the tip slants downward, her gaze is fierce, the outer corners of her eyes droop, her brow bones are prominent, her eyebrows sparse, her ears small and pointed, her lips thin and face sharp, with a protruding forehead and a straight nose. Such a woman bears a countenance that is anything but kind. Women with such features are unlikely to treat daughters-in-law with kindness. Even those around them may suffer varying degrees of persecution. Therefore, it is essential for those with such features in the household to maintain good relations with neighbors to compensate for the wrongs committed by this individual. Pursed lips. This type of mouth often belongs to gossips who relish discussing others' affairs and harboring hidden grudges. They may appear indifferent to certain matters while being deeply concerned within, frequently seen loitering in the village, passing judgment on others and expressing misguided opinions. Pronounced nose ridges. A nose with noticeable flesh and ridges often indicates a lack of temperament, leading to stubborn and peculiar behavior, resulting in pressure even in long-term relationships. Family members might feel apprehensive, wary of provoking such a person, let alone the daughter-in-law's treatment. A drooping nose tip. Individuals with a drooping nose tip tend to be scheming and critical, often envying others while overlooking their own family's virtues. At such times, it is crucial for the husband to step in and offer corrective perspectives to avert unnecessary disputes between mother and daughter-in-law. A fierce gaze. Those with a fierce gaze, regardless of gender, tend to possess a cold demeanor, often displaying strong, harsh personalities, particularly when it comes to matters of self-interest. Such individuals can be dangerously unpredictable. It is advisable to either distance oneself or comply with their wishes to avoid conflict. Drooping outer eye corners and prominent brow bones. Such a mother-in-law often displays peculiar personality traits, leaning more towards her own kin, making it difficult to extend kindness to her daughter-in-law, even when she is well aware of right and wrong. She may exhibit blatant favoritism to her own family, embodying the adage of feigning ignorance while fully aware. Those adept at this deception often rise to positions of power. Sparse eyebrows and small, pointed ears. Individuals with such features possess a sensitive and introspective nature, often harboring intricate thoughts and schemes. Their strong sense of vigilance can make them challenging companions over time, leading to exhausting interactions. When confronted with candid truths, they may perceive a sense of concealment or choose to mistrust. Conversely, when lies are told, they might conclude that one harbors ill intentions, believing themselves perpetually justified in their actions. Thin lips and a pointed face. Such individuals are often eloquent and astute, yet can be rather sharp and unforgiving. Engaging with them may lead to conflicts, and attempting to persuade them is a futile endeavor. Even if they outwardly seem convinced, they will likely deem your actions erroneous, irrespective of the serious repercussions that may ensue, and will readily attribute blame to others to mask their own faults. Prominent forehead and straight nose. Those with these features tend to be highly subjective, principled, and intelligent. They are not easily outsmarted and often expect their daughters-in-law to conform to their way of life. Should any dissatisfaction arise, they will go to great lengths to regain control. Nevertheless, one must remember that facial features cannot be viewed in isolation. A comprehensive assessment is essential. The more pronounced these traits, the more caution is warranted in managing mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics. Ideally, they should avoid cohabitation, and mothers-in-law ought not to interfere in their children's lives to prevent marital discord or potential crises. After all, contemporary youth face considerable challenges. Maintaining a harmonious atmosphere at home is crucial for a fulfilling family life. As long as familial harmony prevails, even the gravest of trials can be weathered together. What kind of charlatan appears before me, lacking even a semblance of credibility? It is utterly laughable. That old woman, without waiting for me to speak, began to hurl insults my way, leaving me quite mortified. I had anticipated her son would mediate to avert any awkwardness, but I was sorely mistaken. He stood there, head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Such a man, incapable of standing up for himself, is truly insufferable. The absurdity of the old woman and her son is palpable. On the brink of being tormented by malevolent spirits, they remain oblivious to the gravity of their situation. Here I am, risking my life to assist them through their tribulations, yet I am met with such disdain. Truly, it is an insult to my efforts. Such ungrateful beings deserve to be left to their own devices. Should the need arise, I would even consider assisting the vengeful spirits in hastening their demise. This is not a reflection of extreme notions. Merely a brief encounter has ignited a tempest of anger within me. One can only imagine the plight of the woman who resides there, undoubtedly enduring her own share of torment. I can fully empathize with her deep-seated fury, having never experienced kindness in life, nor the joy that love can bring. In death, she remains disregarded, as if she had never graced this world, while those responsible for her demise display not a shred of remorse, a reality that is utterly unacceptable. If I am unwelcome, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, I advise you to engage in more virtuous deeds and refrain from base conduct. Such actions would greatly benefit your heart. Should you choose to disregard this counsel, be forewarned that your days are numbered. Less than a month remains. I can discern from the old woman's visage that her heart is in dire straits, and her condition is grave. Absent external intervention, she is unlikely to survive beyond a month. Moreover, with vengeful spirits seeking retribution, it is likely she will succumb to a heart attack before nightfall. One's cardiac health can often be inferred from their features. Patients with heart conditions frequently exhibit cyanosis, a condition characterized by bluish discoloration of the lips, ears, and nails, indicative of poor blood circulation. However, not all individuals with heart ailments will display such symptoms. To ascertain whether heart disease is present, 3 additional signs may be considered. First, a notably thick neck. Individuals with heart issues often possess a wider neck, which correlates with higher indices of hypertension. Thus, if a man's neck circumference exceeds 39 centimeters or a woman's exceeds 35 centimeters, caution is warranted. Second, the presence of yellowish growths around the eyes, known as xanthelasma, often results from elevated lipoprotein levels and is common among those around 45 years of age, indicating potential lipid metabolism disorders, factors that can precipitate heart disease. Third, persistent facial swelling that does not rebound is concerning. While temporary swelling may result from excessive fluid intake before sleep, non-rebounding swelling signals deeper issues, likely involving cardiac dysfunction, warranting immediate attention. All these characteristics are evident in the old woman, leading me to conclude that her condition is exceedingly serious. I wager that the moment I turn to leave, she will call out to me, showering me with flattery. Individuals are usually quite aware of their own nature, and she is no exception. Her greatest fear is undoubtedly that of mortality. The adage "good people do not live long, while evildoers leave a legacy of suffering" resonates profoundly. My assertion that she has but a month to live surely strikes a chord with her. Those of her age grasp the truth behind such sayings. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it entirely. Chapter 87. Self-inflicted wounds and the fox demon. As anticipated, the moment I turned to depart, the old woman called out to me, "You there? Halt!" Her tone was abrupt, and I sensed that had it not been for my dire prediction regarding her longevity, she would have shown no inclination to retain me. Humph! Despite her predicament, she still maintains an air of superiority, which has utterly drained my patience. I offered her a chance, yet she squandered it. Do not blame me for my indifference. Quickening my pace, I opened the door to my Maybach, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and left that house filled with strife behind. I witnessed the old woman rush out, her demeanor frantic, nearly losing her footing, which struck me as comical. Had she displayed such urgency earlier, I might have considered saving her life on the way. I called my father to apprise him of the situation, and he respected my decision. After all, when seeking assistance, one must possess the proper attitude, an attitude that is difficult to inspire in me. Moreover, I am no saint. Along the journey, the man called me, accusing me of turning a blind eye to their plight, while the old woman continued to berate me, declaring me a wretched soul, a waste of air, destined for eternal damnation. I chose to disregard their vitriol. After all, engaging in a battle of wits with a dying individual is hardly worthwhile. If one of us must face eternal damnation, it is only fitting that the old woman precedes me. The fate of this family has been sealed. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. In this instance, I wholeheartedly support the vengeful spirit seeking retribution against them, as it is her rightful claim. Upon returning home, I sought out my grandfather, finding him engaged in a ritual. The courtyard was filled with various protective talismans, indicating that something formidable had been summoned. Indeed, as I stepped into my grandfather's courtyard, An overwhelming stench assaulted my senses, an odor so foul, mingled with the scent of sweat, that it made me nauseous. It was unmistakably the odor of body odor. My grandfather must have attracted a fox spirit, a conclusion that is inextricably linked to his habitual conduct. I gazed at my grandfather, diligently at work, and felt a profound respect for him. I had once thought that Su Xian's connection with the white snake was remarkable, but I had not realized that my grandfather, despite his age, could single-handedly contend with a fox spirit for hundreds of rounds. While my grandfather may evade the truth with his words, his features betray him. His forehead is flushed, and although his few white hairs are not particularly numerous, they are conspicuous. These signs are the aftermath of his interactions with the fox. Long ago, my father recounted a tale involving a fox spirit. During the Ming Dynasty, a young gentleman from a wealthy family fell in love with a captivating woman in a brothel and wished to possess her. She was indeed enchanting, with a fair complexion, stunning beauty, and remarkable talent, a true ethereal being. Such a woman attracted the affections of many affluent suitors, who were often lost in her gentle embrace. Disregarding familial opposition, the young man depleted his family's wealth to purchase her freedom from the brothel. Upon her release, the woman seemed reluctant to leave her previous life, even engaging in a quarrel with him. Yet, his affection for her only deepened, finding her all the more alluring amid their dispute. To hide the affair from his family, he arranged for her to stay at an inn, promising to fetch her the following day and marry her. However, once he departed, strange occurrences plagued the inn, culminating in the tragic demise of all male guests that very night. When authorities arrived, they discovered a chilling commonality among the deceased. They appeared emaciated, as if their very life force had been siphoned away. Primarily, the expressions on the faces of the deceased were remarkably serene, devoid of any signs of fear. These individuals, astonishingly, had met their demise in a state of profound joy. Furthermore, all the corpses exhibited flushed foreheads and white beards, a sight never before encountered, thus plunging the entire case into an impasse. Upon hearing of the incident at the inn, the scions of the bureaucratic elite hurried to the scene, deeply concerned for the safety of a certain woman. Fortunately, she was fortuitous enough to be the sole survivor, and the authorities had already taken her away for safekeeping. The young nobleman visited the officials numerous times, yet he was met with various excuses to deny him an audience with her, which incensed him greatly. However, he dared not voice his grievances to his father, resigning himself to frustration. Days passed in eerie silence within the government, with no one attending to minor cases. Even citizens' complaints went unheard. The officials kept their doors firmly shut for half a month. Amidst the scorching summer heat, a pungent stench wafted from the government offices, causing the townsfolk to realize something was amiss. They collectively forced open the doors, only to be met with a shocking sight. All the officials had turned into desiccated corpses, lying in the courtyard, some piled into a small mountain. Such a bizarre occurrence was beyond comprehension. Braver townsfolk approached to investigate, discovering that the appearance of these bodies mirrored that of the male guests from the inn. It dawned on them that this was no ordinary affair. It must have involved malevolent forces. While affairs of the living could be influenced and justice sought, matters pertaining to the underworld were beyond anyone's control. Several waves of officials had been replaced, yet no valuable leads surfaced. Most alarmingly, each day different men were found dead in their own beds, instilling a deep sense of dread among the populace, particularly among handsome men, who, like noble ladies, remained confined within their homes, fearing they might catch the eye of some vile entity and lose their lives. Thus, men had to learn to safeguard themselves. Eventually, the matter drew the attention of the imperial court, which dispatched a formidable national master to investigate. The national master, with remarkable efficiency, uncovered the cause of the calamity, revealing it to be linked to the mischief of a fox demon. This fox demon could transform into a beautiful young maiden, captivating any man with her charms. Should a handsome man, resolutely defiant, draw the demon's attention, she would enchant him with her beguiling gaze, forcibly fulfilling her desires. Those who had relations with the fox demon would have their essence drained, leaving them as mere husks. As these men perished in a state of bliss, their faces bore no signs of agony. The extraction of their essence occurred in an instant, leaving no time to comprehend the approach of death before their hearts ceased to beat. Now, my grandfather faced a similar predicament. The white beard upon his cheeks and the flush upon his forehead were undeniable indicators. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might have already succumbed to such a fate. Though he had not yet perished, this matter required urgent resolution. If prolonged, his visage would inevitably morph into that of a fox, rendering any salvation impossible. Chapter 88. Intricate schemes, severed cultivation. I gazed at my grandfather, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. At such an advanced age, he still maintained an extraordinary connection with the fox demon, truly a formidable individual. As he often said, those who drown are all capable swimmers. He had recognized the woman as a fox demon from the start, yet defied the signs, ultimately falling prey to her allure. As I surveyed the array of talismans intended for exorcism scattered throughout the courtyard, I fell into contemplation, fully aware these items could not truly vanquish the fox demon, and my grandfather had grown old, and the formation he had laid was notably feeble. However, upon further reflection, I suspected he harbored some feelings for the fox demon, hoping to sway her through this means to continue their coexistence. If that were the case, I would have to intervene, as I feared he might follow the tragic path of the tyrannical Zhou. Stealthily, I retrieved a soul-calling banner and ritual implements from the vehicle, preparing myself for action at any moment. At the stroke of 1 o'clock, an eerie wind swept through the courtyard, unlike anything I had encountered before. I understood the fox demon had returned, her intent clear: to take my grandfather with her. If she was in a favorable mood, perhaps she would even include me in her designs. I watched the courtyard intently, filled with curiosity about the impending appearance of the fox demon. What manner of being could ensnare the hearts of men so thoroughly? I turned to glance at my grandfather. He, too, remained silent, gazing out with a flicker of tenderness in his eyes, an expression I had not witnessed in quite some time. Suddenly, a cacophony of bells erupted, shaking the air with a piercing sound, causing my nerves to tighten. The previously gentle breeze transformed into a frenzied gale, violently buffeting the courtyard's contents. I cautiously pushed open the window, creating a narrow passage for myself. A woman's fragrance wafted through the crack, intoxicating me, causing my senses to blur, and my body to ignite with heat, my cheeks reddening like a monkey's posterior. I realized I had fallen under her spell. The fox demon's allure proved to be as potent as rumored. Before I even caught sight of her, the scent alone had altered my state, leaving me profoundly uncomfortable. A surge of unnameable fury welled within me, almost overwhelming. My grandfather fared no better. His face flushed, blood pouring from his nostrils, his body hunched and unwilling to rise, likely due to the constrictive pants he wore. "Grandfather, are you all right?" I inquired, concerned for his well-being, but received no response. This raised alarms. I was unsure of his thoughts. "And why, Lord, where do you hide? I cannot enter. Come forth and welcome me." The audacious fox demon dared to demand my grandfather's presence, clearly seeking her own demise. "My beloved, I have arrived. Wait for me." My grandfather, seemingly entranced, flung open the window and leapt out, eagerly making his way towards the door. What in the world was happening? I swiftly followed suit, attempting to restrain him, but he pushed me away without a second thought. Moreover, he dismantled all the protective talismans he had set up earlier, hastily flinging open the main door. As I witnessed him open the door, his smile radiated like a blooming flower, causing chaos to ensue. This scene was unbearable to behold. Under pressure, I slipped into a corner to observe the woman outside. She wore a purple strapless gown, draped in sheer violet fabric, deliberately exposing her snow-white shoulders, making my mouth water. The light purple silk bore a radiant hibiscus pattern, and a delicate lavender butterfly was tattooed upon her chest, enhancing her allure. Her skin, as fair as snow, resembled a freshly cracked egg, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist. A jade hairpin simply adorned her head, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the disarray. Her deep-set eyes exuded a hint of loneliness and fragility, with long lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks, evoking a sense of melancholy. A petite, well-defined nose breathed rhythmically, while her soft, pink lips curved into an exquisite arc, releasing a subtle fragrance. Her legs resembled two flawless jade pillars, standing straight upon the ground. No wonder my grandfather was so ensnared by the fox demon. Even I, an outsider, felt an overwhelming intrigue, let alone someone accustomed to a lavish lifestyle such as him. I watched as my grandfather embraced the fox demon and closed the door behind them, pressing my ear against the door to listen intently. The sounds within grew increasingly loud, becoming almost unbearable. When I deemed the moment right, I brandished my talisman and forcefully kicked open the door, shouting at the fox demon, "You fiend, reveal your true form at once." Upon seeing me burst into the room, my grandfather discreetly gave me a thumbs up. I had timed my entrance perfectly, and he seemed quite pleased in that instant. I felt as though I had boarded a pirate ship, realizing I had been ensnared in my grandfather's scheme. He knew I would not stand idly by, so he willingly succumbed to the fox demon's allure, perhaps seeking to release the pent-up fire within him. His strategy was indeed clever. Experience proved its worth. The fox demon was taken aback, never expecting my sudden intrusion. Clad in scant attire, she stood there, momentarily flustered. I swallowed hard and hurled a soul-binding net over her. With a furious roar, the fox demon revealed her true form, easily tearing my ancestral soul-binding net to shreds. What a formidable entity this fox demon was, wielding such overwhelming power. Now, in her true form, she stood as a magnificent fox with 6 tails, glaring at me with a predatory ferocity. As though intent on devouring me, "You have ruined my plans and destroyed my cultivation. Cursed be you." I interrupted the fox demon, preventing it from successfully siphoning off my grandfather's vital energy. It is important to note that my grandfather is an exceptionally formidable yin-yang master. Had the fox demon succeeded in draining his energy, it would have been able to roam the earthly realm with impunity, possessing all of my grandfather's spiritual awareness. Faced with other yin-yang masters of lesser prowess, it would have remained utterly invulnerable. Thus, the fox demon clung to my grandfather. Just moments ago, my soul-binding net injured the fox demon, which, in a desperate attempt to preserve its life, severed one of its own tails, incurring a loss of at least a century's worth of cultivation. The once 7-tailed fox demon was now reduced to 6 tails, significantly diminishing its power, which incensed it greatly. "You wretched child. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 89. Slaying the fox demon, purging the sin. The fox demon, now down a tail, lunged at me. Without hesitation, I retrieved a bagua mirror from my satchel and directed its reflective surface towards the demon's face. Ah! The bagua mirror emitted a blinding light, directly searing the fox demon's cheek, burning its flesh and eliciting frantic cries of agony. Seizing upon the demon's moment of disarray, I swiftly turned, grasped the chopstick from the table, and bit my fingertip, allowing my blood to drip onto the chopstick. Heavenly Fire Thunder God, summon the 5 thunders. Earth Fire Thunder God, vanquish demons and exorcise spirits. Vile entities, depart swiftly, heed my imperial command. Swiftly and as the law dictates. Break! Before the fox demon could react, I thrust the blood-soaked chopstick into its skull. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Smoke billowed from within the fox demon's head, and the air filled with the scent of roasting meat. This pure young blood was intolerable to evil beings. The fox demon howled in torment, emitting frenzied screams. "This is too much." The fox demon erupted in a burst of golden light, sending me crashing against the hard wall. It had severed yet another tail, seemingly prepared for mutual destruction. I dared not delay, hastily retrieving glutinous rice and a soul-calling banner from my satchel, determined to ensnare the fox demon within the banner. The cunning demon quickly discerned my intent and dashed forward to obstruct me. Before I could scatter the glutinous rice into the air, it seized the soul-calling banner and ripped it to shreds. Indeed, the fox demon was highly skilled. It must have suffered from the soul-calling banner before, hence its profound fear of it. How laughable! Did it think that I possessed only one soul-calling banner? I produced a larger one from my satchel and secured it firmly to a willow branch. Having learned from my previous lesson, I would not allow the fox demon to easily prevail this time. It would undoubtedly perish within my soul-calling banner. I silently recited the 5 thunder-breaking sky incantation, casting the glutinous rice into the air. The rice floated as if enchanted, forming the shape of a bow. Fox demon, it is not too late to repent. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, wretched child. With your meager skills, you shall never triumph over me. I offered the fox demon a chance, yet it failed to appreciate it. Alas, it must face annihilation today. I plucked 3 strands of hair and cast them into the air. resembling 3 arrows poised upon the rice-formed bough. Heaven and earth, laws of 9 chapters, I command with my writing. All ghosts shall lay hidden, break. Upon uttering this incantation, the 3 arrows were shot forth from the bough. And the fox demon, caught off guard, bore the brunt of this lethal strike. All arrows made from my hair pierced directly into the demon's heart, causing it immense suffering. Its breathing became frantic as it repeatedly glanced towards my grandfather. Its eyes rolling wildly, undoubtedly plotting some nefarious scheme. My grandfather also noticed the fox demon's actions, but pretended to be oblivious. The fox demon, with all its remaining strength, extended its claws toward my grandfather's carotid artery. Ah, ungrateful creature! With a powerful grip, my grandfather clasped the demon's neck and pinned it beneath him. My dear lady, shall we not indulge in a bit of merriment once more? Bah, you old fool, stop dawdling and act. This remark incited my grandfather's ire, and as soon as I heard the fox demon utter those words, I knew trouble was brewing. My grandfather detested being called an old fool, for in his eyes, he remained a young and spirited youth. I had intended to spare you, yet you have spoken arrogantly. Even divine intervention cannot save you now. My grandfather placed his right hand over his chest, aligning his index and middle fingers while pressing down his ring and little fingers, chanting in silence, essence of Yangming, divine might concealed within, capture the malevolent spirits, conceal their forms, spiritual talisman, purge the demons without a trace. Should there be defiance, let the heavenly soldiers rise. I understood that this was the 6-jia exorcism spell. Once a yin-yang master recited this incantation, it signified a resolve to kill. It seemed my soul-calling banner would prove ineffective today, as my grandfather's spell was more than sufficient to annihilate the arrogant fox demon command. With the final words spoken by my grandfather, the fox demon transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the air. Nanner, quickly! My grandfather urged me to act swiftly. I immediately comprehended his intent to allow me to claim the fox demon's inner Dan for future needs. Indeed, a faint golden orb materialized in the air. I recognized it as the fabled inner Dan and promptly retrieved a golden bowl to collect it. It is said that this inner Dan is exceedingly rare, appearing only once in a millennium, worth its weight in gold. Acquiring this would enhance a yin-yang master's power and, in some cases, grant the attainment of immortality. Of course, this is merely a legend, and no one truly knows its veracity. Yet, one thing is certain. This object is incredibly precious. I entrusted the inner Dan to my grandfather, for he needed it more than I. If it truly possesses the ability to extend life, then my grandfather could remain youthful forever after a night of toil. I felt utterly exhausted. My grandfather, that mischievous old man, could have dealt with the fox demon alone, but insisted I intervene, claiming it was for my own good, to grant me an opportunity to showcase my abilities. Truth be told, confronting this fox demon had drained considerable energy from me. I had always assumed such beings existed solely in myth, never expecting to encounter one in reality. After bidding farewell to my grandfather, I returned home, forgoing any cleansing rituals, and collapsed onto my bed in slumber. I fell into a deep sleep, experiencing an extraordinarily vivid dream. In this dream, a remarkably beautiful woman stood before me, continually bowing in gratitude, asserting that my non-interference in her family's affairs had allowed her to avenge herself successfully. She declared her intent to seek atonement, vowing to bear all sins alone. Without a doubt, the woman in my dream was the unfortunate pregnant woman who had been cruelly mistreated and met a tragic end. Her mother-in-law's terrible disposition and her cowardly husband had compelled me to refrain from involving myself in their domestic turmoil, thus affording the pregnant woman ample opportunity for retribution. This meant that the wicked mother-in-law and the spineless husband I had encountered by day had already met their demise. As for her newborn son, he thrived, being but a piece of her own flesh, even transformed into a vengeful spirit. A mother could not bear to harm her child. All is a matter of karmic entanglement. As a yin-yang master, engaging in such thankless endeavors is truly inadvisable, as it may tarnish one's moral standing. In severe cases, it could disrupt the natural order of cause and effect, leading to even graver consequences. As for the 2 innocent infants that the pregnant woman had caused to perish, it was too late for redemption. By the time I learned of the tragedy, it had already transpired, and all the sins were borne solely by the pregnant woman. What awaited her were endless torments. Enduring the myriad tortures of purgatory to cleanse her sins. Chapter 90. Long life, yet met with tragedy. The continuous hustle and bustle prompted me to consider taking a few days of respite. Since my release from prison, it seemed I had not ventured out to enjoy myself, so I selected an exquisite scenic area and invited my grandfather to join me in unwinding. The chosen location was a 4-star scenic spot, replete with mountains and water, a veritable gem of nature. Upon arriving at the entrance, we were met with a large crowd gathered around, seemingly engrossed in some incident. Could it be, even in seeking relaxation, there is no peace? A sense of foreboding crept over me as I and my grandfather disembarked the vehicle and made our way towards the throng. As we drew closer, we discovered that an elderly couple had fallen from the mountainside, now devoid of life signs. Onlookers were snapping photos, laughing and chatting. What a pity, 2 vibrant lives extinguished just like that. My grandfather sighed, lamenting that at his age, he found such scenes of parting life and death particularly heart-wrenching. Come, Nanner, let us not linger in this morbid spectacle. He attempted to pull me away, but I stopped him. Grandfather, do you not find the countenance of this couple rather peculiar? Is that so? My grandfather suddenly became intrigued and, adjusting his reading glasses, peered closely at the faces of the deceased. Despite the blood that marred their features, the outlines remained discernible. It is indeed peculiar, truly peculiar, and this should not be the case. My grandfather continuously lamented, and it seemed I was not mistaken. The couple's countenances exuded signs of great wealth and longevity, suggesting they should not have met their demise by tumbling from the mountainside due to a misstep. Thus, it could be deduced that they fell victim to foul play. The man possessed long, drooping eyebrows, a pronounced nasal bridge, and a well-rounded occipital region. Upon closer inspection, his philtrum was notably deep, a characteristic often associated with longevity in men, making it improbable for him to perish in his 50s or 60s. According to physiognomy, a nose should be full and upright, with no sign of collapse in the nasal bridge. A deep philtrum, resembling a channel, is also indicative of a long life. The notion that long and drooping eyebrows signify longevity is familiar to many, as eyebrows are referred to as the palace of longevity, highlighting their connection to one's life force. The text from Shan Xiang Quan Bien records that long, drooping eyebrows indeed signify great longevity, a statement that withstands scrutiny. The woman, with high and elongated earlobes and prominent nasolabial folds, also bore features associated with longevity, making her tragic fate all the more lamentable. It is well known that the ears are closely linked to the kidneys, which in turn directly influence the span of one's life. Ears should have distinct contours, with fleshy lobes that are vibrant and rosy, wide ear openings, and firm, thick flesh. Such individuals are likely to enjoy a long life. There is also a belief that elongated nasolabial folds can indicate longevity, positioned beside the nostrils. These seemingly ordinary lines represent a person's prestige, reputation, late life fortune, and lifespan. The longer the nasolabial folds, the longer the life. If they fail to reach the corners of the mouth, a short life is inevitable. If they align with the corners of the mouth, one may not starve but could succumb to ailments of the esophagus. If, after middle age, the nasolabial folds show no growth, it generally signifies a short life. With turbulent fortunes around the ages of 56 to 57, indicating that even if one surpasses 60, late life fortunes may not be favorable. However, even if a person possesses deep and lengthy nasolabial folds, should their glabella appear dull and lifeless, with an unremarkable mouth shape and darkened lips, fortune will remain elusive, and career success will be hard to attain. Should the ends of the nasolabial folds curve towards the area beneath the lips, forming a shape that encircles the mouth, it also portends misfortune, leading to a challenging late life and susceptibility to ailments, with life-threatening risks around the age of 70, given that the couple's faces were covered in blood. It was impossible to discern further valuable information. Yet, from what I observed, it could be concluded that these elders were pushed off the mountain by another. As for why they fell at the entrance of the scenic area, that remains a mystery. Although my grandfather and I had drawn our conclusions, we could not voice them publicly. We could hardly tell others that we deduced the couple's demise was the result of murder based on their features. No one would believe us in this evidence-driven era. My grandfather tugged at my arm, signaling that this matter had surpassed our scope and that we should vacate the premises quickly to avoid drawing trouble upon ourselves. Whatever transpired here, we would act as if we had not witnessed it, trusting the police to uncover the truth. As I followed my grandfather away, a heavy sensation lingered behind me, as though I were carrying a mountain, and my legs felt unresponsive. A chill crept around my neck, akin to icy, bony hands gripping tightly. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. My vision began to blur, and I concluded that I had encountered something unclean. Yet, it was broad daylight. What sort of malevolent entity could dare approach me at this hour? As I turned to look back, I saw the bloodied faces of the two elders, a man and a woman, whom I recognized as the very couple who had just fallen to their deaths. I exclaimed, "What use is it for you to follow me? Seek out the police regarding your matters. I cannot intervene." Indeed, the two elders bore significant grievances, which compelled them to attach themselves to me. A practitioner of the yin-yang arts, during this daylight hour, their intent was simple: to relay information to the authorities through my words. They had been pushed off the mountain by their own son-in-law. The elders gestured towards a child in the crowd, who was capturing the scene with a digital camera, and I understood that this child must have photographed something of considerable value. Otherwise, the couple would not have been so insistent. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you," I promised them. The two elders exchanged glances, and with a sense of reluctance, they departed from me in life. They must have been reasonable individuals, and despite their profound grievances, they would not wish to involve an unrelated party, hence their decision to temporarily withdraw. I produced my phone and snapped 2 pictures of the child with the digital camera, intending to hand these images over to the police once we descended the mountain. If all went well, I would undoubtedly uncover valuable leads within the digital camera. My grandfather and I continued our ascent, and at every bend, I could see the spirits of the two elders waving at me, as if beckoning me to join them. Had I not been desensitized to such phenomena from a young age as a yin-yang master, I would surely have been driven to madness by fright. Chapter 91. Office Feng Shui taboo. By the time we descended from the mountain, darkness had enveloped the sky. Seated in the car, I opened my phone to find headlines reporting the tragic fall of the two elders at the scenic area, which had been classified as an accidental death. This revelation genuinely exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated that the police would unearth some means to vindicate the deceased, yet they hastily concluded the matter in a mere day. The injustice was palpable. "Master, save us." The couple materialized in my car at some point, which left me in a quandary. They had latched onto me. I retrieved paper and pen, donned gloves, and scribbled a note. "Dear police officer, regarding the circumstances surrounding the two elders' fall at the scenic area, I believe there are numerous uncertainties. I urge you not to rush to conclusions. Locating the child in this photograph may yield new discoveries." I intentionally wrote in a crooked manner to avoid detection. Subsequently, I proceeded to the scenic area's photo studio to develop the child's picture, then handed the note and photograph to the couple, instructing them to find a way to place these items on the police desk. This was the only method I could conceive. If I were to present these items directly to the police, I would be at a loss for words. The couple appeared somewhat disheartened but had no other recourse, and they took the materials I provided and departed. 2 days later, the situation indeed underwent a dramatic transformation, and the true perpetrator was brought to justice. The child with the digital camera had inadvertently captured the events leading to the incident, and the police swiftly located him, retrieving the footage from the camera, which confirmed the couple's claims. They had been callously pushed off the mountain by their son-in-law. With the resolution of this matter, I felt a sense of relief, not having disappointed the elderly couple. As I sat before my computer, perusing the comments left by netizens, I found nothing particularly captivating until one freshly posted message caught my eye. "Master, there is a ghost in our office, and it is quite malevolent. Can you help me resolve this?" Upon reading this message, I surmised that the netizens' claims might not be entirely accurate, for typical offices are brightly lit and bustling with people, making it difficult for malevolent entities to thrive in such environments. Therefore, I suspected that the situation reported by this individual was likely unrelated to any unclean spirit. I called the number provided to inquire further. A sweet-voiced woman answered, explaining that upon entering the office, she experienced a sensation of dizziness akin to motion sickness, making her feel uncomfortable. Initially, she attributed this to lack of rest, but soon she noticed a pattern. The entire office seemed to harbor an aversion to a particular workstation, and no one was willing to work there. Colleagues passing by would hastily move along, their demeanor tense and anxious. It was then that she realized something unclean might be present at that workstation. Following this revelation, she contemplated resigning, but given the exorbitant salary, she knew that leaving the company would mean losing such a lucrative opportunity. By chance, she stumbled upon my contact information in a forum and decided to reach out to me. At that moment, I had formed a preliminary hypothesis. The issues at her workstation were likely not due to any unclean entity, but rather related to the office's Feng Shui. Many people mistakenly believe that Feng Shui applies solely to residential and burial sites. However, the truth is that it influences all aspects of daily life. The woman was concerned about her colleagues discovering her consultation with the yin-yang master, fearing they might consider her eccentric. Thus, I disguised myself as her friend and appeared in her office. As soon as I stepped into the woman's office, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped me, prompting a frown that nearly led to an involuntary retch. I assure you, it is not mere pretentiousness. Individuals attuned to the energies of yin and yang possess a unique sensitivity to even the slightest malevolent aura. The chaotic arrangement of this office has generated a formidable presence of negative energy, which elucidates my symptoms. Look closely. This individual must also be a practitioner of yin and yang. Does she not resemble one? Utterly ineffectual, merely a charlatan. And my colleagues, unrestrained, openly discussed my supposed deceit, suggesting I was a fraud. Observing their behavior, it is evident that many have consulted practitioners of yin and yang regarding their workspaces, yet the ones they sought lacked substantial talent, thus failing to resolve their issues. Consequently, in their eyes, practitioners of yin and yang are merely swindlers. I have grown accustomed to such judgments. Since my identity has been unveiled, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I declare it openly. I am indeed a practitioner of yin and yang. Furthermore, I shall not accept a single coin unless I expel the negative energy from this office. There are numerous taboos associated with office arrangements. Seating directly facing the entrance, having a chandelier above one's workstation, note, it must be a chandelier, regular light fixtures do not count, and sitting with one's back to the door. Firstly, let us discuss the taboo of having one's seat directly facing the entrance. The entrance of any space serves as a conduit for energy flow, and the office entrance is no exception. From both health and feng shui perspectives, it is imperative to maintain proper ventilation within indoor spaces. However, if one's desk is positioned directly in line with this energy flow, problems arise. The air entering from outside can carry both positive and negative energies, all of which will strike directly upon the individual. Not only does this lead to a scattered mind and unstable emotions, but it also disrupts the orderly magnetic field of the body. A simple remedy is to rearrange the furniture or use screens and plants as barriers. Next, the presence of a chandelier above one's workstation also carries significance. Should there be a beam or chandelier directly overhead, it creates an unfavorable arrangement. This can impose considerable pressure upon the individual below, leading to a restless state of mind and a tendency to make errors. This point must be taken seriously. Many who have transitioned to a new work environment frequently encounter various mistakes, often of a trivial nature that result in ridicule from colleagues and leave a negative impression on superiors. Such occurrences may very well be linked to the feng shui of one's surroundings, which could be causing repeated errors. Altering one's environment might yield significant improvement. Areas beneath chandeliers are unsuitable for workstations. Prolonged exposure can lead to a dismal career trajectory. Thus, should such a situation arise, it is wise to adjust one's position promptly. Thirdly, we must consider the taboo of sitting with one's back to the door. As previously mentioned, the entrance is the main gateway for energy flow within the office. To face it directly is already a significant feng shui faux pas. To turn one's back to it allows malevolent energy to assail one's back. This is particularly detrimental for those seated in backless chairs, who may feel an unsettling sensation of being watched, an experience that fosters a state of perpetual tension, making it nearly impossible to excel at work. A simple solution is to change one's position, or alternatively, to opt for a chair with a high and sturdy backrest. I have observed numerous workspaces where employees sit with their backs to the door, perpetually feeling monitored, which creates a profound sense of discomfort. Occasionally, when one perceives a presence looming behind them, it may not merely be an illusion, but rather something genuinely observing them. There are many more feng shui taboos within an office, but I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest some friends become overwhelmed by the pressure. This chapter will only address a few of the more common taboos. Chapter 92. An encounter with an acquaintance. The woman's position is directly facing the entrance. With a chandelier overhead, I recommended she rearrange her desk and chair to avoid this unfavorable orientation, ideally moving to a location devoid of a chandelier. However, she rejected this suggestion, citing that such a change would make her appear unconventional, and her boss would undoubtedly view her through a biased lens. This predicament left me in a quandary. In truth, one can alter feng shui without changing the arrangement of desks and chairs. Though it may be cumbersome and ultimately only a superficial remedy, rendering such efforts largely futile. Just as I was grappling with this dilemma, a familiar figure emerged before me. This individual, portly and prosperous in appearance, was none other than a previous client whom I had assisted in dispelling negative energies. This affluent businessman had purchased a Feng Shui-efficient villa to provide his child with an optimal learning environment, while his wife was expecting a child by another man. Upon recognizing me, the businessman's initial surprise gave way to contemplation, and after a moment, he confirmed my identity. "Master, what brings you here?" His deference prompted all employees to cease their tasks, gazing at me in astonishment, followed by hushed whispers. "Did you hear? The chairman just referred to him as master. It seems he possesses some genuine skill. Indeed, I might as well be labeled a master. Wouldn't you agree? I have grown accustomed to the fickle opinions of these fair-weather friends. When I first arrived, I was met with curious glances, yet now that they see their superior is acquainted with me, their attitudes have shifted dramatically. The feng shui in your office is askew, filled with malevolent energies. While you profit, should you not also consider the well-being of your employees? Moreover, you previously mentioned that I would be invited to your wedding with that young lady. It has been quite some time, yet I have received no word. Have you forgotten about me?" The businessman, upon hearing of the adverse feng shui in his company, became visibly alarmed. He was all too aware of the dangers posed by an unfavorable environment. He immediately began to ingratiate himself with me, saying, "Master, I didn't mean to trouble you. It's just that we are hosting our wedding in 2 days, and I assure you the invitation will reach your home shortly. Please, do not hold my oversight against me." I waved my hand and recounted the woman's predicament to him. He promptly ordered that her workstation be relocated to a position by the window, a place adorned with flora and bathed in sunlight. An exceptional workspace indeed. "And why, dear lady, from now on, your work will be considerably easier. I have resolved all these issues on your behalf." The woman appeared astonished, questioning whether simply changing her workstation could yield such results. "You must believe the master. He possesses real skill. Hurry and thank the master." The businessman urged her to promptly transfer the payment, as that was the prudent course of action. After receiving the woman's payment, I followed the businessman out of the office, noticing a detail that piqued my concern. His complexion was somewhat pallid, indicative of recent troubles. His skin appeared rough, lacking vitality, while his ears bore a dull hue, tinged with gray and black. Such a countenance signals impending decline. Despite present prosperity, a downward trajectory looms ahead, affecting not only his fortune but also his health and vitality. Should a woman exhibit such features, with pale skin and dusty ears, she may find herself in a precarious position, often engaging in less reputable pursuits, leading to a tumultuous personal life. The businessman's lips had taken on a bluish tint, suggesting the presence of misfortune, and if this state persisted, it could lead to dire consequences. Should his complexion darken, particularly around the lips and cheeks, encircled by shades of blue, black, or gray, it not only signifies ill health but also a life fraught with peril. In summary, this man has one foot firmly planted in the realm of the departed. Although he maintained a facade of joviality, it could not conceal the gradual deterioration of his aura. One's aura is of paramount importance and cannot be calculated by mere days, but rather by the cycles of the seasons. A person's forehead is indicative of their fortunes in spring and summer. Should it be shrouded in a grayish haze, akin to dust, or take on a dark yellow hue, it foretells a year characterized by volatility and repeated failures. Students exhibiting such a waning aura may find themselves failing their exams. Businessmen may face bankruptcy. Your health has been declining. You must be afflicted by some grave illness, and your business is clearly facing obstacles, leading you down a troubling path, if I am not mistaken. You may also be grappling with significant issues in your personal life. It seems you have not enjoyed intimacy with your fiancé in quite some time. The businessman's spirit brightened at my words, and he gestured for silence, ushering me into his office. His reaction confirmed my assessment. Once inside, he confided that he was unsure what had transpired recently. His business had stagnated, and longtime partners had severed ties. Complicating his affairs, the pressures of business had weighed heavily upon him, and last month, he had received distressing news of a substantial shadow in his brain. A shadow in one's mind is certainly an ominous sign. Master, I must admit, I have been struggling with impotence. It feels as though I am losing my vitality. Do you think there is any hope for me? I smiled and replied, had you not encountered me? Your fate would have been grim. However, today, fate has smiled upon you. I can guarantee your safety for the next 30 years. This statement is not intended as a boast. In fact, I could guarantee his safety for 40 years. But for the sake of caution, I understated the time by a decade. Master, as long as you can help me navigate through this ordeal safely, I will make every effort to meet your financial demands. Dealing with such individuals is genuinely gratifying. I am an unabashedly ordinary person who detests the feeling of being sold fantasies. The tangible reality of wealth is what I truly desire. How about I meet your fiancée? The issue may lie with her. A wealthy merchant typically possesses the countenance of great fortune, and by all logical standards, should enjoy a life of peace and prosperity. If misfortunes arise, it is undoubtedly due to external factors affecting his fate. Firstly, there should be no issues with his residence, as I have already rectified the Feng Shui. His office is also well ventilated, flooded with light, and the arrangement of furniture is quite appropriate. Thus, his misfortunes cannot be attributed to the Feng Shui of the office. One must consider the essentials of life: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. These four commonplace aspects are indeed normal. Yet, the host himself is inexplicably on a downward spiral, which may be significantly linked to his fiancée. At this juncture, some friends may inquire why, after years of dating a female university student and having a child together, there were no issues in the past, and whether I might be mistaken. In truth, their previous relationship was merely romantic, lacking a formal marriage contract. Thus, their fates were not entwined. The day after tomorrow marks their wedding, and their destinies will be firmly bound together, leading to mutual influence that could result in a cascade of misfortunes. Master, please follow me. I shall take you to meet the fiancé. Chapter 93. The curse of the wife and the turning point. The wealthy merchant's fiancée is not as flawless as one might imagine. Her physique and appearance are of an average standard. However, the couple appears deeply enamored, standing together hand in hand, displaying affection in front of me, a mere single individual. This woman's features are not particularly favorable. She exhibits the classic signs of being a wife who brings misfortune. Her nose is crooked, her eyes protrude, her voice is somewhat coarse, and her throat and teeth are slightly prominent. She possesses thick and coarse hair, a square forehead with bushy eyebrows, and her gaze is somewhat vacant, perhaps related to nearsightedness. Her eyebrows are dark and connected. Her ears are prominent, and her physical form is frail, with the whites of her eyes visible, a sign of weakness in her constitution. When comparing the wealthy merchant's beloved university student to his ex-wife, the disparity is striking. While the ex-wife was exceptionally beautiful, she bore another's child. This woman is gentle, considerate, and appears to be quite dutiful. However, I am acutely aware that all her gentleness and attentiveness are merely an act. A woman with the features of a curse-bringer often struggles to align her views with those of her husband. A crooked nose suggests a prominent beak-like structure, indicating a personality that can be eccentric and self-centered, often leading to a husband who suffers ill health. Protruding eyes and a coarse voice. A woman with bulging eyes may exhibit volatile behavior, prone to anger, which can lead to domineering conduct towards her husband. A somewhat rough voice signifies a strong personality. The texts state, a woman with a sharp forehead and a coarse voice will likely face discord in marriage, leading to separation. A woman with bulging eyes tends to be aggressive, and her temperament can deliver dire consequences for her husband. Prominent throat and teeth are said to indicate a detrimental influence on her spouse. The texts suggest, high cheekbones and protruding teeth will inevitably bring misfortune to her husband. The woman with high cheekbones, lacking softness, poses the greatest threat to her partner, often leading to separation or loss. A woman with a prominent throat emits a masculine voice, lacking the gentleness typically expected of femininity, and often struggles to understand the nuances of interpersonal relations, resulting in an unsatisfactory marriage. Prominent teeth suggest an aggressive nature, making it difficult for her to accommodate others, a significant vice for a woman. Coarse and thick hair indicates a stubborn disposition, unwilling to yield in any situation, a trait that can be detrimental to her husband. A woman with excessively thick hair lacks foresight and tends to be self-serving. A disheveled appearance signifies a stagnation of liver energy, leading to a volatile temperament and an inability to foster benevolence or cooperation, ultimately creating numerous enemies and risking financial ruin. A square forehead with thick eyebrows suggests a rebellious nature, making it difficult for a man to manage her. She often seeks to dominate, viewing her partner as inferior. Women with such foreheads are often career-oriented, neglecting familial duties in pursuit of personal desires. Moreover, individuals with thick eyebrows, regardless of gender, tend to be irritable and prone to emotional instability. A vacant gaze and thick, connected eyebrows indicate instability in character, potentially leading to familial discord and division of assets. The mental state is fundamental to a person's existence. Those lacking vitality and spirit are bound to face adversity. Eyebrows reflect courage. Connected eyebrows suggest recklessness, while thick eyebrows denote a lack of responsibility, prioritizing self-interest over moral integrity. Protruding ears and prominent cheekbones indicate rebellious tendencies. If combined with prominent cheekbones, the outcome can be financial ruin and marital discord. Women with thin ears and outwardly turned ear rims often possess a weak sense of family, prone to infidelity. A woman with prominent cheekbones is particularly ill-suited for marriage, as the text state. High cheekbones can lead to a husband's demise without the use of a weapon. A frail physique and visible whites of the eyes suggest a lack of harmony within the digestive system, which in turn affects financial stability. Women with fierce, bulging eyes often exhibit extreme behaviors. An actress from Hong Kong, known for her fierce demeanor, reportedly caused her husband's family to live in debt. This is a relatively mild consequence. More severe cases can result in the husband's untimely demise. The specifics are left to individual discovery. As the knowledgeable are privy to the details, sunken cheekbones denote a widow's fate. A woman with a perpetually sorrowful expression can bring adverse effects to marriage and familial relationships. Cheekbones symbolize a woman's capacity to support her husband. If absent, the husband may find himself isolated and unsupported, making misfortune inevitable. Now, I fully comprehend that although the wealthy merchant thrives in business, he has yet to encounter a good woman. The women he interacts with harbor ulterior motives, predominantly concerning his wealth. Upon reflection, it is indeed perplexing for a university student, fully aware of his existing family, to willingly bear a child with a married man. Such behavior is typically beyond the reach of ordinary women. Yet, this particular woman effortlessly achieves this, ensnaring the wealthy merchant's affections and uniting with him. If my insights are accurate, within a fortnight, her true nature will emerge, and she will begin to torment the merchant, creating chaos within the household. Master, have you discerned any clues? Seeing my silence, the wealthy merchant urged me to speak. I shook my head repeatedly, indicating that I had seen nothing. Some matters cannot be disclosed too bluntly, as such transparency may harm both parties, leading to a challenging resolution. Their destinies are not harmonious. Forcing their union will only forge a tragic fate. The most prudent course of action is for them to part ways. However, there is wisdom in the ancient saying, better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. My sole recourse now is to find the time to convey the underlying truths to the wealthy merchant. The remainder must be resolved by him. After engaging in light conversation with the merchant, I took my leave. Shortly after returning home, I received a call from the merchant, who sensed my reticence. He sought a secluded location to speak with me. I recounted everything to him in detail, and he remained silent for a considerable time. Approximately a minute later, his voice broke the stillness. So be it. Perhaps this is all fate. From this point forward, this woman will be my everything. If she truly acts against my interests, I shall accept it. This statement resonated with a profound sense of melancholy. A man of great wealth, who should navigate life with ease, finds himself beset by romantic disappointments. Perhaps destiny is indeed unyielding. When God opens a door, he inevitably closes a window elsewhere. After advising the merchant for an extended period, I finally ended the call. He insisted I attend their wedding, and I gladly accepted. This decision would ultimately usher in a significant turning point in my life. Chapter 94. Beauty with a malevolent heart. I honored my commitment to attend the wealthy merchant's wedding. Experiencing firsthand the grandeur of such an event, all eyes were fixed upon the exalted bride and groom, their faces reflecting envy. I also observed several worldly women displaying expressions of weariness, envious of the bride who, having graduated not long ago, had seemingly attained everything. It was easy to discern that these glamorous women were of dubious reputation, based solely on their facial markings and mannerisms. For instance, women with moles at the temples often display a penchant for infidelity, feeling an irresistible urge when encountering handsome men. The specific location of the mole on the temple lies just behind the outer corner of the eye. Should a woman possess a mole in this area, she is often adept at attracting admirers, embodying a type that is both passionate and romantically indulgent, particularly if the mole is situated on the left temple, where its presence becomes even more pronounced. Nevertheless, many women are capable of restraining their desires, especially in crowded settings, exhibiting a demeanor of grace and refinement that conceals any flaws. Furthermore, women with a mole on their navel are said to experience considerable romantic fortune. If the mole is located directly above the navel, there exists a significant likelihood of leading a blissful life, as this mole is regarded as a genuine peach blossom mole, drawing romantic opportunities that cannot be evaded. Even if one were to retreat to the depths of the mountains, they would still find themselves approached by wandering souls, surrounded by suitors, thus finding themselves in a state of indecision. Every circumstance possesses duality. Should one fail to exercise restraint, they may find themselves lacking moderation, potentially leading to an unseemly profession, a point worthy of caution. Additionally, women with moles near the nasolabial folds tend to be quite bold, warranting particular attention. Those with moles in proximity to the nasolabial area typically exhibit exuberant personalities, relishing novelty and stimulation, and they are often quite proactive in their pursuit of love, resolutely determined not to relinquish what they desire, particularly in relation to men in daily life. It is not uncommon to witness affluent women ardently pursuing less financially capable men as their spouses. This is not merely an impulsive act, but rather a manifestation of fated emotions. I advise my male friends to promptly halt such pursuits when encountering these wealthy women, lest they inadvertently yield their own autonomy. Moreover, should you possess the contact information of such a wealthy lady, kindly share it with me. I am willing to bear all the burdens for you. Furthermore, women with tear moles require special attention, particularly male acquaintances, who should be particularly observant. This is of utmost importance. Consider noting it down, as it will undoubtedly be of great assistance. Moles located beneath the eyes are commonly referred to as tear moles. In the eyes of men, such women exude tenderness, inciting fervent admiration. Historically, many brothers have quarreled violently over a woman with a tear mole, often leading to strife, a tale that can be further explored. Over time, such women develop an increasing fondness for being cherished by men, with desires that can become quite intense. The crux of the matter is this: to engage with such women, or to approach those naturally endowed with tear moles. Men must maintain good health. It is recommended that men consume pumpkin seed oil to enhance their vitality. If you have alternative methods, do not hesitate to share. Perhaps we could forge a friendship. Attendees at weddings are typically individuals of wealth and status. Do not underestimate these worldly women, for their financial prowess is formidable. Otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to be present in such esteemed company. Oh, young man, may I inquire about your profession? This environment does not seem particularly suited for you. A woman stands behind me, gesturing and speaking disparagingly, her tone loud enough to attract the attention of many. And in an instant, numerous eyes are fixed upon me. I am aware that while my financial standing is modest, it is not deplorable. However, to point and gossip about a stranger upon first meeting seems rather rude. Does it not? I turn to regard the woman, who appears to be around 40, but has aged remarkably well, her skin even firmer than that of women in their 20s, and her figure is truly exquisite. This woman is indeed quite attractive, yet her disposition leaves much to be desired, evoking a sense of lament. Upon closer examination of her features, my anger diminishes significantly, and I offer a polite smile, pretending to have heard nothing, while I distract myself with my phone to alleviate the awkwardness. Despite her current haughty demeanor, it will not be long before she plummets into a deep abyss of debt, becoming a shell of her former self. This is not mere boasting. Her nose alone reveals much. Her nose is riddled with blemishes and visible spots, along with a recently formed mole, an omen of impending financial loss. Some may question whether acne and spots are not commonplace, and how they could signify financial ruin. This is an astute inquiry. Allow me to elaborate. Self-entertainment can be quite enjoyable. Setting aside facial features for a moment, let us focus on the issue of acne. For the average person, acne may arise due to the onset of puberty or the consumption of certain inflammatory foods. Clearly, this woman has long surpassed her adolescent years, thus eliminating the likelihood of puberty-related acne. Therefore, we must consider the possibility of pathological acne. Typically, pathological acne does not congregate in isolation. Other areas may also exhibit symptoms, albeit less conspicuously. This woman, evidently, has a pristine complexion except for her nose, which is marred by numerous spots and blemishes, and a freshly emerged mole that, despite a thick layer of makeup, remains visible. Now, addressing the matter of this mole. Moles for the average individual exist from birth and become more pronounced with age. It is rare for new moles to develop later in life. Note, freckles or spots from certain ailments differ significantly from moles and should not be conflated. The emergence of such a mole warrants caution. Those navigating high society must be vigilant of their surroundings, while those residing at the lower strata should prepare themselves mentally and devise strategies for coping. Next, let us delve into the significance of a woman's nose and physiognomy. In this context, the nose is referred to as the palace of wealth. Ideally, it should be devoid of moles, spots, or acne. When such blemishes manifest upon the nose, one may unwittingly encounter financial setbacks and struggle to accumulate savings. Additionally, those with a nose that protrudes, known as a heavenly nose, are also indicative of an inability to retain wealth. They often lack a concept of finance, spending freely without calculation. Moreover, there exists a subset of individuals who are compulsive shoppers, determined to acquire items they desire, regardless of their utility. Such persons possess the advantage of having many friends, as they tend to take the initiative in covering expenses during outings. However, this is indicative of a propensity for financial loss. A brief aside to mention the physiognomy of individuals with sharp, prominent noses. Whether male or female, those with such features often exhibit a mean-spirited disposition, reluctant to part with their money, preferring to benefit from others' efforts without recompense. Consequently, those who harbor such self-serving tendencies will likely never achieve true wealth and may lead a life of perpetual scarcity. Individuals with pointed noses may harbor malicious thoughts, often calculating the motives of others, as if they possess dual personas, one angelic and the other devilish, intertwined in a perpetual struggle for dominance. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that while they scheme against others, they are ultimately undermining their own well-being. Chapter 95. A turning point in life. This woman possesses quite a pointed mouth, as the saying goes. Those with protruding, pointed mouths often speak excessively, leading to inevitable missteps, for words can stir trouble. Their lives are fraught with ups and downs, and once they stumble, they find it nearly impossible to recover, for words, once spoken, cannot be retracted. At times, they unknowingly offend others. Such individuals often attract negativity, and their words may lead to repeated failures in business. Her earlier remarks directed at me were quite revealing of this truth. Security, quickly, escort this riffraff out. How dare such unrefined individuals grace this establishment? Enough. I chose not to stoop to her level, thus opting for patience. Yet she persisted in her unwarranted provocations, even disrupting someone else's wedding. Madam, what seems to be the problem? Why such fury? The groom, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, set aside his responsibilities to address the woman's outburst. Goodness! An audacious upstart attempting to ascend to greatness. The woman spoke with an air of arrogance, feigning victimhood while casting disdainful glances my way and covering her nose with a handkerchief, as if I bore some foul odor. Were it not for the groom's presence, I would have relished the opportunity to teach this insolent woman a lesson, wondering who had unleashed her to cause chaos. Madam, you appear unfamiliar to me. May I inquire as to your identity? Oh, you truly do not know me? My husband is Wang Sanjin. Who does not know of him? At this revelation, the crowd began to comprehend that her brazen demeanor was merely a reflection of her husband's power and status, which had inflated her ego beyond reason. In truth, I had taken great care in my appearance today, purchasing what I believed to be an elegant suit, never anticipating that such unpleasantness would ensue. Madam, your husband Wang Sanjin is a close friend of mine. Might you allow me the courtesy of letting this matter pass? I perceive it to be a misunderstanding. This young man is a distinguished guest I specifically invited. Would you not agree? The wealthy merchant smiled warmly, gesturing for the woman to reconsider, yet she remained obstinate, insisting on a resolution. Give face? Who are you? Do you know who my husband is? I am aware that your husband is Wang Sanjin. It is apparent to me that the affluent businessman has lost patience with this woman, yet she remains blissfully unaware, continuing her antics. You may handle this matter as you see fit, after all. I am a person of integrity, not one to stir up trouble without reason. The sight of that little scoundrel irks me greatly. Expel him, and I shall act as though nothing has transpired. Is that agreeable? The businessman stood dumbstruck for several seconds, his expression dark and brooding, a tempest of rage brewing within him, yet unable to find release. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The businessman delivered a resounding slap to the woman's cheek. She let out a pained cry, her neck twisting awkwardly as her entire body crashed heavily to the ground. Such audacity! Go back and inquire what sort of man Wang Sanjin is in my presence. He is unworthy even to lick my shoes. From this moment forth, all business dealings with your group are hereby terminated. Reflect wisely upon this. The dramatic reversal left all present utterly astonished. The woman's once proud husband was revealed to be a mere inconsequential figure in the eyes of the businessman, marking her pretentious display as a resounding failure. Not only did she lose face, but she also forfeited all her business opportunities. It later came to my attention that the businessman was a major client of Wang Sanjin, and the entire revenue of his company relied heavily upon this affluent individual. Now that this lucrative source has been severed, there shall be much to witness. 2 minutes later, a man rushed onto the scene. Chastising the woman vehemently, even resorting to physical threats, he repeatedly offered apologies to the businessman, but to no avail. It was clear that this man was none other than Wang Sanjin himself. The couple, both disheveled and humiliated, left the wedding venue, and I surmised that within a fortnight, Wang Sanjin's company would face a rupture in its financial chain, leading to its inevitable demise. This illustrates that when selecting a spouse, a man must exercise utmost discernment. A virtuous woman can elevate him to great heights, while a detrimental one may drag him into despair. The wedding proceeded as planned, with the businessman remaining on the podium. Delivering a lengthy address, he proclaimed that his harmonious marriage was entirely due to my influence. Had it not been for my formidable abilities, he might well have ceased to exist. The esteemed guests present at the wedding, most of whom relied on the businessman for their livelihoods, understood the implications of his words. They flocked to my side, eager to cultivate a rapport, requesting my contact information and even my bank account details. While it is customary to exchange contact information upon first meeting, the request for my bank account was unprecedented. These individuals shared a singular demeanor. When I declined, they persisted, refusing to depart. Is it not laughable? After the wedding concluded, I returned home only to discover numerous intercepted messages on my phone. Upon opening them, I was astonished to find they were all transaction records. The amounts varied from 300,000 to 500,000. I quickly accessed my mobile banking app, and to my disbelief, I found that my account had inexplicably swelled by over 3 million. What could this possibly mean? Initially incredulous, I examined the records multiple times before confirming their authenticity. Later that evening, my WeChat buzzed incessantly with messages from the distinguished guests at the wedding. Despite their wealth and outward glamour, they all faced their own misfortunes in daily life, each burdened by their own dilemmas. These business magnates placed significant importance on Feng Shui, with ancestral graves being of utmost concern. They all recognized me as a genuinely skilled practitioner of yin and yang, which prompted them to deposit funds into my account as a token of respect. As I scrolled through my WeChat messages, I discovered that each of them sought my assistance, and they were exceedingly generous. As long as I resolved their issues, they were willing to part with any sum. Who would have thought that a single wedding could introduce me to so many wealthy individuals? It seems I have struck gold. The adage rings true. To ascend into high society, one must engage with its members. Otherwise, success becomes a formidable challenge, rife with obstacles. My acquaintance with the businessman has thus opened doors to numerous successful figures. I find myself engaged in matters of great import. Each individual possesses a story capable of evoking lengthy reflections. I sense that the pinnacle of my life is approaching. My previous clients were mere trifles compared to what lies ahead. Truly exhilarating experiences await. Chapter 96. The encounter with Cheonghong, the first to contact me, was a senior executive from a publicly listed company. He explained that after visiting a funeral home with friends, he returned plagued by a series of misfortunes. He felt persistently unwell, accompanied by an unbearable itching sensation at night. Initially dismissing it as a potential skin ailment, He consulted numerous doctors and consumed various medications to no avail. However, as time progressed, his condition worsened significantly. He conveyed that it would be difficult to articulate the full extent of his predicament over the phone, thus arranging a meeting for a more detailed discussion. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I felt a twinge of anxiety. His description hinted at something beyond my usual understanding of the unknown. Nevertheless, he had already paid a deposit, and I could not simply disregard him. I steeled myself and met the client. He was well-spoken and impeccably dressed, embodying the essence of high society without any pretentiousness. Approachable and observant, he displayed a remarkable emotional intelligence. However, I noted that his eyes were rather small, often squinting as he spoke. His high forehead and thick, voluminous hair stood in an upright fashion. Individuals with such features tend to be suspicious, always contemplating potential consequences. If they perceive a situation could yield severe repercussions, they will avoid it at all costs. Moreover, they often harbor a disparity between their spoken words and true intentions, making it challenging to form genuine friendships. Hence, I deduced that he must be quite lonely. Despite being in his 30s and thriving in his career, he remained single, surrounded predominantly by male colleagues, thereby limiting his exposure to women. Upon sharing my insights, he fervently agreed, praising my perceptiveness. "What a master you are! Without even an introduction, you have discerned my character." Such flattery is typical of individuals like him, who often speak sweetly to mask their vulnerabilities. I detected an inexplicable odor emanating from him, reminiscent of decay mingled with the scent of incense. Quite peculiar, I concluded that he harbored an undisclosed issue. I suspected that during our phone conversation, he had withheld certain truths, and I doubted he would be forthcoming during our time together. Historically, I would not waste my efforts on such individuals, but given the circumstances, to refuse him would be to offend the businessman. "Take me for a stroll through the funeral home," I suggested softly, rising to my feet and making my way toward the exit, with the client trailing behind, acting as my chauffeur, leading me to the suburban funeral home. The establishment was expansive, with a formidable Feng Shui layout. After examining it thoroughly, I found no apparent flaws, suggesting it had been constructed with the guidance of a skilled practitioner. Generally, a well-structured funeral home experiences minimal disturbances. However, it was curious that this client had encountered issues. "All right, there's no need to delve any deeper. Let us depart," I stated. "Master, shall we not take a look inside?" He implored. "There's no need," I replied, suppressing my rising irritation. This man clearly had something weighing on his mind. Reluctant to articulate it, and hoping I would read between the lines, I was convinced that the funeral home was not the source of his troubles. Upon returning to the car, we sat in silence. Being adept at reading emotions, he immediately sensed my shift in demeanor, his anxiety palpable. "Master, look at this. I am terrified," he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his arm. I was momentarily taken aback. A grotesque, eye-like growth was affixed to his arm, incessantly blinking. It was none other than Chonghong. A chill ran down my spine. How could such a legendary entity manifest in reality? And right before my eyes. According to legend, during the Three Kingdoms period, a certain warlord, plagued by shortages of troops and supplies, compelled his soldiers to excavate ancient tombs in search of funerary treasures. Many orphans of the nobility suffered varying degrees of harm. One army unearthed a grand tomb, yielding immeasurable riches, much to the warlord's delight, leading to his rapid ascension in rank. However, not long after, those involved in the tomb raiding began experiencing bizarre afflictions. Suffering from relentless itching every night, their skin scratched raw yet finding no relief, with many soldiers succumbing to this mysterious illness. Later, the military doctor investigated and shook his head repeatedly. Having practiced medicine for generations, he had never encountered such a bizarre ailment. A seemingly healthy individual was inexplicably covered in countless eyes. Particularly alarming was the back, which was a sight to behold. The skin was densely populated with thousands of eyeball-like entities. Most frightening of all, these eyes appeared to possess an independent consciousness, closing in the presence of danger and blinking to alleviate fatigue. The morale of the troops plummeted. Some speculated that they had disturbed forces best left undisturbed, suggesting that the ancient tomb they had unearthed was cursed, and thus the army had incurred this dreadful fate. A few proposed that, since it might be related to malevolent spirits, they should summon several geomancers to thoroughly investigate the matter, which might bring some relief. However, When a number of geomancers arrived, they all shook their heads, declaring their impotence, which only exacerbated the anxiety among the soldiers. This terrifying affliction not only had a dreadful nature but also exhibited a formidable contagion. Many who had never entered the ancient tomb but had interacted with the army began to show similar symptoms, inciting widespread panic. The battle was abandoned. The enemy fled in disarray, terrified of contracting this horrifying disease. The common folk shuttered their doors, fearing encounters with the afflicted soldiers. Eventually, a geomancer volunteered to investigate, and after examining the soldiers' conditions, he gravely stated, "This is Cheong Hong, a harbinger of great misfortune. Your actions, officers and soldiers, have been far from honorable, desecrating even the corpses of the long dead. This is the restless dead come to claim their due." The geomancer's words were even more terrifying than the ailment itself. Every soldier fell to their knees, pleading for the geomancer to save their lives. He shook his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. "So be it. Perhaps this is all a matter of fate. Maybe it is my destiny to face this calamity. While I shall endeavor to spare your lives." Yet, the geomancer was barely 30, in the prime of his health. Why would he speak as if on the brink of death? Cheong Hong was exceedingly sinister. A dire omen. If handled properly, it could ensure safety for all, but should any mishap occur, the one who intervened would surely perish. Chapter 97. Vividly alive, anyone afflicted by Cheong Hong becomes a distinct epicenter of disease. The initial victim will suffer a far more severe condition, at least doubling the affliction. This escalation continues. The later infections will invariably worsen, leading to a terrifying situation where those infected may perish while the epicenter remains in excruciating agony. This phenomenon is akin to a collective demise, a cruel act of vengeance. The reasoning behind this is straightforward. There must have been a remarkably beautiful corpse within the ancient tomb, which the soldiers disrespected in their base desires. In an era teeming with talent, many morticians could preserve the deceased for millennia without decay, maintaining an astonishingly lifelike state. The corpse within that tomb was such an example. The expedition to excavate the tomb involved nearly 2,000 soldiers, all of whom unleashed their primal urges upon the lifeless body, causing significant defilement. Thus, upon their return, symptoms of Cheong Hong manifested, with the countless eyes representing the spirits of the deceased, who demanded to witness the demise of these vile transgressors. Eventually, the geomancer located the tomb's occupant, a woman of breathtaking beauty. Though she had been dead for a century, her skin remained delicate and elastic, as if one could squeeze water from it. The geomancer ordered her body to be exhumed from the tomb and laid bare under the sun for 3 consecutive days. After this period, the corpse had decayed to mere bones, a stark contrast to its former state. Subsequently, the geomancer performed a ritual to guide the restless spirits and incinerated the remains. From that day forth, a remarkable transformation occurred among the soldiers. Their afflictions vanished overnight, yet, inexplicably, the geomancer himself succumbed to Cheong Hong, passing away in extreme suffering. When discovered, his body was horrifically mutilated, his nails embedded in flesh, a ghastly sight that evoked nausea. At this point, one may discern that to resolve this matter effectively, the best course of action would be to transfer all the resentment onto the geomancer, sacrificing his precious life in place of the guilty. Such an act in ancient times would be seen as noble, but in the modern era, it appears as sheer folly. I cannot be involved in this. I will refund your deposit, and let us sever ties henceforth. I exited the vehicle, unwilling to engage with this seemingly genteel yet disturbingly aberrant individual. If my suspicions are correct, this client must have had some peculiar connection with the corpse, subsequently bringing it home and indulging in unspeakable acts. Otherwise, they would never have attracted such a sinister affliction as Cheong Hong. I now regretted meeting him. If Cheong Hong truly possessed the virulent nature of legend, would I not be doomed? Some matters are better believed than dismissed. Prioritizing safety, I drove to the mountaintop, avoiding all contact with others, wishing to spare the innocent from the malevolent energy I bore. The mountaintop, distant from places steeped in dark energy, with favorable feng shui and ample sunlight, naturally fosters a harmonious state of body and mind, making it an ideal location for exorcism. I sat cross-legged, silently reciting Buddhist incantations until nightfall before descending. Upon returning home, I meticulously monitored my condition, discovering no abnormalities, indicating that my exorcism had succeeded. For added caution, I incinerated my clothing in the yard to eradicate any lingering threats. Just as I lay down, a call came in. I knew without looking that it was from a wealthy client. They sought me out solely due to their association with the affluent, and now, my first client had abandoned me, complicating matters for the wealthy individual. At the very least, within his circle, it would become increasingly difficult to navigate. I relayed the details to him, and though he expressed understanding, I sensed his profound disappointment. After hanging up, a question lingered in my mind. Was there truly no better solution? In an era of exceptional talent? If no elegant resolution could be found for this thorny issue, how could it be flawlessly resolved in modern times? If I failed, my life would be at stake. However, if I did not attempt it, my career could suffer significantly. After much contemplation, I picked up my phone and dialed the client's number. "Hello, where are you? I'm coming to find you." I gathered my tools and drove toward the client's residence, formulating a plan I hoped would yield favorable results. Arriving at his home around 9 at night, I found him weakly lying in bed, already exhibiting severe itching, with flesh torn from under his nails. His body a patchwork of wounds. This sight was enough to send chills down one's spine. Can you imagine the horror? A man, his body infested with countless eyes, the flesh between those eyes a gruesome mess. Such a sight would surely trigger a panic attack in anyone with a fear of clusters. I scanned the surroundings, searching for the source of this calamity. Not a ghostly presence, but rather the root of the entire affair. The corpse hidden within the client's home. The reason the body had remained uncorrupted for so long was due to a highly specialized preservation method, typically involving the removal of internal organs and filling the cavity with miraculous substances before suturing it shut, effectively preventing decay. Some adept practitioners could accomplish this without damaging the skin, achieving the same result. Regardless of the preservation technique employed, the principle remained the same, relying on herbs and spices. Such preserved corpses not only resist decay but also mask their stench, complicating the search. When I inquired about the corpse's location, the client was too pained to articulate, ultimately directing me with great effort toward a cabinet. Approaching the cabinet, I slowly opened the door, revealing a cold female corpse before me. Its expression was peculiar. Almost as if it were grinning at me, I could hardly believe my eyes. Everything felt intensely real. The corpse was clad in modern attire, remarkably beautiful, with a figure that was undeniably striking, her skin as pale as snow, though I could not ascertain how long she had been deceased. She appeared astonishingly lifelike. No wonder the client had engaged in unspeakable acts with her. Had she lived, she would undoubtedly have been surrounded by suitors of all kinds. Chapter 98. Do not fear. Dear grandson. Keek. The corpse revealed a mouthful of yellowed teeth, emitting a chilling laughter from her throat, a noxious stench wafting from her mouth that nearly overwhelmed me. The client behind me began to emit heart-wrenching screams, writhing incessantly on the bed. Before long, the once pristine white sheets were drenched in a vivid crimson. The lights in the bedroom flickered ominously, and the previously sealed windows were suddenly thrust open by an unseen force, allowing a chilling wind to sweep in, making me acutely aware that the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Mind your own business. Since you're here, why not assist me in achieving a double kill? To my astonishment, the female corpse spoke, her hands tightening around my throat, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that suggested she intended to devour me. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I had only heard tales of zombies attacking humans. Never had I encountered a corpse capable of such aggression. Clearly, this was a sentient body, not a mere zombie. I fished a talisman from my pocket and pressed it against the corpse's forehead. Cackling with derision, the corpse mocked me. I thought you were someone formidable, but it seems you are merely a pathetic charlatan. What can a mere scrap of paper do to me? The sound of cracking bones echoed around my neck. If this continued, I would surely perish within moments. I gritted my teeth against the excruciating pain and bit down on my tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood from my tongue proved effective, landing on the corpse and releasing a plume of black smoke. The corpse shrieked, releasing its grip, thus granting me a fleeting chance of escape. Having been a practitioner for many years, I had never faced such a daunting predicament. Leaving me somewhat at a loss, no wonder my ancestors chose to sacrifice their lives to save a vast army. It was evident that this celestial calamity was indeed as challenging to resolve as the legends suggested. I glanced at the client, who appeared to have regained some composure, gasping heavily and staring in terror at the female corpse. "Linger, please, this is truly frightening." I am scared." "You coward. Now you know fear? Why didn't you feel it when you sought to take my life? Why did you not tremble when you committed your most beastly acts against me? It is too late for regrets now. I will watch you suffer and die by my hand." It turned out they were acquainted. If my understanding was correct, this corpse named Linger had been killed by the client while alive, and had suffered repeated indignities at his hands, thus resorting to such extreme measures for revenge. No man is good. They all deserve to die. Once Linger regained her composure, she lunged towards me, fully aware that I was not a mere charlatan but a true practitioner with genuine power. It was imperative that she eliminate me. I quickly retrieved the Qian Kuan Bagua mirror from my satchel, aiming it at the advancing corpse, only to hear a sharp crack as the ancestral mirror shattered into countless pieces. This was dire. I hastily dove aside, attempting to evade the corpse's assault, but she grasped both of my ankles. Cackling, she taunted, "Look at your delicate flesh. It must be delicious." Before I could react, a searing pain shot through my left ankle as the corpse bit down with teeth as hard as steel. With a single, forceful tug, I felt the excruciating sensation of flesh tearing apart, sweat soaking my clothes in an instant. Despite my utmost efforts, I could not escape her grasp. Fortunately, she merely drained the blood gushing from my wounds rather than consuming my flesh. Granting me precious time, my mind raced, wondering if the soul-summoning banner would prove effective. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I retrieved the banner from my satchel, chanting the incantation before raising it high. A gust of wind swept through the room, gathering fallen leaves that swirled in through the window, transforming into a multitude of sharp, blade-like objects that mercilessly ravaged everything within. The client trembled in fear, repeatedly exclaiming, "I'm terrified." "You two are more terrifying than the other. Someone save me." The client's flesh was pierced by the myriad of sharp leaves, causing him to spout blood, while I too suffered deep cuts across my face and body. The corpse began to panic, never having anticipated that a practitioner could wield the soul-summoning banner, especially without a ritual platform. Her form drifted closer to me, but her will remained strong, fiercely resisting the summons and attempting to flee in the opposite direction. Veins bulged on my body as my strength rapidly waned, compounded by the severe injuries I had sustained. I could hardly maintain the powerful summon for much longer. If the corpse did not surrender within 5 minutes, I would likely perish here. As fate would have it, the more desperate the situation became, the more likely it was for errors to occur. Instead of capturing the corpse's soul, the banner attracted countless wandering spirits from outside, who, bewildered, surged in from all directions and were ensnared by my banner, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. "Father, how did you get caught up in this?" A single utterance from the client sent me into a panic. Amidst the throng of restless spirits, one was indeed the father of the client. What a calamity! Should I mistakenly collect the wrong soul, I would incur a significant loss of merit. The only course of action was to swiftly retract the banner to avoid a disaster. Yet I could not afford to do so. Retracting it would be tantamount to sealing my own doom. "Forgive me, old man. I hope you will not hold my ruthlessness against me. One must look after oneself. I could not sacrifice my life for someone who had been dead for many years." The corpse, seeing her body draw nearer to my banner, was gripped by an overwhelming fear. All malevolent entities dread the soul-summoning banner. For once ensnared, their souls are irretrievably lost to oblivion. "Do not fear, dear grandson. I am here." A familiar voice suddenly pierced my consciousness. It was my grandfather. I quickly retracted the banner, restoring calm to the surroundings. And the client's father was saved, departing the sorrowful realm with tearful lamentations. Boom! A lithe figure leaped through the window, landing gracefully on the ground. "Do not fear, dear grandson. I will handle this wretched woman." Chapter 99. The truth revealed as soon as my grandfather made his entrance. His aura filled the room, and although he stood still, his presence dominated the space. The essence he exuded was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to emulate. When a practitioner reaches a certain level, each breath can extinguish formidable malevolence. Although it was the corpse's first encounter with my grandfather, she was now paralyzed by terror, fully aware that he was no ordinary individual. Given that my father had attained the rank of celestial master, my grandfather's power was surely unfathomable. It had been a long time since I had witnessed my grandfather's commanding presence. Had he been 20 years younger, he would undoubtedly have captivated the hearts of many young women. Leave now while you still can, or else, ouch, my back. My grandfather took 2 steps forward, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the ground, nearly losing his front teeth. This was truly a blunder. The corpse, seizing the opportunity, began to act without restraint, cackling. I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are so easily vanquished. In a flash, the corpse appeared beside my grandfather, her claws aimed at his crown. The force of this assault was terrifying, producing a deafening rush of wind that I feared that if the corpse successfully struck him, even the mightiest would surely meet their demise. A cold sweat broke out as I silently prayed for my grandfather as safety. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the room, and I quickly shut my eyes, fearing I would witness a scene I dreaded. Ah! The room was filled with the corpse's agonized shrieks, leaving me utterly astonished. I opened my eyes to see the corpse curled up in a corner, trembling violently, her eyes wide with sheer terror. This was impossible. The corpse repeatedly uttered those words, clearly shaken by the earlier events. I later learned that in the face of the corpse's powerful assault, my grandfather had neither dodged nor retaliated, but had simply stood there, enduring the full brunt of the attack. Just as the corpse's claws grazed his crown, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A radiant light erupted from my grandfather's head, sending the menacing corpse crashing against the wall. What followed was the scene I had just witnessed. I could distinctly sense that the ethereal essence of the female corpse was nearly depleted. It appeared gravely wounded, gasping for breath, as is commonly known. Once a person has passed away, the act of breathing is impossible, regardless of any form. However, there exists a singular circumstance under which such a phenomenon may occur. When one is confronted with a threat, they may gasp for air. This bears a resemblance to the phenomenon of a dying individual experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Gasping also signifies a last flicker of vitality. The emergence of such a situation indicates that the time for this entity to linger is dwindling. I offer you a chance to depart peacefully. Should you persist in your stubborn resistance, do not blame me for being unkind. Humph! Presumptuous spirit, had you been the victim, your cruelty would surely surpass mine. The female corpse, aware of her inferiority to my grandfather, was sustained solely by a reservoir of resentment within her frail form. Her previous utterance alerted both my grandfather and me to an unsettling nuance. Her words carried deeper meaning. Very well, if you harbor grievances, feel free to voice them. I shall advocate on your behalf. My grandfather is a man of integrity. Should this corpse truly be deserving of pity, he would find a way to facilitate her swift reincarnation. However, if her forthcoming words fail to resonate with him, she shall undoubtedly meet her end. Master, do not heed this girl's nonsensical ramblings. Can a corpse truly speak the truth? The client suddenly panicked, imploring my grandfather to swiftly eliminate the menace and deny the corpse any opportunity. This statement further solidified our conviction that something was amiss. The female corpse revealed to us that during her life, she was pursued by many suitors, yet she fell for a nondescript and financially destitute young man. Though their lives were somewhat arduous, they were filled with happiness. One night, on their way home from a midnight screening at the cinema, they encountered a wealthy man driving an extravagant car. Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, he immediately developed a lustful interest upon seeing the woman and approached her with unwelcome advances. Despite her resistance and attempts to ignore him, her defiance attracted dire consequences. The 3 bodyguards accompanying the affluent man swiftly incapacitated her boyfriend, severing an arm and a leg, and threatened to kill him should she refuse to comply. To save her boyfriend's life, the woman reluctantly acquiesced, engaging in relations with the wealthy man in a shadowy alley, all of which was recorded and live-streamed by the bodyguards. What was initially thought to be a temporary cessation of hostilities spiraled into further depravity, as the wealthy man grew increasingly brazen, imprisoning her boyfriend and subjecting the woman to relentless torment. Eventually, overwhelmed by despair, she chose to take her own life. Upon discovering her lifeless body, the wealthy man felt a pang of sorrow. His desires had only just begun to be satiated when she perished. He ordered his bodyguards to clean the corpse and dress her in provocative attire, indulging in his basest instincts. Subsequently, the corpse began to decompose, prompting him to summon specialists for a grotesque preservation process, ensuring her visage and flesh were maintained for his perverse enjoyment. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. The wealthy man's circle consisted entirely of equally depraved individuals who regarded the corpse as a prized possession, subjecting it to various forms of degradation. Over time, this incessant torment ignited a fierce resentment from the deceased. It is customary for the departed to find peace in the earth, yet this woman was denied such repose. Her corporeal form subjected to further desecration, a profound humiliation and torment for the deceased. Thus, she sought vengeance, leading to the phenomenon known as Cheong Hong. Upon hearing this, both my grandfather and I gasped in shock. Initially, we had only known that the client had committed unspeakable acts upon the corpse, but we had not anticipated that this seemingly refined client was, in fact, a creature of such grotesque predilections, a wolf in sheep's clothing. His companions were equally reprehensible. Exchanging glances with my grandfather, we formulated a plan and approached the client. "You two, what are you planning to do? We shall ensure you pay the price you deserve. As a yin-yang master, one must not conflate good with evil. One must not perpetrate heinous acts for the sake of wealth, nor become an accomplice to wickedness." Chapter 100. A perfect resolution. You have witnessed the might of Cheong Hong. Truth be told, I lack the certainty to completely eradicate it for you in this world. Your salvation may rest solely in your own hands. My grandfather spoke earnestly to the client, his message clear. Should he acknowledge his misdeeds and face appropriate retribution? There might still be a chance for him to survive. I could discern that my grandfather's handling of the corpse would be a trivial matter. However, he was reluctant to employ forceful means to banish the spirit. As I had previously stated, good and evil are cyclical, and one reaps what one sows. The client had sown deeply malevolent seeds and must face the consequences. Furthermore, this corpse was not an isolated case. The client's rampant behavior suggested he had wronged many others. Now, his retribution had arrived. Intervening on his behalf would equate to disrupting the natural order of cause and effect, thereby tarnishing our moral standing and endangering more innocent victims. Human nature remains unchanged. Should the client survive this ordeal, such atrocities would likely recur. The female corpse gazed at my grandfather and me with a profound look. She could hardly fathom that she had encountered yin-yang masters of conscience and compassion. She knelt before us, repeatedly bowing in gratitude, prompting my grandfather to assist her to her feet. "Master, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. If this individual receives his due punishment, I am willing to depart willingly." Subsequently, the corpse approached the client, silently fixing her gaze upon him. "I acknowledge the weight of my sins, and I am now willing to reform and start anew, hoping for a chance from everyone. I also accept the consequences of the law." The client bowed his head, continuously repenting for his transgressions, which brought us some solace, and the corpse revealed a long-lost smile. "However, do you poor wretches think me so easily swayed?" "Ha ha ha!" The client suddenly raised his head, his face marred with dark lines. He began to contort into a snarl, viciously gripping the corpse by the throat. "You wretched woman, the impoverished are merely the victims of capital. Do you not grasp this simple truth? To die at my hands would be your honor. You should be grateful. How dare you lay a hand upon me? Mark my words, not only will you perish at my hands in this life, but I shall torment you in the next and the next, for you truly deserve it." Ha ha ha. Ensnared, there is no salvation. A tragic end looms. My grandfather and I stood rooted in place, having perceived the inevitable conclusion. One life would be lost, and that life would be the client's own. This imperious capitalist would ultimately pay a grievous price for his actions, as evidenced by the dark lines etched across his visage. We had offered him opportunities, yet he seemed oblivious to their value, showing no signs of remorse. He, how amusing. I had intended to spare you, yet you fail to recognize your good fortune. Now you shall become my slave." The female corpse shrieked in terror, nearly piercing my eardrums, while the client began to convulse violently, rolling on the ground, drenched in sweat, visibly suffering. Surely, he now regretted his choices. Had he foreseen this day, he would have acted differently. As a man, one must learn to exercise restraint. Ah, It's going to explode. It's going to explode. It hurts so much. Help, help, help me. The client, with great difficulty, crawled toward me, his hands covered in eyes gripping my ankle, pleading desperately for salvation. From the start, you have strayed from the right path. If you wish to survive, you should not have sought me out. The client's face was now adorned with numerous eyes. Even on his earlobes. At that moment, I felt a tumultuous churn in my stomach. I have no aversion to clustered patterns, yet the scene before me evoked an indescribable discomfort, one that would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on my psyche. Ah, bang! A living person exploded before my eyes, his innards splattering across the room, instantly saturating the air with a nauseating stench. I vaguely sensed something sliding down my head. Reaching to touch it, I found it slippery, sticky, and warm. A large intestine. I hastily cast it aside, as the sensation was most unpleasant. Turning to seek my grandfather, I found no trace of him. Where had this old man vanished at such a critical moment? Ultimately, I spotted him hiding atop a wardrobe. Truly, my grandfather is cunning. He anticipated the unfolding of such events and took refuge. Neglecting to bring me along, I began to doubt our familial connection. Haha, one learns wisdom through adversity. Next time, you shall remember this lesson well. My grandfather recounted a similar experience he once faced, during which no one was there to warn him to evade danger. Grandfather, given the current predicament, what course of action should we pursue? I wish to seek his counsel, for with a life lost, it is imperative to inform the authorities. I cannot possibly claim that this individual was slain by a corpse that had long been deceased. Can I? Such a statement would surely lead to being deemed insane. Master, since this matter originated with me, let it be concluded by my hand. The female spirit displays a commendable sense of responsibility, urging my grandfather and me to depart swiftly, entrusting the resolution of this situation to her. Grandfather advised me to heed the spirit's wishes, and thus we exited the client's residence. Just a short distance away, we beheld the client's house engulfed in flames. The female spirit stood at the window, waving goodbye to us with a satisfied smile, bidding us farewell. Amidst the roaring fire, I caught a glimpse of the client. His expression grave and ashen, coldly gazing at us, his hands tightly gripping the spirit's throat. Alas, all of this is a cursed fate, from which there is no escape. This man was a scourge in life and will undoubtedly be a troublesome ghost in death. I can only hope that upon descending to hell, King Yama will administer fitting retribution. We must hasten back to perform a rite for the young lady, lest she continue to suffer. This client will haunt her through multiple lifetimes. Perpetuating this cycle of torment, my grandfather and I boarded the vehicle and swiftly returned home, where we set up an altar to conduct the ritual for the young woman, forcibly severing the bond between her and the client. That night, as I drifted into slumber, I faintly heard a woman whispering words of gratitude in my ear. Before she gracefully departed, I knew then that this woman was undoubtedly the unfortunate soul we had helped. I suspected she would be reborn before dawn. As for that client, in his next life, he shall likely inhabit the realm of beasts, be it fowl, livestock, or perhaps even a possibility of miscarriage. A person of such malevolence in this life seldom merits a favorable rebirth.